the group, this is potentially the qualifying match, you could say. If you want to put it out early,
yeah.
I'd want to jinx these players. There might be a secret hidden seed at the bottom which comes out and beats both of them. But a win is a win, and you only need 2 of those and you're out.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost basically just reminiscence of, you know, a Swiss stage. But not quite, because we're doing it round robin style classic. We keep it classic over here. 2 wins and you basically make it all the way to that playoff bracket, where then we already do have a fair amount of teams already kind of just like waiting right there, because they outperformed a lot of the rest of the pack in that earlier weekend. So obviously we've got the likes of Quadrant, we've got the likes of Navi, we've got the likes of Vuelta as well, which was probably one of the best and most surprising performances that we also saw last week. Up until that point, you know, Vuelta, they have basically been one of the teams that's kind of been middle of the pack, but last weekend they really showed up really big, securing a top 3 finish overall. So I'm very excited to see how that particular roster is going to perform later on, but that's something for, you know, future Tudor and future Joe to worry about.
Yeah, I mean, Vuelta, just to sort of put some names to the team, you know, Flux, Millsy, Mose and Septic. Well, Flux, Mose and Septic have played multiple tournaments this year so far. They were under Impact Team not too long ago, towards the end of Worlds, and they had a tricky Worlds we won't talk about.
Yeah.
But before that, they placed in top 16 in some of these events.
Yeah. But for now, just in case if you guys did miss that on the map veto a little bit earlier on, Live Fire Strongholds, that is already locked in for the side of Trashcan. Map number 2, that is obviously going to be Aquarius here, and we're going to go ahead and just get right into the fly-through as well. Second map of the day, ladies and gents. And this one should be it should be fun. I'm excited for this one, and we're just going to hop right into it, get things up and running thick and fast, hopping on with Shane as well. Looking to find a little bit early damage onto Buddha and just ramp up the aggression. Yeah,
what you want to see here really from Midlife Crisis is to slow things down, steady themselves on this map, and just make sure that Trashcan don't continue the momentum they had in that first game. We're on board now with Pitbull. He's the last player alive in this team just momentarily. Just trying to hold down this top middle spot. Nice shots onto Outcast though. Nice little perfect. That'll give him some confidence.
Yeah, definitely so. Thruster now in the back pocket of Rebel, and we were, well, shouting his name a little bit in map number 1, and I do want to see him just take that performance, crank it up to 11 as well. Quantum Translocator still out in the open, gets to be picked by any one of these 2 squads, and suddenly Midlife Crisis, well, they're past the Crisis now. They're on a little bit here, actually. 2 kills is the current gap for the time being, as Outcast has been isolated, and he will get taken down. Good trade coming in from Fennec.
Yeah, it's Pitbull really. He started so strong for the squad, and because he held down that top middle spot, won that one-on-one against Outcast, it allowed his teammates to push up pretty easily across the map. He's finally taken down, but his team right now have a 2-kill lead early in this game. This is exactly what they need to do to get back into it. There's still a lot more stuff to play right now. Shane gets a kill answered back. That's Outcast as well. We've suddenly gone from a tie game to now Trashcan back in the lead.
Yeah, small little oversight. Straight out of hot water and right back into the frying pan for Midlife Crisis. 2 players that were on very minimal HP just unfortunately had to lock horns with some of the Trashcan players, and that gap has since been extended all the way up to 3 kills. Outcast now looking for his next potential victim, but not willing to take that gunfight. Caught between a rock and a hard place, and somehow still able to keep his life intact.
Yeah, I'd like to see Midlife try and break out of this bottom P setup they've got right now. It's not going to help them that much. They have a lot of shots towards the map. It's allowing Trashcan to rotate around car side and try and get some shots down. But then you can see Pitbull, he's already set up trying to get this QT, drops down, nice comms there, getting the cleanup onto Gas. And I just like how he's rotating across the map right now. He just needs to try and get link up with his team, really. He's doing the shots, he's doing the damage he needs to, but his teammates need to back him up.
Yeah, Franklin finally finding his first frag of the map so far, on board with Fennec, and he will lock horns with Franklin. He's got a little bit of backup in the form of Outcast, but somehow Fennec got away with a little bit too much in that particular 1v2. He eventually will be punished for his previous crimes as a BR. Even despite the fact that we have those DMR starts, we're still going to be rocking the BR, and I'm a little bit surprised because I think that's the same QT that we've seen for the entirety of the game so far. It seems as if both teams have just been ignoring Translocator for some reason.
Do you think it's ignoring, or do you think it's just they don't have the map control to set up and get it right now? But it's almost one of those ones where if you've got an advantage, you're trying to push on the spawners of the other team. You don't want to go towards that power-up necessarily if you can get some slays in your favour. Yeah. Right now we're seeing Trashcan, they want the slays, they want to get the kills, that's 3 dead. Last person alive is going to be Pitbull, he's going to try and escape with his life, or at least with the trade. Does get the trade, so nice play for him, but it's just some damage limitation at this point, and eventually gets taken out by Gas.
Yeah, adding salt to the wound right now, that's what Trashcan are currently doing. 5 kills, the gap, and we do have, well, Shane just dropping an orbital bombardment of nades over towards that top mid stairs side, and he has isolated out Buddha, will be traded off, and now it's down to Gas to try to scamper away, but Fennec's already got his number. And the kill feed, it is basically just done. it's just a sea of both red and blue at the exact same time. Outcasted now still trying to get out of harm's way as we do have Trashcan narrowly surpassing the halfway mark. That's 25 already locked in. Job's half done.
Yeah, I like the setup here towards peak and midlife. They're definitely living up to the OG veterans they call themselves as well, you know. The old truth setup or midship setup back in the day, trying to hold down the P control. Hasn't worked out this time because he's Franklin on our screens right now as his teammates around him get some slays. It seems like Trashcan are finally trying to break that setup and trying to get some control of themselves. It's a bit scrappy.
Yeah, a little bit scrappy, a little bit messy. Still getting those jitters just out of the way. Rebel, does he win that one? No, Franklin actually dodging out of harm's way thanks to that thruster pack. Definitely coming in clutch for the time being, but now I feel really skeptical for Rebel and he doesn't make it alive out of that one, unfortunately enough. Franklin trying to return the favor. Despite the fact that he's only got 4 kills to his name, that's completely insane because just look at Shane's performance so far. 14 and 6, the brunt of the spear for Trashcan, basically throwing almost the entirety of the squad in his backpack and just carrying them over the finish line nearly. I just heard gas go off after getting that kill onto Rebel. Just seems like whatever midlife are doing, they're working as they're not working as a unit even midlife, and Trashcan don't need to work as a unit. They've got gas going off like that. But yeah, just highlighting ugly Shane there. 14 kills on main stage. That's what you want to see. That's a confidence boost for sure. But a lot of these game gunfights we're seeing are towards weird areas of the map. You know, back car, bottom middle. A lot of players are sort of trying to rotate, and maybe a bit of nerves is coming into it. They're not doing the normal rotations they want to. They're trying to go lower, try and get a flank maybe, or not confident in the gunfights up top. I mean, sometimes that is just the way that LAN actually pans out in multiple esports. It's at a certain point, the moment that you're out of that online environment, you know, logic just gets thrown out of the window, and you can't really rely back on the classical strat book nowadays. And well, Trashcan esports, they are just 11 frags away from locking in a second map in their favor. Shane struggling to commit, but it will be gas with a heat bull that finds yet another 2 players. Buddha's in a very precarious position, and of course he will be isolated, caught out, and that is about 3 players dead now for midlife until the respawns come on through. Only 7 more kills left for Trashcan. This should be in the bag. Yeah, Fenrir doing all he can there to make sure his teammates spawn around him, but they're spawning towards the base. Map control back in favour of Trashcan already. I'm hearing gas go off on main stage as well. I'm hearing Outcast definitely make some comms as well. And when you're playing your life like that, I mean, what can you do for midlife? It's just frustrating. They've just spawned up, they've just been all wiped again, and now suddenly it's gone from a 7 kills left to only 3 kills left as a full squad wipe comes through. That's a brilliant collapse from Trashcan esports. In midlife, they just can't get out of the base. Yeah, 50-50. Do you think Shane gets a 20 bomb here? Yeah, of course he does. That's already locked in. Highest kill record already set within the opening series by Shane himself, and we will have to obviously check in with the admins and the analysts to see if that kill record might have been broken elsewhere on the open bracket. But for now, I'm really impressed with this Trashcan side. Shane coming in clutch and truly delivering one hell of a performance in map 2. Yeah, it's a team game as well though, you know, and across the board it looked like Trashcan, they just have a better setup, really. They're playing more fast, aggressive Halo. A lot of times you'd almost see the players in midlife, they're maybe a bit passive, they didn't want to break out by themselves, they're stuck in bases. I saw multiple gunfights going towards bottom middle, bottom car as well, where just players from midlife were just trying to get some sort of control of a map, trying to escape from a base, maybe do a sneaky way, trying to get some sort of control, but it just didn't work out. We saw Pitbull at the start, he had a really good start to the game, holding down top middle, and then just after that, the control was all in favour of Trashcan. Yeah, it basically took a nosedive from that point onwards, unfortunately, for Midlife Crisis, and Trashcan, as you mentioned, they've just been really, really good at getting that buddy system in motion right from the get-go, and if for, you know, by some mishap they are unable to actually get the proper start they want to, you know, they brush that off their shoulders and they just regroup, regather, come back in completely fresh face. As you saw, we did have another result come on through for Quadrant, a 3-0 versus the side of UHL Red, I believe it was. I didn't quite actually read that because my eyes are kind of all over the place, but that's completely fine. Now, unfortunately, we do have Midlife Crisis one map potentially away from taking the first L of the main stage so far, and we are going to be moving over towards Streets Oddball. But I tell you what, right? What I love from Midlife Crisis as well is, no, they put it all towards the end of that game. They just came here as a squad, you know, just sort of linked up back again just for another LAN, just to come and compete. I think that's really good. Yeah. But what I want to see really from Trashcan is, it's just a push forward, use that momentum once again we've seen in games 1 and 2, and just keep pushing forward. They had 33 assists that last game, right? Yeah. 33 to 13 of the side of Midlife. So in a Slayer game, assists, you know, you'd say the
kills are the main thing, but assists is what get you those kills.
I mean,
so we're loading onto this Streets oddball now. I feel like Streets, even an oddball, you want to have that rotation. You want to try and get the setup which is best for you. And I think if anybody wins this initial fight, initial spawns, gets the oddball towards PT or Subway, it's game over.
I mean, personally, I think whichever side starts off towards Subway is going to kind of have a leg up because they have access to the Stalker Rifle immediately. You go up towards that, well, the ramp on the left-hand side, not towards B, but the opposite side of the map towards that Bulldog spawn. You can easily lock that in, and then obviously it's going to be a massive kerfuffle in towards mid for control over that Spanker.
Yeah, and if you talk about momentum games, you just had a Strongholds and a Slayer. That's going to be a heavily momentum game, which has seemed to suit Trashcan. Maybe this sort of slower paced setup game with multiple different rounds and oddball might be where midlife sort of come alive a bit.
Yeah, hopefully so. They have had, well, already 2 maps to try to get, work some of those chinks out of the armor and iron things out, but this is going to, well, okay, wow. Spanker already grabbed by Fennec. That's the kind of start that we wanted to see come out from midlife, but the question is, how can he utilize it? No, he bins it. Unfortunately, the Spanker, the rockets don't find a connection, and it falls into the hands of the enemy. Now, Gas has got control of the rockets.
Yeah, Gas somehow matrixing his way to get those rockets and not dying in the process as well, which allows his team to set up with his oddball. He's throwing the rockets to his teammate. They've got oddball towards his Subway side. They've got a brilliant setup here. Outcast does fall, but he's still got all eyes on every single angle on the map. Every single player from midlife right now has to push through a gun of Trashcan Esports.
Also, very interesting position that was taken up by Franklin just moments ago. He was playing with that skull over towards the balcony, and he could drop that at a moment's notice and just aid in some of the gunfights, but now it's all down to Outcast, and can he find the connection? One shot, but he will manage to scamper out of harm's way. Doesn't lock in the frag that he initially wanted. And now, Midlife Crisis, they do have an opportunity to regain control of that skull, but it's still a little bit tough.
Yeah, I like the play there from Rebel again, just trying to hold down this Subway for his team, allowing his team to set up around him and rejoin the fight effectively. Trashcan all getting taken out now, apart from Gas, but Gas is going off on the main stage. He gets a double kill as well. I can hear him louder than I can hear you, Tudor.
Yeah, definitely so. Man's got, he's got some vocal cords on him. Quite a little bit of breath in his lungs. Now Gas finding one more frag down that ramp side. Fennec is all on his lonesome trying to duke things out. No lone wolf stuff, and he will get punished for it by Gas in turn. The oddball has since been reset entirely, and the only team to actually put points on the board, it is still Trashcan with 14 to their name. Now Gas trying to get a flank in motion, and he will secure a back smack onto Pitbull. That is a valuable frag, and he just, well, dips out into the shadows with Skull.
Yeah, he's being Mr. OBJ as well as Mr. Slayer. Rotates away with the skull. It's a nice Slayer as well, rotating back towards now, trying to set it towards tower, maybe potentially police station. You've got Outcast for the main blocker right now. Even though he didn't get that kill onto Fennec, he's putting damage down, and he's got the Guardian Angels, his teammates around him, so it didn't even fall. Slay's all in favour of Trashcan, which allows Gas to pick up this rocket. He's 11-1 right now, and he's just going hunting.
Okay, I'm scared right now. Oh, no! Unfortunate. 0 for 2 on rockets so far in this Street Oddballs game. Not exactly what you really want to see, but Buddha from downrange. Narrowly found a connection onto Outcasted, but he will be traded off by Pitbull. All the while, though, Outcasted, he played his part. He served as a nice little distraction, nice little meat shield, because Trashcan, they've got control of the OBJ and rotated well far away from midlife.
Yeah, I would have liked a bit more of a rotation there, actually. They had the time to rotate it further, but instead they stopped to try and get the Slays. Didn't work out this time, and now Midlife Crisis have their first time that they can set up towards one of these bases. They've just got to fight through Gas to get there. Oh, I don't think Pitbull realised he was there, so Gas playing the flanker. Gets the Slays, but a 1 versus 1 against Fennec. Just trying to play his life right now. This is a big Slay.
Wow.
And Gas is just going off right now on the main stage. Yeah. What an absolute kill that is. That's basically a 1 versus 2.
Exactly. One hell of a duel that was, and now on with Buddha. He's got Shane within his LOS. Doesn't exactly get the spot, unfortunately enough, from the gadget, and he doesn't find a connection with the melee 2v1, and Franklin somehow gets away with daylight robbery. That is massive for Trashcan.
But look where that was. That was nowhere near the oddball those gunfights were going on. So whilst that was going, Gas was trying to rotate towards his teammates, but Midlife almost had a split 2 flank there. Stopped him in his tracks. The rotation comes through. Shane does the right thing and trying to throw this oddball into an area where it's tricky for any player to get it. But instead of Buddha trying to challenge that fight, he's like, do you know what, Rebel? I know you've got this. I'm going to grab the oddball. I'm going to rotate back towards my team.
Exactly. Back towards Terrace we go, and now Midlife Crisis, they're going to try to embark on some kind of setup. Gas does have that Bulldog in his hands, doesn't quite find the lineup that he was looking for, and now it's down to Fennec to shut off this entire ramp rotation. The Spanker is moments away from being online as well, and you can see Midlife, they're just getting harassed left, right, and center by Trashcan, basically cyberbullied out of the lobby, and that's a full team wipe. All 4 of them completely dead. Trashcan in complete control.
Yeah, and Shane's got the rockets as well. Look where Midlife are spawning. They're so far away. They've got to push through rockets and the guns of Outcast and gas as well. It's going to be so tricky. Off the spawn, they're already getting shot. Fenrir gets taken down. Pitbull's taken down off screen as well. So that spawn, one, they're too far away. The oddball holder right now, Franklin, can just sit back and just wait for another 10 seconds.
Basically, just chill. Yeah, 90 points, already counting, and you can already see all of those blue silhouettes are swarming towards Franklin. It's time to play Protect the Presidents, but you can definitely tell that Midlife Crisis, they're not going to even get near Franklin with a 10-foot pole, but actually the ball dropped and recovered by Shane. First round locked in by Trashcan. Very, very comfortable opening round.
Yeah, I saw about 3 setups there from Trashcan. They were eventually broken by Midlife, so there's some fight left in the red team right now. But it's the start which worked for Midlife. They managed to get rockets straight off the bat, but then they lost them straight away to gas.
Yeah, good intel, good nades actually from gas. Brilliant start off so far, and that's a lot of mid-control already established, immediately heisting that skull. And gas is going to have to drop it for a hot little second to try to contest, but luckily he's got the rest of the squad to immediately bail him out should he have goofed that one up a little bit. Hopping on with Fennec, he's a man on a mission. He's got Franklin in his sights, but Outcasted immediately responds, removes him from the server.
Yeah, it's really tricky to see Midlife Crisis. They're almost just pushing as 2s at maximum because their players are always on the rotation or on the respawn, that is. And Gas, you can see, gets 20-odd seconds just comfortably, not challenged whatsoever. And right now, Midlife, they're stuck towards Subway. They've got to push through, at least get one set of slays before even challenging Gas towards his back base.
Yeah, if Midlife had any wind beneath their sails, it's already been swept courtesy of Trashcan. But Fennec, let's see what he can actually cook up. He finds one melee onto Gas, and he still has to just, well, hold down the fort for a little bit. Bulldog is available. It will be picked up, and he might be able to go and challenge Franklin in a hot moment. They do have control of the skull as well, so a PD setup might just actually be on the cards right now for Midlife, but the question still is, how quickly can Trashcan dismantle it? They're giving it a good old-fashioned try, but Fennec, yeah, he's doing his damnedest, but massive frags coming back in the favor of Trashcan, and that should be the skull back in their favor as well.
Yeah, so tricky for Midlife there. They had 3 players in PD, just sort of accepting or welcoming the push there from Trashcan, and eventually that came through. The Trashcan get the slays they need to, and because they got the slays, they know where they're spawning, and they can just rotate around Midlife.
Enemy has the ball.
Let's see, Franklin struggling, but eventually gets the job done to punch in a double kill, and he will have control of that Spanker in about 10 seconds time. That's obviously what Trashcan want to fight for. If you get one more Spanker, I think you can basically lock in this victory overall for Trashcan, and unfortunately for Buddha, he does get taken down from behind. Gas is having an absolute heater so far. 19 kills and counting, a 20th locked in already, and that will be Fennec trying to contest, and he actually does go down with the ship, does strip that Spanker out of the hands of Trashcan Esports, but it's out in the cold, and it could belong to anyone.
Pretty sure Outcast has picked it up as well.
Yeah,
He's going to get a rocket in his back pocket right now, which is good if you're a side of Trashcan. Shots there from Franklin, all connecting. And whilst this is going on, Shane's been holding the oddball, so he just can allow to be rotated if needs be. He's waiting for call-outs for his team here. He's waiting for all the other Trashcan players to say where Midlife is spawning before he decides to rotate this oddball.
Ooh, good little play coming out from Pitbull as well to drop the smoke, and that covers his escape, and the Spanker will find one more connection, outcasting, well, adding a 12th to the tally right there as we hop on with Buddha. He has the oddball very, very close in tow, and Trashcan, they're going to try to regain control of it. It's getting rough, it's getting tough, but Pitbull is still holding on, locks in a double as well, but he's going to have to forfeit this entire subway side to Trashcan, and Gas has rejoined in on the fun, rejoined the action with the Bulldog, not opting to whip it up for the time being. The Bandit, good enough for a perfect.
Oh, I'm just scared if I'm a Midlife player and I see Gas on my screen. He's hitting all the shots he needs to, and he was also carrying the oddball. He's the highest objective player on his squad and the highest slayer. That's absolutely unbelievable in this game 3.
Yeah, definitely so. Man came to play, and he's not going to be joshing or joking around at all whatsoever. 75 points to 4 and counting right now for Trashcan. Just moments away from taking their first opening series completely flawlessly. But Fennec might actually just have something to say about it. Can he win out the 1v2? No. Shane has his number and gets the better of him instead, and Buddha, well, forced to actually forfeit a lot of this ground, but no, instead Franklin is going to stick it to him, getting right up in his face, right into his comfort zone in Midlife Crisis. 3 players dead, staring at the respawn screen, and Fennec, unfortunately, there's not much that he can do, but they have to try to put a stop to Shane right here and right now.
He's so far away. He's almost used 8 seconds to try and get towards Shane. Shane can just rotate, doesn't need the pressure. Only 2 seconds left, Tudor, and this match is all over. Shane with a rotation coming through. 2-0 victory for Trashcan esports. And ladies and gentlemen, that's our first win on the main stage. Trashcan 3, Midlife Crisis 0. And do you know what? There's only one person we talk about in that last game. That is Ballyhea Gas.
Yeah, definitely so, man. Well, there's not much that I can actually say. He's almost left me speechless with that performance so far on Oddball. I mean, it was just absolutely sublime. He went nuclear. The fact that he was able to hold on to the Skull for as long as he did, highest OBJ timer as well as the highest just raw fragging potential, basically. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, he stood up smiling as well. He's got a happy grin on his face. He's confident, and that's what you need for Trashcan esports. Yeah. Getting off to a win like that, 3-0 fashion. You can see the stats on your screen as well, just confirm what we're saying. But yeah, winning in that 3-0 fashion, that's confidence in your group stage. You always want to win your first game. For Midlife Crisis, they still have 2 more games left here as well. They're not done with. And do you know what? There were some really good individual plays from that team.
Yeah, there definitely were. And, I mean, even a little bit earlier on top of that, I mean, we did have Franklin going, well, I don't remember if he dropped the Dirty Bomb or who exactly it was a little bit earlier on in that Slayer game on Aquarius, but overall, this is exactly the kind of result that Trashcan wanted to, well, basically just punch in for the opening series within group stage overall. And I could definitely understand that they don't really want to stop here. They're completely fired up. They just want to keep farming the rest of the squad, basically, or in the rest of the competition here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I mean, both these two teams have 2 games left now, still in the pool play, and they might even have more. Trashcan winning this game, if it is the 2nd versus 3rd seed, that's going to be put them in good standing to get through their groups.
And I do believe that we might have an interview lined up with one of the players eventually, because they're like literally right in front of us, so we can call on any single one of the people to just take one of these headsets and have a chat with them. And that's actually what I'm going to do, because I've got one of the lads from Trashcan right beside me, so we're going to go ahead and swap out, and Joe's going to go ahead and interview them.
Oh, what a moment. Do you know, I haven't spoken to this man right here pretty much at LAN since I beat him in an FFA tournament.
Looked a bit better than the last time, didn't it?
Yeah, so Gas, I mean, that last game especially in the oddball, what can you talk me through? I heard the comms on the screen, I saw the slays, I saw the oddball OBJ. What was going on in your mind while you were playing that game?
Yeah, I mean, I think, to be honest, that's one of our worst game types and game modes, but I think we played it really well, to be honest. Just really good comms, to be honest, just keeping everybody in check and playing together, and weapons. All good.
Yeah, awesome. I saw like a Matrix where you sort of slid underneath a rocket right at the start of the game and managed to beat him down without him dying.
Yeah, I was doing some mad shit.
Yeah, what are you finding and thinking about the LAN so far?
Oh, it's savage, man. It's actually unreal. No, I love the setup. Honestly, it's probably my favourite one so far.
Oh, I mean, I would love to hear that, you know. And you got a main stage to start off with as
Lovely.
well.
Yeah, cheers for that.
Yeah, and how long has your team been playing together?
Oh, a good couple of months now. Yeah. So we've got a bit of chem.
What do you reckon? Where do you reckon you place?
What do you reckon we place?
Well, I'm calling you out. Everybody can hear you right now, so what you say, we'll be gunning for you.
We'll play it series by series. I'm not going to make a.
That's a political answer, that is. Yeah, I'll write that.
I'm gonna play a political answer. You know.
Yeah, I tell you what, though, Gas, it's been absolute quality seeing you, streaming, watching you, casting you on this main stage.
Thanks
right now.
So much,
it's been a great game, great start to the whole event.
Cheers.
Right, take it easy,
Thank
man. You. What player, guys? Ballet Gas. I can hear some whoops as well.
We got a couple of whoops going on in the crowd. Yeah. They're really feeling it, Trashcan. Great opening game coming out from them right here by the shore, 4v4. And, well, what are we going to do now, actually?
I feel like what we're going to do now is we're going to have a head down to pit ourselves. We're going to wait and load up into the intermission to see what's going to be going on and who's going to be next going on to the main stage.
Yeah.
And then once we've done all of that, we'll be updating all of the scores on our tournament website to see who's won what, how the pool plays are going, because all the pit is hitting off right now. I know you can't see it, guys, at home, but everybody in the venue can confirm as well. I've heard so much sound going on from over there whilst we're commentating. It's trying to like listen to those comms, trying to listen to the main stage comms, trying to listen to what we're talking about as well. Yeah. I just love the sound. It's all electric.
There's a lot going on right here, and we're just completely well, jubilant is probably not the right word for it. We're just really damn excited with the turnout so far, but we are going to cut to a short little break, get ourselves ready for the next game, and get the next 2 teams on the main stage. So everyone in Twitch chat, don't go too far, because we will be back in just a short couple of minutes, so stay tuned.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to EuropaHalo Blackpool. Joining me today, I'm just as a wee bit of intermission content.
Yeah.
We grabbed some players from the floor, some content creators, and with me today is a well-known player, especially in the European scene, as well as a content creator, I suppose, as Legend. Introduce yourself. So
Hey, you right, mate? Yeah, so he's already introduced me. You know, Legend. I make YouTube content. I've competed in European Halo now for since 5 years. Halo 5, basically, all through Halo 5, like 2017 onwards.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I make content, tutorial videos and stuff like that, and yeah, I've been competing at this event too.
Yeah. Have you made the trip up? You drove up today or yesterday?
Oh,
wasn't
mate,
it?
I got a 4.5-hour train, followed by a drive up then, and then that drive we had like traffic delays. Oh, mate, but it was worth it because this event is absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's like I said, it's blown me away. Even when we were here yesterday and we were setting up, like it has definitely blown us away. You're playing with Demonica this
playing
weekend?
Demonica esports. So it's myself, Ibez, Buttons, CK Sned, and we're coaching by Lindez.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we kind of put a team together randomly after playing as mates and stuff a couple of months ago.
Yeah. I quickly glanced around during the game on main stage.
Got really good players and they're people who grind all the time. Our team is kind of made up of people who work a lot now, so you know I don't really make as much content or play as much. I'm trying to get back into it, but that's kind of what we're doing. But yeah, we got really loud. Buttons especially, you know, Buttons, he's the man.
He is.
He loves getting loud and proud, and so did Desire. So you know, that little 1v1 top mid, they literally like agreed on it before the match started. Like, right, top mid, us two, rest of you stay away, and that's what they did.
A cool wee feature we have on the screen. I don't know if you can see it. We have one of our guys is in round the pits at the minute, thanks to Spilly.
Yeah.
We can see some of the guys. I think there's Sherzy. There's Sherzy. Give a wave, Sherzy.
Oh,
No, he's missed the camera.
no, he's like, no way.
There he is. Yeah,
There he
Sherzy
is.
not
There's
set
the
yet.
boy.
Take him off. Pinchy and his guys are playing there, I think, on that stage at the minute.
But this event's generally been sick though. Like I've been to many, and so this is definitely one of the best events I've ever been to, especially with European Halo. So it is a really good scale, especially considering it's been done by EuropaHalo. Yourself and the team deserve major credit because this is nuts. You actually pulled it off here. This is great. This kind of reminds me of like the Wembley event we had. It's really good. And everything's in one place, so you don't have to go like different rooms and stuff like that.
No, it's
not saying the previous one, you know what I'm saying, but
yeah, it's pretty
really good.
pretty solid. Anyway, you guys, I think. Maybe we might see you guys on main stage later on.
Oh, that'd be good. That'd be good. Yeah,
we might see you guys on main stage later on.
I'll be
so it's a bit
entertaining.
of a foreshadowing.
Yeah.
At the minute, we have coming up on the stage, we have Shambd and Across the Pond. You've probably played loads of these guys in matchmaking.
Yeah.
What's your sort of take on these guys?
I think it's an average matchup. I think they're gonna do pretty well together. I think that it's gonna be a lot closer than some of the other series we've seen. Maybe. Yeah, I'm interested to see it. Some of the brackets, though, I'm interested to see what happens with the Quadrant one, because obviously Quadrant's going to qualify. There's no question. But like, I want to see what the other three.
Not to say that too soon. Anyway, so we have Shambd. They were playing in the Seeding Cup. I know they've had a change. Gambit is actually come in now for the roster this weekend. And then Across the Pond, I can see Oscar and the guys there getting set up at the minute on main stage.
Well, I know Gambit was doing really well when he was like full on competing a while ago, so that's a good addition.
Thanks to everybody tuning in at home as well too. I hope you're enjoying the show. I know we've had a few issues. Apologies that we've had a few issues on the broadcast, and probably to the detriment of most of the guys in the arena too. We're hoping that we fix the issue. We have Robles here behind me. He's the main man, doing a great job for us today. We have also the cheer squad that are down on the desk. As big credit to those girls. They've been phenomenal all Friday.
Big shout out to everyone. If anyone's in the Twitch chat or anything, make sure you give a big props to Europa and the staff, because they do an incredible job. They're doing it off their own backs and things like that. They've gone out of their way to make this happen, and it's incredible. Jeremy, if you could see the place yourself, this is absolutely insane.
It's good.
It's even a smoke machine, bro.
Yeah, we've got smoke machines.
You got the lights up. You got the bat lights going on and stuff.
As you can see, there's some more guys getting set up as well for in the warm up. So we're sort of in this period now where we have the transition. Some games, and I can see Pinchy.
Loving it.
Loving it.
He loves the LAN, mate.
He loves the LAN. He does. I was told, I think it was from somebody, a well-known European personality, said you have to go through Pinchy to do anything on a European LAN. So.
I played in my first LAN actually. First series, won that. So. Tell you what though, it was previously a good story. So I was teaming with Gas, and we played Pinchy in an event, and they had like some beef going online beforehand. we got to the event, and Pinchy was like, sort of shouting at him, stuff like that, and Gash was kind of quiet. It was great. We won the series, and Gash just jumps out of the seat all of a sudden and starts popping off. You love these kind of storylines.
You love hearing these stories,
especially in European Halo.
European
that's when it
very,
happens.
very tight knit in terms of it's a good community.
Yeah.
Everybody kind of knows each other, especially from online, and it's events like these are always really nice bit of a meetup.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, everyone understands it's just Halo. That's it. Nothing's outside the game. It's in Halo. It's just a laugh.
Yeah.
It's a good time.
It's amazing as well. Like we said earlier on in the broadcast, Joe was talking about the fact that there were 35 players who played the Valencia that are here today. Like there's so many new faces, so many new names.
It's great to see. We've got a lot of content creators going around as well, which is also good to see, especially as someone who makes content.
So
it's nice to
there
see
we go.
people
We can
making Halo
see
content.
on the screen here that where the shouting is coming from. We can see that game ongoing down in pit number 4.
Yeah, you can see they're all focused in.
Yeah, they're all tuned in. Unfortunately, we can't get a feed for those at the minute because we're struggling enough just trying to keep the main stage right. But anyway, I suppose we're going to jump to another intermission. Thank you very much for coming on. It's
YouTube.com/Legend6. Same as the Twitter with an X in front of it and the handle.
Yeah.
And same on Twitch.
Yeah. When we're back, like I mentioned, we're going to be joined on with Sherzy 1 and Onset, who'll be back on the desk for us
awesome.
Today. And we're going to be following up with Shambd and Across the Pond. So stay tuned to the broadcast.
Thank you very much, and thanks for watching, guys. Big props to European
thanks.
Halo guys, EuropaHalo guys. And catch you later.
All right. Thanks.
Okay, are we unmuted now? We don't know, everyone. We're working on it.
Ah.
I can't hear myself still. Two. We coming through on your audio? 2-2, hello? Okay, we're live. Hey, we're learning, everybody. Hey, you might have had the impression that we're professionals at some stage in your life, or we're here to dispel that rumour. Yeah, there you go.
Well, welcome back to EuropaHalo Blackpool. I'm Sherzy, joined by Onset. We're very excited to be getting some action, particularly with the Shambd boys, because we've got a virus that's I want to keep.
You'd be very excited, Sherzy. I'm not going to lie, you've been sitting there waiting for this moment. You love Irish Halo, you love being Irish, and of course you are Irish. So you get that opportunity to cast over some of your fellow compatriots, which is going to be great. I want to talk about how good the vibes are in this building at the moment, by the way. It's like it's such a magical thing, right, European Halo. It has been for so long, and I think a lot of the people in this room have been playing and competing, coming to these events for quite some time in Europe, and it's great to see everybody back in one room enjoying Halo Infinite again, and enjoying Halo, enjoying other people's company, and I think it's wonderful. Plus, you know, one of my favourite things about European Halo event, Sherzy, is I get to hear things like "you're fucking dog shit" ring out across the room, which is wonderful, and I enjoyed that a lot. So
it is very important
to
note that we have some legendary figures in the building,
We
including
do.
John Pinch, a gatekeeper of European Halo. If you want to get anywhere, you have to take down John Pinch in pool play or elimination bracket, because he will be there eventually.
Yeah, I mean, it's Halo folklore at this point. John Pinch will be at a Halo event in Europe, and he will be gatekeeping your way through a bracket. You've got a great story about Pinch, actually. We
do.
love John Pinch, by the way. If you don't know who Pinchy is, we're about to give you some info on Pinch.
This is very much a John Pinch household. Playing matchmaking in arena, late at night, 2 a.m. my time. Really should be in bed.
Which
but
I will say, by the way, 2 a.m.
early for me.
early for you.
Yeah.
Yep.
Playing
Just
with
finished your breakfast.
Bravo and Gaskin, and a random John Pinch joins the lobby. And we felt it would be too mean to kick him out, so we let him stay. We continued to win a few games. Pinch types in the chat that he has to get up for work soon. Hours go by, 4 to be exact, 6:45 a.m. We're still playing, still grinding, an alarm goes off. And we're like, whose phone is that? We're all looking at our phones. It's Pinchy's alarm going off to let him know that he has to get up to go to work, which he then did, and tweet at us like it was our problem. So shout out to John Pinch. You can't say he's not dedicated.
Yeah, if you think you're a grinder, well, when's the last time you played Halo 2? Your alarm went off and then you went to work. That's all I have to say. But for you, that is probably about lunchtime.
Yeah.
I'd imagine 6 a.m.
I am
You're a little
very
bit of a
much
night
on
owl.
a strong Seattle sleep schedule permanently.
Even, apart from when you're in Seattle and then you're annoyed you have to get up.
I get up to say goodbye to my girlfriend and she heads off to work, and then I go to bed. So sleep schedules remain chalked for me. But yeah, very excited. And like you say, some real interesting characters in the building. Some Halo heritage has been here. John Pinch, we've got the Navi and Quadrant boys have showed up, and it's really great to see everybody come together and celebrate some Halo.
Yeah, I think an exciting thing for us as well is, you know, we were looking through the teams list, and I mean, the first thing that jumps out to me is how quickly the tickets sold for this thing,
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
I mean, we were thinking about playing, and we were like, hey, we'll go and play. We looked the next day to try and get a ticket. It's completely sold out. We were hearing from Kaylin at EuropaHalo that immediately there were people in the DM saying, we need more tickets, we want more teams. And hey, surprise, surprise, we've got a full team, a full event full of teams. And I think the most important thing for me is new faces as well. There's a lot of names I'm reading through. I'm like, these people haven't seen at events before. You know, even Valencia, which is, 2 years ago now.
Yeah.
2 years ago now, and there's new teams coming through, new teams, new players, and that's always exciting to see. It's always super healthy for a scene. So to be here and be part of it, I think is a very great thing to be able to do. And I think I want to thank EuropaHalo, the Quadrant team for getting us out and let us do this. It's gonna be fun.
And taking you back to some of your roots. Isn't Blackpool at some point
goodness.
where it all began?
It's an event I don't really want to talk about because AZ's in the room and he beat me at that event. So I don't really want to talk about the one. Chewy, if you're watching, it's all your fault. I don't like to throw a teammate under the bus, but it was 100% all of his fault. I'm sure he's not watching. It's the only reason. Also, I don't know what he's like anymore. He used to be quite small. He could be huge now. So I could have just, really thrown myself under the bus there. But yeah, I mean, it's coming back to Blackpool is, like you say, it's kind of brings back some memories of playing myself and competing and looking up to those players who were at the top. You were looking at those moments like you were playing against the Bucks, you were playing against Riots at his peak, and all those kind of players. And I'm sure there's a lot of people here who are excited to look over at the Quadrant boys. You know, a team who have beaten the world champions, or the former world champions.
They have
Sorry,
beaten
Optic
world
fans.
champions.
They have been world champions numerous times. You know, taken the current world champions to Game 5s. You've got Na'Vi over there as well, with the history they have. The performances there, top 8 at Worlds is something they'll be very happy with. So to be able to look up to those players, I don't think we've really had 2 teams in Europe that have played that well on the international level ever.
Yeah.
It's usually one team who's been the kind of hope of Europe, right? But to be in a room with those 2 teams, I think it will be very inspiring for a lot of people here. And I hope that it is inspiring and it pushes them on to compete more and play more, and we can start building Europe back up to the heights we want it to be at.
Yeah, I think looking around the room, you can see the passion pit is full. We're hearing, like you say, smack talk. Players are screaming over desks at one another. Pinchy was down 2-0, and I think one of the Slayers, he was losing 44-30, and he was still calling over the screens, calling people dog shit. So classic John Pinch. But yeah, it's great to see the turnout. Everybody showing up for European Halo, playing their hearts out, and still putting on a little bit of a show for everybody watching at home.
I think the event itself is, we want to give EuropaHalo a massive shout out, all of the sponsors who are, which you can see on this thing behind us, by the way. I'm not going to read them all off because I don't want to, but it's amazing that, you know, this is come through because there is that want and that need for an event in Europe, right? We were unfortunate this year not to have a HCS event, but this is been put together by the community for the community, and I think the turnout, the passion that we're seeing in the room at the moment is a great indication that EU Halo is very much still alive and kicking, and you could say thriving as well, with not only the success at the top but the grassroots that are coming through at the bottom as well.
Yeah, I think we could now focus on some of the teams that we're going to see on stage. We already seen.
I might just leak some
Trashcan
HCS rumors.
Yeah, we do have a lot of information about team changes and stuff.
Yeah, this is mostly going to be me leaking team changes that are unconfirmed.
Penguin, who left SSG, and the rumor is now that we're starting that Dead Zone is joining SSG. Is
that a rumor?
That's
You're
what
starting that
we're going to start right now.
Okay, I like that rumor. I might start making some up as well. I mean, saw Jimbo walking around earlier. Didn't have a Na'Vi shirt
Not
on.
wearing Na'Vi gear.
Is there something to that?
Questions
Probably
have to be
not.
asked. That's all we're saying here.
We can only ask the questions. I'm asking questions.
We have no answers.
I'm just asking
Nobody
questions.
in the room has answers.
It's everybody else's job to work it out.
Yeah. We just say things, and then hopefully our mouths don't get us in trouble. Sometimes they do.
I'm worried about that, to be honest. I've got no one to tap me on the shoulder and go,
yeah, calm it down a little
stop talking. But yeah, I mean, the main stage games will be a lot of fun today. I think we're waiting for, as you say, our next game to get underway. It's going to be Shambd versus Across the Pond, and a few names, like you say, some of your boys, your favorite Irishmen on
we got
Shambd.
J.O. and Meetsies. Gambit has found himself onto another team again.
Always does it, by the way, Gambit. By the way, just a quick bit of talk about Gambit. Whatever event I go to, whether it be Halo, whether it be Apex, whatever it is, he's always there.
Finds a way
just
to
in
get
some
there.
capacity. I'll be like, hello, mate. He was like, hello.
Oh, yeah. Every single time. You see him floating around.
I'm starting to think about filing a
He's
police report.
Esports journeyman, I think, was what we can call him.
We'll have to see. Oh, yeah. It could be fun. We'll just wait for this game to get started on the main stage, everyone. You're going to get a lot of this, by the way, this weekend, especially today, because we've got a lot of time here, a lot of games to get through. So unfortunately for everybody, you're going to not only have to look at us, but listen to us, which is terrifying.
Oh, yeah. Voice and indeed visual is always going to be a problem. And I think what we can say is we speak about how good this is for the scene, but seeing some players who maybe couldn't make it out to Valencia, maybe passports weren't stamped, they now can make a name for themselves. You speak about players wanting to look up to the likes of Quadrant to Na'Vi. It's now their turn, speaking about all these new faces that are showing up. Some players playing on mouse and keyboard, here to make a name for themselves.
Yeah, good luck to them. Mouse and keyboard players, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I will say, you know, mouse and keyboard become a lot more viable, as we know, over the last year or so. It does feel like now, but it is. I mean, I remember my first event was actually in Blackpool, but it was the second event that I went to where we placed top 4, I want to say, and we took Lowland. This is in Halo Reach. We took Lowland Lions, who were one of the best teams, to a game 5, through massively in that game 5. I think we lost by 1 kill. It was 50-49. And
who got the last death?
After that event, shout out to anyone who remembers the Halo 3 forums. By the way, it was a damn ski. Shout out to Adam as well. There used to be a thread that was like impressed and disappointed, something like that, and it was like review on players and stuff like that. And Adam who was on Fnatic at that point, I want to say. Like, he said, hey, Onset looked really good, and from there managed to get another team, and it kind of built from there. And I think that's what you got to keep in mind here is, like, you don't know who's watching over your shoulder or watching your games that could be like, hey, he actually played really well on LAN. Like, this guy looks like someone who can put in a really good performance. I mean, even now, you're looking at someone like Gas in that first game, right? In the first match that we just saw, you know, he's hitting a lot of perfects, he's putting up a lot of kills, he's making some really good decisions, and that sticks in people's memories. And I think even now, the fact that you've got the stream to watch back, everyone's going to be watching those games back and think, hey, he played really well. You know what I mean? And then in H lobbies, whatever it might be, he becomes, you know, one of the first picks in a lobby. And then all of a sudden, when teams start to come together, maybe he's the player who's being reached out to, or maybe he starts reaching out to players because he's the one who starts to build a reputation. That's what these events are all about, right? It's about building your reputation. It's about proving that you're a player who people are going to want to watch and also team with, and just trying to keep your career moving in the right direction.
And it is one of those things, right? You keep playing, you keep grinding. Gas has been around since Halo 5. He showed up, he competed at Wembley all those years ago, and desperately trying to get into one of those top teams, trying to keep playing, keep grinding, and keep improving, and be one of those players that when team changes are made, and he's not, you know, an afterthought. He's one of the players that can get a team built together, be happy with what he has. And we've seen in Valencia, he didn't have the greatest to show in terms of placements, but he continues to come to these events, continues to grind, continues to invest probably a decent chunk of money to try and get himself onto one of those top European teams.
Yeah.
That's going to be a similar story for a lot of players here in this arena.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's made their own way here, right? Everyone's paid their money, bought their ticket because they want to play Halo, they want to compete. You know, it's a long way for a lot of people to come as well, Blackpool. It's not like it's, you know, in the centre of the UK. It's right up in the northwest. I think it was a 5-hour drive for me, and I was near Cambridge. Jim made me laugh, by the way. I spoke to Jimbo earlier. He was like, yeah, so I didn't want to drive on my own because it's quite a long drive. I think it was like 5 or 6 hours for him. So Wonderboy went with him, the coach, and then he gets a message from Snipe Drone. He's like, oh, can you pick me up? And he's like, oh, yeah, okay. And then as they arrived, Snipe Drone's like, oh, can you bring Gambit as well? And all of a sudden, Jim's got a full car, and he's like panic driving up the M6 on his way here. But I think those kind of stories are the ones that stick with you about these events, right? I remember driving up to Blackpool from Manchester because we had a pre-LAN last time we were in Blackpool, and I had Vard in the car, and he was trying to learn every single word to the Busta Rhymes part of a song. And
here is Jim. Look, car not as full now.
Let me tell you, Vard trying to rap for 4 hours is a lot. Shout out to you, Ed, by the way. I miss you. By the way, come here. Give us an opportunity. Stand in the middle.
You get in there. Get in the mix.
If we are coming out, by the way, can everybody just say a quick congratulations to Jim here? Recently engaged. Congratulations, Jim.
Big shout out to Jim.
That's what we want to hear.
How did he get that into the building?
I've never done this before.
Vuvuzelas.
I've never done this before, Richie, but this is going to be the first ever interview you've done about a proposal and an engagement. So, Jim.
I shouldn't have walked in here then.
You have got yourself into big trouble.
Why have I got myself in trouble?
Speak about the moment.
The moment?
You go down on one knee. She said yes, thankfully.
That's nervous. Yes, she said yes.
Yeah,
I kept it kind of close to the family. I actually did it in my kitchen.
Okay.
Amazing place, just in the kitchen. I was doing it around my mum and technically my stepdaughter now, so Jess's daughter Ayla. We did it around them. I got Ayla to go down on one knee and kind of do it for me, so it's a bit more close to the family kind of thing. So, and thankfully she said yes. But yeah, I'm a lucky man.
Super cute.
Very lucky man.
We're all invited to the wedding, by the way. Anyone in Twitch chat as well. You put exclamation point wedding. You will get a ticket. Everybody's invited.
But thank you. I'll let you guys do your thing. And thank you guys. Thank you. I love you, Jess.
Jim's gone.
What are you doing?
You have unwedged that successfully.
Thanks, Jim. Sorry for completely throwing you under the bus, not only on stream, but in front of a room full of people. That's what you can expect on this stream, by the way.
You walk by
people turning up.
You walk by, a headset is going on your head, and you are now going
and
to
just
talk.
Remember, like Sherzy said, exclamation mark wedding. You'll get the details, the date, the address, free invitation, and Jim's just told us it's an open bar.
Open bar.
It's going to be a good time for everybody who wants
Hopefully
to go.
Nightbot's on the case, so we know. Jim doesn't know where it is, but Nightbot does.
Production have just started like opening things and just been like, oh my god, I've got to put command in right now. Exclamation wedding, and then there's just like legal terms that say it's a complete disclaimer for everything we just said.
We'll have to pass a captcha just in case any bots are trying to attend.
It's true.
But what we can talk about is some more Halo now that Jim has finally walked away.
Yeah, finally, just took the conversation away from Halo, didn't he?
He's always making it about himself.
All about him.
Yeah, so we can talk again about the teams that have showed up and the tournament as a whole, almost you might say. But I think it's great to see as we get these games ready and locked in and loaded to fire.
I love this camera, by the way.
This is, yeah.
I want this to be just on Pinchy. The whole of
A Pinchy cam.
Just Pinch cam. Content.
It's a Pinchy vlog. That would be amazing, actually. Can you imagine the
SSG
content?
Pinchy?
Huh? SSG Pinchy? He has been waiting a long time for a good team.
Maybe
A solid team.
Maybe this event he proves himself.
Maybe under the stewardship and leadership of Eco, we could really see Pinchy thrive.
We've not seen the best of Pinch yet. Maybe it is. Maybe it's yet to come. We're still waiting. We're still waiting, John.
Speaking of waiting, still waiting for the games to get up and running.
We are, but I will give an update.
Please do.
People are shooting their guns on the main stage.
They have been
which
doing
is
that for a
usually,
while, though.
Don't ruin the illusion.
Oh, so, okay.
Also, people shoot their guns
Elsewhere.
over here at the back of the room. As you can see on our feature stations, side stations, or what else you want to call it? Just stations.
Stations.
Really.
Stations is a
Halo
good word,
stations.
actually. We should try and incorporate that more into a broadcast, really. It's not used enough, for my liking.
I agree.
People getting games fired up.
Do you know what I'm excited for?
Talk to me.
Being an analyst.
Yes.
Being your chair too.
Yeah, this is going to be good.
It's going to be fun.
Good for us.
You are Mr. Play-by-Play, and I'm Mr. Why.
You're taking... I tell you what, and you say why.
5 minutes to game. Wow, I was close to the camera there. We just got the update from Kalen, Mr. EuropaHalo, the man responsible
the chief,
for so much.
The captain,
going
the general.
on in this room right now.
He's brimming with pride and joy, as he should be.
Honestly,
for pulling this thing off.
By the way, I'm actually going to turn this around because before I do, Kalen, before you step into shot, Kalen's had this constant smile on his face that he's trying to keep cool and calm. He's trying
to be very Irish the entire time.
But look at, hold up, I'm going to move this.
Pointed. We're on Spilly Cam right now.
Spilly Cam's there. No, Kalen, you come back here, son.
No, you
come back here. Don't worry, your moment's coming. Have I just broken everything? No.
Oh, there we go. We're back. We're back.
Look, there's that smile. There it is.
You won't see an Irishman smile very often, but there it is. As he immediately leaves.
There he is. Look.
He's trying to get away.
I've just realised how much control I have.
As he screams no paparazzi and walks away. If anybody sees him in the venue, be sure to say thank you so much.
Let me know and I'll grab the camera and just start following
just follow him around the whole time. Where is Spilly? Spilly, we need you on Kalen at all times, just to embarrass him. There you go, Spilly. Follow Kalen. Kalen Cam. Get to him. That's some good speed out of Spilly.
There we go.
No paparazzi. He said, look, keep it on him at all times. Don't let him get away.
And again, if you want to follow Kalen, you can do so by just putting exclamation mark Kalen, and that will open up a private link, which is behind a paywall.
That is how we're funding all of this.
Yeah.
It's on your dime. So please, exclamation point Kalen, and fund the Spilly Cam, because he wasn't cheap. He wasn't cheap at all.
Honestly, I think we're all going to be surprised by the invoice that's received at the end of this. But I think we're just a few moments away now. Teams are, I would say, looking warm. Certainly looking comfortable. There does look to be...
Coach has a chair.
I was going to say, some thin padding on these chairs as well. You know, usually...
they have a bit of give.
You're expecting a plastic number, but
yeah,
not here. Not EuropaHalo, not in Blackpool.
That's not the way we do things.
No, we offer padding to all. Don't really need it, though.
No.
Who do you think is going to win this series?
I think this is a sham win all the way.
Is that
I think
because
this
they
might
have
be
Irish
a 3-0.
players?
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
So you're being biased?
I'm completely biased.
Okay, fine.
Bias casters.
So I imagine that I have to go for across the pond?
Yeah.
That's how it works, isn't it?
I think so. They've got some players.
I mean,
4 of them to be exact.
Yeah. If you're wondering who those are, by the way.
Yeah.
Squidge, Chaos, Rudimentary.
Rudimentary's been around a while.
And
Halo
Simmons.
5. Simmons. There's some new faces on that team that I don't recognise, but Rudimentary, he's been around the block.
The new faces we might
Or
be able
across
to
the pond.
actually show you if I can.
We
How
get
long's
Spilly
the
again.
wire on my webcam? Well, we got to go chase him down.
I'm looking forward to the series kicking off and getting underway.
I am. I think everyone is. We want to get this series underway, but the players want to make sure they're warm. And if they're not warm by now, Sherzy,
there's a real problem.
There's
There
a
can be
worry.
no excuses that, oh, I didn't get enough time on the main stage to practice.
No, it's true.
People have been up there playing, ready to get rocking and rolling.
As you know, I can tell you another story. It's been good to catch up with players. So some of you watching might know Looney. You know, Looney's been playing for a while now. He's made his way over to North America a few times on various rosters. And I had one of those moments where you're talking to someone and you realise how long
You've
it's
known
been.
them? Yeah. Oh.
And come on now. It's too early for that. Are we actually? Okay, we're past midday. It's
Yeah,
fine.
we're good. We're good.
And we were talking about, we shot some content with him when I used to work at GFIN for one of the Halo events, and I was like, oh, you still living where you live? Because he lived about 40 minutes away from me, so I dropped him back.
Yeah.
And he was like, no, mate, that was 9 years ago. And I was like,
To be fair,
9 years ago? He goes, yeah, I was 17. I was like, what? And he's like, yeah, I've moved. I was like, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But 9 years? That's crazy, right?
do we have a new location as where he is? Does he have fiber power broadband? Because you're getting that soon. You're very
He
excited.
does arguably live closer to me than he used to now. Don't want to give away any locations. Don't want to leak. If you do want to know where Lunny lives, just put !Lunny in the chat, and it will give you his address, Google Maps, and the hours at which he will be at his house and not, if you're an opportunist.
Yeah, I think Lunny, another one of those players that's been around since Halo 5 and before. Has Lunny been around since Reach as well?
Halo 5.
Halo 5, yeah. That's where he made his name for himself. Qualified for many events.
Lunny's Bunnies,
Lunny's Bunnies.
good team.
Ben's Coffees lads, was he
Ben,
involved?
Ben's Coffee Lads was... Oh, by the way, one thing I do love about European Halo events is some of the team names.
Yes.
We are very excited to see Demonica esports versus Vatican esports.
We're really hoping for that matchup.
The battle of good and evil.
We're hoping the
could be
brackets
going
do
down.
play out that way, because we're really looking forward to the clash at
By
the
the
top.
graces of
Yes.
God. If they weren't like that, that'd be very good. But yeah, that could be. There's more on the line than we realised
Also,
at this event.
Shout out to another team, Goats Overnight. That is a very
Goats
clever name.
overnight. By the way,
Not to be confused.
no relation whatsoever to a popular brand
Of oats.
of oats which are prepared overnight. Oats overnight, by the way. Lovely guys. by
They
the
are
way.
very good guys. Sponsor of SSG.
SSG.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They do kit us out at events. Whenever your tummies are rumbling, add a little bit of water in the shake, and all of a sudden
Hey,
you've got
I'm not
oats.
giving them a shout out. I don't see your
Yeah.
name
Oh,
on
yeah,
here,
they're the
overnight
names.
oats.
Yeah.
We're talking about
You're right.
overnight goats.
Goats
We can
overnight.
put it up there, though, there's space. If you want to do a little bit of an overnight donation, then feel free. Not sure how it works. Not sure I'm in charge of any
I mean, we
business
keep
kind of
saying
opportunities
things
here,
that
so.
we don't know how that's how it works. We've been saying
I don't know how
Nightbot has
much
commands that
I've said is legal, to be honest, so far.
we could be in trouble.
Likely.
We crack on.
Likely.
We crack on. As the games do continue to play around us,
They
we
don't.
wait to jump into this
Oh,
game.
no, they do actually over there. We can, probably,
Talk about a series layout of some kind.
give you a bit of a series layout. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's going to be the same as what we just saw.
Yeah.
So
On your screen right now.
there it is. Beautiful stuff from Rob Les, in charge of our production.
He's pulling levers.
There's
behind
actually
the-
no
behind the
levers.
curtain. No,
it's
there
just
isn't.
buttons. They've moved on.
Things are moving up in the world. Ropes, though. There has been ropes. Live Fire Strongholds is game 1.
Yep.
Followed by Aquarius Slayer.
Yep.
And Oddball Streets.
Yep.
And if we need the last two, King of the Hill will be on Plaza, or is it on you?
Solitude.
Solitude. Good
I
for
was
you.
worried that you've forgotten. You had
No.
that look in your eyes.
No, I was
thought,
looking at
"Oh,
you."
goodness."
You're the
Me?
one, yeah.
Ah, come
Hey,
on now.
we do this professionally.
Come
All right.
on. I know what these
We
maps
say
are
words for a
called.
living. That's what we do around here.
What was game
But-
5?
Didn't get to say it.
Missed
Wait.
out on it. It was too much,
Wait.
too much drama
It was
when it
too-
came to Solitude.
Wait. That says Solitude Slayer. That can't be right. Recharge.
Recharge would make sense.
Recharge something.
We'll pretend it's Recharge. Who knows?
Probably couldn't have been Slayer game 4 anyway. So yeah, Recharge Slayer.
How are we feeling on the main stage, guys? Are you ready? Nothing.
Nothing.
Absolutely
Locked
nothing.
in.
I
Lasered.
tried to interact.
We tried to get some animation from the guys on the stage.
Okay, I've just seen this from everyone, by the way.
Oh, that probably means
That means
we're
we're
getting
ready to
into
go. That
People-
might have looked a bit
the
weird
game. People
on
are
the
hunching and leaning forward.
So, yeah, apologies for that. Please don't screenshot that. By the way, one story I can tell, and this,
Is this
I'm not
legal?
gonna lie, I don't want. I'm not a complainer. I don't. Lobby is full, starting soon. Gives me a chance still. I'm not a complainer normally, but I need to call out SLG.
Yes.
So some behaviour I saw a little bit earlier on. As we get into it, I saw SLG walking, to the VIP area backstage. Obviously, SLG has a conversation with us. I love Norman, by the way. He sits there and destroys a pack of chocolate biscuits, but does it so that most of it goes on the beautiful white table that's in front of us. And I'm like, Norman. He's like, it's okay, I'll clean it up afterwards. Let it be known, those biscuit crumbs are still there, Norman. I'm calling you out live on broadcast right now. You tidy your stuff up, son.
We need you back in that green room to clean off those bourbons.
Yep. I'll be dragging him back in there in a minute.
And he was eating the bourbons dry, not a cup of tea, a bottle of water, and at an alarming rate as well.
Did go in.
He hammered those bourbons.
Game number 1!
Game number 1, folks. As we rock and roll. Shambd versus Across the Pond. Shambd coming into this thing as favourites, but this is always the kind of place you want to upset the apple cart. This is the moment to do it.
I mean, Strongholds I always feel as like as a game type in general, which is one of the great dividers of teams who are the better and the underdog, so to speak, because there's so much to consider at all times. You're always looking at how teams are trying to play around 2 caps, how they're trying to play around 3 caps, or of course if they're looking to retake control as well. So we're going to learn a lot about both teams here, and we're going to start off with a little bit of POV of Chaos.
On board with Chaos then. As he nades cuts and Billy starts walking forward. Into an engagement he goes with Meaty. 2 kills go in their favour. Shambd on the back foot. They have even the odds just a little bit. The heat wave from Kyle will fry one. As he rocks and rolls down bottom middle, and you can already hear some people getting animated as Rudy hits a beautiful headshot. What an opening that is.
Well, it's me, that woke me up. I did neck a Red Bull before I got in, but that's a even stronger tonic, to be honest with you. The overshield is popping now. 2 players going to go for it, and it will be picked up here by Across the Pond. But a lot of the time at the start of this game, you're going to see maybe B get captured by the team who are spawning inside a garage to start this game, just because they have that easy access. You usually have to fight against the 2 cap if you're coming on the Cobra side of things, but if you can get that overshield, it does give you an opportunity not just to recap B as you're seeing here, but also to try and push a triple cap yourself. So initial spawn advantage, you would say, for Strongholds is usually with the Eagle team, but Cobra, if they can get that overshield, can flip that pretty quickly.
They have managed to score now, B and C in their control. The overshield has been influential. Now they're starting to lose C. Gambit, a very late addition to the team, wasn't even going to come. Finds himself on a team, much like Valencia. He's a super sub. And then he comes. 3 kills to his name, 1 assist and 2 deaths. A solid start from him as they have Across the Pond 3 dead for the moment. And 2 cap locked in again. They can start to build on that slender lead that they have right now. You speak about 2 caps, we're speaking about the overshield, and that's up very shortly.
Yeah, it's a really smart angle being taken here as well. The overshield, like you mentioned, is going to be coming up. So if you can pick up a few kills on the OS side about 10 seconds beforehand, you're usually going to spawn the team out round the back of green, and you might give up that cap, but it's so easy to recap onto A. Keep the double cap in your favour if you do get that overshield, and from there, of course, with the numbers advantage, you can usually look to push for that triple cap. But the overshield is actually going to go to Across the Pond by the looks of things. A 3 dead here for Shambd. So even though they got the advantage, you would say, with those initial kills, it looks like Across the Pond managed to fight back for that, and now having got B, like I mentioned, they're working on converting C, and a few more kills going their way. They could be thinking about a triple cap if they can clean up Hollers, and they do exactly that.
Back-to-back overshields for Across the Pond, really starting to put it to work. So eat away at that lead. Meaty will spawn up over towards dummies. Tower control now for Shambd and a heat wave as well. Jayo's in hot pursuit. Chaos top tower. Down to no shields. Repulsor will send them off the map, so he's played the player and the weapon. Great play from him. We spoke about that triple cap. It is locked in, but Shambd looking to try and get B. Meaty with the help of the Shroud Screen, but gets sent out. They're getting hyped now as A is in the control of Shambd, and B will now also transfer, sniper rifle up for grabs. As you can see though, Kyle, shields popped. He has to just evade for now. Stay alive. Meaty again in this 1v1 engagement, continues to jump and shoot, but a trade is all he's good for. 3 dead for Shambd.
Both ends of the map being held at the moment by Across the Pond, and it's a narrow lead for them. Sniper rifle going to be played here. Somewhat surprising, considering there wasn't too much pressure coming in initially, but Hollis should be able to clean this kill up and does so back tower. So the game's starting to look a little bit chaotic here. You can see the 2 caps aren't being held. It's not really a coordinated push. It's more, where do we get some kills? Let's play off the back of that. But this 1v1 is going to be important because the reset comes in now on B, and that's going to keep Across the Pond scoring 68 points and rising for them at the moment. But AB cap is pretty good for them, especially with the kills that they have. They should be able to collapse on these last few players.
3v3 on the map then. Oh, has to watch his teammates battle the weapons of the overshield. Overshield has popped up now. Rudy in a 1v1 wins it this time. That's 3 overshields without reply for Across the Pond. And it's just those are the kinds of reasons why you are in the lead in this game, but can they maintain the pressure? So much experience on the other side of the stage with Gambit, with Hollers, Jo. BT as well. These boys have been around the block, and they continue to put down some damage here. They've lost a couple of members in the process. It's a 2v2. That overshield is now gone, but the damage has been done. As they threaten now to block in yet another triple cap.
Yeah, this is looking really good here for Across the Pond. They played that so well on B. You can see that they got initial damage done, and I think it was Rudimentary who did that initial damage, but didn't over-challenge because they knew that there's going to be multiple players in and around B off that respawn, having just got that clean team wipe beforehand. So by doing that initial damage, allowing teammates to push up, now they're starting to cycle the spawns a little bit here. You can see that, you know, Jay on your screen right now is trying to play for A, and kills going their way, they will be able to flip it, but Across the Pond had a real opportunity to keep those staggered spawns in their favor, but Gambit with shots like that is going to keep them 3 dead, and now all of a sudden you have to be careful. Across the Pond are starting to crawl back into it a little bit here by taking B away, and looking at the slays at the moment, it's pretty even across the board. It's just been a few, I would say, momentary plays in that triple cap that we saw earlier that created the space and the difference in this score we're seeing.
Control of the map remains for Across the Pond. They continue to score. Though Shambd were getting a couple of kills, not really able to get some control. Heatwave is being used. Now they're starting to get the kills they need. 3 dead for Across the Pond. 4 dead though for Shambd. This is perfect. Talk about favourites and underdogs. Across the Pond aren't concerned themselves with any of that. They're here to win.
Big fight going down here. Gets the trade, which is important. Of course, that overshield is coming up, and it looks like having picked up those 2 kills, they should be able to push forward and get the overshield, and that's going to be massive because you can see that they can push on to C here. The spawns are probably from Shambd coming in back at A, so they're going to have to try and flip the 2 cap, essentially give up A for C. And I love the fact that responsibility is being shared here. The player with the overshield, Rudimentary, going to be moving forward here to put that initial damage down onto those spawners in A. And from there, now you're seeing the collapse. Another kill should come in on Meatsy. Gets that one as well, and they can push this triple cap if they want.
Triple cap was pushed, but already 181 points and climbing 4 overshields without reply for Across the Pond. That's why they're seeing so much success in this game. Shambd just really haven't been able to put anything together. As a result, all the pressure has been one-sided. Players start to get really animated now. 2 dead once more. 3 dead. Hollers evens up the numbers with a huge double kill. Beautiful no-scope. It's a long road back though, because Across the Pond continue to score here.
Yeah, that's really important that Holler's got that double kill, because if he doesn't hit those shots, then all of a sudden this could be a triple cap and they lose Sniper as well. Now Holler's under more pressure, hits the body, but it's not good enough. And you are hearing some trash talk, everybody, from Across the Pond. They have got a very, very strong lead at this point. They're into the final stretch, and if they can hold this 2 cap a little bit longer, it might be 1-0 in the series soon.
Jo's in trouble. Jo goes down. They continue to hold B and C now with the reset coming through. Gambit and Hollers have to try and contest from the big door, but eating 2 massive grenades. Those spike grenades doing so much damage. And Chaos just waiting, biding his time. They're running out of time here.
Yeah, I mean, they're being funneled into this big door, and you can see that you just wait for this push to come in. They have to try and force it. Rudimentary is going to have the easiest double kill of his life. And now you're going to see them maybe think about pushing a triple cap themselves. Overshield's going to be coming up as well, but I don't think there's going to be time to even get that power up on the map. Rudimentary with an extra one, the exclamation point. And that'll be Across the Pond, looking pretty good in game number 1.
Across the Pond. Draw first blood, and that is not what I expected to see with the...
Them.
I did. I might have been the problem there. Game 1 goes the way of Across the Pond, and Sham, they've got a lot to work with Game 2, because that was not very good.
Yeah, it looks a little bit rough, I will say. There was a few overshields that were picked up, well, I should say a lot of overshields picked up by one side, and that makes a really big difference, especially when it comes to score lines. And there's one stat line that I really want to highlight because I enjoy it, I'm not going to lie, and that's going to be the 13, 11, and 12. That's a +2, but with 12 assists. Is very, very impressive. Those kind of numbers win you game. Every player on your team does something like that, you're going to win games because you're being very, very efficient. You're putting down damage, you're getting killed, you're keeping your deaths down, right? And it ends up being a game where those kind of stats really do get converted. And there's a few of those pushes we did see coming in that were off the back of one player doing damage, but surviving because of it, especially in and around B. But Slayer can change this series completely. And Across the Pond, even though they're getting very excited, understandably, right, and just won game number 1 in quite a conclusive way, can't get too carried away at these events because Irish boys on the other side, let's win this game. You know it better than anyone, Richie. They're going to give it back in spades.
They have a lot of experience on the other side, and I think we expected to see them winning game 1. But with across the pond, something that I was very impressed with was how efficient they were picking up the overshields. Like you said, like Shambd, with all the experience they have, they didn't pick up a single one, and power weapons were going against them time and time again.
Yeah, I think one thing to always talk about with overshields is everyone's always focusing on the battle as the overshield is on the map. A lot of times it's who gets the kills in the fight before the overshield comes up that's the important one, because if you pick up a couple of kills at back green, for example, and you're like, okay, great. By the time those respawns have come in, you can get to A plat, you get to C plat, and you have vision on the players who are going to be respawning either at A on the scoreboard or on the dummies, right? So you're going to have the advantage in that fight again. So getting those kills in the build-up to the overshield is almost as important as almost winning the eventual fight for when that OV is available to pick up. So there's a few times that you saw in those, when the overshields were popping up, that the initial kills just before the OV popping around 5-10 seconds were won by across the pond, and then you just find an uphill battle, literally and figuratively, with the players who are looking over you.
Game 1 in the books then. Stronghold's live fire went the way of across the pond. And up next appears to be Aquarius Slayer. We know how important a Slayer can be to swing a series, and this will be no different.
If you're wondering how the tech is set up here at the event, you're going to be able to see that on your screens right now. Great look at the
wire
the cabling. Cable
management.
I would say cabling, one of the most important parts of an event. Makes everything work.
We do need things plugged in.
It's true, but I mean, there is a look at the event, and you can see that everyone's bustling around at the moment, feeling extremely good about things. And one team is going to be feeling good about things, Richie, is across the pond, 1 up in the series at the moment.
1 up. And Fly Through is showing a flag, which is very confusing to me. But it has to be a Slayer, right? Slayer game 2.
Hey, we don't know what the settings are going to be for the new season yet.
It's true.
Could be a weapon.
We are just making it up as we go along.
More leaks. It's actually a grav hammer on each flag.
Capture the grav hammer. Game 2 then. We are underway. Across the pond, 1 to the good, 2 away from victory in this series. And Shambd, which I really just want to call it Shambolic.
I think we just should.
Because I feel like there's been a mix-up here. It's the only thing they probably could have been going for.
Oh.
3-1 lead here for across the pond once more.
Decision, by the way, from Squidge there. It's so easy sometimes when you know there's a player weak in front of you, you give up top control, and you're kind of thinking you can clean that kill up and you're not going to be challenged. But I think you realise that a little bit too much time had elapsed from the previous kills, where him flying in there's probably a couple of players on fridge and he gives up a death. So I always talk about the internal timer of players, and it's one of the things that separates the best in the world from people who are very good individually with great skill, right? It's having a constant timer ticking in your head about where a team is going to be, when those spawns are going to come in, what space you have on the map to play with. And it was a really good example of it there from Squidge. Just kept that internal timer ticking and thought, hey, this isn't worth challenging for the death.
2 down for Sham. Across the pond continue to maintain this pressure on the map. With Squidge now heading towards the front base, and thruster pack up as well. That will help him get out of dodge in a few gunfights. Just to maneuver his hitbox a little way, and there is the use of the thruster this time from Hollers though. 3 dead for across the pond. It's a 2-kill game. J.O.'s top middle. Puts down a couple of shots, has the help from Hollers this time. And now, just within 1 kill. This is better from Sham. That great start from across the pond, that lead they built up is almost completely dissipated.
Yeah, just 1 kill between the 2 teams now, and you can see there might be... Oh, I was going to say, Hollers had to be careful there that he didn't give away a death, shall we say, that we might have been hearing about for quite some time as he ran through that frag grenade, but still the 1 kill advantage. And one thing I want to see here from across the pond is they're being cycled a little bit here. You can see that a few times that they've been caught off spawn. There's been a few players maybe getting caught up in the adrenaline at the moment. Are they able to slow this down now? And the same can be said about Shambd. They want to play a fast-paced game. If you've played against, J.O. in the playlist, he likes to play fast. He wants to challenge everything, right? He wants to kill you as quickly as possible. And if you can slow down and just wait for him to make that move and play off the back of it, then you give yourself an opportunity to get 4 on the map and fight a little bit more evenly.
J.O. has been the opening pick, and Hollers is going to join him. Gambit receiving a lot of damage from Rudy. Teammate on hand to pick up the pieces then. Beatsy now tries to take down Kyle, but unsuccessful this time. 3-kill lead. Thruster pack used this time, but Chaos will get taken down. Double kill for Hollers. Threatening to make it a triple kill, tries to stay alive. Tries to milk his life for as long as he can for his teammate to maybe get there and provide some assistance, but unfortunately it didn't come. Across the pond, who continue to be out in front here, just have their noses ahead.
3 kills still the difference between the two teams. It's been around 1 to 3 all the way up until this point, but by escaping there, Rudimentary has given his team a little bit more of a cushion. He's got information as well. You can see Carl's trying to fly forward as we go over to Meets' POV, and we also see the POV of the players on our main stage as well in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. So you can see the crowd here is starting to fill out a little bit as the players maybe taking a break between their series, and Chaos with another kill here is just going to extend that lead. And my question was, can Across the Pond slow it down when they were getting caught up there and the game was starting to speed up? Well, you have to now wonder on the other side if Shambd are going to be able to slow it down, because Across the Pond on our main stage here are starting to get loud. They're starting to pick up the momentum.
Across the Pond getting animated. Do Shambd have what it takes to alter the pace of this game? One-way traffic so far in the series. Strongholds was not close by any stretch of the imagination. They continue to give away simple, easy deaths. They're getting cycled here. Meatsy trying to put down damage, but again gets taken care of. 9 kill advantage now. That could be very detrimental to the cause. It's a long road back here once more for Across the Pond. As Rudy now, with the use of the QT, gets himself out of dodge. Meatsy alone and isolated in the fridge, or in the closet, excuse me. Just about manages to stay alive. Tries to bait out the QT and does so successfully this time. 7 kills now, the difference.
Yeah, this is a really important moment in the match and the series as well, because if the next few kills go the way of Across the Pond, it's going to be pretty much, you know, we were looking at impossible to come back from almost a 10-kill deficit between the two teams with only 20 kills or so to go. We do see big swings, of course, in Aquarius Slayer, I would say, of all the maps that we have in the map pool, and the Slayer pool, I should say. This is the one where you can put together 10 kills without response, but with the way that Across the Pond are playing and the fact that Shambd are already down 1 in the series, it would be pretty unlikely that they'd be able to come back from this. But Hollers with 1 has at least given them the opening pick here. It's a 4v3, but can they take advantage here? Jo gets another as well. All of a sudden, things are starting to pick up here. It's a double kill for Jo, and the game looks a lot more winnable now.
Jo looking a little bit more alive now. He was 2-8, but it helped that double kill now. 4-8. You spoke about how he likes to play fast, but is that being a detriment to the team? Is he playing a little bit too quick? He's now caught between 2 players. Has managed to escape with his life for now, evading the attentions of Across the Pond. As he heads towards the base, looks to re-engage with Chaos, who doesn't know he's there. Getting shot in the back once more, but continues to send the Across the Pond boys on a wild goose chase. Meatsy's there to get a kill, and all of a sudden they're starting to piece things together. Down by 5.
Yeah, down by 5, and all of a sudden the game has completely changed. I've got to say, I have no idea how Jo stayed alive for so long. You know, flew into the closet with 2 players in front of him, managed to escape, wasn't called out, managed to flank back through on the pink side, and then picks up a kill before he finally gets taken down. So damage coming in. And now, all of a sudden, Jo picks up a triple kill. Chaos is last alive, and this is a 3-kill game. And it's a very different feel to what we were talking about a few moments ago. I talked about how important a moment it was, and it looks like Shambd have taken advantage here. They have taken the game by the scruff of the neck, and they're way back into this one.
Across the Pond, got stuck the base and over towards the fridge. Gambit will get 1, but it's answered back. It's a 2-for-1 trade now. Make that 2 for 3. Across the Pond continue to give up deaths. They're getting cycled now. You spoke about how easy it is to get 10 kills without a reply. And Shambd are really starting to piece this one together. 4 kills a difference. And Across the Pond are really trying to stem the pressure, as they're up against the Kosh now. Gambit top middle, another kill. Chaos down to no shields, desperately trying to stay alive and do as much damage as he can. Gets Hollers down to no shields, but no one is there to pick up the pieces. Jo will do some damage and survive, as Kyle gets 1 more. They're trading back and forth. 2 kills now, the difference.
Squiz trying to stay alive at the moment. He's trying to be the damage dealer. He's being the one who puts down the shots for his teammates to try and play off the back off. And still a 2-kill game here as we enter the final moments of game number 2. Looking across the stats at the moment, it is Hollers who seems to be trying to drag his team forward, but Hollers this time will get the kill. For a second, it looked like he hadn't used that heat wave in the way that he would have wanted. It's 3 dead here for Across the Pond. We have a tie game with just 5 kills to go.
It's going to be a very nervy finish. Across the Pond, we're very loud, very animated. Start in the mid-game. A lot more quiet on that main stage now, as they perhaps see this game slipping through their fingers. Gambit needs pick up 2 more kills. He's gotten 1 along with Hollers, so 1 more kill will secure the game, and will tie up the series now. Rudy back base, trying to rally the troops. Grenade comes up Shroom stairs, couple do. No damage done. Rudy getting a couple of shots from top middle now. That will soften him up, and will the push come now from Shambd? The opportunity is there, but this game's at a standstill.
Still 4 minutes left in this game as well, so you can see that Shambd don't really have to do anything. They can wait for a mistake, but instead they're going to try and push here. They're going to try and make that play, and Meatsy gets that final kill. And let me tell you, there's some choice words coming across that main stage right now, and it's exactly what I would have expected. 1-1 the series now. And I always say, don't get carried away too early, especially in game 1 of a series.
Some of those words were not broadcast friendly, I will have to say.
No.
We will not be saying them out loud, but I'm sure if you have to ask Meatsy and the boys what they said, they might be able to tell you. But we will not be doing that. But yes, like you say, 1-1 series now, a very close game. Like you said, they were loud at the start of that game, but they managed to let that one slip through their fingers. Now they're finding themselves in the game 3 all tied up.
Yeah, I mean, the pivotal moment in the game, we spoke about it, right? If the next few kills go the way of, you know, across the pond, that game's over. 5 kills, extra goes their way, they win that team fight. But winning that team fight gave them an opportunity to seize a moment in that game. And when they seized that moment, it was a 3 dead, a 4 dead, followed by another 4 dead, followed by a 2 dead where they had numbers. They were able to just keep pressure on and keep winning those battles on the pink side as well. From there, like I mentioned on Aquarius, if you're getting cycled in the back of the base, if you're always down numbers and you're fighting against 4 off spawn, it's so difficult to buy yourself enough time as players to get 4 players back on the map. And you look at some of the best teams in the world, it's all they focus on in those situations. When they lose a 3 or a 4 dead in Aquarius Slayer, they know that the most important thing for them to do off respawn isn't try and get a kill. It's to survive until 4 players are back on the map. You take yourself back to some moments from Halo World Championships, right? And previous events, you know, all of FaZe hiding in the back of the base. 4 of them. Optic try and push them, they get taken down. It's those sort of moments where, you know, it's so easy to get back into a game and respawn. And listening to the frantic call-outs that are coming through, a player's weak here, a player's weak here, you try and challenge, but you forget that you're 1 against 3 players who might be looking at you, and you only have to peek for half a second extra. You get two you know, bandits on you, and you're dead before you know it. So those kind of moments, you can see them happening in a game, and that swing was really, really big. And closing out those final moments as well was obviously incredibly important for the win.
We can talk about maybe the mentality behind it. They found themselves up by so much in game 2 after a hot start in game 1. It looked as though they were going to, you know, breeze to victory and head into game 3, but now they find themselves pegged back a little bit, the wind taken out of their sails, and all of a sudden they're in a series now where they should really be 2-0 up.
Yeah, should be 2-0 up, but you don't win a series by should be. So as we always know, you know, 50-49s, we see them all. Well, we should have won that game, well, you didn't. Yeah. You know, I've spoken to Navi boys enough times this year where I heard the words, we should have won that series. Well, they didn't, and it was only at the end of the season they started to put things right. But, you know, no one really remembers what the series score was. It's all about if you won it or you lost it. So should be 2-0 up. They're not. It's 1-1, and there's a lot more games to play here. What's game number 3? I've forgotten.
Streets King of the Hill.
Streets King of the Hill. Oh, it's an interesting one, isn't it?
It's going to be a tasty one. I think we've seen signs that across the pond have the number on the objective. We're actually getting confirmation it's oddball. So I don't really know what I'm talking about.
First series, and you're already lying to me, betraying me.
Just making things up. Maybe it's a stronghold. It could be a stronghold now.
Andy would never lie to me.
No, I'm not a trustworthy partner.
I'm learning this. Yeah, I'm glad I learned in the first series.
Yeah, so we've got oddball Streets up next. That will be a very important game. As across the pond look to get themselves back in front, but Shambd really piece together that Slayer. This one's going to be tasty.
Yeah, this will be an interesting game type as well, because when we had strongholds in our game number 1, which is a bit more of a fluid game type, right? It looked like across the pond. I was correct. Looked pretty good in it, and they were able to out-rotate their opponents. But now that you've seen the momentum swing back, and you have one objective to focus on where you can set up around it with that oddball, you feel like maybe Shambd are going to have a little bit more success in this. So it's going to be a very interesting game for sure, and looks like we might have a little bit of a restart here to essentially just feed into classic Halo Infinite lore.
I did think the Rockets were picked up a little bit too easily as Squidge walked down there, picked them up and scooped them away, but yes, we're going to have a restart.
That's what you do when I'm fighting 4.
I'm flanking, alright? I'm on the way.
Rich is like, I'm getting rockets, but I will not be helping you on my way.
I got my 1. That's all you need to know.
No, you got your 1.
You got a player no shields, and I cleaned. I followed you in. I followed you in. I got.
You can't. See, I knew you weren't
Eventually,
trustworthy.
I got there. Eventually, I got there.
You got your 1 after.
I got a trade actually.
I
got killed. I got killed.
You got a trade against the 1 shot. What is it? What you were saying? Rockets are down. No, what is it? Rockets are out.
Rockets are
out. Because I didn't hit anyone with them, but you know, rockets are out.
But just they can't use them either, which is very important.
Rockets are out.
Yeah, rockets are out.
It's my favourite call out.
I picked them up and I've shot 2 rockets.
You don't need to worry about what happened to them. The last year or so, rockets are out, which means The kill feed hasn't moved.
They're up again in 2 minutes, though. I'll let you know. Yeah. So, Oddball Streets up next, and I think it's very important that we highlight that across the pond, very good in that game number 1, the objective game type, and that will be the expectation now, is that they can come out and control the power weapons and the sandbox and get themselves a win here.
Yeah, I think it's I always feel like in Halo Infinite we have a real test of, probably more than we have in other games, like tests of teams' ability to adapt to a different game type, and there's so much different between the game types as well. You know, you look at that Aquarius Slayer, right? A lot of the time it's about how you change your pace as a team, excuse me. So if you're down, you need to wait and slow the game down, wait till there's numbers back on the map where you can fight evenly, and then all of a sudden, once you get kills, you've got to hit the accelerator, try and keep split spawns going. Kill 2, find the next 2, kill 2, find the next 2. Whereas game number 1 is all about rotations, right? It's all about finding your kills in and around strongholds. It's about where you want to hold, what damage you do, and you play off of it. Do you try and push the triple cap? Is that going to cost you some spawns? And then you go into Oddball, and it's like, okay, maybe this is more of a setup-orientated map where we're trying to get the ball back to tower, back to tram, and we're trying to pick up our kills accordingly and move that Oddball where those kills happen. So I feel like it's fascinating in Halo Infinite because you have that consistent test of like, okay, we're good at this, but we're not good at this.
Yeah.
And like to be good at everything is, I mean, you know, we speak to Snakebite a lot about it, right? It's like we know what we're good at, but we also know what we're weak at, and it feels like when we put the time in to correct that, all of a sudden something else takes a hit because you have to kind of constantly remind yourself of what is going to bring you success in different game types. So it's a real challenge here, and I think I got to be honest, like the way that I kind of fancy Shambd in this one.
It's so funny that you speak about that.
Maybe you haven't cursed them.
Hey, they got the game after I mentioned the curse. They got the game back.
Maybe.
But it is funny that it's interesting that you mentioned, you know, this constant cat and mouse of trying to improve the game type that you're worse at, and then you probably neglect the things that you were good at, and it's this constant cycle of trying to improve, trying to get better. But because game types, they all vary, and you've got different pacing that you need to have. Oddball, you need to play a little bit slower. Strongholds, you need to be constantly moving, and if some of those tendencies bleed into other game types, you can find yourself struggling a little.
Yeah, it's very difficult to kind of switch the mentality and like be like, oh, we just played that really well, we won that game, and this is how we won it.
Yeah.
But if you try and do that in the next game type, because of the objective game type, how it plays, then that could be at your detriment, right? And I think it's always a fascinating, like you say, a cat and mouse thing as a team to try and nail down every single game type, but also go into every single game type knowing what your game plan is for it.
Yeah.
And I think that's where some of the best in the world really do separate themselves, where you just see one team, you know, jump from a Aquarius flag to a Strongholds game, and they dominate both. And it's like there's so much different about both of those game types and how they're played. So there's a huge map pool, as we know, in Halo Infinite. And I think, especially with some of the teams that we're going to have here as well, who, you know, haven't been together for too long, have been kind of maybe teaming for a month or so in the build up to this event, there's going to be those game types that they naturally are good at just because of their chemistry, and maybe they just like them, they like playing them, they have success in them, and there's going to be some where they're probably hoping they don't see it in the series. But that's the same for most teams, I would say, across the globe at the moment.
Well, I mean, you mentioned, you know, having the world's best, and how, I mean, we have the world's best Strongholds team here in attendance. Quadrant were unbeaten for a very long time. Then a couple of slipped towards the end of the year.
That, by the way.
Like
the way they let that record go.
I think they were 248 up to.
As if SLG hadn't upset me enough with the biscuits.
Yeah, this is on me. I shouldn't have even brought this up. We're getting real PTSD. No one has lost.
Rather than a loss like 250 to 10. Yeah. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, but never mind. Hey, they still won that series.
He has a lot. He has a lot. They didn't win that series.
They lost that series.
They lost to Rebellion.
And do you know why they lost that series?
Last game, 1 Strongholds.
Because he didn't have any biscuits.
Yeah, if you want the best of Norway SLG,
fill the man
full of chocolate bourbons. Yep. It's the only way to get the job done.
Don't fill him full of bourbon, though. That's very different.
Different thing.
Although we haven't actually, we don't know what he could be better.
Could be custard creams. Could be a thing for him.
I was talking about the whiskey. I was talking about whiskey.
Again, though, folks, Game 3 on the horizon. Streets on ball. We had a slight hiccup as we got in. Looks like we're going to be loading in very, very shortly. But what are you expecting to see from these two teams, and what do you want to see maybe across the pond improve on?
Well, the first thing I'm expecting to see is one of the players on our main stage closest to us enjoying some flavoured water. Yeah. That's exactly what he's doing now. It looks like it might be a berry concoction going
Strawberry,
down there.
Maybe
strawberry. Strawberry is a berry.
Definitely berry.
Might have oversold the berry. It's just one berry. But that's certainly going to be important to hydrate. But I think first round is important, and it's almost like the cliche when you talk about football, right? First goal is important when you've got two teams who are so closely matched as we're seeing at the moment, because first round kind of sets the tone, right? If it's a round which is dominated by one team, then the other team is thinking, hey, we're going to have to look ahead here. This isn't our game type. Where if it's a close round that you lose narrowly, usually you're not too bothered because you know you've had opportunities to win that round. So you go into get round number 2 thinking, hey, we can send this into a round 3. So I think first set of kills will be important as well, just because of how that previous game finished. I think first set of kills, if it goes the way across the across the pond, then all of a sudden they reset a little bit mentally, and they're like, okay, we've got our kills. Like the last game, we've forgotten about it now. But if it's the 3 and a 4 dead, and you're going up against rockets, you lose the battle for the first power weapon, having just lost the previous game in the way you did. It's like, oh no, here we go, and all of a sudden players start making individual plays, thinking they're going to try and get their team back into the game, and those things kind of snowball a little bit. So I think first fight is going to be important. First round obviously is going to be important, but I think I also want to see who's going to be willing to grab that oddball in 2v2 situations. You know, when there's 2v2 on the map, but maybe you have an opportunity to rotate away. Maybe you have an opportunity to scoop up an extra 5 before you invite that battle on. I think those moments are really important, especially on streets as well with oddball. Like the amount of times you can hold the ball inside a tram for an extra few seconds, rotate away, then throw it out and refight with a teammate, you know, to the back of tram. Those kind of fights is actually something that Na'Vi actually became very good at. I think Glory is very, very good at that, recognizing those moments. So, I don't know, first few moments of this game could be very telling for the rest of the series.
Yeah, I think it's so important that you know about rotations. Sometimes it's not about the numbers. It's about scrapping 5 or 10 extra seconds because you got the ball from tower, you rotated it down, you were able to play it down pink side. You see the likes of Penguin, Snakebite, APG, some of the best in the world. Like you say, Glory is very good at it. Recognizing, being able to read the game perfectly, and I've got about 5 or 6 extra seconds here before I need to shoot my gun, so I'm going to use that efficiently and get some ball time. Yeah,
I think it's not just about grabbing the ball time as well. It's about putting the ball in a position where your respawners are able to fight for it. Because a lot of times you'll see, oh, it's a play ball, they're throwing it out as a desperate play, but a lot of times the play ball will be based upon information that you're expecting to see from your respawning teammates. Yeah. So like you might throw it down onto the pink street because you've got the information that your players wrapping through back tower that's just come off respawn from PD, or maybe they spawn in cafe, whatever it might be. So even if you die, you're not guaranteeing a ball grab for the other team. You're allowing a line of sight for your players who are coming back onto the map to fight for it. Those kind of things, you know, some of the best objective players in the world. APG is amazing at it on live fire. Amazing at it on live fire. The way that he plays the ball, and also the way that he rotates the ball off of the spawn. I think he's one of the best at kind of having that top-down vision of where every single player on the map is on his opponent's team, and also where his team is, about where he wants to take that odd ball. Like usually he threads it out through the pillars towards back tower. Sometimes he'll run it straight towards green through the pillars. Sometimes he takes it obviously more traditionally into the small window or tower out on the OV side. But he's just so aware of everyone's position on the map, and those small moments can be really important. If you have the odd ball down on the spawn, you jump up on the L and you take that ball the wrong way, you not only give a kill away, but you give map position away because other teammates could be committing to trying to get that odd ball as well. So all these little things start to add up, and I've got to say as well, this is the first time we've seen the Bandit Evo.
I was just about to talk about it.
It's so fun, man. It's so fun. By the way, everyone who plays in this room right now, about a week or so, I finally entered 2002.
Yes.
And I finally get like full fiber internet. I'm going to be rocking your shit.
Everybody is very excited for Onset Limited to get himself some fiber power broadband, because we've been listening to him complain about it for the longest time. Doesn't matter what video game it is, by the way. He's consistent with it.
I would say I never complain. It's a lie, isn't it? Massive lie. So I am a serial complainer when it comes to online performance, but I do have terrible internet. So yeah, I'm looking forward to joining the rest of you in the playlist who have been punching me in the face and watching me fall down without taking a beat down yourself.
Welcome you, brother.
Can't wait.
Welcome you to the promised land of fiber power broadband.
Yeah, it's like when Sherzy complains and he's on like 9 ping.
I'm on 11 ping.
11. All right. Sorry, man. That must be tough for you.
I'm getting 11 through the Dublin server.
How do you do it?
I'm seeing Glory get 4.
How do you do it?
I don't know how he's doing. I need to ask him what his settings are on his router.
Yeah.
4 ping is incredibly impressive.
He actually gets higher ping on
I'm closer to the server than he is. It makes no sense.
Yeah.
Makes no sense. I'm frustrated now. You have to bring that up.
But yeah, I'll be playing. I've been having a lot of fun with the Bandit. I think everyone's been talking about it, right? It's interesting discussions. I'm seeing like some, I will say bad takes. I will say bad takes.
Battle rifle purists.
I don't open social media as much as many, but I have seen some bad takes of people saying it's easier than the BR. Like, no, it's not.
Well, it's just not, is it?
Because with the battle rifle, you don't have to hit a headshot. You have to hit some bullets out of the burst and you get the headshot.
Yeah.
With the Bandit, you have to hit the headshot and you also have to hit 5 consecutive shots. And let me tell you, there's a lot of people who miss that final headshot. And that's what can swing a battle. You don't miss the headshot.
You. I do.
I do.
It's two extra body shots, so I have to give them. No, I am aiming somewhere around the head.
Yeah.
There's two crosshairs. I'm using one of them.
You actually play a 4 FOV as well. So it's just
that's all I have was a crosshair.
When he's looking down streets, he just sees the K from the Kenya vibe sign. That's all he can see, and a visor. What FOV do you play on?
105.
Oh,
but I am bouncing. Yeah, 105. I am going 97 to 105. I am bouncing between the two.
Depending on how well you shoot.
Yes, which is not very well.
Game number 3's ready.
We are loading in. Enough about my FOV and Onset's firepower problems that he's had in the past. We are loading in.
Not firepower problems. Fiber problems.
Fiber problems.
And not dietary.
Not the dietary. We will move on from that. 1-1 the series if you're just joining us. Across the pond. Winning game 1. Strongholds. Game 2 Slayer went the way of Shambd. And now we're rocking and rolling in game 3. Looks as though everyone's standing still. There might still be an issue. We'll find out very shortly.
We found out. But you didn't lie.
No.
It was very shortly.
It was short-lived. We thought we had gameplay.
Yeah, we did.
We heard guns firing for a brief moment.
Just not
Players are moving.
That will go in the record books.
Yeah. I feel like there's more for us to build behind here.
No, but it does give us an opportunity to shout out some of our wonderful sponsors. Kaylin, you're right for us to shout out these wonderful sponsors. Okay.
Pick from the wall.
I'm going to start from here.
You get to start. You're going low. Consonant, please, Carol. Revolution.
Wow, of course.
Revolution.
A lot of people will be here later today. I'm very excited. We'll talk about this in a second. Quadrant, shout out to you. Huge supporters of EuropaHalo. Love you guys.
Are you hiring or lowering? You're staying
I'm going across the middle.
Okay.
Imperial Hotel Blackpool. A lot of people staying here at the moment. I think there's 1v1s going down, by the way, last night. They were getting intense in the hotel lobby. Of course, EuropaHalo. Wonderful people who are putting this together. And Jelly Media. Team, part of the team has been doing some good stuff for this event.
Blackpool.
You'll go now.
Pride of the place partnership. So yeah, a lot of really good sponsors. Thank you to each and every one of them for helping us put this team together. Again, Revolution.
I wanted to highlight this because there's an after party happening on the Saturday, so
yes,
tonight.
It's an after party on a Saturday night.
You could, I would say, tune in tomorrow because you could see some of the best
hungover people,
or some of the most entertaining Halo you've ever seen in your life. It'll be very, very funny.
Depending on how expensive the bar is, we will be finding out very shortly. Also, getting a conclusion to this series, be finding out which way this one's going to shake out. Have we sorted all the audio issues? Guns are firing once more. This looks as though it won't be a false start, and actually this one's for real.
Talked about how important the opening of this game is going to be. Well, it's going to be oddball in the hands of Shambd, and also they had the rockets and they got the Stalker. So I will say the Stalker, as great as it is, the Bandit kind of brings that gap. I would say down a little bit between, you know, how effective it is on the map in comparison to going up against the battle rifle, for example, because that time to kill is slightly quicker on the Bandit if you hit all of your shots, but still, you still got to hit your shots. 8 seconds on the board here, and you can see that across the pond have managed to kind of scrape their way back into it here. It's a bit of a kind of, you would say, transitional setup for them. They're waiting for kills to decide where they want to take that ball, but for now, pretty much a tie game.
Ball carrier was between a little bit of a rock and a hard place. Eventually, support came. Ball scooped up by Jo though. Bulldog will bark back. Squidge gets a double kill. A 1v1 now. Rudy comes out on top. Beautiful shots, but trade is there from Hollers. Beautiful grenade goes down, takes the shields away of one, and Kyle will get the kill. So a lot of damage done by Hollers, but no kills locked in, and ball is down as Chaos has it in his hands.
Chaos got it in his hands. This is what I mean, scrap a few moments. This is the two-player situation at the back of Ivy where you can make something happen. You can get that extra 5 or 10 seconds. That's exactly what they do. He comes out of it with a kill as well. So a 2v2 on the map, and they get that ball away. And those little transitional players, like I mentioned, they can be the difference makers when it comes down to a tight round in those last few moments.
A lot of scrappy time, ball completely rotated clockwise around the entire map. It's perfect from them. Rockets in 10. Rudy's got eyes on. Hollers has got one elsewhere though, and Gambit could be the latest victim. But Gambit with a beautiful 3 shot of the Stalker rifle will put him in the grave. Rockets have just popped up out of the oven. Hollers has got his hands on them. 3 dead now. This is perfect for Shambd.
Squidge gets 1 though. And that's just going to allow his teammates to get back on the map momentarily. I like the fact, again, he's just playing his life, not trying to make anything happen off the back of that. initial kill that he gets. Hollis does chase him down though with those rockets, and now you're going to see a real difficult push here for across the pond. They've got to go up against the Stalker, they've got to go up against the rockets. I'm pretty sure there's one left of that as well. And their numbers are starting to fall. There's that Stalker rifle, but Chaos somehow or other comes out of that with a double kill. Should be taken down as he tries to rotate away, and there's the double kill. There's the rockets making the difference here.
Hollers punches a hole in the push. A couple of kills went in favour of across the pond, and perhaps they probably shouldn't have. Squidge. Another kill on the Hollers over towards his cafe. Gambit has him down to no shields. Tries to stay alive, but fortunately for him, just didn't have the line of sight required to escape the attentions of Gambit. Rudy and Chaos combined to get 2. 3 dead. Hollers last man standing. Gets 1 though. Will he slow things down here? Up to try and keep them off the ball. Bulldog though is there, and Hollers will fall, keeping Shambd staggered off spawn.
Yeah, there was a little bit scrappy. No. That's always a scary moment. We've all been there. Across the pond do go into a slight lead here, but this is starting to become a little bit scrappy here. You can see both players and both teams are just scrapping for kills, trying to get numbers on the board before they make plays off the back of it. Gambit with the double kill should be able to at least allow his teammates to move up and influence this next fight that's going down, but that shotgun is a problem. The Bulldog is really doing damage, and those shots are almost as perfect as you could ask for coming in from Chaos here. He picks up another, but nobody able to get control enough with the numbers. It's always a 2v2, a 3v3, whatever it might be, to get their hands on that oddball.
Main's a 2-second game for the moment. Nobody really able to get control for large periods of time. Rockets again in 5. That will help one team one way or another. Hollers will go down right as the rockets are about to pop up. That kill's crucial from Chaos. Continues to put down damage. Kyle looks a step forward, but Chaos is going to scoop them up instead. Takes down 1. 1 more rocket to play with. Has a player packed back PD that he doesn't recognize is there. Down to no shields. Rocket will fall. 1 in the chamber in tires.
And that was that one player, like you say, just didn't notice him, didn't see the outline. They might pay for it. Hollers not only gets that second kill as well after picking up the kill on the rocket, now scoops that up. So numbers starting to fall into the way of Shambd here, but across the pond trying to do something as well, but the rocket doesn't find a home. So the oddball still being scrapped for here. Mitzi will be finished, and now across the pond can just focus on their kills. They have a little bit of a lead here, enough to not have to prioritize that oddball immediately. And they're doing exactly that, just making sure they're taking their time, keeping their opponents off that ball.
Oddball being used as bait for a moment. Now they have hands on once more. Chaos continues to score for his team. 1:50 on the clock. Anytime that ball is dropped, the clock will go down. That's something that maybe Shambd have to contend with now as well, as the time is very much starting to be a factor. Squidge caught unawares. 5 shots from Mitzi. Beautiful from him. Catching him with his back turned. Kyle now in a 1v1 against Mitzi, but JO's there to help his fellow compatriot from the Emerald Isle. And now into tires does Mitzi go. Ball rotating along with him. This entire time across the pond, just chasing the ball around the map, and they're eating away at that lead.
Yeah, just wonder if the race up the pink street actually got won by across the pond here, because they picked up 1 kill on the pink street, which has cut this rotation down. So even though Shambd looked like they got the ball into a good position, they rotated away from those spawns. You can see, we could hear the call out coming in. They just spawned there. They spawned on Ivy. And from there, they were able to kind of just fly across the map and essentially beat the rotation, win that first fight. And now you're seeing it, right? 2 dead, the ball is down, scrapping again. Both teams to try and get control of it, but the Rockets are going to be coming up pretty soon as well, and I think that's going to be the focus. And with 1 minute left on this game or so, that could be the game-deciding weapon pickup.
2 members of across the pond looking to scoop up the Rockets. A lot of damage being done, but somehow, some way, he's managed to survive. Shoots 1 rocket. Made famous by Puckett. No damage done. 2 dead, and you can see Chaos recognizes how important this rocket will be to get the ball out of the hands of 1. Gambit, though, will evade the attentions of that. It's 2 wasted rockets. How pivotal might that be, and how that might upset the cause here, because they haven't been able to get the kills despite having the rockets, and all this time Shambd keep the ball in hand.
To get a couple more kills, can he get that ball back into towards the tram though? No, there's Rudy. He comes through with the double kill himself. The tram rotation is still available here. They have the opportunity to push it in, but you can see they're a little bit reluctant to do so. Finally, Rudimentary is going to get that ball in his hands, but with the kills going against him, he's going to be in essentially a 1v3 push coming in here. So he's got to try and hold on for this as long as possible, try and tie this game up. And if he can pick up a kill on his way forward as well, he might be able to give his team an opportunity here. That's exactly what he does. His teammates pick up some kills for him. They go into a lead with 30 seconds left, and just like the game number 2 here, Richie, we're extremely tight into these final moments of round 1.
This round 1 neck and neck. Hollers gets a huge double kill. Chaos will get One back though, Gambit. Back PD, or back station, excuse me. Jayo's got ball in hands now. Just expertly tries to stay alive behind that pillar. Will fall though. Rudy gets one. That's a huge kill. All tied up with 17 seconds left. And it's really going to be a one-ball touch game here. Driveway is going to be the point of contention. 2 kills go in the favour of Across the Pond. And this is the moment then. Can they scoop up the ball? Can they get that single second that they need? They have a lead now. Shambd nowhere to be seen. Time ticks down, dwindles away. Round 1 goes to Across the Pond.
Yeah, a few really, really vital kills in that final moment. Just one inside the tram from Across the Pond, and that was the difference maker, right? I think their patience, and especially the kill onto Jayo that they managed to pick up just as he was trying to rotate that ball up in towards the tram. So important. It's so difficult if you're Jayo in that situation, right? You've got a teammate alongside you who you're thinking, he's going to surely shoot for me, I can cross, but even if he is getting shot, if you get cut down, then all of a sudden, not only did he get that kill to stop the ball rotation, stop the time, but the rest of his team were able to get back onto the map because he just didn't over-challenge off the back of it. So a really, really important play in those final moments coming in. I believe it was Squidge who made that play. And from there, they were able to get into Tram, make it a little bit scrappy, and then they just won that final engagement.
Rudimentary having a very good game here. Round number 1. 20 kills, 3 assists, 13 deaths. Also Chaos. He was been impressive in round 1, influential for his team. Most ball time ever so slightly, but got decent kills, assists, and is positive 4 on the whole. 5 perfect shots to the back of Jayo's skull will mean the Irishman is dispatched. Holler's bottom tower could be the latest victim here as Rudy lines him up. Is ultimately taken down by a combination of Hollers, excuse me, and a teammate. Squidge in Cafe then, receiving a little bit of damage, but also outputting some of his own. Kills trade back and forth, and it's Across the Pond who have a slender lead.
I mean, you're looking across the stats at the moment, and outside of Jayo, who's 7 and 15, but has, of course, the huge amount of objective time in comparison to the rest of his teammates, you would say the Slay's kind of favouring one side more than the other at the moment, but it's the round, of course, that was picked up by Across the Pond, so efficiency is certainly something that's going to have to be looked at here for Shambd. When they pick those kills up, are they back-to-back kills? Are they 2 deads? Are they 3 deads? Or are they kind of 1, stay alive, teammate gets back on the map, and you find a 4v4 again before that oddball even gets contested? Need to make sure that when they're getting those kills, and when they get that opening kill especially, they're trying to turn the attention to the oddball, trying to get that objective time on their hands. 24 points and rising here for Across the Pond as well, and in the 2v2, once again, you're seeing the oddball is being controlled by one team only.
Slight numbers advantage for Across the Pond. Rockets have been scooped up though. Jayo thought about firing a long distance rocket, will eventually fire one, and the second one, Tollers, is there just to keep him alive. That could be pivotal where the next few stages of this game go. Have they cleared out Tram for the ball to move in though? That's the question. Rudimentary still in there, still doing damage, getting kills, being a really difficult kill here. Can he get one of the Hollers? He swings and he misses, he's shadow boxing, but this time Shambd, Hollers has the ball, rotating it towards Commando, and has the option to rotate up the driveway if he needs to.
Yeah, that fight there was a little bit kind of misplay by both players. You would say that the opportunity was given by Hollers when he missed that first beatdown to hit that headshot with the Bandit, but you know, if you don't hit the headshot, then the fight isn't going to go your way. Jayo now really challenging, got some good damage in there, and Gambit will be able to clean it up, but 2v2 on the map once more. Shambd do have that little advantage at the moment, but Hollers is now last alive.
These are the moments you were talking about, getting that ball time when you have a number advantage, or even if it's a 2v2 and the ball is in your court. Hollers with the stock rifle, Bulldog down there too. Going to make amends for not really covering himself in glory in that last engagement that he had. 26 kills though, 17 deaths with the 6 assists for Hollers, having a pretty impressive game. Round number 1 as he tries to build and continue on in that same vein. The Shambd, who now have control of the game and the oddball. Kyle goes down. Rudy will have to wait for his teammates to spawn back up before he can push out here. This is going to be even more time for Shambd.
It's Jayo who is the player given that responsibility to hold the oddball as well. I mean, everyone else on his team is slaying at a pretty good level. Misi certainly picked it up a little bit from that round number 1 too, and that's showing now with the scoreline that we're seeing in front of us. But one thing to point out here is Shambd kind of relying on Jayo to get that oddball time. The other side of things, Across the Pond sharing the time a little bit more themselves, but the game plan is working in this round for Shambd. Jayo is more than happy to hold that oddball if his teammates are popping off in the way they are.
Rocket just popped up then. Squidge has gone for them. He's paid the price of his life as he falls with them in his hand. Possession of the Rockets should transfer and pass hands then. Looks as though Gambit scooped them up over towards the bus stop. More members of Across the Pond spawn up towards PD. Try to get close to the ball. Rocket player though is still going to be an influence over towards the pink street. It's going to be Gambit. Gets a huge double kill. 3 dead for Across the Pond. 20 seconds required now as Chaos desperately tries to stay alive. A little bit of splash damage onto himself, which is only going to prolong his shields recharging.
Yeah, this is going to be a delay on this push as well. This probably will be the last push if it's going to be an opportunity for Across the Pond to get this round a little bit more elongated. They have to win this fight, but they're just falling one by one at the moment. 3 dead, should be 4 dead in a few moments' time, and that will be the round going over to Shambd. So now you're going to have the game tied up at 1 round apiece, Richie. And it was very interesting to see how that game really did swing on its head. That was a more dominant round from any we've seen previously.
Series 1-1. Oddball game, 1-1. Round 3 then commences. We spoke about it before we jumped into this game, how the round 1 is close, you don't worry about it too much heading into round 2, but that second round was dominant from Shambd, and they could really build on that now.
Rocket's going to be picked up off the break again for Shambd. They seem to have a little bit more of an advantage, I would say, with their opening strategy. Managed to pick that one up numerous times off of the rip. And Across the Pond, I mentioned how when you get loud in a series, especially early on, especially halfway through game number 2, then you lose it, and then you find yourselves in a tight game number 3. Pressure really does start to show in your decision making, and Mitzi with that double kill is going to put that oddball in a position where it can be grabbed here by Shambd, and you can't afford to start going down in these kind of games, especially when you're 1 up in a series. Like you mentioned, arguably should have been 2 up, and before you know it, you could be 2-1 down.
Learn from them to gather their thoughts, slow things down, don't keep throwing bodies at a lost cause. Gambit with the Bulldog again will clean up 1. Chaos though has managed to answer back with a double kill. It's 2 dead. Mitzi's alone. He also falls. Perfect kill from Squidge. Beautiful shots. Ball down top tower. And that's going to mean a little bit of a setup here for Across the Pond.
Yeah, I need to make this setup work as well. You can see JL last alive just playing down in the arcade side of things, and you would imagine that's going to influence the spawns. Yes, indeed. They spawn inside a tram and towards the red room. Double push is going to be coming here, and Chaos is going to be caught off guard. You can see he just didn't have support there. Maybe arguably pushed up a little bit too much, where if 2 players walk around that corner, he hasn't really got an escape route. And from there, now you find yourself in a 2-dead situation, 3-dead situation, as the oddball is going to be turned over. So Mitzi this time with the oddball in his hands. And there's a pretty clean break, and I would argue pretty much too easy of a break in that situation. Just to walk 2 players on the pink street and get a pick without really taking damage is a little bit inexcusable for Across the Pond.
Mitzi. T-Rex arms, tried to melee, swings, misses, but fortunately for him, had a second bite of the cherry. Second one connected to the jaw. Rockets will transfer. Squidge makes sure Hollers cannot be an influence with them. Kyle's got them in hand now. Boombox over the shoulder, moving over towards the arcade. Kyle will get 1 with the stalker rifle. Rocket's still going to be there. Oh, and I'll tell you something. Mitzi very lucky to escape with his life there. Looked to be red barred somehow, some way, manages to keep himself on the map, but Rocket's still over here towards arcade steps. Jo peeks out, thinks that's the wrong direction for me, I'm gonna readjust. Rocket sent over across towards pink side, but does absolutely 0 damage. That's gonna mean more ball time for Squidge as he tries to get the rotation.
Yeah, Squidge's got a really important job here. He needs to try and survive as long as he can. Gets good damage down, but now he's giving the oddball rotation away. You can see the idea was there to try and throw it down towards the arcade side, knowing the pressure was coming in on the pink stairs. The problem is they managed to cut mid-map so well there, Shambd, to see that rotation happening, and they had the freedom of the map to do so because of the kills they picked up. So what looked like a good decision from Squidge in that situation, maybe just better to get the oddball out front, knowing that you don't have numbers. And now you're going to see the oddball being scooped away once again by Across the Pond. So it seemed like Shambd had an opportunity to maybe fight for that oddball, but by touching that ball across the pond, now make it scrappy again. And Rudy's going to be playing that corner beautifully and picks up that first kill in the fight.
Numbers advantage then for Across the Pond. Hollers looks to even the odds just a touch, but has to settle for a trade. Rocket's going to be up again in 20 seconds or so. Kyle and Gambit exchange damage evenly. Both pop down to no shields. Both survive and escape with their lives. And again, it's Across the Pond who have the numbers advantage, keeping this thing nice and staggered.
Yeah, interesting here is last time we saw this setup from Across the Pond, it got broken almost instantaneously. And hey, look at this. Hollers gets that first kill. Gambit gets the second. So not for the first time. The tower setup not looking great for them, but a couple of kills go down. But Gambit gets another. Rockets get picked up as well, but Gambit will get the kill when the kill feed there as the trade just comes in from the splash damage. But Oddball is going to be down. Spawns do come in here for across the pond on the PD side, so they're going to be able to kind of get a little bit of the luck of the draw there with those spawns close to that Oddball. And Chaos takes out everyone.
Chaos absolutely nukes his teammate, but takes down one. It's a 1-for-1 trade with those Rockets, so double kill for Gambit though. Bulldog again, he's been having that in his hand all game long. Just haven't been able to shut him down. Beautiful shots from Rudy with the reversal onto Meatsy. Hollers answers back though, picks up 2. 2v2 on the map. Gambit and Jo up against Squidge and Chaos. Gambit recognizes this, tries to rotate it. Jo has the covering fire of the stock rifle, fires that down towards the caution area. Trying to whisk this ball away, but the cutoff is coming. Gambit tries to live and does so, rounds the corner. Sent Chaos on a merry dance, but does eventually get taken down. This is a 2-second game, but it's across the pond now, have ball in hand.
Yeah, it's a really smart rotate back towards tower as well, because they knew the spawns were coming in on Tram, but one player's managed to kind of thread the needle down the middle of the map at the moment, and that's going to be Hollers who got that first kill. The rest of the Flood now coming in here from Shambd. They need to try and break this setup. Need to try and take down Squidge. Squidge wins a huge fight, though, against Gambit. BT comes in to clean it up, but it's kill after kill after kill being traded at the moment, and trades mean Oddball is down. No one can control that objective at the moment.
Kyle tried to pick it up and get it towards tires, but it's been dropped once more. Is he guilty of being a little bit overzealous? Should have baited the ball out instead. Really down to no shields front. Tram trying to stay alive. Slips and slides, but ultimately gets taken down. Jo takes one player down to half shields, but loses his shields in the process. Gambit falls elsewhere. This is a huge kill for Hollers when he comes out on top.
An opportunity there. Someone managed to just squeak through, pick up a kill inside of Tram, but wasn't able to take down Hollers. Hollers with that win essentially ties this game. It's a 1-point difference between the two teams. Rockets are going to be used up, but not effective. And 2 dead now as Shambd find themselves in a situation where they have the odd ball in their hands, they have the lead in their hands, but they're getting pushed, and they're getting pushed extremely aggressively. Hollers will be taken down. Hollers will win that fight. And maybe just a little bit of over-aggression in that situation, knowing they had the numbers, but the help wasn't there.
Jo and Gambit get 2. Ball remains down, and it has now eventually been scooped up, this time by Jo. 3 dead for across the pond as Rudy tries to even the odds just a touch, but he will also fall with just a trade. Jo continues to hold the ball over towards Commando, has the option to rotate a driveway, which he uses here and now. 4 seconds required, big kill from Kyle, but has he got the teammates in support? 2 more kills, double kill. Meatsy with his back turn shoots the plasma grenade when he could have really gotten the kill, but Rudy's got 2 elsewhere.
I mean, it's worked out, but next time just shoot the player, dude. You kill him quicker. Don't overthink things. Oddball has gone down, though. Across the pond, find themselves with the ball in their hands and it back in Tram. And even though we'll say the last kill looked a little bit indecisive at the best of things, he got the kill, and the 2 before that allow this game to be in the situation we find ourselves. It's 1 push now on the side of Shambd. Rudy's got that oddball in his hands. Next kills are massive. They go into a lead, Richie.
Final seconds then. This time Jo's got hands on his ball once more. 3 dead apiece, and Jo holds on. Shambd take the lead in the series.
I mean, there's a lot to talk about in those final moments, right? You get the 3 dead, you get the ball back into Tram, but somehow the break comes in almost immediately. And even though it was a 2v2 situation, it was more of a kind of, essentially the 2 were on respawn, so they weren't able to get in a position to really challenge those final moments. But hey, that was a fun game, right? That's what we love. Hey. We're tied up. We're tied up going into the game, tied up going into round number 3. Now we find ourselves heading into match 4 with both teams playing some pretty good Halo.
And on the balance of things, you look at the oddball time combined, it was Sham who had considerably more time, but those rounds, particularly rounds 1 and 3, very, very close, as Hollers drops 48 kills, 31 assists, and only 17 deaths. And Gambit right behind them. When you're getting that many kills in the map, questions have to be asked. Why weren't we winning this game sooner?
Just pick the oddball up. It's pretty easy.
Jo was.
No, it's fair. I mean, sometimes when you drop 50 on a map, you have to wonder were those kills which were influencing the game, or were they kills that were just, you know, maybe not controlling the map in the way that you would have wanted to. I had to watch it back, of course, to make those decisions, but they're certainly doing a lot of slaying, winning a lot of individual fights that, like you were saying quite rightly, you have to think would convert into ball time, but there's a lot more to it, of course. You know, we've seen games be lost where players are dropping 45 all the time, but across the pond, I'm looking at this series now and I'm worried, because Solitude, King of the Hill, we've seen what the likes of They phased into Optic on this, right? 250 to 0. It can be, I would say it's the most punishing game type that we have in Strongholds, as far as if you don't have control and you're not 100% on how you want to break a setup, so to speak, or retake control on the map, it can be over extremely quickly. But the good news for Across the Pond, of course, is that, you know, he did win an objective game at the start of this series, but this one plays a little bit differently. King of the Hill, of course, we're going to have those static hills instead of the Strongholds to contest.
That has to be a heartbreaking defeat. Had they had that ball for one more second, more moment, you find yourself, and even in the Slayer, they were ahead by 6, 7, 8 kills, and they've managed to fumble that one. They head into game 4, and really, this series could very easily have been a 3-0, but they find themselves now one game away from going 0-1 in the pools.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, right? We're saying they could have been up by 2.
Yep.
And then we were saying, hey, they could have won 3-0. Well, they're down in the series 2-1. And that's the difference, right? No game is won in... You don't win a game by playing 90% of it extremely well. You win a game usually in the last 5 seconds or so, 5-10 seconds. How many times have we seen it this season in the HCS, right? Teams coming down to those last final moments, and you look back on a series and it's a 3-0 to one side, but you look at the scores in the series and it's like, oh my god, like it was 1 kill, it was 5 seconds, whatever it was. But heading into game number 4 here, Across the Pond need to answer back.
Such narrow margins are games won and lost. Series are decided in moments and flashes by a kill or 2. It's 2-1 now to Shambd. J.O. rips the face of Squidge. Locking a double kill, 3 dead for Across the Pond. You can see just how objective focused he is. He steps into the hill and immediately then moves over towards glass. Very important for this first hill that you block the glass spawns.
So now it's about fighting out spawn for Across the Pond, and early hill time being picked up here by Shambd. They also, of course, did pick up that sniper rifle that you saw in the hands of J.O., which can be so important for locking down these longer lines of sight. At the moment, Shambd can't really do much wrong in this game. Kyle's going to be challenging here on the dip. But Rudimentary comes through and picks up a double kill. So now things have opened up a little bit. Maybe a little bit of an overzealous push here from J.O. with that sniper rifle. Instead of holding down those angles, try to maybe collapse with teammates on some callouts that were coming through.
Now Across the Pond have control of the hill, and indeed the glass spawns, forcing Shambd spawn over towards S1. Very isolated. It's a bit of a bottleneck, and only got 2 options. You lift or you head towards garbage truck. Trying to hit towards dip, but they've gotten themselves in towards blue. J.O.'s made a jump, the top middle. Secures 1 kill onto Rudimentary, excuse me. And Kyle, in a 1v1 now, comes out on top of that one. 2 kills go in favour of Across the Pond, but they've answered back. It's 2v2 on the map now very quickly, as Rudy gets 1 more combined with Kyle. This hill separated by just a couple of seconds then, these 2 teams. But it's Across the Pond who are in the ascendancy.
Yeah, Across the Pond making a really good play towards the end of this game. You can see that Hollers was desperate to try and contest that hill by giving away that 1 kill. It means 1 hill will be given away as well. And Across the Pond, I think important for them to get that first hill, just to reset things a little bit mentally, just to give them a little bit of confidence back after 2 extremely disappointing losses in the previous 2 games. You know, you take yourself back from a 10 kill or so lead in a Slayer to losing. You take yourself back to a 100-99 loss in that final round. It hurts for sure for any team who's going to be playing, but
up in round 1 of the up-ball too.
Yeah, exactly. And now you find yourselves up by 1. It just resets things and allows yourself to remember, hey, we're in this series. We've been in control for the majority of it. We just need to be able to close.
Time to settle the nerves. This is what you figure out on LAN. Can you handle the pressure? You've got people watching in the venue. You're no longer in the comfort of your bedroom, playing in your pajamas. That's the way I like to play, Mark, if you must ask. But on board now with J.O. as he falls. This driveway hill, in control of Across the Pond for now. BT recognises this, has to wait for his teammates to spawn back up. The bait and switch then. 2 members of Shambd. Squidge goes down. It's a perfect opening as Meaty continues to ping things over towards Tram Loop. They've got control of Yard and they're starting now to close the vice.
Response there from Gambit. Listen to that communication. Chaos will be taken down as well. Holland's really helping out his teammate. The last player alive is going to be trapped on the loop here. It's going to be Squidge. And Squidge is trying to do all he can to survive. If he can get a pick here on Hollers, it would be huge, because now all of a sudden the door is open, but Gambit shuts it just as soon as there seemed to be an opportunity to push off the back of it. It's still a 1-0 score in this. Time started to dwindle down, and we have seen games end 1-0, 2-0. No, not crazy scores here on King of the Hill Solitude. So the more time they can be burnt off this game clock, the better here for Across the Pond.
Gambit starting the game at 0-5 has really fixed those numbers up, looking sharpish now at 7-5 and 6. looking to be more of an influence for his team. Camouflage going to pop top middle. Jayo's just waiting for it. All tied up then. 1-1 now the score. Very little to separate these two teams across this series, and it continues to be neck and neck.
Yeah, Jayo just a little bit, I would say. All three of them line up. It's an opportunity to hit a nice kebab shot. Three of them in a row. A little bit of meat on the barbie would have been lovely, but I'm saying Jayo maybe a little bit early on that camo. You know, trying to set up top middle. That's where the attention is going to be for both teams, right? And when you give your position away, as teams are obviously going to be looking at it, that first pick can be also important. But there's Shambd. He finds himself with another kill to add to the tally with a nice headshot, but Chaos there to collapse. 1-1 the score at the moment, but you can see that across the pond in complete control of that next hill. Might be able to almost get this one contested, Richie.
ET drops in, trying to change the story here. So much progress already been made by across the pond. Have to clear them out of blue spawns. Very important that they pressurize and make sure that they can't spawn back in there. Squid just managed to get himself towards yard. Now controls top gold. With 3 members of across the pond over towards hotel. Jayo's in big trouble, loses his life. 2 go down then for Shambd. And across the pond will claim the third hill and take a 2-1 lead.
Now we move over to the snipe side. We move over to our third hill. Still 3 minutes and 20 left on the game clock. And of course, when someone's in that hill, it's going to just slow down and leave even more. So there's probably around 6 or 7 potential minutes left in this game if you've got a few players standing in and around that hill. So a lot of time here to work with here for Shambd. They need to keep themselves composed in this situation. But now you're seeing the energy start to pick up a little bit from across the pond. 2-1 the lead, 3 minutes left in this game. I'm interested to see if they do try and play for this hill, and it looks like they will, or if they just try and burn time off the clock.
You speak about energy picking up, starting to get a little bit more mouthy again, getting loud. Wasn't so successful for them last time. They burnt out in game 2 and 3. Only up by 1 here. Have to be careful not to overextend. Still an opportunity for Shambd to come back in this. 2 dead apiece. Callouts will be S4, player down to no shields. Gambit tries to stay alive over towards the silo. Meetsy's there to help up. Looked as though Rudy thought that kill was already done before it was. It ultimately didn't cost him too much, as the hill remains over towards Snipe. And Tollers this time who has it, pops the shields of 1. Squidge will send him back with the use of the force push. Tollers comes back for more, lines up the second, but the slide will just about move the hitbox to ensure the headshot won't connect.
Not sure if that camo did get burned. I'm pretty sure it was picked up by across the pond initially, so it might have just been taken out of commission completely. But now you see them trying to stack this hill. Sniper rifle in their hands as well, across the pond with all the tools they need to give themselves a 3-1 lead. And those shots from Squidge are going to be really, really solid as well. Rudy there to give him a little bit of support. It's 2 dead here, and you can see Gambit trapped over in blue. There's no real opportunity for them to push. Hollis is having to wait. He doesn't wait, though. Gives away that kill, and that's going to be another cap going in. Another double kill for him as well. That's about as simple a double kill as you could possibly want. 2 players desperately trying to push towards that hill. But 3-1 across the pond, looking very much in control here.
Rudy looking very impressive. Looking to get his team to a game 5. Want to start this pool off unbeaten. Still work to do though. 3-1 the score. With a potential Slayer on the horizon. They need more of this. They need to try and spread some of the workload across a little bit more evenly. Chaos will get another kill this time, shutting down Jayo. When kills like that start to go against you, Shambd may be already looking towards this game 5.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think they're just starting to over-challenge. I mentioned those individual plays, right? You try and, when you're down in a game, you try and do a bit too much as a player. You take the 1v1 thinking, if I outshoot him here, that'll be huge. But then you find yourself falling, and all of a sudden you give numbers over to your opposition. But across the pond, it's already 2/3 of the way to capturing this next hill as well. That would, of course, be game, and I think you're right. Maybe they are looking forward to game number 5 here, and hey, how about game 5? Hey, I'd love a bit of game 5 out here.
Don't mind a game 5 here on Saturday. First game, technically first round of pool play, so these two teams so evenly matched. We're getting a little over the shoulder old school camera as well.
Periscope vibes. MLG 06 vibes for a moment there. Was Periscope out then? Might have been a bit early for that. Definitely 2010.
Behind the paywall, probably.
That's how I watched most of Wes's gameplay back in the day.
Which he is convinced has been lost to the ether.
Oh, it's not. We found that out.
Some massive conspiracy. Score remains 3-1 though. Across the pond in control. Shambd look to be giving up this one. Perhaps already thinking of the game 5. Beautiful shots from Meatsy though. Perhaps an opportunity in a moment then. Get back in this thing. Still a lot of time to play with. difficulty is, once this hill is secured, it goes back to top middle.
Yeah, I mean, then you can burn even more time off the clock, right? The 3-1 lead is a little bit of a dagger if you're on the receiving end of it. It's just looking about, you know, we need to get back into the game, but time is starting to be a problem. We need to force these fights, but then if we force the fights, we're giving away that first death. It all starts to stack up so quickly, and to be fair, I think Across the Pond have played this pretty well. Even though you're seeing a little bit more time on the board here from Shambd, like, Across the Pond have been trying to play the game clock a little bit more, trying not to get dragged into these fights, and even though they've been doing that up until now, one break can change things, right? And that's exactly what's happening right now. They're trapped on the snipe side, they've got angles, they've got lines of sight, and there could be an opportunity here for Shambd to get back into this, but the sniper rifle can shut that down.
Couple of shots, one connects, another one just goes past Gambit. We'll have to try and stop this clock once more. 2 dead for a moment, Hollers and Gambit. ET and Jo in towards blue as they continue to try and control the spawns for their team. But members of Across the Pond over towards Hotel. That was such an easy death to give up.
Yeah, I'm worried about this, to be honest with you. You can see that, you know, Chaos was trying to play his life. He's trying to pick up kills because he knows the game clock is their friend right now. But if they keep jumping in this hill, they elongate the game and give Shambd an opportunity to get back into things. Instead, they go for the win. They do manage to get it, and it's not a decision that comes back to bite them. It'll be a 4-1 win for them. Across the Pond send us to a Game 5.
We're going straight back to a shootout then. Game 5.
It's a shootout.
It's a shootout. A shootout is a shootout. And we will be heading to Recharge for our Game 5 Slayer, but what a series we have already.
Yeah, a lot of fun, right? A lot of fun in this series, and I think those kind of games are the ones which define series for teams and players, because you can easily kind of roll your belly over there and go down 3-1 after the good start you had and then the tough losses, right? But they've shown that they're here to play here Across the Pond, and I think going into a Game 5, if you have that mentality, it's important, because there might be moments in the Game 5 where you find yourself down and you've got to find the resilience to come back into the game. And we've already seen that on the other side of things, right? In that game number 2 Slayer, where, you know, Shambd were able to get back into the game being down by 10 kills. So I think Recharge Slayer is an interesting game to have as a Game 5, because the pace is generally a little bit slower than what we see on some other Slayer maps, but also it gives the opportunity for players to really, you know, take the main stage over here, shine and grab that shock rifle, hit some big headshots, and say, hey, I was the player who won you a Game 5.
I mean, we've already seen players on both teams put up big numbers. We've seen Hollers and Gambit go to work hitting 40 kills in a game, and we've also seen the likes of Rudy and Chaos put down some big numbers. So these are the players that your team has to look to be the difference maker, be the damage dealer, and get the win for their team.
Yeah, I mean, players like Hollers, you know, it's so experienced, right? He's played against me on LAN. I mean, there you go. That's how long he's been doing it. And I think you know, you look into those players to be almost the leader in the tight moments, right? I've been here before. I know how these situations kind of play out. I know what we need to do. I know when we need to slow the game down, and I know when we need to be aggressive when we've got advantages. And I think you always look into those players, especially if you're a player looking to establish yourself, to put your trust into in those game calls. So I'm looking at players like Hollers. I mean, Mitzi and Jo, again, have been seen it for ages. Gambit, he's got more than experience. And I think on the other side, you're wondering who that player is going to be to make those decisions, to make those calls for his team when those situations start to get a bit tough.
I mean, you talked about Rudy, how he's been there and he's done that. He's been competing for a very long time. But some players, some newer faces, the likes of Chaos, I've been very impressed with it in this series. But even it's players there that we spoke about at the start of this tournament. You make a name for yourself. You go on and build a name. You start to be one of those players that are considered when team changes are being made. And these are the moments in those Game 5s when you go double positive, you get all the damage, you pick up that sniper rifle, get the game-winning kill. This is the moment, this is the time to do it.
Yeah, well, you're the player who threw.
Yeah, don't be that player.
I can remember one name in particular. I'm not even going to give him the time of day, honestly, but... so
can you tell me the moment, though?
We're up 48-46 on Nexus Slayer, I think it was.
Okay.
And we lose. Game 5.
What was the finish? Was it
I'll tell you another one, though. I was actually the player who got killed.
Oh, did you throw, though?
No. It was actually Riot's making an amazing play. So it was on Reach. We were up 2-0 in the series, and we ended up getting reverse swept. What were they called? Was it Apex? I don't remember what the team name was, but essentially Riot's made a crazy jump on Beaver Creek up the front of blue, and I was like playing a corner, and he had a snipe and just looked down, and I wasn't moving, obviously, because I was high, and killed me. Not my fault. Anyway, let's talk about game number 5. Let's hope that doesn't happen to someone here.
It's crazy how those moments in your career that you remember.
It's called PTSD.
Vividly, yes.
Serious PTSD.
We are getting some Vietnam flashbacks on Beaver Creek. Sniper rifle. Easy headshot, game over. Head and hands.
Especially on reach as well. The hitbox is enormous for headshots. But my head must have looked like a grapefruit. Grapefruit's a big fruit. Go watermelon.
Watermelon, that works.
It's about the same size as a head. Anyway, game 5.
Gameplay underway then. Game 5. The opportunity to go 1-0 in pools. Shambd perhaps thought this series was going to be a little bit more easy than they anticipated. Across the pond, winning games 1 and 4. Could have won games 2 and 3. Been a very tricky customer here. Again, we get Spilly Cam. Prefer to stay on the gameplay if we could. Camouflage though. 3 kills to 2 now to score. 2 kill lead, camouflage as well. 2 dead apiece. You spoke about how gameplay here was going to be a little bit slower, and that's what we're seeing already.
Yeah, it's really important that JO stay alive. You can see that the plan was after the 3-0 opening that Shambd managed to get in that situation. JO wanted to be the player who'd stop them getting shock. They all spawned at pipes across the pond. He wanted to stop them getting that power weapon. He wanted to be the one to maybe pick a player off as he jumped. But he came out of the situation not just by winning an individual battle, but staying alive long enough to influence the next one. And that's where you're seeing the 6-2 lead start to pick up, right? Shock rifle has been picked up, and it's going to be Kyle who has it in his hands, and he's going to have to do something here, but he's going to have to hit pressure shots, because now you're in a position where if you get pushed, if you get flooded and you miss your shot, not only does the lead extend, but you give a power weapon over to your opponent. So this is a real pressure moment and something that can make a player.
Across the pond, all stuck inside blue. 2 members apiece either side of them. Have to make a decision here to push 2. The longer you wait, the more difficult this becomes. Gambit steps out, and that shock rifle will not connect. He will go down though as Gambit continued to challenge. Perhaps that was ill-advised. Camouflage about to pop up, and it's because of Gambit's play there. Hollers also falls. BT trying to stop the camouflage grab, can't do so successfully as Chaos manages to get himself over towards Whirlpool. The 3-kill game though as Gambit enters back off the respawn. That's perfect from him. You see there, nervy moments, some misplays being made, but not capitalized and not punished upon.
Yeah, I think one important thing there for Shambd is I'm pretty sure they managed to take Squidge down, who had that camo. So he's not going to be an influence. He popped it, but didn't manage to escape, and the respawners managed to clean up the damage that was done. Chaos here trying to be a little bit of aggressive on the mid-bridge, and Squidge is going to capitalize on that damage, and that's what you need to do, right? Entry damage needs to be cleaned up, and if you're the player who's furthest up, you need to have the trust and the confidence in your teammate that he is going to be able to get you out of that situation, keep you alive, and clean up the kill to bring you back in the game. Oh, don't reload.
Chaos goes down. Rudy and Squidge, long haul. Gambit was in the crosshairs for a moment. Hollers is back blue as well. It's Kyle looking to fight from the sneaky. Drops down, then the double stacks. BT in a 1v1. Drops straight into the pistol. Does Squidge. Hollers gets one elsewhere as well. Giving away ill-disciplined deaths here are across the pond as they continue to allow Shambd to build the lead they already have.
Yeah, I mean, Kyle gets out of it with 1 kill there, but I think ill-disciplined is a great phrase to use in that situation. All of Shambd were trapped to the back of blue, right? 4 of them there, and... Oh, Hollers wins a double kill and wins the battle here for the double kill, but to go back to what we were mentioning, they're all trapped there. You can wait, you can get grenades, you can wait until initial damage is done, and then you can push, but it felt like they were just kind of pushing one by one. There was no coordination on that push, and that's why you're seeing a 9-kill difference between the 2 teams now. Moments like that can really start to kind of capitulate a team and see them fall over, but maybe they're back into this. 3 dead, this is their opportunity.
4 kills traded out for 1. That's good value. Ooh, 5-kill game. Shock rifle then for Rudy. It's been so good all series long. Can he be the difference maker here? Pressure shot onto Hollers. Won't connect this time. Little grenade just to deny the area. Will eventually hit the headshot onto Hollers. Grenade done so much damage. BT though slides in. No shields. Gets a double kill. 8 kills now. Frustration for across the pond. Perhaps they can dissect this one later on. Where did we make plays? Where did it all go wrong? And some of it started in that blue when they had them trapped.
Yeah, I mean, you can point out what went wrong there. I mean, they get a spawn kill that shot, right, with the shock rifle, but then they leave A open. You can see they all tried to push across. They tried to flood too quickly. And by doing that, block the spawns over at the long haul. JO survived long enough. Then they spawn behind, and they kind of end up pinching themselves almost, where a couple of huge shots have to be hit just to, you know, keep them alive in a situation which maybe didn't have to be so difficult. And by doing so, now you see Mitzi flies through, gets the double kill, turns the shock back over, and now you're seeing that lead get re-established here. So across the pond have had opportunities in this game, but it's the discipline that's cost them in those big moments.
The domino effect of just a couple of plays going against you. That's why we see such a significant lead now for Shambd. Across the pond. Still in this game, still in this series. 2 members trapped long haul though. Mitzi's there to get another double kill. Beautiful bait and switch. This game's very quickly getting away from across the pond.
Now, across the pond, they've got to kind of think about what Shambd did to them, right? Managed to turn the game around in that game number 2 Slayer. Well, now they've got to think about that themselves. You can see some of the updates coming in as well from some of the other games we have on our other stations here in Blackpool. But this one is now 15 kills from being over and from being down 1 in the series. You could see Shambd looking to turn this one around. Speaking of turning around, Joe looks the wrong way across the road and gets hit by a bus.
Thought you were going to go with it. Turns around and every now and then he falls apart. I thought that's where you were going to go, but glad you didn't in the end. Camouflage going to pop up very soon. And ATP need it now more than ever as Rudy gets 1. Camouflage, Rudy hits another headshot. Mitzi though shuts down the player. It's a 10 kill game here, make it 11. Shambd are already thinking about heading out over the sunset, riding away with this victory. Gonna need something special from Rudy to keep them in this game.
There is that shot. Now they just need to show a little bit of discipline here. It doesn't have to be 4 kills immediately picked up, right? They can just take their time in this situation, but they decide that once again going to be aggressive. They're trying to push, but giving away 1 or 2 kills when you've only got 11 deaths to play with, it's going to cost you. I would have liked to see them play even slower. Get that first pick. Let the players get back on the map, and even though he wins that fight, excuse me, with that beautiful shot to hit the headshot in that final battle, I mean, you're looking at the score now, and kills are starting to be a problem. Deaths are starting to be a problem.
Running out of room for error now. 7 kills required for Shambd. Although Rudy's getting kills when he really shouldn't, and winning some pivotal 1v1 engagements, needs the help from the rest of his team to keep him alive here with a plasma grenade. Sticks. Takes down 1 almost a second. With Squidge desperately trying to stay alive in long haul. EC recognises this and backs away, happy to wait for his teammates to spawn up and be a little bit of a thorn in the side. And difficult death. Gambit goes down, but Hollers will be there to trade it out. 2 now required. And across the pond are all but out.
Yeah, I think Shambd right now, you get 4 players on the map and you push something as a 4. You're going to get a trade in a situation, and you've got enough deaths that you can probably do it again straight afterwards. It's a situation which is pretty unwinnable for across the pond unless they do have a shock rifle or something in their hands that they can hope that one of their players just absolutely goes on a tear with. But with camo on the map in 5 seconds as well, Shambd can wait for that. They can play those advantages, and even though across the pond get the first pick, you'd be very surprised if the kill wasn't traded out.
Right there, Gambit gets a beautiful nade. It's the sort of situation that Walshy talks about. Push because you can't lose. Kyle down to no shields. Gambit's there to complete the victory. 3-2 to Shambd on the main stage. What a series. The second one of the day.
Yeah, lovely little warm-up for today, isn't it? A game 5.
Cleanser.
Yeah, a little game 5 to get you going. For everyone who's joining us, of course, in the crowd here in Blackpool, wherever you are across the world, thank you for joining us, of course. And it will be Shambd to who you didn't curse. Hey, how's that feel? Every time do you know that's why I don't do predictions anymore?
Because of that very same reason, yeah. But to be fair, I said they were favourites and they won. So I mean
it's true.
So I just know ball.
It's like saying who's going to win between Arsenal and United? Arsenal every time.
We promised we wouldn't do this. We keep it amicable between.
That
the two
was
of us.
a very amateur mistake as well, knowing that Arsenal play today. So let's see what happens. By the way, I saw an Odegaard shirt earlier.
Shout out to him.
Seen any United shirts?
No, people.
Nice,
we're actually in hiding at the moment for the next decade or so. We're waiting for Alex Ferguson to come back, bring back the heydays.
Undertaker's gong.
Smoke rises from the floor.
Talking about players to look for in a game 5, right? We were mentioning the experienced players. Hollers dropped 17 in that game. So 2 big pop-up performances from Hollers in those final 2 games that we saw. And think about how close the moments were in that series. You had the big comeback in game number 2. You had the round 3 last-second oddball. You know, it could have been a very different series, but it's the experience that comes through from big players, big moments.
Rudy, we spoke about how important he was going to be for his team. 14 kills with 12 deaths. He tried as he might. It just wasn't enough. Hitting some really beautiful shots. Getting some reversals as well. One on the Gambit that he probably shouldn't have won. But ultimately it meant nothing because the rest of his team weren't able to pull their weight. And fortunately for them, it was Shambd who really put the nail in the coffin. You can see confirmation of what we did see. Game 1 was not close by any stretch of the imagination, 250 to 52, but it was Shambd who bounced back in games 2 and 3. Very close games, nail biters. In fact, 4-1 then pushes to the game 5, which we've seen 50-39. Shambd come out on top. They probably fancied they were going to win the series, but they were not thinking it was going to be that close.
Yeah, I think it's a close series, but a fun series, and I think a good series for both teams to take something away from, right? But it's a series you'll look back on if you're ATP and think, that's to lose that one.
Yeah.
We had the opportunities that we did, but again, no one remembers how close games were a lot of the time. It's all about what the final series score was, and it's a game 5 win, it's a 3-2 win, and most importantly, it's a win.
Well, that's all from us in game number 2. Don't go anywhere though, as Joe Sketch and Tudor will be up with our 3rd game of the day. We'll see you very soon.
Here at BNSC, we offer a range of cybersecurity programs suitable for everybody. For those wanting to gain entry into the sector, or for those already working in the sector who wish to upskill and progress their careers. At Level 2, we offer an entry-level program which gives you the basic understandings around cybersecurity. If you wish to continue your journey, you can progress to one of our Level 3 programs, including the Fast Track to Degree program, which will gain you entry to our brilliant programs at University Centre. Our brand new T-level in cybersecurity will offer you a 2-year program which not only teaches you the knowledge around cybersecurity, but also gives you the chance to undertake a work placement in a real cybersecurity business.
If you're an employer and you have staff members you're looking to upskill, we also have an amazing range of apprentices. If you're looking for something a bit more short-term, as a member of the Cisco Training Academy, we also offer CCNA short courses in cyber ops and network security, which are available to anybody.
The tutors are very supportive, very knowledgeable. They know what they're doing and help out a lot. The equipment is very good, probably some of the best equipment for networking and cybersecurity that we can really get our hands on.
If you want to find out more about any of our cybersecurity products, you can click the link, check out our social media feeds, or give us a call and we'll be happy to help you. Here at BNSC, we offer a range of cybersecurity programs suitable for everybody. For those wanting to gain entry into the sector, or for those already working in the sector who wish to upskill and progress their careers. At Level 2, we offer an entry-level program which gives you the basic understandings around cybersecurity. If you wish to continue your journey, you can progress to one of our Level 3 programs, including the Fast Track to Degree program, which will gain you entry to our brilliant programs at University Centre. Our brand new T-level in cybersecurity will offer you a 2-year program which not only teaches you the knowledge around cybersecurity, but also gives you the chance to undertake a work placement in a real cybersecurity business.
If you're an employer and you have staff members you're looking to upskill, we also have an amazing range of apprentices. If you're looking for something a bit more short-term, as a member of the Cisco Training Academy, we also offer CCNA short courses in cyber ops and network security, which are available to anybody.
The tutors are very supportive, very knowledgeable. They know what they're doing and help out a lot. The equipment is very good, probably some of the best equipment for networking and cybersecurity that we can really get our hands on.
If you want to find out more about any of our cybersecurity products, you can click the link, check out our social media feeds, or give us a call and we'll be happy to help you. Here at BNSC, we offer a range of cybersecurity programs suitable for everybody. For those wanting to gain entry into the sector, or for those already working in the sector who wish to upskill and progress their careers. At level 2, we offer an entry-level program which gives you the base.
Sorry about that. There we go. I think that's it.
Hello.
Hello.
You hear me?
Welcome back. Another wee intermission segment. Joining me today is Neil, aka HiddenReach. Also from my part of the world. You've travelled over yesterday. You were telling me.
Airport.
Same airport, yeah. But that's not where you same landing. You went to Liverpool and I went to Manchester. A bit different, but anyway, tell us a little bit about yourself. You're obviously not playing today. You know a lot about the competitive scene, obviously in Halo, but you're more of a content creator, and I mean, our friend Tepek would be a big fan of you.
Hey, Tepek.
Tepek back watching.
Yeah, I run HiddenReach channel with quite a few other guys, and we pick where we get the lead and hide on Halo. So
yeah, I've watched some of the videos, some of the more recent videos that you've done, especially whenever Infinite launched, where you were able to basically clip into like buildings and like frustrate an entire team of big team battle. Like that was quite enjoyable to watch.
Can't do any of that here.
No. But what you did do at a competitive event, what one you were more famously known for, tell us a little bit about that, aka team missing.
I'm sure a few people know about this one, but yeah, we entered a Asian tournament during the 2016 World Championship qualifiers and got ourselves through to the semi-final on a team by the name of Team Isang, and we got to game 5 and got the lead on the map. So yeah,
it's actually got to the point where I have seen this on like several montages of like funniest
it's
esport cheating,
even top 10
esport cheating.
We got number 1 in the list, so yeah, I'm a number 1 esport apparently.
Yeah, so there you go. I mean, like, forget about the guys who hide aimbots as word.exe. It's all about you missing on the map. But I suppose like it's been a while from you've competed. I mean, the last time you competed that I was aware of, anyway, you beat me on LAN way back in 2019.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
you did.
Well,
you and
that
and,
one,
and
and
Nick.
then we did at the.
It was the Face It, yeah, TV2 Halo 5 event back in Twickenham.
And yeah, we competed as first boss and got first rounded 2 times.
Yeah, but that's your claim to fame is you beat me on LAN.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. I
got carried by Nick, like. But...
Yeah, no, I still get comments from Wants to Bang, who was in my team from that day. He's probably watching at home.
We were both choking, I think, and getting carried.
Yeah, there was a point where I think he actually went -1, and like it was like 6 kills, but I looked at his thing and it was -1, and then eventually it flipped the other way. When we played you, I was absolutely.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. So have you been enjoying the event so far?
Oh, it's brilliant. I'm loving the venue. It's done a really good job with it. Fantastic.
Yeah, no, I'm like I said, it's
really impressed. I was expecting something like pretty, but this is a proper job.
Yeah, no, it's been fun. You haven't been here long anyway. I know that there's been
only here half an hour.
Half an hour. we just had a really good game on main stage there. Yeah, we watched it there. It was a close game the whole way through. Really enjoyable in the audience too. There was plenty of people on that far side just even watching. But we have another game coming up now. We had Legend on the Intermission broadcast earlier on.
Yes, I saw him on the train.
Yeah, did you watch it? You watched us on the train?
Yeah.
He's going to be playing up next with Demonica and No Show, so should be now a good game. Yeah, we're trying to keep many new fresh faces onto the possible. But yeah, look, I hope you have an enjoyable time here. Have you any new content or anything coming up?
I actually just put a video out yesterday, so
yes,
youtube.com/HiddenReach. It was a high effort one, so I'd appreciate anyone checking that out.
Here.
Yeah, see him on YouTube.
Yeah. So we'll cut to another intermission, and we'll be back with Tudor and Sketch, who will take you through the next game on main stage. That is No Show and Demonica.
Here at BNSC, we offer a range of cybersecurity programs suitable for everybody. For those wanting to gain entry into the sector, or for those already working in the sector who wish to upskill and progress their careers. At level 2, we offer an entry-level programme which gives you the basic understandings around...
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to EuropaHalo Blackpool. Thank you for tuning in once again. We're back with more action here on the main stage. Next up, we have No Show versus Demonica Esports. And just looking at the teams, you've got some of the old school, at least Halo 5 old school players in Demonica Esports. Button, he's a name which I'm sure many players know, either for his out-of-game chat or his in-game ability, let's say. And on the other side, No Show. I've had some rumours. I've been told they're a bit of an online team, but so far they've turned up here at this event. Both the two teams are loading up into the game right now. And Tudor, we're back on the cast for another game.
Yeah.
And Blackpool's still buzzing.
Yeah, indeed it is, and we're going to have this energy going on throughout the entire day, including tomorrow as well. And as you mentioned, we are going to be taking a look at Demonica versus No Show, currently from Group D. First opening games have basically gone, well, not necessarily as expected. For Demonica. No Show, they're having a really, really good time right now, sitting on at least one win so far, so that is going to propel them just a little bit further on. And obviously, now we have moved over to round 2, so it's a completely new map, Vito, and you know me, I'm always excited for Pit CTF.
Yeah, Pitter, Empyrean, and Halo Infinite. It's just one of those old school. Back in Halo 3, it was a game which I absolutely loved watching as well. And that's me, I'll kick off the start of this game. Just a bit quick, adding on to what you said already to do with the pool play games. The No-Show team beat ITF. I managed to catch that one on the pool side pretty comfortably. And Demonica Esports did play top seed. So speaking of Demonica Esports lads, they were like, well, we want to play against this ITF team. But either way, they've got to get through this game first. No-Show versus Demonica Esports in our round 2 of our pool play. Empyrean CTF is up first. Everybody's loading into the game. Everybody is hyped here already. And we're going to get into some Halo action.
Indeed. Man, every single time that we load into Pit, I just get physical chills, man. It's one of my favorite things, and it's CTF as well. And despite the fact that we've actually, lowered the amount of points needed for a W from 5 down to 3, it still always delivers in the entertainment factory at the end of the day. But Demonica versus No Show, really, really exciting lineup on the main stage. Unfortunately for Demonica, not necessarily doing the best last weekend in terms of the seeding so far, and unfortunately, they haven't really quite been able to solve a lot of those issues in the transition to Blackpool right here.
Yeah, their one game against ITF, which will be later today. That's Pinchy versus Button. That's going to be an absolutely amateur sort of Halo classic matchup between them. They've got to get through this one first. No Show, they're already looking towards the winner's bracket. But Demonica Esports are going to be a team that's trying to be putting stop to that here, and this is the best time to do it on main stage. Legend 6, he's been here before. He's been on main stage. I've watched him. Fortunately, he lost 3-2, but we won't mention that. But as we see, you can see all those nice little snapshots of Imperial CTF. We're finally loaded into the game. Just jumping aboard with Frenzy to start this one off. This is round 2, so this is a big win. Either of these two teams could secure their place in the next round if they get on with a win here. Jumping aboard right now, we've got CK Sned. He's got the sniper rifle in his back pocket and the bandit in his hand as well. But the rest of his team around him have fallen.
Yeah.
So far, he's just trying to play his live, trying to make sure that his teammates can link up back to him. Just trying to play his little angles right now. Just make sure that he's going to be a hard target to take down.
Yeah, Flubzo hasn't got much left on that OS for the time being, so he's going to try to maximize his potential. Percussion on board with him. He's got at least a couple of rockets to play with. No, just the one left over, and unfortunately it will fall down to the wayside. It is available for a pickup, and you can see Flubzo still trying to contest the S7 from down below, or from higher up, I should say. Will get taken down as well. That is Buttons, at least bearing a little bit of fruit with the Spanker.
Yeah. And right now, you had a player towards the tower side of Demonica Esports. Pressure definitely on the favour for No Show as they try to push towards Demonica side of the map. But CK Snake's going to try and put a stop to that. He's going to face the guns of 2 players from No Show. And then playing his life, Flubzo did so well there, backing away. It's going to allow the side of No Show to push up towards Demonica's base. They're going to spawn down bottom tower. There should be a flagpole. Yeah. And if they get another set of slays, then they're on their way almost back to home.
Yeah, perfect window of opportunity. That kill feed was a sea of blue, and now No Show, they're going to have to capitalize. Just run that as far as humanly possible, and Percussion is seeing little to no resistance whatsoever. What a repulsor, straight off the map. Bye-bye, see you never.
Yeah, this should be a flag all the way home straight away, and what a start to game for No Show. Definitely putting the pressure towards Demonica, but right now you had CK Sned pushing towards the No Show base. He's going to get taken out, so it should be even at the moment. Both teams trying to settle back into this one after that first flag cap. Coming on board with Flubzo right now. Looks towards trying to take down Legend 6, does get those clean kills and trades across the board really here. Favour of No Show. They are going to get taken down, so nice hold here from Demonica just for the time being.
Yeah, let's see if Buttons can continue applying pressure. He does secure a trade at the very least, and that does leave Frenzied all on his lonesome as the sole survivor until Flubzo and the rest of the squad get off that respawn screen. It is still 1-0 for No Show. Demonica need to find themselves, and they need to try to at least mount some kind of offensive.
Yeah, trades across the board here. 3 for 3 here. The last 2 players left alone, that's Yusuf and Buttons, and Yusuf wins that gunfight. He's trying to push his way towards the side of Demonica's map, but he's going to face Legend 6, and Legend 6 sack cleanup right there as well. So a bit of a settled down game, but it's going to favour No-Show right now. They've got that early cap.
Yeah, they've also got the Spanker as Frenzied has just picked it up and headed for the hills. I do believe the Overshield was also nicked by one of the members on the side of No-Show, and now Demonica looking to see if they can mount some kind of flank, and yeah, Ibez, he spotted out that Spanker but couldn't get out of its AoE. Falls down instead, and now Frenzied looking to try to shoehorn potentially another flagpole in just a matter of moments. They deal with Legend, and that should be a prime window of opportunity to just get that flag out.
Yeah, nice kills coming across from No-Show here. Last player, it's going to be Bez, and he's taken down as well. Spanker Rocket, bit of a fumbly army on the flag, but he's got the Spanker in Demonica's home base here. He's got a player running the flag in Flubzo. He's got another player towards training, so they are locking down the map right now and basically forcing Demonica to go down bottom middle. Nice shots there from Frenzy. He's putting pressure towards these Demonica spawners. This should be another flag grab, but you do see CK Sned. He's made a push towards the sniper side of a No-Show, but he's the last player alive.
Frenzied, what a play coming out from him as well to basically just keep Demonica locked in their own spawn. Eventually he will be punished for his previous crimes, and now Flubso is looking to play a little bit of defense for the time being. He's got Percussion as well in tow, and the S7 finds plenty of impact up above. Sned somehow, not able to keep his life intact, and that is a full team wipe that the Demonica have now just succumbed to.
Yeah, and they're back already in the side of Demonica's side of the map right now. Pushing towards trying to get that 3rd flag cap. Yusuf picks up the sniper rifle, and he's already got 14 kills in this game, Tudor. He's popping it off, and if he had hit that shot, we would have gone absolutely crazy here on the main stage. But still, whilst it's going on, we're looking around here. Buttons gets the no-scope hit, should get the cleanup, but he doesn't. Does the hard job, doesn't do the easy part, getting a headshot onto Buttons. It's a nice kill from him, but still, it's not really amounting to any side pressure from Demonica. They can get these slays mid-map, they can't push towards No-Show side of the map.
No, S7 now out in the open. It will be picked up by Percussion. 2 more shots left, 2 more potential heads to click on. Let's see what he can cook up for the time being. Either way, Demonica, they're really struggling. And also for everyone in the crowd, despite the fact that the overlay says first to 5, it's actually first to 3 either way. So Demonica properly with their backs against the wall in this opening map. The S7 unfortunately falls to the wayside, and No-Show, they're looking to basically just speed run this to completion.
Yeah, CK Sned's going to try and make a stop to that. I believe that's all players from No-Show out of the base. So Demonica, just for the time being, they're stopping that flag from going anywhere. But they still need to do the tricky job of making their way towards No-Show's base and trying to get a flag on the move for themselves. Right now, it's No-Show once again with pressure. You can see Percussion gets a double kill off screen with those Spanker rockets. And now you got Flubso pushing through. He's trying to find the spawners or the hiders at least. Demonica, but can't find anybody. Gets some shots to Sned. Big kill. Okay. Nice trade there. Good defense from Sned. That's going to allow his team some time.
Yeah, even though Flubso was on this disadvantage, he still managed to make the best out of a bad situation right there versus the Needler. And Percussion, he's got a little... Oh yeah, the OS is actually online. It's on the side of No-Show, and he can basically just tank a whole bunch of damage while potentially going for that flagpole. It's already out in the open. Legend, where's the response supposed to be through? It doesn't really quite happen, and it's already through that long haul. This should be game, set, and match in map 1.
Yeah. No one really in position to contest this one. This will be our last flag grab if Yusuf gets this one in. 17 kills. He's doing a little teabag. He knows his team have won this first game. That's going to be 1-0. We're already there for No-Show. First to 3 in that first flag game, and it looked pretty comfortable.
Yeah, it looked really comfortable. Demonica just, unfortunately, not really up to snuff there. Were a couple of issues, a couple of duels that really didn't go their way, but on top of that, I'm just seeing, yeah, improper usage of a lot of power-ups and power weapons overall. They really weren't milking the maximum value out of these tools.
Yeah, I think some map pressure as well. You saw so many pushes through rockets towards the side of No-Show, and almost Demonica seemed a bit hesitant to push up on the map. They would like hiding towards their top tower, not really making the moves, all wanted to do the defensive side of things. And they get the defensive slays, but then they're not pushing up to utilize what space they have created on the map.
Yeah, exactly, and that's well and reflected in the scoreline as well. Only one person on the side of Demonica even actually entering the Cool Kids Club and breaking double digits. Meanwhile, everyone else on the side of, everyone's just breaking 13, 17 is absolutely ridiculous for I7 as well. Top performer, top slayer in the server.
Yeah, I believe I7 is Yusuf, or at least in my notes he's down as Yusuf, so hopefully we'll get a correction if that is the case. But yeah, no, he was ripping through all the players there, Demonica. I did speak to Demonica lads before this game started, and they said this is going to be one of the games where they're hoping to try and mitigate the damage, and didn't necessarily do it in that one. 3-0 to start off with, but we're going on to Street Slayer.
Okay, this should be a little bit more basic, a little bit more toned down, but either way, I'm taking sort of like a glass half empty approach on the side of Demonica, because if they weren't able to really well, reach their full fragging potential just on CTF alone, then, you know, Streets may still have a little bit of bias towards no-show.
Yeah, I like Street Slayer. I do think it is one of our quicker pace Slayers, though, as well. And if you have map control, if you get the rockets, especially, there's not really many places you can hide with Demonica. I always, like I said before, the first time we played, Slayer's that swing game. If you aren't the best as a team, you can do better in the Slayer. And that was sort of the case when we last casted Tudor, but I think this no-show team, they're all really good Slayers.
Yeah, they're really, really good, and I do want to highlight Percussion as well, because from all of the games that we've seen so far on the main stage, Percussion has been the one guy that has been able to actually maximize the value from that Spanker time and time again. We were very often seeing his name just pop up in the kill feed right next to that rocket launcher icon, often getting double kills as well. And we have seen very, very few missed rockets coming out from Percussion as well. So if we're going to sort of base our assumptions off of that opening map, then Percussion should basically be the silver bullet for no-show right here.
Yeah, but that's not just using the power weapons well, that's also controlling the map enough to get those power weapons uncontested as well. We're jumping aboard, ladies and gentlemen, into our second game of pool play and our second match of this series as well. Percussion once again with the rockets in his hands, once again getting a double kill. It's almost like you scripted it, Tudor.
Ah, god damn it. Why do you have to throw in the surprise now? I have to actually toss this entire thing out the window. Unfortunate, as it is Yusuf to take down Bez, and that should be terrace control completely established. Demonica yet to actually find the leaderboard altogether, and I think no-show, they might be playing Halo Infinite on hard mode, but unfortunately they do eventually concede one frag. Bez shuts down Percussion, pummels him down, and that's stairs control established. Frenzied and Flubso now kind of in dire straits.
Yeah, he needs to get a bit of control, but get some slays in the favour of Demonica. They need to stop that bleeding, because going 4 dead off a rip without getting a trade is not how you want to start Street Slayer. They do eventually get some slays, they're only 2 kills down. See CK Sned, he's got the Sentinel Beam, he's playing a bit of campaign right now. He's got some shots towards Flubso and Percussion. They're trapped towards Arcade. Nice double kill from him. It's a nice positioning right now. And I like what Demonica did there. They slow played it, they made no-show over push, over commit, and they got the slays they needed to.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you just have to have the self-confidence to really dictate the pace as a squad overall. And it is showing that Demonica, they're starting to improve bit by bit, moment by moment as well. At this certain point, no-show, they're starting to lose out on their ones. Nice nades. It actually finds a double as well. That's massive from Flubso.
Yeah, huge kills there from Flubso, but nice teamwork. You can see him locking up and throwing nades far from towards the purple side of the map, and his teammates in towards Subway. You can hear the communication. Sned just got killed by those nades. He spawned up. That's unfortunate for him. But across the map, you do see some slays and trades towards Demonica, so it's still not out of this one. That's 4 dead for no-show.
Wow.
So 12-12, still the tied score, and this game could go either way. Next set of slays here, Tudor, could be massive.
Yeah, exactly. Rockets are going to be up in just about 5 seconds. Whoever gets their hands on those is really going to just have the potential to propel themselves to heights unknown, as it is Bez to shut down Yusuf. Unfortunately, will get traded out. Flubso keeps things on lock, and who else but Percussion, ladies and gentlemen. 2 kills found and fed as no-show reclaimed the lead.
Yeah, Percussion's got 4 kills and 4 rocket kills at the moment, Tudor. He's only got kills with that weapon. He's like, lads, I'm not going to shoot unless I have a rocket in my hand.
True.
That was a tricky one for Percussion. Does get another kill. Finally, not with the rockets, though. Yeah. But overall, yeah, still nice trading back and forth. This game's sort of suited Demonica at the moment. No-show, they're doing the pushing. They're putting the pressure towards Demonica. But Demonica's sitting back. They don't have to worry about any objectives. They just got to worry about their gun skill.
Yeah, exactly. They're more than happy to welcome no-show with open arms. And at that, I don't even know how Sned actually got away with that. That was a little bit crazy, a little bit gnarly. And he's going to ramp the aggression up yet again. Can he find the kill onto Frenzy? Does secure a trade at the very least. So breaking even as a bare minimum is still something that Demonica want to, well, basically aim for.
Yeah, now we're getting to the nitty-gritty of this game. It's 20-20 at the moment, but when you get to that 20-30 kills, that's when the Slayer really starts. So right now you're seeing a lot of trades, but you've got to keep that up if you're Demonica. It seems like Demonica, they're reacting to everything no-show giving them right now. I thought no-show would run away this game, or at least put the pressure straight to Demonica, but Demonica are answering back really well. You see every time that no-show get a couple of kills, Demonica answer back towards it, and they're not playing passive. That first game, the CTF, they seem like they were pushed back towards their own base. In this one, they're using confidence.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty neck and neck. Let's see what the Bulldog can achieve. Unfortunately, Yusuf doesn't get credited with either kill from the shotty. It's instead going to be frenzied with both, and he has secured 10 in total so far, with plenty more, as no-show just get that 25 mark, halfway done with the job. And here comes Yusuf. Can he land the final shot? No. Traded off instead by Sned, and that's the Bulldog completely exhausted.
Yeah, that was a big set of slays there from No Show, and Shambd should be taken down himself as well. That's a clean full wipe for the side of No Show. So Demonica back on their spawns. They've got to answer back again. And even though they're keeping it close, it's always Demonica answering back in this game. No Show seem to be the aggressors. They get that early lead, or they get the lead in the game, and a couple of kills are answered back, but eventually No Show look like they're going to be unanswered. They're one full set of slays ahead.
Yeah, first set of rockets. I believe the Demonica get their hands on, and at least Buttons nets one frag out of it, but obviously we need a whole lot more. The gap currently sits at 4 kills, and Demonica desperately need to close that off as soon as humanly possible. They will start to slow down the pace just a little bit longer and force No Show to play their own game. Stalker rifle in the hands of Legend. What can he find? Well, a whole lot of intel, but no taps.
If you're Demonica right now, you should all be looking towards this garage side. You know they're going to be pushing this way. Legend should call it out. And he does a good job playing his life, just putting pressure towards the side of No Show. That's a nice kill grenade, but he's getting shot up, trying to just survive for the time being. Playing the corners, he's not going to do it, but allows his team some time to get up off the spawn.
Yeah, unfortunately got overwhelmed, and I feel like Sned is going to meet the same fate. Indeed, he does. Frenzied immediately just pummels him down with that Stalker rifle. And unfortunately for Demonica, that gap that was just a couple of moments ago at 4 is now expanded all the way up to 6. The Bulldog, it's good for one onto Legend. Percussion, he doesn't really want to let go, and he's going to double down. Unfortunately, doesn't get credited with the kill, but still, No Show, they're really hitting their stride now.
Yeah, that gap was 4, now 6, now 10. A clean 4 wipe without even dying for side of No Show. As we said, getting to that 30 kill mark, that's a changer in the game, and you can just see every single time we're on a Demonica player, they are dropping like flies. No Show seems to always be running a bloody system. Trade comes in, but it doesn't matter. There's always another player in blue to clean up the kills.
4 more kills left over for No Show to complete. And now Demonica, they're really going to have to buddy up and move together like a pack of wolves, but they've just lost out on Bez. Mistakes already being made and punished upon by Frenzied, and he will get taken down by Buttons. That's a good response, but we need a little bit more out of Demonica. This game is starting to slip between their fingertips, and that's it. We paint the kill feed blue as No Show take map 2.
Yeah, cleaning the end from No Show. Demonica kept it close. And, you know, that's admirable to some points, but it was always reactionary, as we said.
Exactly.
You know, eventually, the constant onslaught of pressure from No Show was going to be too much for Demonica. And in the end, 50-35 tells a different story to what we were seeing about the 25 kill mark.
Exactly, because for the first half of that entire game, it was pretty much neck and neck. But eventually, No Show decided to be a little bit more proactive, and that forced the opposite side of Demonica to just really respond to what was being thrown at them the entire time, and that's not really a situation you ever want to find yourself in a Slayer. And speaking of situations you don't want to find yourself in, now Demonica 2 maps down.
Yeah, it's tricky for them. They had the perfect response after game 1 at the start of that map, but it seemed like whatever they were doing at the start of the game, they didn't finish and continue through. They were playing a lot more aggressive at the start, or at least pushing up and trying to get map control. Towards the end, they're playing a passive again, like we saw in game 1. And you could argue that's either No Show putting on too much pressure that they can't move, or Demonica just being that extra bit too much passive there. But recharge strongholds, if we're talking about moving speed, the speed of playing Halo, this game is going to favour No Show.
Exactly. Territorial control is the name right now for Demonica. Their last chance at survival, and potentially, well, obviously they need to get this one to still be safe for playoffs and not necessarily leave Blackpool all too early. No Show looking to close this one off as fast as humanly possible. There's a very real opportunity and a possibility that we just might not even get to see Oddball or the final Slayer on Solitude, which would be a little bit of a shame, but still, No Show, really, really strong performance so far, and you can tell that stamina is absolutely no issue for them whatsoever. They got plenty of energy. They will take down anyone who's sat across from them.
Yeah, and just a reminder, No Show already won once in pool, so they're 1-0. Demonica 0-1. If Demonica lose, they're guaranteed, unfortunately, to be out of the competition. But No Show, if they win this and ITF lose, then they're going to be locked into our winners' finals.
Yeah,
that bracket even.
Yeah, and you know, obviously, as things start to progress, we start to have more and more teams get locked in, and we can really actually start to get a better picture and really illustrate exactly how the rest of this tournament, specifically tomorrow on Final Sunday, is going to turn out. But we are just loading up into what could potentially be our final map for these two teams in this series. No Show to looking to close it off right here on Strongholds. Demonica fighting for survival.
Yes. We're looking to start here for a recharge stronghold. Jumping aboard with Frenzied right now. See what he can do off a start. CK Sned already getting some kills on the board. Let's see which starting strat is better. It looks like Frenzied was a perfect person to pick. He gets a double kill off the rip as both teams are trying to find their way into this game.
Sned with an immediate response as well finds 2 of his own, and Percussion is immediately going to trade him off as well. And now B is finally going to start to see a little bit of contention as well. It's narrowly converted in towards Demonica's favor as Legend tried to establish some pipes control but immediately got naded out. Now Percussion looking to contest as well, but pummeled from behind. Buttons does have the shock rifle as well, but he's bound to lose it.
Ooh, big trade there from Buttons. Didn't expect him to get that one back. I'm liking Demonica's starts to these games. It's just their mid-game that they can't seem to get right.
Yeah.
They get that first stronghold capture on towards B. They get the first points on board, but no show. They've answered back right now. Legend 0-2. What can he do from this position? Holding down B, just needs to make his way towards one of his home bases. Maybe waiting for some teammates to come in, maybe get some slays of his own. That's a nice kill onto Frenzied. That should allow his team the gap towards going towards A, but he's trying to hold down this B side. Big 1v1 against Yusuf there. Good trade there for Legend. That should allow his team to get A. They should have control momentarily.
Yeah, definitely so. Now Sned and Co looking to mount some kind of offensive, but truthfully they don't really have to actually go for a C cap. They can just hold A and B for as long as is necessary, and they will eventually take this one as well. They will top the scoreline as well, 18 apiece for the time being, and Frenzied is looking for an opportunity, some kind of gap to close off and maybe retake A right now, but he has to lock horns first with Bez, and he does lose out on the duel. Good defense.
Yeah, good defense with Demonica here. Just want to see No Show sort of work together, try and push the angles they need to. Flubs coming in, he's found 2 players weak. Nice sets of slays onto him, but it doesn't amount to any capture because he's taken down. Frenzy, the last player alive here for No Show, but he should have a clean A. No concession coming through. You do see the players of Demonica, they're swarming through Turbine, trying to get some shots onto Frenzy, but it might be a bit too late. Frenzy gets the capture, does get taken down. So nice answer back here from Demonica. They should get this base back.
Yeah, exactly. Saved by the bell, but the response, it is immediate. It's filled with threats coming out from Demonica as well. They still hold on to A and B, and as I say that, they might just lose B, actually, unless they can deal with, I believe that is Yusuf currently capping it, and it will be converted. Bez does get taken down at the hands of Frenzied, and he's just going to hunker down, hold down the fort, but he's actually going to go on the hunt, see if he can clear out pipes, because, yeah, Legend is a bit of a pest as he's doesn't get away with the kill. Close.
Yeah, this is the tricky part for Demonica. We've seen them start so well in the first 3 games. Gets to this midpoint now, which we see, and they just seem to fall apart. Yeah. As soon as they get split spawns, they just don't know what they're doing. They don't regroup together. And it looks like No Show, once again, they're applying this domination. Seemed like Demonica had control of this game for so long at the start, and suddenly it's a triple cap.
Yeah, exactly. And they might not even get away with a B cap. No, lovely defense contention coming in right at the last moment, and B is going to remain blue for the time being. Will C get converted? Yeah, it will, but look at the response. It's immediate coming out from Frenzy. He was already on the scene and just ruining the party from Demonica right from the get-go.
Yeah, so as soon as Demonica capture one of his home bases, it seems like No Show, let's just then collapse and reapply that triple cap. Eventually, A's been captured, but it's a solo process from Bez. Nice kill onto Percussion, but he's got one more player to deal with. That's going to be Flubzo. He takes him down. So once again, A is captured, but it should be converted back. A triple cap should be momentarily back for No Show.
C as well, seeing a little bit of a red highlight for the time being. Sned unfortunately doesn't get away with that one. That's a massive frag coming out from Flubzo, and he's going to be able to actually pull this one a little bit further through. It's all down to Buttons to defend C for the time being, and he's forced to, well, tuck his tail between his legs, head for the hills, and try to regroup and mount some kind of flank. He might have the upper hand right here, but doesn't check his 9 o'clock, and he will pay a costly price for doing so.
Yeah, it was 42-28 to Demonica at one point. No Show seemed to be just controlling this triple cap. As soon as a base is captured, No Show either rotate or just collapse on that base capture for Demonica. Demonica can't get things going. They need to regroup, work as a team. We just see Legend by himself. If we go to another Demonica player, CK Sned, he's by himself as well. They're not working as a squad.
No, it's looking messy, and at a certain point, I don't know if they can really clean it up and try to recuperate. It's going to take a miracle, some kind of divine intervention, and even so, the team fights, they just don't work out in Demonica's favor, should they even have them going.
Yeah, Legend on screen, once again trying to push towards this pipe side of map, try and get some top mid control, and then utilise that to go towards one of his home bases, but time is ticking, and that triple cap is absolutely brutal, Tudor. Doesn't have to be many seconds before you start to see your lead get absolutely obliterated, and right now this triple cap's been going on since probably about the 100-point mark.
Yeah, exactly. 130 is the gap between the two squads, and that is quite the substantial difference. Frenzied now has the shock rifle to play with, and they're just going to cap B once again. C has a response, and Frenzied Frenzied has an opportunity, but he will have to relocate himself just a little bit. They have isolated both Sned and Buttons, who's now completely dead, eradicated from the server.
Oh, that's brutal. 2 players from No Show were capturing B, which allowed Demonica to go towards C, and I thought they were going to trade both bases there, but Demonica opted to not push towards and capture C. They tried to push out, all got slayed out, so the 2 players defending B, or capturing B, then just stopped C from being deployed as well. Eventually B is captured over to Demonica, but again, at this point, it just seems like they're just clutching straws.
Yeah, it's too little too late. And I fear for Demonica, just moments away from potentially taking their 2nd loss of the group stages so far, as Flubso adds another one to the tally. He's got a sight set on Buttons, who just narrowly scampers away towards the very end. The only person to not even actually hit double digits on the side of No Show is Percussion. But for Demonica, it's even worse because no one's really fragging out as much as they should be.
Percussion doesn't need to. In that game, it's easy as that. 250-42. At one point, it was 42-28 to Demonica, and then No Show just collapsed, and they just rotated perfectly as a team. Percussion didn't need to get double digits, because all he needed to do was just chill there, maybe rotate, capture some bases, and that's jobs are good in. I do want to say, though, for this group specifically as well, the 2 games to look for are going to be those top 2 seeds, No Show versus Baxter's team, which I believe were called Pharmaceutical, but they're now called Cinch. And then you've got ITF versus Demonica Esports. So for Demonica, their main job is to beat ITF, and ITF, their main job is to beat Demonica. So this game, Demonica knew they were going to be up against it. They did hold their own, especially in that Slayer, but unfortunately the mid game and the late game, that favoured No Show.
Indeed it did, and, well, as a consequence, but I guess, well, for No Show it's a bit more of a reward, they will just propel themselves up to the top of the group. Very, very comfortable. They can still take another L, and they will be completely safe in that upper bracket as well. So for right now, No Show, they're basically chilling. There's not a whole lot else that they can really do because they've just been knocking it out of the park in the server.
Yeah, and basically their last game is for top seed. Now, provided that ITF haven't won, if ITF won, they could technically be knocked out. Because we could have a 3-way tie on 2 for 1, but we're not. We're only casters here. I'm not doing any of the maths. I'm not going to do any of the working out of that side of things.
It's sin to do maths on broadcast as
well. Whatever maths you do on broadcast ends up not being true. But one thing which is true is No Show, they win our series 3-0.
Yeah, 3-0, quick, easy hat trick of maps. And, yeah, there's not really much else that we can actually say about this entire series altogether. It's just a bit of a shame for Demonica that they couldn't really bring out the goods this time around because there is potential on this roster, but just unfortunately, I think the nerves might be getting to them on that main stage.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, I think individually they did show some promise at different points in the game. Just as a team game in Halo, you have to always be working as a unit, and it always seemed like Demonica, they were just one step behind.
Yeah, exactly. And at that certain point when you're, well, stuck in the passenger seat, basically kicking and screaming, and you've got No Show driving, well, they've already... well, swapped off of 6th gear into race mode, basically. That's just how good No Show were. But that is basically going to do it for this particular series. So we are going to cut to a short little break, but we will return potentially with another interview hosted by Kaylin. We'll see exactly what we're feeling like, but you guys at home, be sure to stick around. You won't want to miss the rest of today.
Here at BNSC, we offer a range of cybersecurity programs suitable for everybody. For those wanting to gain entry into the sector, or for those already working in the sector who wish to upskill and progress their careers. At Level 2, we offer an entry-level programme which gives you the basic understandings around cybersecurity. If you wish to continue your journey, you can progress to one of our Level 3 programmes, including the Fast Track to Degree programme, which will gain you entry to our brilliant programmes at University Centre. Our brand new T-Level in cybersecurity will offer you a 2-year programme which not only teaches you the knowledge around cybersecurity, but also gives you the chance to undertake a work placement in a real cybersecurity business.
If you're an employer and you have staff members you're looking to upskill, we also have an amazing range of apprentices. If you're looking for something a bit more short-term, as a member of the Cisco Training Academy, we also offer CCNA short courses in cyber ops and network security, which are available to anybody.
The tutors are very supportive, very knowledgeable. They know what they're doing and help out a lot. The equipment is very good, probably some of the best equipment for networking and cybersecurity that we can really get our hands on.
If you want to find out more about any of our cybersecurity products, you can click the link, check out our social media feeds, or give us a call and we'll be happy to help you. Here at BNSC, we offer a range of cybersecurity programs suitable for everybody. For those wanting to gain entry into the sector, or for those already working in the sector who wish to upskill and progress their careers. At Level 2, we offer an entry-level programme which gives you the basic understandings around cybersecurity. If you wish to continue your journey, you can progress to one of our Level 3 programmes, including the Fast Track to Degree programme, which will gain you entry to our brilliant programmes at University Centre. Our brand new T-Level in cybersecurity will offer you a 2-year programme which not only teaches you the knowledge around cybersecurity, but also gives you the chance to undertake a work placement in a real cybersecurity business.
If you're an employer and you have staff members you're looking to upskill, we also have an amazing range of apprentices. If you're looking for something a bit more short-term, as a member of the Cisco Training Academy, we also offer CCNA short courses in cyber ops and network security, which are available to anybody.
The tutors are very supportive, very knowledgeable. They know what they're doing and help out a lot. The equipment is very good, probably some of the best equipment for networking and cybersecurity that we can really get our hands on.
If you want to find out more about any of our cybersecurity products, you can click the link, check out our social media feeds, or give us a call and we'll be happy to help you.
commentary about the time I played against 4 on 18. Yeah, that's like that game literally made me quit competitive gaming. Even you guys did, boy. Very quickly. Oh, we took top 8 that game. Are you doing a production spilling? Yeah,
I'm doing a bit here and there. Yeah, it's just an intermission. It's an intermission at the moment. So we got robots going around just doing the camera. So there's like a walk around camera we're doing. So yeah, it's good fun. Yeah. Oh yeah, no, it's I think Rob was just taking a break.
I got offered a spot.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure he'll come back at some point, and yeah, he'll be right.
It's funny, back then I was like working and then my other mate got picked up for I turned it down and he hardly.
Right.
He got picked up for TSA after I turned it down. I was like, shit, good on you, mate. Like, dude. I was like, look, I did my competitive.
Yes, that's it. This audio. So it's just a bit of ambience, you know. I could go out though and follow around.
I did. I was in Charlotte. I could reconnect with you just.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm just entertaining the troops.
I haven't seen you in a minute. I was like, yeah, I'm not. It was like I've been training for the past 7 years. Like I do no places.
Hey everyone at home, I hope you're having a good day.
We just got some audio at the moment. This is the live mic on the stream. The stream. I'm just going to leave this for a bit and I'm going to go and follow around Shambd, so get the live audio.
She's a Destiny kid.
What can you do though?
Hello. We've actually got the audio going, so we've got the audio going. It's working.
The audio is working?
Yeah, it's live now.
Here at BNSC, we offer a range of cybersecurity programs suitable for everybody. For those wanting to gain entry into the sector, or for those already working in the sector who wish to upskill and progress their careers. At level 2, we offer an entry-level program which gives you the basic understandings around cybersecurity. If you wish to continue your journey, you can progress to one of our level 3 programs, including the Fast Track to Degree program, which will gain you entry to our brilliant programs at University Centre. Our brand new T-level in cybersecurity will offer you a 2-year program which not only teaches you the knowledge around cybersecurity, but also gives you the chance to undertake a work placement in a real cybersecurity business.
If you're an employer and you have staff members you're looking to upskill, we also have an amazing range of apprentices. If you're looking for something a bit more short-term, as a member of the Cisco Training Academy, we also offer CCNA short courses in cyber ops and network security, which are available to anybody.
The tutors are very supportive, very knowledgeable. They know what they're doing and help out a lot. The equipment is very good, probably some of the best equipment for networking and cybersecurity that we can really get our hands on.
If you want to find out more about any of our cybersecurity products, you can click the link, check out our social media feeds, or give us a call and we'll be happy to help you. Here at BNSC, we offer
Yeah, okay, you ready? Go. Oh, ladies and gents, we're back again. We're in the pit. We're in the mixer. We're in the mixer. I've been told I need to put my mic further away because I'm too loud. I've spotted a man on his phone right now, though, away from the pits. He's been on main stage already. I've locked him in. He's oblivious to about to be on stream once again. He can see himself on stream and he can see himself here as well. Mr. Shay, Legend 6. I was talking on stream about you and your next game against ITF. I know both you right now own 2 in the pools, but this is a bragging rights. Got any words to say? PC words to say?
Yeah, we got to win. We got to win. So every LAN I played him, I beat them. It's got to be done again. You know, Chris Buttons, that is, in a pinch you can have a little 1v1 themselves. So it's really up to the other 3 to play each other.
Well, yeah, no, exactly. And also, wherever it is on the side station, there's going to be a massive crowd around you too as well.
Yeah.
Have you played them in scrims up to this point?
Yeah, we have played them in scrims. They beat us in scrims once. We beat them in scrims once. And then most recently, we tied 4-4.
All right.
It's going to be a good game. It's going to be a good series.
It's going to be a close game. Yeah, definitely. That's going to be up next at some point on the pool play, down here in the pit as well. Any final words for them before we go?
No, just shout out to my team. Shout out to Europa again for everything's been going on. Shout out to Demonica, you know.
Right, sweet. Cheers, Shay. Right, I'll see you around. We're going to do a bit of patrolling here. I'm not used to walking and talking. I normally just stand still when I do these talking. We do love a walk and talk. Lots of game action right now going on. We'll take you through. We're going to move round the stages here. Got the UHL boys. They're up against the team we've already had on main stage, Shambd. I think this game's already started. Pretty early doors. It's game 1? Is game 1 of it?
Game 3.
Game 3. What's the score so far?
2-0 to
2-0 to the Shambd lot. Yes. Been an easy one so far?
It's been a close game.
Oh, sweet. How are you finding it?
Not too bad. I'm spectating, so it's nice to see everyone. That's the whole point. Everyone comes up to these events, good to see some old heads and that. But yeah, nice to see the new generation pulling through.
Yeah, I know. There's always some new faces, but it's a mix of veteran players as well. Yeah, and it's just one of those ones where it's just nice to get everybody together in the Halo community because everybody's played against each other online as well, and you put a face to the gamer tag or anything like that. Have you seen a lot of the games before this one?
Yeah, so I was coaching ITF for a bit, and yeah, it's good. Like they play against Baxter's team, and again, one of like the original Halo players that I remember. So it's been good.
Awesome. Right, I'll leave it to it. We're going to do a little patrol in there, see what's going on. Cheers, mate. Thanks. I've just got a camera following me. I could get used to this. Well, again, we've still got Daddy's Daycare. They're still taking on a team. We've got Master Chief over here as well. He's loving the Halo action. I can hear myself as well. Is there any key games you've seen so far? Any good ones?
So at the very start, I think it was Frostbite. I don't know who it was against. It was a game 5. It was the first game 5 of the pit, I think. And there were a lot of people watching, so I had struggles to get through because everybody was like, I need to get a way around it. I cannot stop them watching. It's game 5, right? So I'm really looking forward. We had a game 5 on the main stage as well. I looked at that. Everybody from here at the pit was watching. So I'm really looking forward from some other games 5s and, of course, close games.
Yeah, you're in the action for everything going on here as well. And yeah, is there any games at the moment which you've looked at or anything you know which are going on in any of the teams or games you've seen so far?
So here they're just still in game 1. I started all at the same time, but we have probably some, especially here on Station 7, you should probably have a look at. There's going to be some nice banter talk and trash talk keeping over the desk, so keep an eye on Station 7 for sure.
Right, okay. Also, for those of you who are watching from home, as you watching from home as well, Alex is the voice of the pit. So he's been holding a microphone the whole time, and he's been keeping all the comms and making sure that everybody is clean and knowing where they're going when they're down in the pit side of things as well. I think realistically, all the games are heating up. I can hear some noise over towards the latter stage here. We just had to get away from the mic static, but you can see the crowd is forming right towards the end. So I'm going to have a look at what's going on in this pool station here. There's some noises right down towards this. Station 4 seems to be a bit of a hot point. A lot of crowd form around it. Look at this squad right here. We need to find out what's going on in this game. Bit of shakiness. I'm going to find someone from the crowd here who has to fill me in what's going on. How's it going, man? What's your name?
Yeah, all good. Dan, I saw Shara.
Yeah, nice to meet you, man. What's been going on so far here?
I think this is the match of the entire tournament. Area 117, Bittersweet. There's a lot of smack talk. Built quite a crowd. So yeah, everyone's checking it out.
Is this the first game of the series?
I think they're on the second.
Do you know when the first one?
I'm pretty sure it's Bittersweet.
Oh wow.
For 117.
Right, okay. Back to you in the studio. Right, okay. Back to casters now.
Thanks so much, Joe. Down on the floor. Up next, we've got Vatican Esports up against Overnight Goats. 2 team names that I'm very happy with.
Very happy with, very excited to talk about as well. I think we kind of touched upon Vatican Esports. We've got some good stories about the Vatican. We've actually both been.
We have.
Weirdly.
They don't let you record.
They didn't actually show us the esports department.
No, we didn't even know there was a wing for esports. But
it's true.
Maybe on the next trip we have to try and get that hunted out.
There's like some secret basement apparently where they keep PCs. Anyway, on the other side of things, you got Overnight Goats, which I have to say, for me personally, creative. I love it. I love it, but not affiliated. should say.
Oh.
With a certain brand of oats.
Yes, that is very important to say. Well, we do have them up on the main stage to take us away some Halo action. Looking at the series layout.
It's over.
Coming up, we've got... Yeah, it's 3-0. But we were actually trying to delay these games, Mark, with one particular goal in mind. It was to watch the football. But unfortunately, didn't delay it long enough.
I don't want to bring it up because I know that Harry's here somewhere, Wonderboy, and so
sounds like you do want to bring it up though.
A bit of rough 7 minutes for him, so I'm not gonna. We haven't played yet, so I'm not gonna.
You seen very briefly from the series layout.
Wasn't gonna talk about it.
You seen very briefly from the series layout. Imperial CTF is game number 1. What can we expect from these two teams, you think, particularly now with Bandit start? So it's a little bit of a shake-up to the meta.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting for sure. I think a little bit less cross-mapping, and the thing that always stands out to me that maybe isn't talked about enough with Bandit starts as well is the differential with players who are good at long range now. A lot of players have obviously, the top players in the world have switched over to LT Trigger, Zoom now, so they have a little bit more of an advantage of snapping back into those long range battles, but the Bandit does really kind of test you when it comes to your ability at long range, especially when, say, you're set up on the needles and you're trying to shoot some spawners on S1, S2, courtyard. If you get knocked out of scope, it can be the difference between surviving and being taken down yourself, and that can be the difference between a flag cap and a flag stop. So Empyrean's a really good map for us to see, I think, how the Bandit is going to influence things, and I'm kind of excited to see how aggressive pushes work and how well teams can control half of the map by just pushing in numbers, because two Bandits on one player, if you hit all your shots, they die very quickly. So if you can get your team work into a pretty good position, it also put more pressure on the snipers, right? Because if you get de-scoped with the Bandit, you're going to die pretty quickly. So snipers certainly going to be one to watch. I'm interested to see who's actually going to pick them up as well for these teams.
It's funny you say that, because there's obviously less room for error now with the Bandit rifle, because with the battle rifle, 1 of 3 bullets hit a burst, you'll de-scope somebody. Now you're forced to have to hit that one single bullet in order to knock somebody out of that scope, try and turn the tide of a fight. So there is a lot more emphasis on the accuracy, and some of the players that we talk about in Europe, particularly Snipe Drone, massive damage dealer. This Bandit rifle change could make him an absolute demon if he wasn't already.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly going to separate a few players, and I think the battle rifle maybe, I would say, covered up some players when it came to those individual fights, just because it's a little bit easier to hit the shots when you're in those consistent fights, but the Bandit really does test you, and the outplay ability is there with the Bandit, and I think we're going to see that in this game as well. 3 dead off the rip here for Vatican esports. They're praying to the Lord already to try and get back onto the map, and we're going to see a sniper trying to survive for now. We've got a bit of mouse and keyboard action, Richie. Or someone playing on a stupidly high sense.
Evolution with the snipe you spoke about, you were wondering who was going to be the one to pick it up, and it's going to be that man on your screens. Lands a body shot onto the overshield player. Harsh is in big trouble, manages to get a trade. So numbers advantage do favour Overnight Ghosts now for the moment, and a flag pull as well, as Neil tries to get things on the move.
Trying to just buy a little bit of time at the moment, just trying to survive, wait for his teammates, but Mjolnir does a pretty good job of cleaning him out of the base, which means they will be able to reset, get back on the map, send that flag back home. But Penguin also controlling the mid-bridge. He's got a sniper in his hand. You see he's just hit a couple of nice shots as well. There's another one, and all of a sudden what looked like a situation where they were trying to survive and think about sending a flag back home. Now they find themselves on the back foot with 2 snipers, I believe, maybe just the one, in the hands of Penguin here, trying to protect his flag carrier.
Penguin, now the undisputed only Penguin in all of Halo. He's reclaimed his throne, thanks to the North American one changing his name to Dead Zones. I know he likes to change his name back and forth. Zayn might end up back on Penguin at some point or another, so we might find ourselves in a sticky situation once more. But speaking of sticky situations, flag down long haul. Evolution leads to win this fight, and does. It's going to make this more of a difficult flag capture for Overnight Ghosts. They lose another couple of members. Vatican esports can try and push forward here. Flag still out though. Just going to give this one up. Flag sent back, but warning signs there for the Vatican esports that they don't, when their P's and Q's, Overnight Ghosts will punish them.
Yeah, I think Overnight Ghosts have certainly had the best opportunities to score that first flag cap so far, but it's just not being able to pick up the respawn kills. They've got the flag moving, they've got it into the needles, but they've lost those pivotal battles when it's mattered to keep that flag and getting it past that 50-yard line. But now it's going to be a little bit of pressure for them to have to try and deal with themselves. They're on the defensive side of things. Vatican esports for the first time up on the map, and fortunately for them, the first time they kind of suffer the same fate. 2 players have fallen for them, so now it's a battle once again for that mid-map control.
Rockets then, out the pop. Harsh takes a little bit of damage. That grenade's going to do a lot more. Rockets just about ready to pop. Overshield will too. A couple of kills go in the favour 3 dead apiece, as a matter of fact, as Neil and Milner in a 1v1 against each other. Where have the weapons gone? That's going to be very important. It's Milner who scooped them up. Rockets. Overshield still open. Perhaps that was an opportunity for him with the Rockets to go and secure the overshield while 3 members of the opposing team were down, but unfortunately he's managed to give that one up. So power weapons and power ups traded evenly here across the board, 1 for 1.
Sniper's coming up as well on that 9-minute mark, so this is where you see a real power swing in the game, and Penguin did not see this play. Yes, he did. He gets the beat down. He doesn't want to waste the rocket. It's going to be a trade. Penguin will take that every single day of the week against a rocket player, especially at that range. So Penguin doing his job. He's at 8 and 5 at the moment. Pretty good start from him. He was pretty accurate with that sniper rifle off the rip as well, but the question is, can he get it back in his hands? Drop shield down to try and create a little bit of a space to push down, but good damage defensively coming in once again.
Overnight Goats. Stop the push, or excuse me,
reload your gun.
Neil with a double kill, making an unofficial triple kill. He locks in 1 more. Currently sitting at 8, 2 and 5. Good start for him, and now they threaten to push forward. Sniper rifle over towards Sword. 2 shots will miss. Rampage continues to duck and dive one of those headshots as forces the player to miss. Trade going to be under the bridge though. Penguins got flag on the move along with Neil, trying to provide that cover fire, and you spoke about trying to pick up the fresh spawners. This is the perfect time to do so.
Yeah, now it's a difficult situation. Like, who do I try and hit? Because there's 3 players challenging me with that sniper rifle, and unfortunately wasn't able to hit any. However, that grenade is pretty good, and we find ourselves in the same situation we found ourselves in many times so far in this game, which is the flag getting it into the needles, but the respawn kills not being picked up. And now you see Crucial, who overextended off of his spawn through the base of Overnight Goats, is pulling a counter cap himself, so that flag is going to be down. Penguin might have a 1v1 or a 2v1. They try and force this one, but Harsh is going to be watching this one with a sniper rifle. Harsh should be able to just defend that one. They should be able to jump on this one and send it home. So 0-0, but kind of the same story for both teams. I think Overnight Goats certainly had more opportunities to get that flag back, but again, you've got to kill them not just once on Empyrean, you've got to kill them twice if you want that flag coming home.
Both teams guilty of overextending as Harsh slides out, rips the face of one. Arizi evens the odds though. Sniper rifle is down. He can pass that information along. You see Neil puts it into reverse and waits for the rockets to pop up, and here they come. Maybe he has to wait for his teammates to come up in support, because if he overextends here, he could be about to lose these rockets. Crucial over towards the wall. G about to be 2. Should be and is. Neil opens up the door, but immediately heads back towards green. This is the opportunity for him to push forward.
Yeah, I want to see him going forward in this situation, even though, Penguin the back smack on the overshield as well, so here is the opportunity to go forward. Now, take yourself back a few seconds, even though this pressure's coming in here, and we're watching, Vatican esports try and hold off this push from Overnight Goats. If that decision would have been made a few moments ago after getting the double kill with the Rockets to go forward, maybe there's more pressure on that player. Maybe the respawns are forced on the courtyard, and you have that flag already moving. Now we find ourselves again in the same situation. It is deja vu here, right? The flag is off the stand, it's up to the BR, it's not quite reaching the needles, but after a 3 or 4 dead, you need to make more of those opportunities. There's only so many you get in a game, and when it's tied up at 0-0, Vatican esports are going to be thinking, hey, we just need to sneak 1 flag cap away here, and all of a sudden, this game is ours.
All the pressure Overnight Goats continue to put down on the Vatican esports base has not amounted to a cap at the moment. Arizi fighting from his back foot. Over towards tower, down to no shields. Was able to survive for now. The trade, Harsh and Evolution, making it a 3v3 in the map, but Rampage tried to get away. Got a headshot in the back of the skull for his troubles. Now we can see the sniper rifle continue to be an influence. You see score update elsewhere. UHL have lost 3-0 to Navi. Navi and Quadrant are 3-0ing everything right now. Plasminade almost making it a bit of a sticky situation, mind the pun. Long haul now is the point. They're going to push. Drop ball goes down. Sniper rifle in hand. Tries to land the body shot. Neil will continue the fight from the first Bjorn. Harsh will take him down. 2 down a piece. Make it 3 for Vatican esports. Here's another opportunity for Overnight Goats to take some map.
Yeah, Lost Player Alive just trying to scarper away here. Just make sure that he isn't an easy kill. Everyone else get back on the map. Good damage coming in here though from Harsh. Doing 2-3 shots with that bandit rifle to numerous players. Fortunately for him, no one in position again to take advantage of it. Crucial going to be challenging up on the tower as Rampage finds himself with the S7 in his hands now. 20 seconds till the rockets. You imagine this is going to be a battle for map control. Hold these lanes as with this sniper rifle. Control those rockets. If you can pick them up with 4 minutes or so left in this game, that's got to be your opportunity to cap.
Mention the time. How important that can be. We could be looking at with the way this game has flowed. A 1 cap win. Rockets now in the hands of Rampage. Pushes forward. Only good for one. He hands possession of them over. Rockets and sniper rifle. There for the pick. And the overshield player will come through green. Scoop up the sniper and head back the way. Put it in reverse. Flag pull this time. Neil needs the help of his teammates. As you can see, members of Vatican Esports trying to play this one patiently. Trying to do as much damage as they can. Arisi does enough just to stop the push. Penguin with the rockets though. Make sure he gets 2 kills. This is the moment. Crucial top tower taken down to just about under half shields.
Yeah, need to be forcing this one through the long haul. Can they finally get it past the 50-yard line? That's the question. They should be able to do exactly that. Need to just force it. Another kill comes in. That was the re-wipe of the team off the respawn. And now it's just about picking up the final pieces. Should be able to run this one home. It's going to be 1-0 finally here to Overnight Goats. They get that first cap on the board at what felt like the 15th time of asking, but they finally put the pieces together when it matters.
Taking a look at the game. Stats lines, 12 and 12 for Hirsch. Neil, 18 and 11. Penguin, 29 and 12. So they've had all the pressure here, but like you spoke about, there's times when they got the flag out, they just didn't get those second wave of kills, and that was the problem. That was the difference maker. This time, though, they've left themselves a little bit susceptible to a counter cap, and it's already down through the long haul.
Yeah, you can see the repulse as well is going to force that flag a little bit further, and going to watch once again for these overextenders. Crucial picks up a perfect double kill, and now all of a sudden, I mentioned how you only get a certain amount of chances they cap in this game, and if you don't make the most of them, it takes 1 cap. And then all of a sudden, it's a tie game again. So Vatican Esports answer back. Overnight Goats finally put the pieces together, but they aren't able to control their base well enough to stop that counter cap coming in. Now you see the pressure coming in. Overnight Goats find themselves 2 dead, and you've got Crucial flying at you with a sniper rifle.
And the floodgates now open. 1-1 the score. We were all tied up for so long and only separated by a 1 cap lead for about a minute or so as Vatican Esports immediately applied more pressure. Trying to sustain that now is crucial in the base, but they managed to get 2, have Overnight Goats just to clear out their base. 2 members down long haul. It looks as though Penguin's just firing off some warning shots right now. Let them know exactly where he's situated. It was enough to quell the damage, quell the danger. Harsh over towards Sword now. Heatwave will be his reward.
Interesting moment in this game now, Richie, because obviously you have the overshield coming up that you can see on your screen now. Harsh is going to get that, but the rocket's popping at exactly the same time. So if you can get either of those or both of those, then you're the team who has complete control over things. And at the moment, it looks like Overnight Goats, their first priority is to clear their side. They do also have those rockets, so they need to make the most of this. Evolution's last alive. Respawns are coming in to try and help him out, but he's got the Heatwave, he's got the overshield. He knows that Evolution is weak with that sniper rifle as well. Harsh is in a great position here if he can connect for the triple to get that flag moving. Can't quite connect though, and those shots missed with that Heatwave are going to hurt.
Will that come back to bite them? They've still got members forward here. Sniper rifle for Penguin. Down to 1 shot. Evolution top tower trying to make himself a very difficult kill. The snipe shot will not connect, will not find a home, and as a result, giving up his position. And now Vatican Esports stop the danger. 3 dead now for Overnight Goats. And it's Vatican Esports who now can take control of the map.
I mean, Overnight Goats 1-0 up for only a few moments. I mean, the last time I remember a team being 1-0 up and then finding themselves an equaliser late in the game, and then another flag cap maybe going in. You know, it'd be a little bit Spursy for that to happen, but 42 seconds left in this game, and once again, Overnight Goats looking to go forward, looking to put the pressure on. 2 dead here for Vatican Esports. Make it 3. Last player alive is going to be falling as well. Though it looked like he managed to actually just scarper away there. Not sure how he managed to thread the needle in that position.
Arisi needs to tap into his inner Lamina. Break forward here.
We are being so mean. Sorry, Harry.
Our team is still yet to
Still
play,
yet
so
to
we
play.
are in big trouble. 3 dead for Overnight Goats. Again, Vatican Esports. All the pressure that they put on the base, they just can't put it together for a flag capture. And these are the sorts of games that can get away from you. This is very much looking like they could go down and lose this game, but they're flag now on the move.
Yeah, flag on the move. And look, 1 second left, and you have to wonder, overtime popping up. The pie chart is there. Can they get a touch on it? Can they keep this game going? And they do exactly that. Harsh is 1 shot. They get that kill. They go try and force the touch once again. Penguins there should be able to win the fight to keep them alive. The rest of the respawners coming in as well, so this flag will be sent back home. And it's going to be tied up here. We're going to be going to overtime, 1-1. That's the difference. And with new weapons popping up on the map, with overshield and rockets being available off the rip here, as well as those snipers, a couple of kills going your way here. It could be the first flag cap and the winning flag cap as well.
Cap wins then. Rocket's the point of contention. Been won thus far by Vatican Esports. Neil tries to quell the danger. Rampage straight into a rocket. One more left to play with for Sherzy. Overshield has been scooped up as well in the chest of Harsh. Repulsor helping to push the Overshield player back just a touch. Trying to do maximum damage to him. Sherzy with the rockets elsewhere has gotten one more. Parades left, right and centre. It's 3 dead for Vatican Esports and Overnight Goats through Harsh and Rampage. Immediately looking to take map.
Yeah, still a little bit of overshield here as well. That's finally going to dissipate, meaning we're back to an equal shielding on the map and everybody on the map as well. I like this play coming in from Harsh here. He's waiting for the opportunity, waiting for teammates to push up and do some damage, but nobody got any damage as those 2 players crossed on the first BR, so that needle not going to be as effective as it could have been. But it looks like they're going to pick up the pieces at least. 1 dead side of Overnight Goats. They do have the numbers advantage here as Vatican still find themselves 2 dead, but Crucial on the other side of the map again, maybe creating another opportunity for a counter cap if they pull here.
Crucial being a thorn in the side of Overnight Goats. Looking to get a flag cap against the run of play, it must be said. Penguins in the base to play defense. Here is Crucial again behind enemy lines. Penguin did make it very difficult. Crucial will ultimately fall. 2 in the respawn screen for Vatican Esports. Evolution could be about to join his teammates. That grenade connects. It doesn't. He's still alive. Down to again, no shields. But it may take 2 shots of the Bandit Evo to take him out. Harsh, down to no shield. Again, remaining a thorn in the side as Evolution finally gets taken down. Very nervy end to this game.
2 dead here for Overnight Goats. Want to talk about how important it is to stay alive? Well, you've just seen it from Evolution, right? Just playing on that needle side, managing to stay alive long enough, just play his life a few extra seconds. Teammates now push up, and that's why you're seeing the pressure starting to come in now. Vatican Esports making a last push here to try and get that flag moving. They do get a touch on it, and the kills start going their way as well.
1 dead for Overnight Goats. Sniper rifle here for Sherzy. Trying to provide cover fire. Rampage in trouble. Milner down long haul. Down to no shields. Flag still not at home. The no scope won't connect onto Neil. So close. Desperating the flag touch here. But Overnight Goats appear to have survived.
Yeah, just about. I was just wondering if it was a better idea to try and force that flag down the long haul for a few seconds there, and then maybe try and buy a few extra seconds, influence those spawns a little bit, maybe onto your own flag so your teammates can fly down the green box, fly down the long haul to try and help you out in those situations. Overshield going to be picked up though, this time by Evolution, so he's going to have a chance to put a power up to use. Most of the time we have seen them going over to Overnight Goats, you would say, especially that rocket launcher, but with 4 dead, this is the chance for Overnight Goats to go forward. Everyone is in the death screen. You need to go forward right now if you're Rampage.
Rampage, eyes lit up as a sniper rifle stolen away from Vatican Esports. Spawns over towards Mauler. He has got to start landing some of these shots for his team. As soon as he fires that first shot, he gets absolutely lit up. Can he connect with the second shot? The answer is no. He's shut down. And again, Overnight Goats, excuse me, that's a different thing. Overnight Goats putting pressure down. But again, can't put it together, can't get the flag cap.
I mean, you want one moment there that kind of summarizes what went wrong in that situation is you go for that sniper rifle S1. By doing so, you kind of have to keep in the back of your head you're blocking those courtyard spawns, right? The spawns come on the flag first BR, and that leaves kind of a 2v3 situation for the 2 players who are trying to be aggressive on the green and the long haul. If you get that sniper rifle, you have to put yourself in a position to try and hit shots on the respawners, kill them, wrap in, you become the flag carrier. The problem there was that the players died too quickly, and the help wasn't there from the player who went for that sniper rifle quick enough in order for them to get that flag cap and kind of wrap through and get that flag down the long haul. So maybe a little bit of a misplay to be so aggressive with that snipe, having picked it up. Maybe a misplay to just not go maybe straight to, you know, the jump up box over to the plat, but I'll have to see if it's going to bite them. But again, another opportunity missed.
Well, they learn through these errors, these mistakes that have been made. Vatican Esports survive once more. Harsh and Penguin have to back away, give up the map. Rockets again in another 25 seconds, but they won't even be a factor unless a flag is out at the time, because very quickly heading into a reset, unless Overnight Goats can push forward here. They have got, at least did have numbers advantage. It's a 2v2 on the map now. Penguin faced with 2 members of Vatican Esports, trying to survive, trying to get the trade, has done so successfully. As you can see, both teams here quite content with a restart now.
Gonna be a restart then. 1-1 is the final score between Vatican Esports and Overnight Goats on Imperium CTF. You would have to suggest that that was a game that you'll look back on if you're an Overnight Oats.
Oh, you did too. You did it too.
Enjoyer and a supporter of Overnight Goats.
Nice save.
Doesn't even let me finish the
Nice save.
sentence.
Nice save.
Unbelievable. Andy had never do. You know, there was a lot of opportunities there that you would think that maybe should have been a 3-0 game, right? The one flag cap that did get capped against them was a counter cap, and they had so many opportunities where they got 3-4 dead. They had map control, they were halfway up on the map, they had power weapons to play with as well, and they just couldn't get the kills on the respawners that they needed to in order to secure that flag. Only once they were able to do so. So opportunities for them. I think they won't be too disappointed with the general pattern of the play because they were in control the majority of the time, but it's execution, right? It's knowing what you want to do is one thing, being able to do it is another. And I think they'll look back on that and the opportunities they had to think we probably should have taken that game 3-0.
And there's criticisms that can be laid at the feet of some of the players that you spoke about having the numbers advantage that they needed to be able to pick up some power weapons, but then influencing the spawns, looking to be a little bit too proactive on the fresh spawners. When you have a sniper rifle, trying to use it more of as a shotgun at times, it seemed in that last passage of play, rather than going top tower, like you say, going front base and maybe making yourself a more difficult kill. Instead, you challenge 3 members and you're put to the sword.
It's one of those things I always talk about the internal timer, and I'll talk about it till the end of time, because having picked up that sniper rifle, you've got to keep in your head that players are coming off respawn in the next 3 or 4 seconds. By picking up that sniper rifle, you know you have blocked spawns. Those courtyard spawns aren't going to come in because of where you are on the map, right? So you've got to think, am I able in the next few seconds to get into a position to help my teammates out, to look for the respawners and play the power position, which is going to be tower, and then wrap in afterwards? Or am I going to have to play a little bit different here, leave the sniper rifle so that they're going to force them into the courtyard off the respawn, and my teammates are going to be able to move in on the other side? All these little things, you know, add up, and decisions have to be made in a microsecond, but say that maybe the wrong one was made in that situation, but we'll have to see if it will be made again as we go into the restart.
So many intricacies in a game of Halo. We broke it down as I shoot gun, better than you shoot gun, but so much more going on at any given time. It's time for flag to be out again. Evolution, though, this time shuts down Penguin. Irezi just manages to escape with his life. Grenade might be the death knell. It isn't. He manages to survive. Again, Overnight Goats putting the pressure on. Nothing to separate these two after 12 minutes. Double kill for Neil. Tries to push forward, but Milner is there. And now Penguin with snipe. Over towards Long Haul. Harsh got 2 more kills and immediately heads forward here with a player spawning up over towards tower.
He's got the sniper rifle here. Like, oh my god, who cares? Oh, I know nothing about Halo. Forget about it. Run into the flag, has the furthest player forward with the power weapon, kill everyone, no scope everyone, just run the flag. Game's really easy when you do that. You were right, I shoot gun better than you.
That's all you have to do, I shoot gun. 2 more kills, now starting to deal with the fresh spawners. Remember folks, if this flag goes in, they will win game number 1, excuse me. And there's nobody there. And Overnight Goats draw first blood, game 1 goes their way.
Funny, isn't it, how we talk about the intricacies of the game and then it's like,
bang, bang.
I mean, I would say in general, it was a bad decision to run in to the flag with the sniper rifle, knowing your teammates are alongside you who don't have power weapons. Not a bad decision if you no-scope both players and run it home.
You spoke about the execution of things, and that was 2 members of the opposing team being executed in broad daylight.
Yeah, he knew what he wanted to do, and he did it. And not much you can do, to be honest with you. I mean, if you're trying to wrap back to your flag, you're playing it perfectly, get no-scoped, 2 of you, you're like, okay, cool, deserve the cap.
The thing is, when he hits the first one, and you're on the opposing team, you're like, okay, I'm going to shoot him now, and then bang, you're dead as well. It's like, okay, well, I guess we're losing this game.
I'd have some choice words for him. I was going to say they can't be said on broadcast. Maybe they can. We'll have to find out, but luckily for everybody here and who's watching, we're going to have to save it, because game number 2 is ready, Richie.
Game number 2 on the horizon, then Slayer on streets. Vatican Esports will need to try and bounce back here, because of course we're hoping that we can get Vatican Esports up against Demonica at some point. That's a battle for the ages.
We want to decide if good or evil prevails in Halo. It's a question that everybody has wondered.
A question on everybody's lips. But Overnight Goats 1 game to the good and just 2 away from a victory in pool play, and how important that could be for their progression and their seed heading forward in the tournament. But Vatican Esports still have a lot to play and a part to play in this series.
Yeah, they do. I think it's going to be tough for them, though. I think they were on the back foot a lot of the time in that first game. When you go into a Slayer game type, Yeah, it was kept close, but I think it was misplays more on the objective side from Overnight Goats than it was, you know, good defensive plays from Vatican Esports. With all due respect, when you go into a Slayer game and you've only got to worry about getting the kills, usually a pretty good indication that you're going to be pretty comfortable. However, Overnight Goats once again proved to me that I know nothing. Find themselves 4 dead. It's 4-2 here to Vatican. I hate it when that happens.
We are always just putting ourselves at risk of being wrong.
We're just guessing.
Yeah, that's all we're doing. We're making it up as we go along. 2 kill advantage, make it 1 as soon as I say that. Of course, again, making things up. 3 dead now for Overnight Goats. Double kill for Evolution. Been very impressive hitting those shots, not to mention on the mouse and keyboard as well.
Every time you say Evolution, by the way, you know what's in my head, don't you?
Evolution is a mystery.
Evolution is a mystery.
Well, we're going to see if he can apply a pedigree or a Batista bomb of some kind. We will wait. We will be there. 3 kill difference now. Rampage wins this fight. It looked as though Evolution was going to get the win, but the tide was turned. 4 kills like that need to go in their favor because Vatican still hold a lead. 3 dead now once more for the Overnight Goats. Penguin's in trouble to join his teammates now. Lovely grenade banked off the wall. Evolution will get that kill. This is much better. They look to get themselves right back into this series.
Every time you say it, dude, it's going through my head. But now it's starting to get the lead, I should say, starting to get a little bit more heavier in the side of Vatican Esports, and it is that man that we were talking about, right? It's Evolution on the mouse and keyboard alongside Arleezy, who seems to be doing a pretty good job of leading the way with slays. 6 assists for Crucial as well. Ooh, there's a nice kill that can get you back into things though. Vatican Esports find themselves 2 dead. There's the Shroud. Buy themselves a few more seconds. Those kills lining up as the rockets are coming up here, Richie. This is what we always talk about. You get the kills in the build-up to the rocket, it gives you the lane to play from. And now you're going to see an opportunity here for the Overnight Goats to get back into this.
Rocket player will get 1, but only good for 1 as his teammates all fell around him. You spoke about getting kills at the right time, but unfortunately deaths came at the wrong time for Overnight Goats, and that means rockets will change hands. 1 to play with. Arleezy on the staircase. Spike grenades scooped up, throws a couple down and runs away. That might have been a wise decision. Milner gets a kill with the rocket as well. That can mean the push can come. Trying to keep the spawn stagnant and staggered here. Rampage on the commando who's down to no shields will get an elbow in the spine. Penguin over towards Pink. Very good from Milner, continuing to put down damage. That was a good stretch of damage.
Yeah, good start from him in this game. Mjolnir 8-4 at the moment, 3 assists to his name as well, so influencing, you know, double digits when it comes to fights in this game. Almost half of the fights that have been taken have been involving him in some way or shape or form. Overnight Goats starting to just look a little bit ragged at the moment. Rampage doing what he can at 9 and 7, but everybody else is giving away a few too many deaths. It's every time you're seeing it from the POV of Vatican Esports, it feels like it's 2 guns to the 1 player that's in front of them. They just have that better numbers advantage in and around the map, and with an 8 kill difference between the 2 teams, they're going to have to get that right pretty soon.
Harris is on the ropes here. Manages to soar up and land a Shoryuken. Arleezy spares the blushes. He almost managed to get 2 from a no shield position. That would have been a cardinal sin for Vatican Esports, it must be said.
I was wondering how long it would be until you started
making references.
Yeah.
Yeah, I waited long enough.
Yeah,
it has to be said.
Honestly, game 2's probably a record.
10 kill lead then.
I always get worried with religious reference. Like, it's a very,
it's a touchy subject,
as a commentator, it's a very shady area to get into.
We live in the grey. Evolution on B stairs then. Rampage wins that fight, continues to fire his gun. Was it a couple of shots into the already dead body of 1? We will not comment or speculate on that, but we will continue to make rumours all tournament long.
Yep. 37-26, and Vatican Esports showing that maybe Imperium's not their map. Maybe Slayer is their game type, and Streets is one that they're looking to control at the moment to tie the series up at 1-1. 37-28 is your score at the moment, and once again you can just see Overnight Goats just 1 by 1 getting picked off at the moment. Even though they did have a couple of kills go in their favour, it's 10 kills the difference, and you can see here it's 1 kill gets picked up, but where's the rest of the team playing off the back of it? And I'm pretty sure a rocket just got picked up here by Evolution as well, but the kill does not. Gets traded out almost immediately though.
There is a real disconnect on the side of Overnight Goats. You speak about players pushing forward. There's no real plan in place Rampage gave up a free death, and that meant that Vatican Esports can continue to build in that lead that they hold. Keep giving away free deaths like that, very quickly this game will get out of hand. Need to slow things down. Be a little bit more measured in their approach. And as you got Vatican Esports all trapped inside Tram, but Evolution's gotten a kill, so the first pick's gone against them. That's the thing, every time they're trying to get something going, they give up a relatively cheap kill. You can see Harsh really desperately wanted to chase that kill, but his teammate was there to apply the damage to get the kill. And out comes Pink Streak to point 4 dead now for Vatican Esports, and now all of a sudden a 5-kill game.
Yeah, interesting to see Vatican Esports trying to play out the back of Tram, right? And I was going to say, when you're playing an oddball game, if a team has the ball in Tram, it's a setup that's difficult to break, it's difficult to push into without taking trades. And overnight, just kind of were sat there not sure what they wanted to do if they had to push, and I don't think they really had to make a play there, to be honest, Vatican Esports, but they felt like they could make a play. They wanted to try and get aggressive. Maybe something they'll look back on here, because Overnight Goats have just picked up the next set of Rockets, a 4-kill game, and with 2 connections with the Rockets, it could be a tie game here.
One push, one play goes against you. You hand the initiative right back over to Overnight Goats with the Rockets. 2 dead for Vatican Esports. Make it 3. Now a real moment, some touchy, nervy moments now. Football in terms, we call this squeaky bum time. Evolution in towards Cafe. He will fall, but Arlisi is there to even up the odds. 3 dead for Overnight Goats, and perhaps the push and the damage that was put down, only 1 more kill required.
Yeah, 1 more kill, just a trade required at this point, and Overnight Goats are going to have to not just go 4 for 0 in this team fight, but also pick up 1 off the respawn as well, which is going to be extremely tough to do. At the moment, I'd be taking my time from Vatican Esports. I'd be waiting for a threat sensor to get a little bit of information, playing for all the equipment, waiting for that Bulldog, exactly what they've done now, and then trying to coordinate something, or just wait, of course, for your opponents to try and make a play, because you can certainly get a trade in that situation. Good damage being done here, but again, I like the decision. Back down. You're winning the game. You're winning the game. You don't have to do anything here. You don't get extra points for winning it by extra kills. You get points for being ahead at the end of the game.
They hold all the cards here. This is perfect. Keeping them at arm's reach, excuse me. Knowing that it's Vatican Esports who hold all the cards, and Overnight Goats have to make the move. The longer this game stays like this, the more time dwindles down. It's only going to be a win condition taken out of the hands of Overnight Goats. They have to work a plan here, make an execution, whether it be all 4 push pink or all 4 push over towards the arcade side. But Bulldog player Arlisi stepping out, he's stepping up. That Stalker Rifle won't find a home. He slides now over towards Commando. He wants to be the one to get the game-winning kill here. He manages to slip in through Tram, straight through the front door. Bulldog's got the kill. This series is 1-1. We're all tied up.
Vatican Esports then putting it together in that final moment. You did feel that when they had that Bulldog, they controlled essentially what they could do. You're always going to get a trade in a situation. You're always going to get guaranteed damage down with a Bulldog when everyone's trapped in Tram. It's just making sure that you can kind of thread the needle. And that's exactly what they did. The cover fire up to the B railing, managed to sneak him onto those stairs. And even though it looked like Overnight Goats had kind of scoped out where he was, the quick G slide across to the trash to jump up there and just cause more problems. Difficult to track sometimes, and you're always kind of having to play at a distance because you know that that Bulldog's coming. So they closed that out really well. I like their patience in that final moment as well. Didn't try and force anything, didn't throw the game away. So look back at it and go, hey, why did we push? Or why did we let one death go 1 by 1? The Vatican Esports do tie it up. Now we move on to Recharge Strongholds, and kind of a different pace of game, I would say. You know, Overnight Goats in that game number 1, they controlled it for the majority of the time. The one objective to focus on makes that essentially very easy for both teams to know what they have to do. But Recharge Strongholds, I think you're always on the edge of, do we want to play a double cap or do we want to push for a trip, right? And if we're on the other side of it, it's like, how do we try and break out of that? I think the best teams in the world separate themselves. I think that's where Quadrants separate themselves as well. It's not just how good they are with the triple cap, it's how good they are at stemming bleeding when they do find themselves under pressure as well.
Game 3 then. Vatican Esports, Overnight Goats, all tied up 1-1. This is really going to be one of those swing games. First objective game did go the way of Overnight Goats, with Vatican bouncing back in the Slayer. Very little to separate them in game 1 in that objective. A little bit of a pace difference here compared to the flag game. Flag period can be a little bit more structured. When it comes to strongholds, you have to be on the move, constantly rotating, out-rotating your opposing team. We're going to see who can get the better of it. Right here, right now. On board with Milner.
One thing that always, I think, is a good takeaway for teams who are trying to improve at strongholds is like, it's not what are we doing, it's almost when you get a few kills, it's what are you leaving open, right? What are you leaving behind you as a spawn point that you have to focus on in 8-10 seconds time? A lot of teams are too focused on maybe holding a 2 cap and not being afraid to push up 50 yards halfway across the map and leaving essentially a spawn behind you open, but thinking in your head, I've got enough time to get across and create a 4v2 and then go back for those spawners when I need to. So off the rip here, we're going to see a few kills being traded. A and C going to be the hold here for Overnight Goats, and B will be collected to make sure those scoring doesn't become a triple cap off the rip. Nice shots.
Beautiful 5 from Milner. Not James Milner. That's a different one.
Workhorse.
Experienced player.
Great fitness levels.
2 cap then, B and C for Vatican Esports. Shock rifle is up as well. If Rampage was to choose to go and get it. Left it up there though. Perhaps didn't want to overexpose himself to the lines of sight. With good reason. C starting to get transferred, but looks as though they've killed the player inside. To make this a difficult task, Neil's in big trouble. Reset comes through. The per setup for Vatican Esports remains locked in. A and C in their control, waiting for the spawners who appear to be coming from the long haul.
Rampage loses his battle tower as well, and you would imagine that Cruz was going to be able to challenge, maybe challenge just a little bit early there. Was too worried about the fact the stronghold was slipping away instead of thinking about when his shields were coming back. If you wait for those shields, you re-challenge, you win the fight, then you can recap afterwards. It's not desperation, you have to stop it right here, right now. And off the back of it, A and B will now be the hold for Vatican Esports, which everybody knows at this point, I think is the easiest setup to hold with the map control and the crosses you can watch.
It's all about holding the crosses. For Overnight Goats, they need to get the player out of gold if they're going to make any progress on the map here. Rampage and Neil both fall. Ireleasy could be about to join them. Good damage by him though. Got another player down to no shields. He's managed to survive and get all the way down. Bottom cross. A is going to be the point of contention then. It's been executed on. 2 dead here. Last 2 remaining members of Vatican Esports over towards gold pipes. A will transfer. It's Overnight Goats who now have control. They still need to clear out pipes though. The spawns will be coming from long haul. They have got to be aware of that now. 3 dead for Overnight Goats. Penguin, last man standing over towards bottom elevator. B and C have been flipped. This is perfect from Vatican.
Yeah, Vatican really impressive there in the way that they actually pushed. It was very formulaic. They took their time to make sure that the cross was being shot. Great stick there coming in from Penguin, even though the push is going to be coming in for A as they search for that triple cap. But first point of contention was get out of long haul, get into gold, force that player down who's watching the cross to A. From there, they managed to get a little bit of damage done. Someone went mid-bridge on that camo jump up, got some damage, and then they collapsed off the back of it. They get A. They're able to cycle now, and as you can see, the score is constantly now going up in the favour, of Vatican Esports. They're doing a really good job of working out when they have the numbers where the spawns are coming in, taking the stronghold away that's furthest from that, and then collapsing in on it as a unit after the damage is initially done.
Overnight Goats seem to be splitting not only the numbers, but what they want to do is Arsh is over towards C. Rampage is top gold. He looked as though he was going towards C, while 2 other members were trying and hit A instead. Need to get on the same page here because they're absolutely hemorrhaging points. It's Penguin now will look towards A. Evolution back elevator. Forced to drop down. Ultimately taken care of by Rampage this time. Camouflage about to pop up as well. Although they're losing so many points, Overnight Goats have got to prioritize one or the other. Points or camouflage. It's been scooped up and someone else has it. It's going to be Neil. Down to no shields. Finally taken care of. Oh. Somehow the reset came in. Overnight Goats hold A and B for now.
Yeah, it was a contested just the last second there. Now Rampage with that camo has an opportunity to maybe think about pushing for a triple cap here. Damage is going to be done. He knows there's a one-shot here as well. Gets that kill. It's a killing spree. He's going to re-challenge here as well. Should get this kill without being taken down. Teammate is there. And the opportunity for a triple cap presents itself. Now, where are the spawns coming in? Oh, Evolution makes a play, though. Makes a play to make sure that that triple cap doesn't come in. Hides behind that box. Make sure that he gets the kill. As we see some shenanigans going on here. And it looks like we might have a few tech issues. That one play might have just saved the game and kept them a little bit closer than they were.
Perhaps a control pad disconnect. Love to see if he's back in the fight very soon.
Spartan moments.
Oh, that all too well. Arleezy gets a kill on the Penguin. Neil tries to slide in towards B and contest. Desperate. Looks as though a triple cap could be very quickly and fast approaching us here. Got A and B, but C has been transferred. Rampage over towards Whirlpool. Gets one on the Crucial. Couple of shots, but Crucial stands him up. With the shock rifle now in hand. Penguin, bottom elevator, who continues to do damage. Heads up play. He waited and watched the cross. Harsh down to no shields now. It is Vatican Esports who continue to score. They're in just cruise control right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not been anything flashy. The best play I think you've seen from Vatican Esports so far in this game was the initial break that they made onto A. And from there, they've just been constantly able to cycle the scoring between strongholds. A finally to be flipped here by Overnight Goats, but you can also see that, look how quickly the Vatican Esports make sure that they re-secure C. They know they've gone down numbers, they know they've given up map control, but they're not giving up a triple cap, and they're not giving up a 4-dead situation. So really good map awareness and game awareness coming in from all 4 players at the moment. And the standout, as far as Slays is, you know, you're looking at Arleezy, 12 and 8 for him, 11 and 9 for Crucial as well. But Crucial, I think, has put himself in some really good positions as well, really smart positions, not just to get kills, but also take the attention away to create the opportunity for pushes.
Overnight Goats rotate well. B and C still in their control, being outslayed in the game for now. Crucial, a beautiful nade onto Harsh. Prediction 1. 2 go down. Crucial in big trouble. 2 players, L2, down to no shields. 1 hits the respawn screen. Crucial could be about to join him. Penguin soars forward. Tries to contest B. Rampage will do damage as well over towards Whirlpool. 3 members of Overnight Goats. They're finally starting to piece it together.
Yeah, they are, and they're doing damage onto respawners as well. There should be all of the respawns coming in and around C, round blue and long haul, and this is not the position you want to be in. They do get all 4 back on the map. They do get to capture C here without any real pressure coming in from the tower. And now, Vatican Esports have the chance to break again. I mentioned how they did it so well last time in this exact situation. Well, let's see if Overnight Goats have learned anything. But again, the first kill goes down. The second one is going to be traded out. So they're trying to force their way into A. But now you're going to see Overnight Goats have learned their lesson. They're doing a much better job of putting pressure on.
The trade for Hirsch. Evolution. Arleezy in B tried to contest, but ultimately exposed to Penguins. DMR shots. The Bandit Evo doing so much damage from C to B. And now it's Crucial inside of B. Vatican Esports retake control of the game. Have possession of A and B. They continue to score. That little wobble they had cost them quite a few points, but they're back in control once more.
Yeah, a little bit surprising, to be honest with you. Overnight Goats, we mentioned how they won the battle. They did so well to do so. Well, off the back of it, they didn't really do anything with it. They let it slip through their fingers. They weren't able to hold again, and they let a few strongholds skip away, and then before you know it, this game is a lot closer than it should have been. Vatican Esports, though, back in control with the AB setup, and this is where they look comfortable, Richie. They're pretty good at doing initial damage and leaving it to each other to clean it up, and Molnir in the kill feed again is going to clean up the first part of damage.
Camouflage for Harsh, but he goes down. That could have been a win condition. Taken away. Penguin's there to get the trade, and perhaps Evolution should have waited for his shields to come back before he rechalled. Arleezy backed over towards Pipes. They're going to lose A here. They're down to no shields in Pipes. Milner and Arleezy in big trouble. Easy goes. Milner's still standing for now. Crucial putting out big damage from C. 3 dead for Overnight Goats. B and C for Vatican Esports in control. And Evolution standing over towards L2, taking a lot of damage here, but still manages to get a kill.
Yeah, that's beautiful work from him. Again, just buying a few extra seconds, waiting for his teammates to do some damage. He rechalls, he snaps onto the headshot to convert it, and A and B will still be the hold here for Vatican Esports. Crucial gets taken down. It's a big kill as well. Playing off the back of this. Important now for Overnight Goats as we head into the final moments of this game. It looks like they're making the play onto A. There's also a player who kind of thought about starting B, but the call has been made to go for A and C to hold it. Like you mentioned, the poor man set up for now, but with Vatican Esports spawning on the pipes, there's an opportunity for them to collapse in here and really put the paint onto them.
3 members of Overnight Goats collapse. Vatican Esports then continue to evade possession of these hills. As it slips away. Triple cap locked in. and it's locked in tight. Evolution's the first pick as well. That's going to make the push a lot more difficult as Crucial now falls.
Really good play here at the back of blue. It's not just 1 kill, it's 2 kills and also damage, which means that C gets reset, B stays in their control as well. So Overnight Goats making plays towards the end of this game. It looks like the teamwork and the fluidity is starting to find a little bit more consistency in this game in the final moments. And sometimes it's pressure that does that, right? Some teams fall apart, but sometimes the teams will find their best form when they're under this kind of pressure, knowing the game could slip through their fingers. But as I say that, Vatican esports showing they've got a little bit of backbone as well, as 238 points are on the board, and they have their preferred AB setup once more.
Overnight Goats have perhaps one more push.
Big trade.
It's going to be a massive trade. Penguin gets one though. He can step inside A. He's in big trouble. Grenades go down. Double kill for Penguin to just keep this game alive then. A and C in control. They have got to get B though, because Vatican esports have already rotated towards C.
B will be capped. Damage has been done on some respawners as well, so they should be able to hold this, but this might be the last opportunity to hold it for now. Just one more mistake and that will be game over. 245 points. Leave yourself in a situation with no mistakes, but the remote detonation is going to be enough to blow things open here, and here comes Vatican esports trying to fly through, trying to cap A.
Penguin in a 1v2. Has his work cut out from both players down to no shield. He managed to get one. Neil is there. B and C now in control. But it's being contested over towards C. Harris has got it locked in. The Perman setup's there once more. Vatican esports have got to be careful. We've seen games like this go against teams time and time again.
Trapped in pipes again. This is an important moment. Overnight Ghost should have the jump on them, but look how aggressive the Vatican esports are trying to be, trying to force their way out the pipes, and it costs them. Couple of kills go down, and now you can see the last 2 players, lots of eyes on them. Damage being done as well cross map. They're going to have to try and survive for now to try and get 4 on the map, and it's not looking like it's going to happen too soon. Rampage is going to be re-challenging here, and now the call is made. Vatican esports want to play for C here.
Overnight Goats have to react. They have to go to B. They're going to lose C, and they're doing that just now. Neil has got to stay alive here. The game is riding on the line. He's being challenged by Crucial. He gets a trade, but Rampage is in there to keep contesting. Ireleezy continues to put down fire on C. Platt gets the kill. Harsh is down to no shields, but they've got A and B, but B's contested again.
B's contested again. And with those kills going down, Overnight Goats are going to have to try and desperate. It's not going to happen. Evolution, even though you're alive, he's going to be in there long enough, you would imagine, to keep this contest going, to keep it scrappy. That will be the final moments as Vatican esports do manage to clutch up in that final scrap in and around B. 250 points on the board, they'll go up 2-1.
What a game. What a series we have. Are we going to get another game 5? I feel like that's the road we're heading down now.
I mean, you spent the whole season getting 3 O's.
All I needed was to stop casting with
Dan. Just come back to Europe. Honestly, just come back to Europe, find yourself a comfy home in Blackpool. You get game 5s.
Hey, it's a city by the sea. It has its perks, I will say.
Sherzy always comes to us at the end of a day at a HCS event. He sat there and he's like, oh, got so much more energy. Yeah. Well, I'm going to see what you're like at the end of today, because you got some games under your belt.
250 to 229 the score at the end. Both teams leaving it out on the line, but it was Vatican esports who managed to maintain control for larger periods than Overnight Goats. There we go.
I just thought you were trying really hard not to say Overnight.
I went, oh yeah, no.
Which I'll be proud of you for. You're not on this board Overnight.
You're not getting any shout-outs.
Send me a DM. I'll get you up there.
You could do that, actually. But,
again, not legal advice.
The score is now 2-1 in the series, and it has to be said, there was big moments for both teams, but I was massively impressed by Crucial in that game to keep things like made some massive plays.
Yeah, one thing that always impresses me about a player is when they're able to deal damage but stay alive off the back of it. You know, don't over challenge. Put yourself in a position where your teammates get a good line of sight on you as a player as well if you're that first up. And I've always said it's the most difficult role to play in Halo. It's the game is much easier if you're the player who sits back with a power weapon and looks over your teammates. It's much more difficult if you're the player who has to try and find openings in setups, right? I always look at players like Lunchbox, right? Snakebite, some of the best in the world, some of the best to ever do it. At finding that opportunity to get damage, escape, survive, and then re-engage once the rest of your teammates have pushed in. And I think he did a really good job of that, Crucial, in that game, especially the strongholds when they were trying to break some of those elevator setups, those AB setups that we did see, and he was just finding his way through, getting a little bit of damage, surviving, and re-engaging when he needed to.
Well, I don't know whether I've messed up. I'm looking at the game types. I'm trying to figure out which round we're at. And we just had recharge strongholds.
Yeah. I mean,
trying to find a game 4.
Hold up.
Look at the paper.
Help us, chat.
Help us.
That's
Help
enough.
us. What, are we round 2, round 3? Where are we here? All we do know is there's an objective on the horizon. Game 4. That's something I can't say with
nailed it.
significance. I can't lock that one in, but we're supposed to be the professionals here. Come here, not knowing what game type is up next. But what I will say is, I expect Overnight Coach to bounce back here and push us to a game 5.
Honestly,
I
I'm
expect.
not so sure.
I expect a game 5.
I'm not so sure.
I'm willing it into existence.
The reason that I say that is I was actually really impressed with some of the fundamental Halo that I actually saw in that game, because it's very easy when you know, with all due respect, we look at some of our lower seeded teams, right, and we look at the AB setup, for example, on Strongholds. It's even when some of the best in the world have that setup, it's very difficult to break if everyone's playing their roles well.
Yeah.
But it was the first push where they were under the cosh a little bit in that AB setup. They took their time. All 4 of them got back on the map. They managed to put some pressure onto gold, shoot that player down, create opening. Everything just kind of worked in the way that you would want to break a setup. And that means that communication has to be there. It means that the initial shots and decision making has to be there. The game plan, everything has to work. Everything you're looking for in team synergy has to be there. And that is a great sign for them. And I think making that break so early on with every one of those pieces working, you saw that they didn't feel like they were going to be under pressure for the rest of that game. Whenever they did find themselves not scoring, they knew that they could break, and they just put those pieces back together again. So I feel like the teamwork's really started to come together for them. Game 2 was a bit of a blowout as well, and I just see them getting better and better from here.
Well, that sounds pretty difficult for Vatican esports, or for Overnight Goats, excuse me. After a pretty decent game 1 where they were outslaying Vatican esports, it must be said, they had them on the back foot for large portions of the game, but perhaps you're right, maybe they were starting to build on things. Game 1 was one of those ones where you get warm and you start to grow in confidence in the series, and with teamwork like that setup, we talked about how important it was to back that player down in gold. They managed to do that and then take control of A. They can keep doing that, have that synergy. Those executions will come along with it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Does anyone know? I'm going to ask nicely here, people at home. I'm not just like being weird. I don't know what the next game type is. There you go. Look at that. All I had to do was lean into our beautiful producer and whisper in his ear. And
Whispering
there you go.
sweet nothings.
Live fire oddball, Richie.
Live fire oddball. So it was an objective. I was right.
That's like saying when I wake up today, the sky is going to be blue. Although with you, sometimes that isn't the case.
The sky is grey more often.
The sky is stars in the sky again. Oh no.
Yeah, to be fair, again, my sleep schedule is absolutely shocked. It is not daytime when I'm waking
So
up.
ironically, you slept better than I did for this last night, and you just flew in from the States.
So, live fire oddball is game number 4. What do you expect to see? What do Vatican esports need to do to close out this series?
I think Vatican esports will be very happy with the fact we've got live fire oddball here, because it's one of the less setup orientated game types for oddball. Live fire, the map itself, you're always looking to essentially just move that ball. It's not just like a static setup. It's constantly moving the ball away. It's not like you're trying to get it back to tram or you're trying to get it back to tower. You know, you can obviously try and have the tower set up. You can try and have the garage set up, but it's more about where the kills come from. You start to move that oddball towards to keep it away from where those respawners are going to be on the opposite side of the map. I kind of think of it like, imagine like you have a clock tower, right? Imagine the map is a circle and you're in the middle of it, right? One end of this circle is you. You want to try and keep the opposite team as far away from you as possible. So you're always trying to move that oddball. If you get a kill here, you're trying to move that oddball here. So the respawns are coming in here.
I'm giving you a clock face.
Okay, so basically
that for me, the people at home, you might have to do thick lines. You have a circle, shine on. You have a circle, kind of. People can see.
I've just realised that this looks a bit weird. I'm going to stop doing this.
That probably wasn't safe for broadcast. That's
basically you want to try and respawn people as far away from the oddball carrier as you can.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Slay and move, but also you have the options then.
Shoot and move.
You speak about not needing to have a static setup, and because with good reason you have places to play the ball over on green tower as well. You have the option of a get out of jail free card if your setup gets broken.
Yeah.
You don't really have that on the likes of streets.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think you can be it's a little bit less scrappy a lot of the time, I would say, in general, because you do have those play ball opportunities. It's not like you have someone trying to throw the ball out and then there's a refight out front and everyone's trying to just get trades, keep that odd ball alive, ball gets reset, all those kind of situations. You do have those clear play ball opportunities like you were saying, and I think live fire for me is probably one of my more favourite oddball maps. I think it plays a little bit better than streets. I think streets can be a little bit too combative sometimes in some of those trading situations where you're seeing teams just fly in to try and get trades, to try and see if they're the ones who get the spawns closest to where that oddball is. And I think live fire, you have to have a little bit more of an element of control, but I mentioned how some of the best players in the world make great decisions with the oddball on this map. I mentioned it earlier, APG. I love how he moves the oddball on live fire. And I think a lot of players can learn a lot from watching someone like APG on this game type, because it's so smart at walking the ball through pillars, from walking the ball towards tower, wherever it might be, out of the key door, wherever he wants to take it. He's always thinking in his mind where the opposition are and where his furthest point of contact is going to be. So I think this map, with the way that Stronghold's played out, and with that kind of flow that we saw from Vatican esports, I think that their synergy is there and looks good enough. They should be pretty comfortable here.
And you mentioned, APG, obviously one of the best objective game players in the game. That role in itself is criminally underrated at times, because he's not the player who gets all of the kills necessarily. He's the one that has to worry about different things, blocking spawns, where he's going to move the ball to next, where he has to worry about, other things on the map, other factors, where his teammates are all positioned. He has to weigh all that up at the same time, calculate where he needs to go, and he does that better than most.
Yeah, when you're looking at a player who's got an objective in their hand, I think that the term objective player has almost become a little bit outdated in Halo, especially at the top level, because you have to be able to do everything if you want to win a tournament. The decisions that are made when you have the oddball in your hands, sometimes players are, I would say I have 60 seconds of ball time, but there's still an element of you still need to get your kills. You know what I mean? You can't be playing an oddball and not doing damage on the way to throwing that oddball off the map. You still need to be contributing to your teammate in those team fights. And interesting to see, we almost saw the Frosty strat coming in there from Evolution. Just a little throwback there to Halo 5, just sliding in straight for that sniper rifle and looking to rip someone's head off.
Gonna have a reset. Had a game malfunction, it must be said. So we had some tech issues. It's only an opportunity for us to speak more about what we expect to see and some of the setups that we might run into here. But I think for me, you speak about teamwork, how important it's been, and how you're starting to see Vatican esports develop that over time, particularly after game 1 was a bit posh. It was a bit tit for tat, but in games 2 and 3,
so I'm laughing because this is a European Halo event and you really bought into it there. Dish tosh. It's true.
Where was I?
If we were in North America, we'd be like on God, like low key.
Yeah.
That was like
no cap.
No cap.
But what we can say is they're starting to develop a little bit more of a team-orientated game, and perhaps it's something for Overnight Goats to navigate. They have to try and stop some of the more influential players, the likes of Crucial, like we've seen, and particularly Evolution, who was a very big damage dealer for them in that last game. It's about shutting down those players and making sure that your own damage dealers can start to be more of an influence on the map.
Yeah, it's just about, I think a lot of it's about playing your life a little bit better as well. You saw a couple of desperate plays or players were like, oh, there's a one shot here, I have to try and kill him right now. You have to weigh up whether you extending across the map is worth it for a kill, right? That player, if you kill him, does him being alive there or dead there make a difference to what your team is trying to do? Like a lot of the time, I think players are a little bit too desperate to add a kill to their tally, which ends up getting traded out immediately anyway, instead of just saying, hey, this guy's irrelevant, what's he going to do from where he is? We have full map control, he can survive as long as I get first shot on him next time he tries to peek out. So we're going to have to wait and see what happens in this one. By the way, the belt, you might see it on your screen right now, that is a heavy thing. A
hefty belt.
And I think that will look very, very good on my shoulder.
One man that I know will want every piece of that is Goldenboy.
Don't.
I feel like if you do put it over your shoulder, there has to be some sort of big team battle bonanza.
I just want to 1v1 him.
The EU champ against North
America.
We'll
just 1v1.
I don't think he wants that. He wants the help of the other 7 members.
Yeah, he needs on his stacked team again.
He needs all the time. That's one thing we do know. The belt does look absolutely incredible, and again, massive shout out to our sponsors for helping us put this thing together.
The wall of sponsors.
Quadrant, the Imperial Hotel, where a lot of the players are staying. Got Blackpool Pride and Place of Partnership. Lancashire Digital Hub as well, also involved. Massive thank you to them. Revolution, so many people that have helped us throw this thing, put it together. They've helped European Halo, particularly in Blackpool, get all these people here, which is going to be pretty difficult because we tried to do a European LAN before in Valencia and it didn't always, travel was a lot more of a tough ask for most of these English players, probably because they haven't got passports.
Hey, what can I say? Get a passport. No excuse. But yeah, it's been great to see everyone here. I think I mentioned it earlier, but the fact that we've got so many new names in the community as well, and the fact, you know, it's sold out so quickly, just shows that demand is going to be there. And European Halo is certainly on the come up, and I think a lot of it is going to be inspired by the performances of Quadrant and, of course, Na'Vi as well that we've had throughout this year. And a lot of good Halo coming in from Europe at the moment, some of the best we've ever seen from European teams, and I think people want to try and emulate that themselves as we head back into our series here. Vatican esports 2-1 up over Overnight Goats.
Ball in hand for Irleezy. Irleezy. I think that's probably going to be an easier thing to say. Bit of a mouthful. We're getting updates all over the ground. Arsenal 1-0 up against Burnley.
Why did you expose me like that?
Very important. Keep on top of all the games happening around the ground, around the country as well.
Most important ball game is in front of us, though. That is Vatican
That
esports
is
versus
true.
Overnight Goats.
Crucial who has ball, looking to rotate it. Damage happening all around him. Instead of trying to take the fight, you spoke about how it's important for the odd ball carrier to sometimes do damage. We didn't see it on that occasion.
Yeah, the break comes in pretty comfortably there. Overnight Goats will have a full setup here around the garage, and you can see the spawns coming in all the way over at the back tower, all the way over at green and back mud. So it's going to be a tough break, especially with that initial damage coming in here. It just means a few more seconds are going to have to be delayed, and we're going to have an opportunity for a flank here from Penguin as well. I really do like this play. He's put himself in a great position, picks up one, but is he going to be on this flank quick enough to really contribute? It just looked like his teammates weren't able to do enough damage or delay enough in order for his flank to be effective, which is something that you know very well about, Richie. Looks great for you on your screen, but there's me inside a garage with the odd ball dying again.
Listen, you are screaming and crying, looking for your shares. I will eventually get there and kill one of the players you've got no shields. The other two will survive.
Yeah, and you will die.
And I will die, but I've
you'll
got
go,
my one.
You'll go 0 at the end of the game.
I've gone even. I look damn good doing it too. 2 dead now for Vatican esports. Overshield about to pop, shroud screen goes down. Been a staple play we've seen time and time again. Get tower set up, get the shroud screen, and help sure get that overshield grab with the use of it. All ball has been played. Rampage was down to no shields, now down to no life. The respawn screen as Penguin scoops up the ball. Getting pressured from behind as Arsh will get one onto Milner. It's 2 down now. Penguin has to drop the ball. Forcing this 1v1. Crucial somehow, some way gets that kill, and you've got to ask the question, why didn't the melee come at the very least to get the trade? But ultimately it hasn't damaged them and hurt their cause too much. Kills go in their favour as Evolution continues to put down kills. It's currently 6 with no assists and 4 deaths. But it's crucial with 47 seconds of ball time, excuse me. That is why they have a pretty significant lead here in round number 1.
Oh, got to reload that bandit. It's one thing that players are finding. Sometimes if you don't hit the first clip, shall you say, onto a player, you've got to hit that reload, and the animation is pretty slow and can certainly catch you out. Oddball is in the hands of Vatican, and they managed to just about scupper away with it, to be honest. It looked like there was a bit of a scuffle inside a garage. You expected Overnight Ghosts to be able to pick up the kills that they were required, to get the odd ball into their hands, but instead it's Overnight Goats now on the chase, and the ball is going to be trying to be rotated out to green where that playable opportunity is going to be. Sniper in their hands as well, although Rampage will pick that one up. Thought it was going to line up no scope instead. Changes to that bandit. Maybe the no scope would have been a play, maybe he just didn't have any ammo. He did have ammo. He had loads of ammo.
Looked for all the world like Evolution was going to die, but manages to use that pillar to his advantage. Bobbing and weaving. It's peak shooting. Turned the tide in that fight. Great job from him. 15 seconds then required to close out round number 1. Penguin overextends over towards Nest. Not able to find the body shot with the snipe. Harsh towards green. So much damage being put down here by Crucial, but unfortunately he's lost a couple of members of his team. Ball has been played though. Overshield about to pop up as well. Evolution trying to be an influence here. As Penguin steps forward, Evolution will put down the shots and get the kill. Double kill for Evolution, and he continues to roll forward.
I love this play from Evolution as well. Look at this efficiency. He puts himself in a position where he can influence the overshield pickup. You would imagine with the kills that have been picked up as well, will be picked up by Vatican. You can see it in the hands of Mjolnir now, but immediately having left that to his teammate, done the damage, survived, he goes for that odd ball, closes out the round. Really impressed with what we saw from Evolution in that round, and 1-0. It's going to be the score in this oddball game to Vatican esports.
Vatican esports then 1 round away from winning this series 3-1. How important that could be. The tournament progresses. Get out of here unscathed with maximum points. Miller then on Nest Bridge, puts down some shots, manages to survive as well. A beautiful nade banked off the wall will do damage. Nobody on hand as all 4 fall. Triple kill for Irleezy. The overshield about to pop up once more.
I feel like when you get a triple kill and you hit a repulse like that afterwards, like stars should come out of it. You know, like the purple stars for the medal. That'd be cool. 343 hit me up for some creative ideas, but it's going to be a pretty similar start to what we saw in the first round, right? Rampage is last alive. He's already got no shields. Oddball being picked up. Efficiency is there. And I think Vatican esports are actually showing that they've got something about them as a team. They really are being efficient in their objective games. Game number 1, maybe not their strongest. But when it comes to, I would say, more fluid objective game types, they've looked like their teamwork's been very, very impressive indeed.
Beautiful bait and switch. Continue to do damage for one another. Right into the backside of tower. 2 more kills go in their favor, and Overnight Goats just do not have an answer here to break this setup. Milner puts down more damage. Harsh down to no shields. And again, as a player position top tower, capitalize on any more damage. Milner trying to predict a push over towards the sandbag side. Maybe one player dropping down towards overshield, but Penguin's top middle. That grenade will give away his position. He's managed to drop the ball carrier down off the tower, but the ball spins up over the railings and does get played. It's 3 dead for Vatican esports. Make it 4, but they've played the ball to reset the map.
Should be able to pick the ball up before it's contested, though. You can see the spawns have just come in now, so they'll be able to rotate this one back away towards the tower. And having that kind of timing is important as well, because the nades are going to be used up from the respawners, right? And it's such a maybe an underrated thing that isn't talked about. If you can bait a team's grenades out who have just respawned, it makes your job so much easier, because you can just stand there and challenge and know that it's a straight gunfight. Off the back of it, it's going to be 2 dead here for Vatican. Overnight Goats did it. See, it's going to have to be. You get to slap me or something next time. Do get the advantage, and the overshield will go into the hands now of Overnight Goats, so they should be able to at least pick up a few kills here on the way forward. But I say should. Should is a word I used very deliberately there, because it was only 1.
Good for 1. Irleezy goes down. Milner tries to pick up the ball and scrap some more time. Managed to give up possession of the ball though, and Harris brings it back over towards tower. This is the opportunity for Overnight Goats, who are getting hassled and harried and chased over towards tower. They don't have damage in the map, and as a matter of fact, they're down in shields at the moment with those shots that were put down from the overshield. Neil manages to get 1. Important that it wasn't traded out. 3 kills go in favour of Overnight Goats, and now it's Milner down to no shields, has to back away and has to wait for his teammates to spawn back up. Beautiful slide from Neil to ensure he keeps the numbers staggered.
Yeah, starting to see a little bit more of an improvement here from Overnight Goats. They're picking up the initial kill, but not letting the last few players get away. They're not single challenging, they're pushing as a 2, making sure they push out those final players, and that can be all of the difference. But as we say that now, 2 kills do go down, and the break looks like it's pretty likely here, as the oddball is going to be played bottom middle. So they force the ball out of the hands of Overnight Goats, and oh, Evolution just about managed to get away with a sicky situation there. Ball is going to be played back on that respawn spot for now.
Penguin bottom middle, good for 1. Crucial down to no shields. Desperately trying to get away and survive. Done so successfully for now. Irleezy scoops the ball. Objective on the mind. Got teammates in support. Ball is down in a precarious position. Neil and Rampage will challenge. There's a player at the big door as well with the collapse. 2 dead as Harsh picks up a double kill. And that's going to mean more ball time for Overnight Goats.
Now Vatican esports just need to take a breath here, not get carried away with the situation. They're down a little bit. They're trying to take a few too many individual battles. They need to kind of take themselves back to what made them successful in that previous Strongholds game. Just wait for each other. Play for the next objective. Take your time and make sure everyone's on the map, because having given away a couple of kills, they've now given away the overshield. The ball is still in the hands of Overnight Goats, and that score has gone from 50 points to 40 to 70 plus, with an overshielded player running at you as well. So Vatican esports in a little bit of trouble here, and Overnight Goats looking to make them pay.
How quickly things can spiral out of control. It's heat wave in hand now for Irleezy as he drops the ball towards tower, but has to turn his attentions to help his teammate. He's done so with great success as Neil's gone down the hands of the heat wave. He's in big trouble now, is Irleezy, trying to survive, trying to make himself a difficult kill, but Penguin gets 2. And the heat wave to boot with 3 bullets to play with. Crucial has the opportunity to play the ball here. Down to half shields. Will Crucial turn to face? The answer is no. He's going to continue to move the ball away. He's got teammates in support. Perfect rotation from Vatican esports to continue to score as Neil's got a kill elsewhere. Numbers advantage for the moment, all even, 2 apiece, but ball in possession of Vatican esports.
Yeah, the rotation's so effective. They got it back towards green. They managed to get that play ball coming in as well. They were trying to keep scoring. They were trying to keep the pressure onto Overnight Goats and make them scrap for those kills as they were chasing down that ball carrier. For now, though, Morley's got to be careful. Penguin turns on him. Beautiful bank grenade and manages to hit the headshot just in time to finish the kill first as well. And Rampage comes away with that odd ball. And now you've seen Overnight Goat show us, well, maybe we've got a little bit more series in store for us here, Richie, because at 84 points, they're getting closer and closer to maybe making this an interesting final round 3.
Rampage continues to rotate the ball away. 91 seconds in climbing. Forced to try and play the ball, has done so. Harsh will get the trade. The ball's been played. Damage has been done by Vatican esports just to prolong this round and extend it even further. That's the damage already been done of Overnight Goats put together enough to secure this round. Heatwave in hand, misses a couple of shots, make it 3 shots without replying. Eventually gets the kill. 2 dead for Overnight Goats, but Arlesi is going to fall. Overshield's about to pop. They have to prioritize it here with Neil behind them on the sandbags. He gets a couple of kills, and that should be an Overshield and ball in possession. Overnight Goats should tie up this game.
Should be able to do so. Just a case of getting the odd ball in their hands, avoiding those grenades, just stack it up. That's exactly what they're going to do right now, and we are going to a final round 3 here. Overnight Goats just winning a few Overshield battles towards the end of that game, and you can feel the few moments, right? I said that all of a sudden Vatican esports started looking a little bit desperate. They went down. They were like, we just want to maybe try and get back into this game a little bit too quickly. We think we can finish this game too quickly. 1 player gets picked off, it's a 3v4. 2 players get picked off, then it's another 10 seconds until you can even think about pushing. Off the back of that, they get an overshield. All these things start to tally up, and at the end of it, Overnight Goats find themselves with that round on the board. But off the rip here, you can see the odd ball in the hands of Vatican esports. Sniper rifle as well, 4 dead for Overnight Goats.
And it's so funny, you have a lead in the game, and you feel like, as Miller starts to peel some wings, double kill for him. You almost have a false sense of security when you're ahead in the game. You think you have more time than you actually do. You lose a power weapon, you lose a power up, and all of a sudden you're down, and you're hemorrhaging kills left, right, and center. And that's exactly what we've seen. Can they bounce back here in round 3? Overshield already in the chest. Things looking good for them. With a 22-second advantage. 2 go down, but the Overshield player's been handled.
I mean, Evolution was handled. He was taken down, but it took 3 of them to do it. He was doing so much damage in the meantime. I was like, where is the rest of his team? Could somebody please help this man out? And instead, true Richie Sheridan style, everybody made the decision to flank instead of fight with him.
23 seconds to 1 then. Vatican. Beautiful start from them. 3 dead. Rampage, the last man. Down bottom middle, should get taken care of. And Arlesi turns that fight. Should have been a kill, wasn't. That could be the sort of thing that your teammates see and think,
Old swerve stomp.
Old swivel, drop the shoulder and the haymaker. Milner back down off top sandbags, done some damage but received quite a bit too. That's the way for his shields to pop back up. Rampage down to no shields, tries to land a sticky grenade, does enough damage. Is there anybody on hand to get the trade? The answer is no right now. Ball's down underneath garage window. 2 kills for Crucial. Beautiful. Stem the push. Evolution's got hands on ball again. He's been hassled by Rampage. Crucial's dropped down. A sniper rifle tries to fire. And one onto the body. All this time he's been dipsy-doodle his Rampage, but he's managed to get 2. Overshield still down on the ground, and Arlesi scoops into his chest.
Oh, that's such a big play as well. You thought for a second there that was certainly going to be an Overnight Goats pick up on the Overshield. You saw Crucial was just kind of spinning around for Vatican esports, trying to buy time, but wasn't able to do enough. But somehow, by the time that everybody else got back in the map, the kills actually went to the way of Vatican esports, and Overnight Goats find themselves again 2 dead with the Overshield to fight against. Oddball still in their hands, and look how much better Vatican esports look in this round, right? Just by taking their time a little bit more, by winning that initial engagement, it reminded them of what had brought them success. It was waiting for each other, it was making sure that the play calls were clear, and it was making sure that we weren't taking individual battles. We were in position to clean up each other's damage.
First kill's gone their favor again. Need to hold this garage setup. Crucial doing so much damage, manages to back away 1 more player. For Milner, it's just about holding the ball. They have numbers advantage. Sniper rifle now, scooped up by Harsh. Tries to land the body and eventually didn't have to as Rampage was there. Get the kill. Evolution though, face to face with 1. Does a sticky grenade connect? The answer is no. The setup has been broken for now. At least they've managed to drop the ball, but it's 93 seconds to 1. A completely different round 3 that we've seen in round 2.
Yeah, Overnight Goats trying to force this at the moment, but 3 dead. That could well be the game here. Rampage is just come off of Respawn himself. The seconds are going to tick down. 98, 99, make it 100. And Vatican Esports, from being down 1 in the series, Richie, close things out with 3 games consecutively. They will take the series at 3-1.
Well, I called and wanted a game 5, tried to will it into existence, but sometimes even my powers are, well, actually there is no powers.
I had to remind the Halo gods that you only do series that... Yeah,
three
you already had your game 5 for the next 6 months. Yeah.
But beautiful performance out of Vatican Esports. Overnight Goats did take them into some pretty deep water, but we've seen that they had the answers to it, and it was really impressive to see them in that round 3 performance, particularly after how they struggled to get in round 2. See them completely blow them out of the water in round 3 was pretty impressive.
Yeah, I think one thing that has impressed me a lot about Vatican Esports was the composure in a lot of the situations, right? They weren't... The one time they lost their composure, I would say, in that series was that second round of Oddball, where it just felt like they were getting a little bit desperate to finish the game too quickly. They'd had success in that first round, but like you say, the little break that they had between round 2 and 3, they get the first kills in that third round, and then from there it looked very, very simple for them. Very, very confident, very composed, and they look pretty well practiced as well for a squad. Everyone knows their role, and Evolution on M&K as well, hitting some really, really nice shots. It's always fun to watch mouse and keyboard players, I've got to be honest, especially on Halo. Just the way that you can prioritize targets is like, I'm going to shoot this guy, swing back onto you,
just crack, lock, everything. Very fun to watch. I think shout out to Ireleasy as well, locking in 30 kills. Very, very impressive. But that's all for us. Joe and Tudor will be back with our next series.
Keep it
Don't
rolling.
go anywhere.
Here at BNSC, we offer a range of cybersecurity programs suitable for everybody. For those wanting to gain entry into the sector, or for those already working in the sector who wish to upskill and progress their careers. At level 2, we offer an entry-level program which gives you the basic understandings around cybersecurity. If you wish to continue your journey, you can progress to one of our level 3 programs, including the Fast Track to Degree program, which will gain you entry to our brilliant programs at University Centre. Our brand new T-level in cybersecurity will offer you a 2-year program which not only teaches you the knowledge around cybersecurity, but also gives you the chance to undertake a work placement in a real cybersecurity business.
If you're an employer and you have staff members you're looking to upskill, we also have an amazing range of apprentices. If you're looking for something a bit more short-term, as a member of the Cisco Training Academy, we also offer CCNA short courses in cyber ops and network security, which are available to anybody.
The tutors are very supportive, very knowledgeable. They know what they're doing and help out a lot. The equipment is very good, probably some of the best equipment for networking and cybersecurity that we can really get our hands on.
If you want to find out more about any of our cybersecurity products, you can click the link, check out our social media feeds, or give us a call and we'll be happy to help you. Here at BNSC, we offer a range of cybersecurity programs suitable for everybody. For those wanting to gain entry into the sector, or for those already working in the sector who wish to upskill and progress their careers.
welcome back to the stream. We're here with, of course,
Hello.
Harry. Wait, Shambd.
That's me.
Yes, that's you. What do you want to tell everybody? Give you your tips and tricks, because I mean most of the people
Yeah.
are familiar with EuropaHalo.
This is it.
They hear your voice every week.
If you've watched EuropaHalo streams, you would have heard me say, Wonderboy here with more bizarre tips and tricks, despite the fact Bizarre has not been in the rotation for about a year and a half now.
Yeah.
So I've pissed off a lot of people who have watched the EuropaHalo streams. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to make content, alright? It's free content I've given it to these guys. Didn't charge anything, okay? So keep it down. But yeah.
Just have them.
Exactly.
Probably trick some people.
I think everyone in here did a double take when they heard me say Wonderboy because they were just kind of not excited for it.
Flashbacks.
Yeah.
Anyway, you're here today. Okay.
You can call us Nami. It's fine. You can call us Nami. We're here as Nami.
You're obviously Navi. Louder. Oh, okay.
Scream at me, Caleb.
Scream.
I want to hear
Sorry.
it.
You're
The
obviously just come back from Seattle. In terms of the Worlds, you've had a good year. I think you've made progress this year.
Yeah, I think we had an okay year. We didn't, push the boundary really in terms of where we wanted to be come the end of it. I feel like we left a lot on the table, but considering where we started versus where we finished, I mean, inside the top 8 was always the goal throughout the year. We managed to get it in the most important tournament of the year, but at the same time, we felt like we left a lot on the table because we could have gone even further. We felt like we could have beaten NLF Red. Of course, they had an incredible run and a good tournament for them as well, but they were also disappointed with how they played, so it's like, I don't know, feels like we left a lot on the table, but yeah, there's nothing really to write home about, but also it's like progress, like you say.
I think you have to take the positives in terms of the upward trajectory of the year. I think is always something to work towards. Obviously, with year 3 confirmed with HCS, that I suppose you guys are targeting bigger and better things next year.
Yeah, I mean, our goal is always progress. We always want to be contesting those top teams. I think the most disappointing thing from our season is that every single high seed we came up against, your Sentinels, your SSG, FaZe, Optic, these big dogs. I think we only took like one map against them, which was, for our standards, very disappointing because of the amount of work that we put in as a team. That's the most disappointing thing from the season. So next season, of course, we want to take more maps. We want to eventually take series as well, and then from that point, we can say, we can push towards winners semis, winners finals in those big tournaments.
Yeah. I suppose so. In terms of today's experience, you guys have been here. You have 3 out of 3 wins in terms of pools. You're obviously going through as the top seed in terms of the bracket then going forward. How's it been in terms of playing? We haven't seen you on main stage yet. We'll see
Rightfully
you later
so.
on.
Rightfully so. Rightfully so, because these guys deserve the time to shine.
Yeah, but I suppose it's been brilliant to have a team like yourselves here. I suppose it brings the level of the opposition high for everybody here. I mean, we can say that some of these guys have got experience of playing a team like Navi on LAN.
Yeah, well, this is what we were speaking to each other about within the team. It's like, we want to be up on the stage all the time, but at the same time, we get a chance to meet the new wave of players. We get to meet like the Halo Infinite generation, which we didn't really get a chance to do in Valencia because it was in the middle of bumfuck nowhere. I'll say it. I don't care.
Yeah.
So the fact we get a mainland Europe LAN, we get a chance within the UK to. That's not mainland Europe, but you know what I mean. The hub of Halo, Blackpool.
It's a spiritual home.
We get to meet the UK community, the French community, all the people who couldn't make it out to Valencia have made it here.
Yeah.
So it's fantastic to meet them, and of course, like I said, we were always going to be favourites as #1 seed, but the fact we've had fun doing it, playing on Xboxes against people that have come a long way and paid for the opportunity to compete against our team. It's a pleasure to do so, and it's been a lot of fun so far.
I suppose one of the questions in my head whenever we were setting this up is, this is of course the first Halo esports LAN with the Bandit starts. It seems like you guys have transitioned quite well in terms of the Bandit starts. Do you feel like that's, from a coaching perspective, do you feel like that is reflected?
Yeah, definitely. It makes my job a little bit more important because with BRs, it's kind of everyone goes on autopilot. They kind of just are not. They're all worried about the metagame and what's going on outside, because the BR shoots itself. Whereas the Bandit, now you have to be concentrating every single gunfight, so it makes my job more important in terms of looking at the map as a whole.
Yeah.
While the guys are looking at, the 5 shots they have to hit to win their fight. So it makes my job a bit more fun, and of course we have 4 incredible individual talents.
Yeah, that helps.
Make the job
that helps.
a little bit easier. Yeah.
And I suppose you see on the far side of the stage we have the wonderful belt. I suppose it'd be very tempting to see if you can picture yourselves with that later on tomorrow. Have you got a photo with it yet?
That's the plan. I haven't had a photo with it. I feel like maybe that's bad luck.
It's bad luck. It's
I
like
think
touching the
bad luck.
trophy.
Yeah, you can't touch the trophy before you've earned it.
Yeah.
I will try and convince the lads, if we win it, to let me take it home, because I put in a lot of work for the team. All these boot camps.
You deserve it. You deserve it.
I cook for them. I clean for them. My blood, sweat, and tears go into the team. So I think maybe I might be able to convince them.
Yeah. No. Have you any? I suppose you're not really. You obviously made the tips and tricks. I mean, obviously with the new season, are we going to see any more? Are we going to see a new addition onto the EuropaHalo channel in the near future?
We'll see. We will definitely see. The reason I stopped making them, obviously, we got Bizarre and stuff.
Yeah.
I had to concentrate on the Navi thing. That at the moment's up in the air, so maybe we could see some more content.
You could put it on Patreon. I mean, it's clearly worth something now if Navi are the #1 seeds.
It's a good point. It's a good point. I need to be marketing this a little bit more, but potentially. Depends when the new maps, the new modes, all that kind of stuff is announced for HCS, because you've got extraction and there's some fucking stupid stuff you can do on that. So I'm sure I can make some content about it.
We obviously made the decision before the event to try and take that out, because we to be fair, maybe not on the main stage, we've had a couple of game 5s or game 4s and it's been quite exciting. But in terms of the pit, a lot of things have been running smoothly. We've had a good time in there.
I'm laughing.
Touch wood.
I'm laughing because you reached out to me on behalf of Navi and you said, "Are you sure you want to play Extraction?"
You said yes.
I was like,
you said yes.
Fine, just chuck it in, it'll be fine. Nothing a reset can't fix, but there's some broken things with Extraction right now.
Thanks very much for coming on. It was lovely to chat to you. And
pleasure as always.
We see you guys on main stage later today or maybe tomorrow.
Maybe tomorrow. Maybe later
tomorrow.
Today.
We'll keep you. You're enjoying your time down there. It's good luck down there. Yeah.
It's quite fun. Yeah. It smells a little bit though. Yeah. Deodorant? Anyone? Deodorant? No?
You've seen Spilly floating about with his camera?
I have, yeah. I've given him a wave.
It's been fun. It's been an interesting insight. Anyway, we'll be going shortly into our next game on main stage. I believe it is the University Halo League Red team versus Locked In next on main stage. So we'll be back shortly after an intermission with not with Wonderboy's videos anyway. No.
Wonderboy here. No, just kidding.
Yeah, no. We'll not do his videos this time. We'll have some videos maybe from our sponsors this time, and we'll be back with Tudor and Sketch to cast the next games.
Hello ladies and gents and welcome back to EuropaHalo Blackpool. Joe Sketch here, joined by Tudor once again for some more Halo action. Up next, we've got the last games of the pool play. Some are already being played in the pit right now. On main stage, we're going to have UHL Red, one of our University Halo teams, and they're going to be coming up against Locked In. Now, both these teams, Tudor, they are 0-2, so this is all about the bragging rights.
Yeah, basically. I mean, at this certain stage, when we take a look at Group B as a whole, it is a bit of a shame that both UHL Red and the side of Locked In weren't able to actually rack up sufficient points, but it's not really their fault because Quadrant is there already. You know, clean sweep, made it all the way through, no problem whatsoever. Basically was a hunky-dory ride for them. But yeah, I mean, with two teams of this caliber, despite the fact that they are a little bit lower on in the group, it does mean that we will have a bit more of a competitive game. And we're going to just jump right into it immediately, starting off with Recharge. It is King of the Hills, map 1.
Yeah, no messing about, jumping on board with Unique Design straight away, get some shots towards Sheppy, took him down. Now just trying to play as live, trying to get that early sort of setup, try and get the early dominance. But both teams trading right now. The hill does go in favour of Locked In momentarily. 3 kills from a side. Shire will lock that win just at the start of this game.
All right, and Design looking to relocate himself, see if he can gain the upper hand somewhere, but takes a face full of bullets instead as a response. And now Shire looking for an own opportunity to crack himself open. He's already got 3 kills so far. Good start off despite the 1 death on his side. And he finds contact. There goes down Design. He's got Spiteful in his LOS, but it should be rewarded with that one.
Yeah, and the member to mention here for the UHL Red team to look out for is that Spiteful. Known for his streams. Is he known for his Halo ability on main stage as well? So far Locked In, they're looking pretty comfortable. This bottom hill here on Recharge is tricky to capture. Normally you see both teams trying to battle this one out at the start of this game, but already Locked In look like they've almost locked in this hill.
I see what you did there.
Yeah, you see what I did there, right?
Classy, classy. Hopefully we'll have more puns and dad jokes coming out of you as the weekend goes on. But yeah, there you have it. First point already punched in for Locked In. Nice little one-tap flick onto Reed. Unfortunately, he won't be too happy about that one. And it seems as if Locked In, well, they've already got themselves progress on this second hill so far, but I feel like they might just run away with it.
Yeah, what you need to see from UHL Red right now is just get some slays on board. Don't be over-aggressive. Don't try and just commit towards the hill. Get the initial set of slays like Reed did there with a 2 double kill, and then slowly rotate towards it. Slow play the game. Make sure that it goes back in control for you. Don't try and rush into the hill, because right now Sheppy, he's the last player alive. He shouldn't have got that kill, but Spiteful instead, he decides to push out. No shields into the hill, into the open, and Sheppy gets the one for free.
Yeah, the thing is that Sheppy, he was also on his own as the last player alive, and he was just like, yep, screw it, I'm going to challenge and just accept the consequences for what they are, and they seem to have worked out in his favor, and that's completely fine. But now Design looking to challenge this hill all on his own. The active camo, it's also up for grabs for either one of these two squads, and both are quite hesitant to actually make the move, but Design's going to make his first. Pummels down 1 before being traded off. Reed is going to lock in the trade, and that means that he's going to have the hill all to himself.
Finally, some hill time, although it was only about 2 seconds for the side of UHL Red. Sniper Paul left by himself, but he does get that camo. Camo in the hill, and his teammates are spawning up around him. Once again, Locked In, looking in control of this hill right now. He's just waiting and baiting those players in. Spiteful's going to challenge first. Spiteful gets the kill onto Camel. Nice shots from him. Sniper Paul gets taken down, but it's so close now for Locked In. Only 1 more set of slays, and they should get this second hill.
Yeah, basically, to quickly touch on that play, it's such a shame that we didn't get to see the remote dead, because Spiteful basically just grabbed both of those pulse nades before the shot was able to actually get off. But here we go, hopping on with Reed. Scrappy, but he gets the job done eventually. But he can't quite actually push just yet, though. Needs to wait for the shields to recharge, and he has an opening. He shuts down Shire, and now they will at least halt Locked In's progression on this hill, too.
Yeah, nice plays there. Reed and Spiteful left alive for the teams. Good communication. It's isolating that player down bottom middle, and Reed slowly ticking towards trying to get this hill. They've control the momentum here. They've stopped the pressure from Locked In. They've finally got a bit of control on the map right now. And what they need to do is just use that momentum, use that advantage they've got, and try and get this hill.
Yeah, if they get in this first point Locked In for themselves, they will have stemmed the bleeding, but then they have a real opportunity to really turn this into a very close affair overall. Shire inches away from pushing on through, but they have to shut down Shippy. They're just moments away from locking in a second point, and there's no contention coming out from UHL Red. Unfortunate. And Spiteful will get a pummel down, but it's a little bit too late, and a little bit of ring around the rosy. It goes the way of Shire, though.
Yeah, on board with Shire still as he gets some shots towards Reed. Nice shots back both from Reed, but you can already see the rotations came in from Locked In. Sniper Paul, he's in the hill already. Sheppy's watching the overcross as well. Red can't even really get near that. They do eventually clean out Sniper Paul, who is left by himself, so they do have control of his hill right now. And what I want to see is Locked In. How are they going to approach this one? How are they going to try and retake control?
Yeah, quick to actually touch on Ice Spiteful, because I did see him nab that active camo. Not sure if he actually slapped it on his chest and eventually died afterwards, but either way, that power-up, it's no longer a factor in the equation for the time being. And despite the fact that Elevator is still being hotly contested, it remains for the boys in blue right now on the side of Locked In, and they have basically got most of UHL completely spawn-trapped towards the opposite end of the map, and they can dictate the pace right now with so much territorial control.
Yeah, I liked that play from Sheppy. He was just trying to be a blocker for his team, but around him, his team is still ticking towards getting this third hill in place. Right now, you've only got Reed in a position to potentially contest, but he's already weak. Pulse going to clean him up. He's got help there from Defy. Can Defy get anything done? Misses the shots, no! Surely not! Sheppy manages to get the kill. That's unfortunate there from Defy. The reload comes in at the worst time, and Pulse does get the sting on a Spiteful. So whenever I see Red get any control of this hill, it just seems like it's too easy for Locked In to regain control.
Yeah, no, then they have to figure out a solution to that quite rapidly as well. It's already a hat trick of points locked in for the boys in blue, and all they need is just to sit on this hill for, give or take 30 to 40 seconds, and I'll be map 1 completely done and dusted with. Now, it is Reed taking the brunt of a DMR from afar, and he has to relocate. They have to try to get down below to that blue pipe side, but first they have to try to snuff out Shire. Perfect revulsor coming in through from Reed. He played his life there, and the trade comes on through. And now, if they can clear out design, yeah, easy job for Locked In, but Sheppy, he's left to his own devices, and Spiteful has an opportunity.
Oh, Sheppy with the 1 versus 1 there, shooter. Nice plays from him, but Spiteful has a backup. UHL Red still in control of this hill. Sheppy needs to be cleared out though. He shouldn't have been allowed to get his shields back. Don't know why they didn't push him. They knew he was there. Maybe they just couldn't get the gunfights in favour. So Sheppy, last one alive against 3 UHL Red players, somehow plays his life, gets the kill he needs to, then rotates back into the hill. I think that's not necessarily a good play from Sheppy, but actually a weak play for UHL Red. They should have got better slays there.
Well, now they certainly have the active camo, but I don't think it actually matters anymore because they're just not paying attention to the hill, and it just slips away out of their grasp. And that will be a clean sweep for Locked In as they take map 1. UHL Red, unfortunately, just not up to snuff.
Yeah, Locked In. What I saw really from the boys in Locked In, which helped them cement and capture all 4 of those points, they were always first on rotation.
Yeah,
it seemed like UHL Red, they were always trying to fight towards the last hill. Then they get slayed out, and then the boys in blue decide, you know what, let's just rotate around. Let's leave 1 player to capture the last bit of a remaining hill, and then we're going to rotate towards the new one.
Exactly. It looked really clean, really clinical. It's clear as day that they had all of their contingencies, all of their plans set in stone right from the get-go in UHL. Not to say that they really seemed lost, but it was just a really bad ride for them on the struggle bus throughout that entire first map. But with that out of the way, let's actually go ahead and take a look at the rest of the map and mode combinations so we can see exactly what we have next up. If I'm not mistaken, it is going to be Slayer on live fire as well, and then our third and, well, basically guaranteed map, and that's one that I'm really excited for. The first CTF Argyle showing on the main stage.
Yeah, and we will get that one locked in. I didn't even mean to pun that time. I'm so sorry. I've got to stop.
It's unavoidable at this
stage. I just see it on my screen. Hopefully live fire Slayer as well. What we want to see from the boys in red here, the UHL Red team, is just get some teamwork going. I saw so many times one player's left in the hill, one player's left by himself in a 1 versus 1. To win Halo games, you need that buddy system. That's been going back since the Halo CE days, you know. It doesn't change. Just try and work as a team. Get that communication on point. And in a game where, thing is with Slayer on live fire, it's one of those games we've had since the start of Halo Infinite. Every single team knows how to play it. They've just got to play it well.
Yeah, exactly. Every single one of the players that has showed up to Blackpool by the shore knows this map and this mode like the back of their hands. So, technically speaking, no excuses left right now for either side. They really just have to deliver the goods right here. And obviously, when it comes to a map like this, you've got so many different things to juggle at the exact same time. You've got your OS, you've got your S7, and then you've got as well a couple of other interesting toys laying around that can give you just that slight little edge. But opening engagement's already starting to come on through, and, well, I like what I'm seeing so far from UHL Red. Design claims the S7 all to himself. Question is, can he use it?
That was smooth move from Design. He's definitely practiced that start and strat once for Sniper Rifle, but it's all good getting the Sniper Rifle. As you said, can he use it? He's trying to pick out the players pushing towards him. Oh, that's unfortunate timing. That's just one of those Halo timing moments. He had the snipe lined up, decides to YY, doesn't quite go in his favour. But at the start of this locked in, they have continued exactly where they started in the last game. 5 kills uncontested. Finally, it's going to be a player, UHL Red. He's going to get the OS. It is burnt, but at least he stops locked in from getting it themselves.
Yeah, that was massive as well. He managed to claim 1 kill out of that OS, and he doesn't actually let Locked In utilize it. A little bit greedy, like a toddler. If I can't play with it, then no one can. But sometimes that's just what you need in a game of Slayer. And UHL Red, they will finally find the kill board, the scoreboard as well. And now they're slowly starting to actually close off that gap. But Sheppy's got something to say about it. Whoa, turn away, buddy. A little bit too late. And he stares down 3 separate barrels, immediately gunned down.
So I see UHL Red, they've got 3 players out towards this green side. In fact, all their players are this side of the map. They need to work as a team, try and capture, maybe push towards tower, try and capture one of his bases, and just utilise that teamwork. Already, Spiteful's by himself, caught out Nest. He potentially could get naded. Sniper is still in play, potentially with Spiteful as well. Just get the shots there onto Pulse. But at the moment, both teams trying to fight each other out. No one wants to be the first person to die right now, Tudor.
No.
And it looks like Locked In, they're trying to rotate.
Yeah, exactly. UHL Red, they are banking on the fact that Locked In are going to get curious and make a mistake, so they're right there to punish them. We've only seen 2 kills traded out right now in the favor of UHL Red. Wonderful repulsor! And we have to wave goodbye to Sheppy. He's going to be kicking himself about that one just for a couple of seconds, but still Locked In. They are ahead of the curve only by 1 kill. It will be tied up. Secondary repulsor doesn't really catch anything but air. And suddenly UHL Red, they take firm control of Spiteful, and Design get themselves in on the feed.
Yeah, an OS coming up right now. Perfect time to get a killing spree if you're the side of UHL Red. That's going to be Locked In to Defy right now. And once again, he's going to try and utilise this to try and get the spawners coming through from Locked In. Sniper Paul's doing a great job by himself in this position in Garage. Somehow he's made his way out with his life. Gets 2 kills traded. The OS goes in the hands of Red, but Locked In get the slays they need to push back into this game. Plasma pistol narrowly gets avoided there, but the OS has been melted, so not really much utilisation from it.
Man, Defy really just doing his best impersonation of Neo from the Matrix and dodged certain deaths. Somehow he's still alive and there are no nades coming their way. He's allowed to actually capitalize and finds one with the Bandit. Now it's time for them to push on through. They've cleared out the shop. They have full control of Bandits as 3 players were dead for a hot second right there for Locked In.
Yeah, Defy's done such a good job playing his life. He's only got 2 deaths. I mean, he's only got 2 kills, to be fair, but he's doing such a great job of just utilising his presence on the map. If he's not dying, the rest of his team can work around them. And look at all the slays they're coming through right now for UHL Red. Reed's flying off. And Defy's just being that lockman. He's being basically the utility guy, the anchor on the map. Sniper Rifle is in the hands of someone from Red as well, so we can jump on board with him to see what's going on.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really glad that UHL have turned over a new leaf, basically. We've gone from a heartbeat to actual life on their side right now, but 2 players, they do fall, and Spiteful still looking for some impact with this S7. Gonna relocate over towards green. He finds 1 player over towards bridge, but the opportunity has slipped past him.
Still on board with Spiteful with his Sniper Rifle, just waiting for a headshot, waiting for one of the players from Locked In to peek. Locked In are going to know that he has this Sniper Rifle. That's why the game's slowed down. We're just trying to relocate, not want to be the first person to die in this engagement. Shots from Sheppy.
There we go.
Nice cleanup from Spiteful, but Reed is down as well. 3 versus 3, good call out.
Oh,
misses
fat
the
fingers.
shot. He's still got the Sniper Rifle in hand. All the players from blue side are pushing towards his side of the map. You don't want to go towards Spiteful right now. He's hitting his body shots. No cleanup right there, though, Tudor. But this Sniper Rifle's trying to hold down this OS.
Oh, Reed's got it again for the 2nd time. Doesn't actually claim it. And I believe it's fallen to the side of Locked In. And Shire's going to stick it on his chest. Now Spiteful's in trouble. Now all of UHL Red, they're in trouble. A full team wipe as Locked In are breathing down their necks.
Oh, and how a game of Halo can change so quickly. All 4 down. Sniper in the hands and Locked In. Sniper Paul getting a repulse, but that might have helped him out. Didn't live up to his name there, no sniper shot hit, but the trades are coming in once again, and UHL Red, they've reacted well to being 4 down, they've got some slays, they've steadied the ship, they still have a 6-kill lead. That Sniper Rifle may still be in play as well, Tudor.
Exactly, it's still very recoverable right now for Locked In. They just gotta take a step back, deep breath, reevaluate the situation as Paul. He's got a Needler to work with as well. Could potentially cause and stir up a little bit of chaos, but unfortunately he gets taken down before shutting down Reed as well. Spiteful with one of his own. That's a totaling up to 7 so far, and he wants so many more. He's got Pulse within his LOS, but can't quite land the shots. Paul narrowly just finds the frag as well, and Spiteful's gonna have to concede that.
What I'm liking for the UHL Red boys this game is just the teamwork's there. You can see whenever you're on a player from Locked In, you can always see 2 Red names because they're working together as a unit much more in this game. And it's rattled Locked In a bit. They're still in this game. They can still come back. They just got to start working as a team themselves. Got to try and play the map a bit more.
Oh no.
Spiteful caught out by himself. Should get cleaned up. But the shots aren't there. Sheppy eventually rotating around and getting the cleanup himself though. The trades right now is going to favour UHL Red.
Yeah, indeed it is. Gap still sits at 5 kills between these two sides, and Locked In, unfortunately, they're just lingering behind. All it takes is potentially just one massive turn of the tables, and Shippy, he's got an opportunity. He's got the heat wave as well, but UHL Red, they are bunched up, and should one player just maybe make a mistake, they will get lit up pretty badly.
The sniper rifle's coming up, so's the OS as well. Board with Sheppy, who's rotated with his heat wave towards Garage side, trying to get a flank on, but his teammates are dying around him. He might be a bit too slow to the party. Finally sees one of the players, that's Defy. He takes him out. Not too sure where that OS went. Potentially went to Sniper Paul or one of the Locked In boys since they have control of this side of the map. But Sheppy's just playing a bit sneaky here. He's just trying to make sure that he's being a bit deceptive, trying to play the flank, trying to play the long routes, but he's got to try and link up with his team at some point. You see the Red C all pushing towards his teammates.
Yeah, as valuable as information actually is right now for Locked In, we need proper action, and that's what we're seeing pop up in the kill feed. The S7 finds a little bit of impact, but an immediate response comes on through from UHL Red, and they still maintain a lead. The heat wave doesn't actually get a connection. Brilliant play coming out from Spiteful to get himself out of hot water.
Yeah, I like the re-challenge as well. The confidence, he was no shields trying to get that final kill. Doesn't care. Thinks he's got the gun skill to win that fight. Eventually, no kills are going in place. Still on board with Spiteful. Nice shots as well. And all of these kills, they're amassing. It's going to be a close game, but with 40 kills now reached from UHL Red, they're still in ascendancy.
Indeed, they are. 35 Locked In for the boys in blue. Defy playing it by ear, very carefully, very conservatively. They do not want to give away too much and risk throwing away this advantage as Reed finds one with a nade, and they're just going to play this as patiently as possible, and Defy is really going to have to take a step back from that. Lit up from down mid, and Spiteful's going to make his move.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Tower, though. Defy, you know, even though he gets shots to one shot, he can just back away. There's so many avenues he can escape from. Replay, get his shields back, and re-challenge with his team. And Red, they're in ascendancy right now. The game normally at this point will slow down. It's a 6-kill game, which is quite surmountable, really, for Locked In. They can come back with this, but they've got to play some really good Halo. And that overshield might be the next move.
Indeed it might. For Locked In, they need to play a perfect game of Slayer for the however remaining long it actually takes. We're not going to need the whole 4 minutes either way, but they just can't afford to make mistakes right now. And Shippy looking to get aggressive. There's the opening. He finds Defy. A second one potentially lined up onto Reed behind the boxes. He hides himself and drops down out of harm's way. That's beautiful coming out from Reed, and he converts it into a frag. Can he actually land the second though? No. Outgunned and outdueled.
On board with Pulse, 15 kills, leading the way for Locked In right now. A 4-kill game as we get towards the tight end of this one, 44-40. Pulse is getting peppered by 2 players from UHL Red, decides to back down. That's smart. Across the board, you can see in the kill feed, trades are going the way of both teams. That's not enough for Locked In. They need to get some set of slays and not get those traded out. Only a 3-kill game now, Judah.
Green Gun almost gets a connection from range, but at least they know where the Defy is hiding themselves. And Nade, fairly easy cleanup. Locked In. 2 kills away from tying things up in a blood-soaked bow. Can they get the job done, or will Red overtopple them? All they need is a full team wipe, and you can see they're slowing down the pace. They're not going to move outside of this lobby area, this garage side. They're just going to let Locked In come to them.
They can't. They're trapped. Sniper rifles coming up soon. They got no eyes on it so far. It's going to be a player from Locked In, most likely going to get it. I think they're even spamming it. They want that sniper rifle to change the tide. Nade's coming through. Shy needs to back away with his life. Play this one perfectly. Reed's trying to challenge. Just if you're Shy, just play this carefully. Don't worry about the sniper rifle. Be worried about the flank coming through.
Yeah.
Eventually, UHL Red, they retreat once again. Sniper Paul maybe in a position to try and do something with his heat wave. Sniper Rifle should have gone to the Locked In boys as well. So they're only 3 kills down, but they need to start getting these kills quickly before this game goes out of hand and they lose it.
Yeah, Spiteful has already found one. Paul up the vents. Just desecrates all over Reed, and Paul is looking potentially for a little bit more, but he can't get too hasty. He can't afford to go for something foolhardy. Spiteful, small little challenge coming on through, but not something that Paul really wants to commit to for the time being. And now UHL Red, it's seemingly getting a little bit impatient. They're willing to start creeping up towards that bridge side. No.
sorry, they don't need to push. They need to play the more passive game. They could have just stayed back here, but instead they're just deciding to put the aggression towards Locked In, and this could fall back in their faces. Trade comes through, 48-46, but you can see the Locked In boys, they're rotating towards Garage. The next set of gunfights could be crucial.
Reed almost getting a little bit too overzealous, willing to challenge over towards that cylinder side, and he will instead regroup, buddy up once again, drop a smoke to locate. Covers retreat a little bit further down, and both teams, they've now effectively just swapped ends of the map. Shire, he's got control of the S7 and threads the needle. There's the first.
Come on, this could be it. This sniper rifle, Shire's feeling it. He hits that first shot, misses a couple more. Can't be overzealous. Gives him the slays. 49-49 now, Tudor. Next kill wins, and it's going to be Locked In. They come back.
Goodness.
From the brink of defeat, 50-49. And UHL Red, they played it too passive.
Yeah.
They allowed aside Shire to get both the overshield and the sniper rifle. Yeah. And they just sat back. The first slays came in the favour of blue team, and that was it.
Yeah, really, really good improvisation coming out from the side of Locked In overall. It seemed as if all hope was lost, but they somehow still managed to escape the jaws of defeat, and this could not have been more neck and neck. We saw brilliant individual performances coming out from almost every single one of these members. All of these 8 players within the lobby have pulled their own weight, but unfortunately for UHL Red, a small little stumble towards the very end, and they just fall right over the hurdle.
Yeah, it's crushing, isn't it? Being 49 kills, no, just one slay is enough to take you to tying up this series, but instead now they're staring down a 2-0 deficit.
Exactly, and now moving into Argyle CTF, I think it's clear as day what the issue is. You give Locked In an inch and they will take a full nautical mile instead, and you just cannot give them that much freedom, because with that amount of liberty, Locked In, they will somehow work a little bit of magic back into it and pull a rabbit out of the hat.
Yeah, but I think for UHL Red, they were so close to tying up our series. They know after that first game, they may be a bit shaky, nerves have settled now. They might have lost that second one, but it's still closed doors. And anything, what they need to do at the start of this one, once again, stop the momentum aside of Locked In, regain control, get that first set of slays, steady the ship, and then go from there.
Exactly. Just balancing things out, feeling it out a little bit, but obviously not letting the opposition get away with a whole lot. And if this is going to be the last map, I personally wouldn't have it any other way. I think CTF is usually the best ways to actually decide who is the best of the two teams. And despite the fact that Argyle may be a little bit controversial as a map because it is just so freaking large, it's always such a good watch each and every single time I watch it. I don't know, but I don't know if you actually, share the same feeling as me.
I think it can be.
Maybe.
I'll
it
try to be
depends.
as neutral as possible. I think Argyle can definitely be a good map. It depends. You get 2 types of maps with Argyle, right? You get 2 types of games you can play.
Sure.
One's really slow pace. It's a 0-0 or 1-0. Or one's really back and forth gameplay. I mean, you do see the sniper rifles normally in play. That's going to be a point of contention itself, 2 snipers on a map. Who's going to have a better shot at the start of this one? That's where the first challenge comes in for me.
Yeah.
But realistically, it's all about getting a set of slays, but you have to do 2. You can't just get 1 set of slays, rotate and try and pull the flag. You've got to get a second set of slays, and which team's going to be the first one to break that?
You always have to double down when it comes to Argyle, and so far UHL Red not off to the best of starts. I don't believe they even got their hands on the QT, and there's Reed, at least finding some impact with the sidekick. He threads the needle for a third, collects and salvages an S7 out of the cold dead hands of the enemy, and with the grapple hook as well. Well, we may as well just let the man cook.
Yeah, he's rotated back to his base here, though, now, saying, do you know what, boys, I've got the sniper rifle, I've got the long-range weapon, I'll watch the flanks, you push up. So I do like that play, because it has stolen the sniper rifle from Locked In, but his team have to react to that. They were in a position to potentially put some pressure towards the base of Locked In, but instead they opt to play safe and sniper pull, somehow avoiding all those bullets. Replaying, it's going to bite back into him. Might be enough, but no, Spiteful is there. Hits a body shot. That's probably about the 6th body shot I've seen him hit.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of body shots from the S7, but right now the UHL, they've been able to steady the ship, but they really need to sort of proactively react to every little bit of damage that those S7s are doing, and I'm just really not seeing them actually capitalize upon all of the space that they're gaining from those opening shots. Shire has managed to get himself, his hands on one of those 2 S7s, and downrange, misses the first and only has 1 more shot left to play with. Has spotted out Design, but can't quite. There it is.
Nice. I mean, we saw him do it in last game. We've seen him do it in this one. One shot left. Streamer watching him on the main stage. All the fans here as well, and he hits the shot. And just on the back of that, Sniper Paul, he's running the flag right now. Probably need another set of slays before we can get this one away. So nice defense from UHL Red. They do have that cushion of probably having, you know, one more death after they get killed mid-map to re-challenge and contest their flag. It should be a return.
It is definitely going to be a return. Unfortunately for the side of Locked In, well, they just have to cut their losses and go back to square one. Sniper finds a little bit of contact down range. Top vents. I'm not sure if Reed is privy as to who exactly is maintaining that high ground for the time being. He's just going to try to sneak his way through into enemy territory. He's got plenty of intel left to feed as well. This is valuable stuff.
Yeah, but he's left by himself, really, on this side of the map. The longer he just waits, the worse going to get, because the team are going to get more pressure towards him. Instead, he decides to rotate back to his teammates, gets a call at their sniper down there. That's a good shot from Spiteful to kill that player. But he needs to back away with his life and couldn't get around the corner. So Shire's going to say, do you know what, I'll take that one back. You can challenge me, Spiteful, I should get the killer.
Yeah, definitely so. Doesn't connect it with the S7, but the melee is good. Out-sniped Design. Just a little bit better in that respective duel. And he can continue to just establish his dominance well over Argyle as a whole. He's just going to actually push up a little bit further, see exactly what else he can contribute. And Sniper Paul, mistakes made, but not capitalized either by Design.
Do you know what? I think I've seen Sniper Paul get away with his life about 3 times in this game. Nice clean up onto Sherzy, though. So nice shots hit from Design. And just having this sniper rifle is going to be a tricky point for Locked In. They're going to know that Design somewhere on the map has a sniper rifle. So they're going to almost be a bit apprehensive of pushing. Even though he's not hitting his shots, he's creating some presence on the map for his rest of the team to push up.
Yeah, exactly. He's very much limiting the overall freedom that the side of, well, UHL Red have over Argyle, and just making it that much tougher to navigate everything. It's getting messy from Reed, and he doesn't really get anything out of that exchange. Loses out on the S7, doesn't get the stick, nor the kill from beyond the grave. And now Shire, let's see, good no-scope coming on through, needs to find a cleanup with the DMR, and misses out as well.
Yeah, unfortunate for Shire there. Still a lot of contention towards this mid side of the map. It is Locked In who have got the more map control right now. Another set of slays, and they could try and pull this flag once again. It's often what you see in Argyle's CTF. It just takes so much, almost like a perfect set of slays to get a flag pull, and then another perfect set of slays to get the flag pull back to your base.
Exactly.
QT in the hands of Sherzy right now. He's opted to pull that one straight away. He's pushing towards the UHL Red boys, knowing that he has the advantage that he can just back out of those nades.
Exactly.
Right there.
Sheppy can afford to get overzealous and a little bit greedy in some of these exchanges, and with that trade coming on through, you may as well hit that button, but he's already super duper close to it, so it doesn't really make sense. He can just continue to try to throw a couple of curveballs the way of UHL Red, really make them think twice about where his presence might exactly be situated, but for now we're going to hit the brakes just a little bit. Despite the fact that Locked In are 2 maps down, they can basically just still play for time, because at the end of the day, it is UHL Red that truly have their backs against the wall.
Yeah, next set of slays could be crucial here, Tudor. Just seeing how it's going to play out. A lot of teams are just trading back and forth. Finally, Red gets in control of the map. Slays go in their favour as well. They've got position to potentially push up. A few more players left from Locked In. They're going to play their lives as best as they can. Try and make sure that Red can't push up for free. Pulsey's taken down. The Sniper Paul, he's off respawn. He gets some shots. Defy's going to get the kill onto that, but he should be traded out. So the trades going back and forth. The defence is there for Locked In, and it stops Red from getting across the map.
Yeah, it's been fairly even so far. Almost every single exchange has been an even 2-for-2, with no one really actually reaping the rewards from any of these gunfights. Shire looking to take matters into his own hands, does get caught out by Spiteful instead, and Reed is going to maintain control over this top fence side, looking to just rumble around a little bit further, prodding and prying his way through, looking for some kind of opportunity. And UHL Red, I think they're just going to hit the go button right now. They have got to make a move. The ball is in their court, and Design's going to push up a little bit further. Well,
still seeing Reed just trying to play his life, trying to get his shields back, but doesn't seem to be able to do so. Whenever he just peeks again, he gets shot. Once more, good teamwork coming in, but it looks like Reed is left alone by himself.
Yeah.
The rest of his team have been taken down. The sniper rifles, they're coming up. You can see Pulse right now on screen. What can he do with this sniper rifle, Tudor? He's just trying to find his shots. It seems to be the sniper rifle is going to be the difference in this game. He's got the grapple as well. Get a couple of kills with sniper rifle, allow your team to push up and get that flag grab. But Pulse is still just trying to find some shots, but it looks like no one from Red are trying to push out. They're just back in their base. Does get a body shot onto Reed, but that's only be a body shot. But you can see locked in. They're starting to make a move. They're starting to get towards a Red base. You can see all of Red. They're backed in towards their sniper side of the map.
Exactly.
And it looks like Pulse is in the spot to get the shots, but no, Design answers back when he needs to.
Yeah, we needed Pulse to activate a little bit earlier in that entire segment, and it just didn't work out, unfortunately enough. Design brilliant skills with the S7 to out-duel his counterpart and play proper defense for UHL Red. Now, the script might just be flipped a little bit further down in the favor of UHL Red. Spiteful adds one to the tally, takes care of Sniper, and they just need to continuously occupy space and really start to make Locked In sweat a little bit more.
Yeah, Slay's still going in favour of Red. There's only 2 left inside of Locked In. This Sniper needs to connect with Sniper Paul to get the movement going. Instead, Sniper Paul, so many angles he can play. Decides to challenge Design, and I like that play. Confidence, trying to make Design forced to hit the great shot, and he didn't do so, but Design plays his life as well. He backs away. The Sniper Rifle has 10 shots of ammo, I'm pretty sure I just counted there.
Yeah.
He's picked up both sets of ammo, and he's trying to push this towards the map. If he dies here, Tudor, this could be massive for Locked In.
I think that might just be the kill, yeah. And the Needler could be exchanged for an S7, but I think Reed has something to say about it instead. Spiteful's actually gone for a flagpole instead, but no one's nearby to actually help him get out of this one. Spiteful seems to actually manage just well on his own, but I'm going to have to take that back. Instantly dispatched and disposed of, but Defy Me right behind there, looking to run the flag and just gain a little bit of extra mileage. Shire, what can he do with the S7? Dodges out of harm's way as well, and I think that might just be the opportunity for UHL Red. Locked In, where are they? Where's the response?
Wow, the fact that Shire stayed alive there meant that his snipe made the flag carrier weak. This is close to being caught back to home, but you can see already Locked In. They've grabbed a flag of their own. Next set of Slayers can be crucial. Will the return come in? We're not too sure. Return's nearly there. Nades there. Can Spiteful get a touch? Yes, he can. Yeah. Touch is still there, but flag's out. Return needs to come in. Design gets taken down, so a touch should be there for Locked In as well. So we've played this whole game so far. No flag back into base, and finally we get a flag on a move. The return. Massive kill. 1 versus 1. He's going to get the touch, but he's still alive. Gets a kill, Design, and Spiteful going huge, keeping that flag at home. But the flag's rotated across the map, and Red, they get the first capture, but they don't have a flag at base.
That's absolutely massive for Red, and now they can basically just hit the brakes real hard and just keep Locked In at bay, locked within a box, basically. And for 3 minutes, that's not a whole lot of time to hold on to. Locked In, they're going to need some kind of miracle. But when you've got Design hitting those kinds of body shots with the S7 and the cleanups afterwards, what can you really do?
He just threaded the needle with that one. He's still got 9 shots left in this sniper rifle. Where's he finding the ammo, Tudor? I'm pretty sure he had 10 earlier. And I'm pretty sure I've seen at least 3 snipes since then. So he seems to be spawning with the sniper rifle at this point. But whatever it is, seems to be his team is working. And now they can play defensive. But instead of sitting back, which we saw them do in the last 2 games, they decided to push again.
Yeah, exactly. Pulse now needing to move a mountain. He will get isolated, eventually claimed by Spiteful. Then Design does lose out on that S7 with, as you mentioned, seemingly conjured ammo. And that's unfortunate for Sheppy as well. Loses out on the second S7, so both snipers now out in the wild. Can't be picked up by anyone. We have a fresh pair also coming on through.
Sniper in the hands of Reed. Nice! No scope falling out of the sky. Sniper Paul, he's taken down towards the respawn screen. And just trying to be the Guardian Angel right now is Reed. Looking towards the other sniper rifle. Is anybody from Locked In position to grab it? Not at the moment. But they don't just need to grab the sniper. They need to grab the flag. There's only 1 minute 50 left on the map. And they've got to push all the way towards Red's base.
Yeah, priorities, ladies and gents. What are Locked In going to try to get done? It's messy coming out from Defy Me. They do shut down Shippy on top of that. QT might be the next option for Locked In. And those pre-placed nades, they're already so perfect coming out from Reed. He's reading into this, no pun intended, pretty damn well.
Yeah, nice body shot there onto Sniper Paul as well. It's Locked In, can't get anywhere near the flag right now. Red, they've wanted to play defense this whole game. They finally get the flag cap back towards their base, and now they can just sort pretty. They know they can push up, because they know they'll get the respawn in time to defend their flag if they get all killed.
Yeah, you can already see at this certain stage, Locked In don't even feel comfortable with mounting some kind of offensive because UHL Red, they've just been so oppressive over the last 2 minutes, and Locked In, they are stuck within their own territory for the time being, but Pulse, he might just have broken through. the enemy line, and he's trying to maybe go up the grav lift, see if he can maybe establish a little bit of high ground for himself and go for a flag pull, but obviously they have to clear out all of these red silhouettes, all of these pests, and he's got the perfect backstab. Can he get the job done? There's one locked in. A double kill might just be sufficient.
Yeah, but where's his teammates around that? Sheppy's on the respawn, nowhere near. Shire, he's been taken down. So despite the play from Pulse, he didn't have a teammate support around him. They all foul. So once again, 30 seconds left of Sheppy. You've got to get a move on here, mate. You've got to get towards the red team's base, otherwise this game is over.
Exactly. In 25 seconds, it's going to be sudden death. And that condition can only be met if locked in have got the enemy flag out of its base. Repulsor and QT exchange doesn't go in anyone's favor. Spiteful's going to have to stick to reload. 10 more seconds left and lock it in. They're nowhere near enough. The defensive plays from UHL Red, they've been too good to beat. Just in a moment's notice, the timer will expire. It will hit 000, and UHL, they keep the dream alive in this best of 5.
Yeah, only down to that one flag cap, but that's all you need for UHL Red. And it took about 9 minutes for that flag cap to go in, and as soon as that was the case, it looked like UHL Red turned to a different Halo team. They were a bit more comfortable, a bit more at ease, and it worked out for them.
Started off a little bit rusty, but they are definitely back in fighting form, and they seem to have truly found themselves a home on CTF Argyle. It just need a little bit of magic, a little bit of extra confidence, and one flag is all it's needed. But sometimes that is just the way the cookie crumbles on Argyle, because it is a very different beast when you compare it to other CTF maps that we have available in the pool. It's a lot more slower paced, and it felt as if like that was basically the dynamic that we had throughout the entire 12 minutes of play. But UHL Red, they just managed to somehow revel in the chaos a little bit better.
I just feel like for UHL as well, they just let Spiteful do his thing. The rest of them just grabbed a sniper and hit the shots they needed to. So realistically, for them, this is exactly what, obviously you need to win the game, but it's exactly what they need to win it in this style as well. Almost finishing it comfortably, not having been a bit shaky towards the end of the game. Now, going into our game 4, this is where things pick up. We need to see UHL Red continue the same momentum they had in game 3.
It is going to be Strongholds, if I'm not mistaken, on Solitude as our map number 4. And yeah, massive fans of Solitude.
I am.
I know you are. I know you are. It's also one of my favorite maps as well. I mean, it could use a little bit of a different color palette, in my opinion. It's a little bit too beige for my taste.
Yeah,
a little
maybe
bit bland.
Go back to the neons and greens of Halo 5
that was good
when
fun.
It was Plaza. But you know, the map's the same, the layout's the same, and we are going to be loading up into our game 4 momentarily. UHL Red, the reverse sweep potentially could be there. They've won game 3. They've at least took it to a game 4 as well. And talking to these boys before the start of the game, I chatted to both teams, and they said online it's about 50-50. They're not too sure which way it's going to go. And so far in the games 1 and 2, you'd think, actually, do you know what, locked in, they've got the control of this series. But now UHL Red, they've came back.
Yeah, I mean, if we're basically going to take a little bit of a step back and analyze the history of this series so far, I mean, this is a territorial game mode, and obviously, King of the Hill, it was really scrappy and really messy. Not a convincing performance coming out from UHL Red, so hopefully they'll be able to actually play Strongholds just a little bit better as well and keep it a really, really close affair. But just off of the history alone, I think Locked In might be able to seal the deal here.
We're on main stage, baby. That was game 1. Nerves might have got the better of us. Completely different map. I know, history's always there, stats are there for a reason, but UHL Red, you see design right away, down towards his B base. Can he capture this straight off the back? That's a great start there. Can he get the slays as well? 1v1 versus Shide, doesn't get the shots, but around him his teammates seem to be falling as well, so despite capturing B early doors, Locked In, they get the slays in their favour.
Defy looking to hold down the fort, but unfortunately, Shire gets the better of him instead and actually can contest this B side, and that's some S7 shots just whizzing past his ears, dodging all of them, and that will be B Locked In or Locked In yet again. They can just hold this down and see, you don't even really have to worry about it until that S7 actually starts to come online, and then your hand is truly forced into making a move for that C site.
Isman's a Spiteful here, so he's trying to unlock part of the map with this sniper rifle, trying to get the slays in order for his team to push around him. But looks like Locked In, they're not peeking at any position right now. They're happy with their A and B setup. They're happy just to play back and almost create the reaction from UHL Red. You can see off screen that B is trying to be captured, but that's a solo effort from Reed. He's taken down. Spiteful drops down, he realises players are weak, takes down 2. Sniper rifle, can he get the 3rd? Yes, he can! Triple kill behind him for Overkill. Overkill's there! That's what you do! That's how you open up the map. Spiteful hitting it off stage, and despite the fact of that, Red, now they get control. Sniper rifle still in the hands of Spiteful. Can he hit another shot? Decides to back away, eventually taken down, but that Overkill, that's opened up the map.
Yeah, inspires confidence into UHL Red and fear. struck into the hearts of Locked In following that OV. Reed finds another onto Sheppy, and he does have his hands on the S7, looking to try to take up higher ground, really play the role of Obi-Wan Kenobi for the time being. And Spiteful, dodging a couple of nades. Shire can't quite lock in the frag, and because of that, well, Locked In, they are going to secure a B cap at the very least. UHL Red forced into very uncomfortable positions, and they're just getting pecked apart like flies now.
That's daylight robbery. All 8 players were alive on the map, and somehow B's captured for Locked In. UHL Red, they were forced backwards. No one died. They couldn't get a challenger into bottom B, and Locked In from the disadvantageous position managed to capture B, control back in their favour, slays in their favour as well. Sheppy, you know, now finally the last person alive from Locked In. Can he do anything to try and stop this B? Camo on the side of Spiteful. It looks like B. Sheppy's not even going to try and challenge it. I like that play. That's smart from him, trying to re-challenge back with his team. Make sure we're all going to be trying to attack this one together, and he's not doing a solo push.
Yeah. Spiteful could just put all of UHL Red's laurels to rest off of this active camo alone. It's getting scrappy, but he does clean up Pulse, and he's still got a little bit of AC left in the tank as well. See if he can potentially pull off a flank towards that staircase side, or even go for an A cap should they really want to double up on their points. But for the time being, just going to apply the brakes, toss out a couple of nades, and continuously feed intel. They have got Pulse isolated, and that should be an easy pickup. Indeed it is. Second player towards the balcony. It's a secure trade instead. That's not too bad.
Yeah, pressure and trades in favour of UHL Red right now. Sheppy trying to regroup with his teammates, trying to find a way towards getting to this bottom B, but he's attacking it from a weaker position. He decides, you know, I'm just going to jump in here. All the teams are down here. They might try and get a capture of a quick B here. Contested though last second. Nades come flying through, and then all of UHL Red just funnel the players have Locked In into position. Sniper Paul still alive down bottom middle, though he could answer this one with Shire. The Slays go in favour of Locked In. They just, you know, use brute force and recapture this B point.
Yeah, exactly. Full team wipe, and that is a blue conversion without any kind of problems whatsoever. And now Shire doesn't quite get a clean back smack, and whoa, a little bit dodgy right there, and narrowly got away with the second. But fortunately for him, Reed was there to bail him out for a hot second. But yeah, once again, too many deaths on the side of UHL Red, and as a result, as a consequence, Locked In, they got a full cap going on.
Yeah, it was 2 full squad rights from UHL Red, triple cap in favour, and despite the fact that UHL Red have had control of such a long part of this game, triple cap has just flipped the switch. Camo going into Sheppy, he's locked that one, punched it into his chest. Triple cap's still in play here. This is where it gets scary for UHL Red. They've just got to compose themselves, regroup as a team and try and capture something, because right now all the points are ticking towards against them almost. You know, 100's now turned to 140 and there's still nowhere near any capping.
It's really sketchy, and they call it total domination for a reason. Sheppy able to clean out a house, and that ruins the fun for UHL Red. They will secure C at the very least, but now they have got to actually halt the progression of Locked In, and as long as that active camo is still a nuisance to deal with, they're not going to be able to get it done in time. Sheppy can just have his way with UHL Red.
Can't believe how long he's played his life as well. Full camo gone, used up, and he's still alive and kicking. Gets a kill onto Spiteful. That was an isolated kill. They're in position of both B and A, realising that spawn is coming towards C. Design's going to be trying to push out, trying to get some control of this map. Sheppy drops down, but all players alive right now. Next set of engagement is going to be towards this bottom middle right now as UHL trying to capture this one back. They will get the capture, but Slay's not secured just a yeah.
They're going to stem the bleeding for the time being, but I'm still kind of getting the vibe that Locked In are just maybe an inch or two ahead of UHL Red in this, what could potentially still be the very final map between these two squads overall. And Paul, he's going to have to play on the defense because there are some red silhouettes heading towards that A side. It is, well, basically the entire squad looking to challenge over towards A instead. So far, the resistance is just a little bit too heavy. 3 players now fall dead for the side of UHL Red. Defy Me, now the last player, placed 6 feet underneath the ground and Locked In. Well, no signs of stopping.
Locked In, controlling both A and B. The weaker of the two setups, but UHL Red, they just can't contest this B stronghold. Seems like the blue team have had the better of this position. Sheppy,
this is scary.
Timing those camos to perfection. Even if he gets taken down, he's played and grabbed that camo and taken it away from UHL Red. Does eventually get cleaned up, but that camo is no longer in play. Locked In to getting the slays around them as well. And Red, slowly this game is ticking out of their hands, and they were doing so well at the start. It just seems to be falling apart from them, and it just seems like nothing is going their way. whenever I see a UHL Red player, they're by themselves, isolated against at least 2 locked-in players.
Yeah, exactly. They just keep running their heads into concrete walls, UHL Red, trying to dig themselves out of what seems to be an impossible situation as Paul is going to, well, toss out a couple of nades, orbitally bombard that A site as well, and try to flush them out. Pulse. For the first, narrowly the second as well after the body shot, and luckily enough for him, he does get bailed out of that engagement from up above, but that is an opportunity for UHL Red to convert that C-side, but the response is immediate. They've just lost A as well, and now with the side of Pulse opening up the door with a 2-piece, make it a third, buddy. Nah, exhaust all of the ammo inside of that S7, and he's going to turn his attention back towards his B side. Exercise a little bit of defense, but it's 240 and counting right now.
Yeah, I liked that play from Locked In. Rotation, opting not to reset the hill they had and just rotate across the map. And that's what we've been doing so well this game. B's been controlled by Locked In for so long, and that's really allowed them to sort of have map control, use whatever base they want to, one of the home bases. But finally, triple cap in favour of UHL Red momentarily. A just captured back in favour of Locked In. For 2 cap, B and C, that's what you want if you're UHL Red. They've got to slowly bring their lead back, or bring the game back to being close right now, but it's such an insurmountable chance.
Yeah, exactly. Now we're going through the phase of stabilization for UHL Red. Pulse, scrappy gunfight, and he's going to have to concede it instead, but somehow gets an opening, small little angle to work with, but he gets the job done instead as he locks in a 20th frag, and that's also something that we do have to mention. Locked In, they've been out-fragging UHL Red very, very heavily. It's scary, and I don't really want to do math on broadcast either, but with a contention coming on to B, it seems as if we're not done with the Strongholds match just yet, but UHL Red, no, the progress is going to be reset on that B cap instead, and it is Locked In to take the series 3-1. UHL Red, unfortunately, 3 Ls back-to-back in the group stage.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but they do hold their own. They do win that game 3 on our CTF Argyle. And to be fair, it wasn't like a complete wipeout in any of our games.
Yeah.
But in the end, Locked In, what they utilised really well, and what we saw on stream, the last 3 camos, they were waiting for them.
Yeah.
So on the little ledge, jump up, utilise the power weapons, control those power-ups as well, and that's going to win you games.
Indeed it does, but yeah, Locked In just a little bit better on the strategy, a little bit better on the timing, and just sort of abusing every inch of the map and every little nook and cranny of the map to their own favor. Worked out really, really well, and that's reflective in the scoreline as well. It does conclude as a 3-1, but unfortunately, it's not enough for Locked In to either really secure themselves a top 2 spot within this group.
Yeah, but I think bragging rights at the end of the day, when you've got Quadrant in your group, you're not going to finish first. So realistically, winning a game here and on the main stage, what more can you ask for day 1?
Yeah, exactly. Great little opening main stage game, as you mentioned, for Locked In. They're definitely going to be proud of that one overall, and unfortunately for UHL Red, that is basically, well, it, I guess, for day 1.
Yeah, absolutely. But they definitely played well. They got the game win in game 3, and also Spiteful with an overkill as well.
Yeah.
So individual plays were there.
There was a highlight moment, that is true.
That is a highlight moment. That's a good highlight moment. If I'm Spiteful, I'm going back on stream, I'm rewatching that at least a few times before I go to bed tonight.
Yeah, I would too. Because it's good content as well. I'm pretty sure all of our social media people, they have already just, spammed that all over Twitter. Make sure to go ahead and follow us on Twitter, by the way, if you haven't already. at EuropaHalo. Drop us a follow. And, yeah, do the same also on Twitch. Now, unfortunately, I do believe that's kind of us done for the time being. Yeah.
It is for now, yeah. And majority of the pool play is done as well. I can see a lot of players finish up their last pool play game. So we're slowly getting to that point where the bracket's being seeded. Who you're going to play in that next round in the knockout stages. Winners round 1 and winners round 2 will be played tonight as well.
Yeah,
so we still have a lot more Halo. And we still do have a pool play game left after we go to an intermission. But it won't be us two. It'll be Onset and Sherzy back for a very spicy one. So we'll leave you guys there and we'll see you soon.
Here at BNSC, we offer a range of cybersecurity programs suitable for everybody. For those wanting to gain entry into the sector, or for those already working in the sector who wish to upskill and progress their careers. At level 2, we offer an entry-level program which gives you the basic understandings around cybersecurity. If you wish to continue your journey, you can progress to one of our level 3 programs, including the Fast Track to Degree program, which will gain you entry to our brilliant programs at University Centre. Our brand new T-level in cybersecurity will offer you a 2-year program which not only teaches you the knowledge around cybersecurity, but also gives you the chance to undertake a work placement in a real cybersecurity business.
If you're an employer and you have staff members you're looking to upskill, we also have an amazing range of apprentices. If you're looking for something a bit more short-term, as a member of the Cisco Training Academy, we also offer CCNA short courses in cyber ops and network security, which are available to anybody.
The tutors are very supportive, very knowledgeable. They know what they're doing and help out a lot. The equipment is very good, probably some of the best equipment for networking and cybersecurity that we can really get our hands on.
If you want to find out more about any of our cybersecurity products, you can click the link, check out our social media feeds, or give us a call and we'll be happy to help you. Here at BNSC, we offer a range.
And welcome back, folks. It is a all-French affair, a grudge match dating back to 2009 from I Love BTB. We've got two teams that have been around the block, BH3 Esports and Cascarina. I cannot wait to jump into this one, particularly because there's a lot of French players playing on LAN, and that's usually fun.
I was worried there where that was going at the start of this.
Why?
You open with it's an all-French affair. I was like, what's broken out in here? Blackpool's got a little bit risque, has it? But,
Pleasure Park.
Yeah, exactly. So the Blackpool Pleasure Park is open for business. But I think you're right, though. This is going to be a very fun match. I think this is two teams who, of course, are going to want to win this series, but I think it's a little bit more on the edge, right? A little bit more on the line for these two teams. Because it's an all-French affair. Like you say, you want to be the best that you can be. You want to put yourself in the pecking order. Maybe a little bit shy of Quadrant, we would have to say, who certainly hold that title at the moment. But a lot of French talent, we always know, in Halo likes to come out, and they love to play with the power weapons, Richie, don't they? They love those sniper rifles.
Yeah, well, one man we'll have our eye on that loves a sniper rifle is actually going to be Asko. He's a demon on any server he seems to play on, particularly in matchmaking. And if there's a sniper rifle around, particularly on Argyle, he likes to pick that up. And I think it's going to be very important to shut him down nice and early.
Yeah, certainly is. And players warming up at the moment. I think they've actually just finished their warm-up. They're joining the lobby. So we'll get into that as soon as we can. And it looks like some of the games are starting to dwindle down today. A lot of teams have been obviously working their way through the groups. There's been a lot of trash talk. There's been a lot of fun moments that we've heard from wherever you are in Blackpool. Honestly, you probably could have been at the top of the tower. And you've heard Pinchy
and Baxter shouting across someone.
Exchange. There's another one over there.
Kind words. Pleasantries.
If you said that to me, because it's from you, I'd know it was endearing, but
Yeah, well, I'll say.
So probably throw a controller at you, but that's a different time. That's me from a different time. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun today. Yes. I think we're starting to get to the place now where the groups are getting sorted. Obviously, we're moving to bracket play tomorrow, and then we've got work our way all the way down to the finals. And I think a lot of teams, understandably, coming to this probably thinking it's going to be a Na'Vi versus Quadrant final. They're the two biggest teams that we have here, but you always wonder if there's going to be an upset. You never know what can happen in a live event scenario as we have here, and what better way to announce yourself, right? To make a name for yourself than taking down one of the big teams, taking a few games off them and having a banger game yourself.
Yeah, well, speaking of banger games, the series ahead of us, we have the series layout. And game 1 is going to be King of the Hill on Recharge. Typically, the kind of game type the French are pretty good at. When you talk about Quadrant, wanting to be just behind them, maybe a baby Quadrant, a Quadrant Youth Academy maybe. Well, this would be the best place to start at King of the Hill on Recharge.
What do they call it? The conveyor belt. You know what I mean? Talent. Yeah, they do call it that.
I think it is the conveyor belt, yeah.
Yeah,
one out, one in.
That. Yeah,
revolving door.
Yeah, revolving door of talent. Let's see what France has to offer. And I think King of the Hill Recharge is certainly one of my favourite King of the Hills. I think I like the fact that each hill plays differently as well. I think that the bottom middle hill is obviously a little bit more scrappy, as you would expect. You're trying to trap teams over at pipes. You're trying to hold down the CPAT and the elevator to try and force those spawns. But I think the fact that you have the second hill being a little bit more open, that you've got to play a little bit differently, you've got to start stacking things up, and again, you're probably still trying to spawn players and teams in a similar kind of area around the pipes, but then you move to the money hills a little bit more. You've got that elevator hill, right? That's the one that teams are usually pretty good at locking down. Although I will say, as time has passed now, that a lot of teams have become better at breaking that elevator hill. It's not just a guaranteed money hill. You're going to work a little bit harder for it, but looks like we're ready to go here, Richie, into our first game.
There is a lot of talent on the stage, particularly on the side of Katrina as well. One player that I've always got fond memories of is Cali, dating way back to HCS Wembley when he was screaming at Vexus, "Why you teabag?" It was a wonderful memory for me. One of my first tournaments that I competed at.
Reminded me of that.
Yeah, beautiful moment, and I'll always remember it standing behind him in the passion
pit. And a valid question. A very valid question.
Vexus did go on to lose that series, so the questions never got answered. I think he was a little bit bewildered when Cali stood up, but he has to get the job done here again on LAN. He's all too familiar with this scenario. And on his team, of course, got Knuckles, Safini, and Peraniac. And on the opposite side, BH3, Asko, Bastos, Sunrise, and Yumi. Like we said, we were in line when we said an all-French affair. And speaking of the French, shout out to Halo Creation and Tepek, who couldn't really make it today. He was the one who shared the information. This is a rivalry dating back to 2009. So, a grudge match to be settled. Right now, it's camouflage in the chest of Sunrise. It's already taken some of the hill.
I will say, I feel like a lot of my grudges and disagreements have been settled from 2009, but this one is still going on for sure, and we're going to have BH3 in control with a few early kills going on their side. You can see they've got those 2 first kills and sat inside of that hill. Sunrise is going to be in position on that camo box as well. For anyone who tries to get into position to push that C flat, which is going to be the priority position for both teams to be trying to break at this point. But at the moment, it's a pretty solid hold. You can see that phase 3 took a little bit of damage, a couple of kills being exchanged. They stepped out of that hill. It's a 2v2 right now. So where these next kills get picked up is going to be so vital for how things flip. And flip they do. You can see that Katrina do get a four-man wipe. They're now sat inside of the hill, and it's up to BH3 to try and break.
BH3 have been spawned over towards Elevator, and Asko's immediately made his way towards Pipes. Peeks out, puts down a couple of shots. Brainiac has fallen. Callie's even the odds, but only for a moment. There's 2 go down, make it 3. Knuckles last man standing. BH3 closing in on hill number 1.
Bastos with another kill as well is just going to kind of even things up for a moment. He's trying to push and clear out this elevator. You can see all 3 players actually spawning with Katrina over at the elevator. So this is a full lockdown of the map from BH3. If they can pick this kill up bottom tower, that will make their life a lot easier as well. They're already sat inside of that hill. So off the back of the first hill, it looks like they're trying to go back to back. Knuckles is going to have an opportunity here to level things up a little bit, especially with that shock rifle just hitting that pad and seeing if he can flush that player out of the hill.
Knuckles getting shot in the back. Has to try and survive. Camouflage is being popped and a lot of damage being done here. Sunrise ensures the camouflage will not survive for much longer. Thinning the hair though. 2 go down for Katrina once more. It's 3 dead for BH3. Infinity hits the respawn screen with the hands of Yumi. You spoke about that money hill. At the moment it's Katrina that are inside it, but who stepped out for a moment as Brainiac in another 1v1 registers his first kill of the game. Currently sitting at 1, 2, and 6. He will need to build on that now if his team are going to stand a chance of winning this game.
There's an opportunity here after this double kill for Sunrise to maybe think about challenging for another one as well. 2 players to back up from BH3, which means that he'll be able to just drop and should be able to clean this one up pretty comfortably as well. So Sunrise doing a really good job. 7-2 at the start of this game, but Hilltime kind of evading both teams. The kills being traded in and around this hill consistently, which means it's a battle of long haul versus elevator spawns. Everyone kind of meeting head on in and around blue, and no one can get the full advantage. This is where you need to try and wrap through gold, try and really take an opportunity to set up a bit of a pinch on these players in the long haul, clear them out, get those spawns yourself, and then control that tower. You can try and control the elevator if you need to force them back into the spawns of Pipes, but outside of that, at the moment it looks like BH3 are the team who are picking up the majority of the slays and the majority this time.
They are definitely in the ascendancy, already 1 hill to the name and very close to a second. Yumi controls blue. Sunrise on hand to deal some damage, keep his teammate alive. It's beautiful from him, little bait and switch. Yumi will now retake once again. 4 dead for Katrina. That should mean, barring some sort of miracle, the BH3 take a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, this is going to be a 2-0 lead, and now you are getting over to that elevator hill. And look at this. It's not just a fact, it's a 2-0 lead. They already have a rotation here, BH3. They're already set up over the elevator. They've already broken through, and you can already see they're doing damage. Yumi stays alive. Bastos there to keep him alive as well. Knuckles will get 1, but it's going to be just 1 player alive here. BH3 Esports do manage to break. They also get the kill on the camo. The camo is still down. They didn't actually get the burn on that, but it looks things. So a perfect break, a perfect rotate, everything going the way of BH3 right now.
BH3 just outclassing Katrina at the moment. Kills continue to go in their favor. Callie gets 1, but Yumi answers back. So 2 dead for BH3 and an opportunity now for Katrina to hold the hill. Yumi though and Asko combine. Another kill for them. Brainiac's in the hill. Bottom elevator needs the help from some teammates. Doing a lot of damage here. Tries to land a haymaker, but the player gets away. Callie and Infinity there though to apply the finishing touches. Asko will fall. Sunrise down to no shields. Bottom tower no longer a threat, at least for the moment.
Yeah, he's just going to have to survive for now. He doesn't need to do too much because his teammates have already fallen. This is a dead push. You can see that BH3 Esports now resume their control of the elevator. Katrina, excuse me, to resume their control of the elevator. And BH3 trying to wrap through gold here. That's really smart play. Now Sunrise can push. Aski's going to fly in himself. Aski now, after winning that fight, is going to create a little bit more space for his team. And Katrina is starting to fall. And even though they do, they pick up the kills required. BH3 find themselves 4 dead. So it looked like it all set up beautifully. It looked like all the damage was done. But the clutch kills were picked up on one side of the stage, which turns into a first hill here for Katrina.
Katrina fortunate to get some gold spawns, which meant players that spawned up could get into the fight much quicker. Elevator will go their way. 2-1 now the score. Perhaps Katrina can build in confidence. As I say that though, all 4 go down. With Bastos and Asko over towards C, controlling blue and indeed the hill. Couple of grenades go down, both missing the mark though onto Asko, who's Instead, looking to control the front of the hill instead, avoiding any sort of grenade splash damage. Cali over towards C. Sneaky though. 2 members go down, Knuckles and Cali. Now Infinity 2. This push has been stopped. Camouflage is about to pop up, and it's all 4 dead for a moment.
Yeah, the worst time to go 4 dead is when a power-up's coming up, and you can see the 2 players from Katrina trying to challenge it, trying to do what they can, but while the hill time is being picked up, the camo is still available to be picked up. Cali going to be taken down as well, so the team fire starting to work a little bit better here for BH3, and maybe that just wasn't a hill they were able to break, and Katrina just with those initial spawns were able to really cement, you know, a situation where it was only 1 or 2 pushes that had to be made to try and break that hill. Off the back of that though, it's almost a perfect hill. 3-1 now the score as we head over to the turbine, over to the needles. We're 1 hill away now for BH3 Esports closing things out.
Just under 3 minutes on the clock, so still time to play with for Katrina to bounce back in this game. It has to start with this Whirlpool hill, and they've got control of it. Already almost half of the progress that they need to secure it. Infinity controls pipes. He's going to be a very pivotal player here. The BH3 are going to have to clear out. He's over towards pipes now and gets chased back edge, but just about an unofficial ninja, maybe. That's a huge kill because he controls pipes. He can hold the cross as he challenges over towards Pizza. More damage being done. Brainiac will also challenge bait and switch. Both players down to no shields, but none of them in the respawn screen. Sunrise changes that for now. Here's an opportunity as he sits bottom elevator to put down even more damage on Infinity. Gonna be a trade, has to be, it isn't. Another kill goes their way. 3-2 now, the score.
Yeah, I mean, if he stays alive in that situation and gets that kill, maybe there's a chance for Elevator Spawns to come in for his team, but wasn't able to do so. Did get taken down, didn't even get the trade in the situation, and unfortunately here, this grenade gets stuck on that darn box. How many times have you died in matchmaking for that grenade doing that? Because I have died more than once.
It's a pesky box. Secures the kill. BH3 were playing with 5 teammates for a moment as box registers a kill of its own.
My name is Boxy.
Boxy. Too boxy. Too boxy. Brainiac on Whirlpool. 2 down for Katrina now. BH3 have a numbers advantage but don't have anybody in the hill. Camouflage has just popped up as well. There's still some things to work on. Brainiac was down to no shields. Gets eliminated. Tries to survive on trippy box, but not long for the world. Shock rifle in hands now. Camouflage has been scooped up. Infinity's in trouble. He'll go down. Bastos lands the all-important shot.
Yeah, really important there. Good use of the pad once more, right? Just find out where that player is. From the angle, didn't have that immediate line of sight. Hits the pad and then gets the information off the back of it. Brainiac now trying to stay alive on the sneaky. Won't be able to do so, you would imagine. The headshot does come in from Bastos, who's just starting to heat up a little bit here. 22-12 in this game. Very, very good game from Bastos. It's a 3-2 lead, and this bottom middle hill on our second rotation is just about tied up as BH3 now step into a little bit of a lead. Oh, Bastos. We need Bastos POV. The man is he's doing some work right now.
Bastos, not to be confused with former football player Michel Bastos. This is a different player entirely, but just lethal. Front of goal, it would seem.
I would argue more lethal.
Yumi on double stacks. Eliminated, as is Bastos now, as Brainiac started to put some things together. 2 down for BH3, but numbers advantage for Katrina, but they're not able to put too much in terms of a setup in place. Instead, opting to have 2 players in Whirlpool whilst the player in hill completely isolated. As a result of that, the setup was broken relatively easily.
This could be game here. And will be game. You can see that just that final moment where they managed to get that pinch onto the hill player, took him out, and that is going to be the game going over to BH3 Esports. Very interesting first game, that one. I felt like the start of the game was swinging one way, and then it just started to swing a little bit more. We saw a couple of hills getting on the board to make it a little bit more interesting, but then the clock started to be an issue. The fact that you get that 2 hill advantage right towards the end as well just makes you feel much more comfortable. And the bottom mid hill was always one that I think a lot of teams and players don't realize sometimes that you need to work around before you start worrying about the hill player. It's classic King of the Hill, right? You kind of have to kill everything but the hill player. You kill the hill player last, or you push him away from where that hill is going to be. And I think in some of the pushes that we saw towards the end of that game, BH3 did a really good job of that, just making sure they were in a position to do damage on other players before they even engage with that hill player. So a very impressive performance in there, 4-2, before we move over to Live Fire Slayer.
One player who had a very impressive performance, we spoke about him for a brief moment, Bastos, pivotal in of the important plays that were made on the map. 4-2, like Mark says, confirming the score. Slayer on live fire is our game number 2, and these two teams not short of a few gunnies.
Yeah, I mean, we've just seen both, every single player on these teams can shoot the guns. They know how to hit 5 shots with this Bandit Evo. They know how to hit snipe shots as well, and that could be the difference, right? The sniper rifle, if you can pick it up and you can hit a few headshots in this game and get those numbers on your side quickly, both teams aren't afraid to be aggressive off the back of it as well. And especially when that overshield's coming up, we know how important it can be for swings in this game. And if you've got that sniper rifle in the build-up, you pick up those kills around it, then you really can start to snowball this game type into your favor. So keep an eye on that. And of course, the heat wave, bottom middle. Ask Trippy how important that is. It's very important, just in case you're wondering.
It's going to ask Trippy, get him on the line, do a phone in.
Joey. To be fair, Joey, I'm sure Joey's watching.
He would answer. He would answer the call.
Do you know what? If I was on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and I had to pick a Halo Pro,
you have
my phone a friend.
Phone a friend.
I think Trippy would be most likely to pick up.
Are you wanting to get the answer too? That's going to be a good one, or
he'd give me the wrong answer. It cost me millions. But he'd pick up.
Sometimes that's half the battle.
Sorry, Joey. I don't. You'd get it right, Joey, if you are watching. I'm sorry.
No goes with sniper rifle. We're towards pillars as we go back to some Halo talk. Although talking about Trippy is technically Halo talk.
Don't tell me that's not Halo talk.
Come on. 3-2 the score. Sniper rifle down bottom middle over shield. Has popped up. Bastos will get a kill in the feed. That's going to make this cause a little bit easier. Yumi will scoop it up. 1 kill advantage for his team. Infinity goes down with the heat wave. That means overshield and heat wave in the hands of BH3. Sniper rifle as well as we go over to Bastos and he rips the head. That's 2 players down once more. This could spell bad news bears for Katrina.
Him as well. Bastos is kind of trying to take over right now, and I'm here for it. Unfortunately for him, he gets taken down as there was just a few too many players for him to play with, but Yumi does collect that sniper rifle and retreats back to the tower as Bastos reintroduces himself to the game. Kali gets a haircut, but nothing more. 1 kill between the 2 teams at this point.
Score updates around the ground. Daddy Daycare losing 2-3. What can only be considered a Finnish team. Looked like a Finnish word to me. It had skull in it, so they're Finnish or Swedish. Either will do. Overshield 25. Kali already out here. Looking to set up for it. Being shot from the sandbags, or indeed bottom middle. 2 members of BH3 have managed to get some kills along the way. Numbers advantage for BH3 once more. Overshield. Going to be a factor as it always is. Yumi over top tower controlling it for his team, and overshield going to be relatively an easy pickup here for BH3.
Yeah, you can see from Kali's point of view right now, he knows that he's not going to be able to close the ground quick enough to really contest that overshield. So instead of just throwing a life away trying to do so, just takes a second to group up with teammates. The problem is grouping up with teammates around green is if that overshield player does fly in, like you're seeing right now, he can deal a huge amount of damage. The rest of the team can push off the back off, and there you're seeing it. Bastos picks up 1 as well. And now it's just about finding those final players. That's going to be 3 dead. Infinity last player alive as well. And it's so difficult to watch sometimes, right? Because you know what's about to happen, and there's not really much you can do about it in certain situations. We did see, of course, some Rhino teams pioneer, where is the overshield? Let's take the rest of the map. Let's keep running away from it. Let's burn time off the clock until that overshield is going to be half empty, at least, to give us a real fighting chance here. But Sunrise now picking up a couple of kills as well. 4 and 3 for him in this game, and that lead is staying established, you would say. It's never felt like it's been closer.
Trina still looking to bounce back in the game, in the series. Plenty of work to be done. It's Bastos. Very impressive game 1, continuing in the same vein here with 11 kills, just the 4 deaths. No assists at the moment, but you don't really need assists when you're putting them on the grave yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Just hit your shots. Simple as that. React to your teammates, and there's another set of nice shots coming in. Kali's going to be challenging here. Ooh, this is the Bandit. This is why you got to hit those shots. Trade does come in. The sniper rifle gets turned over once more, and it's going to go into the hands of BH3. And with a 25-16 lead at this point, and it's difficult to see with the sniper rifle, 1 body shot being available, then being able to get across the map in time for that overshield that's coming up in 20 seconds. So next set of kills is always important, as we say, especially when a power-up's coming up. But you can see that at the moment, BH3 don't want to let them even get on the map. They are being aggressive. There's a double kill. Oh my goodness. He almost managed to turn that into a triple with a little bit of shoulder shuffle around that brick.
They've scooped up over shield as well. Infinity tried as he might desperately. They land the body shot, nothing doing though. Brainiac getting walked at, soared at by the overshield player with absolutely no fear. And again, they're spawning over towards green. And you spoke about it. You can know what's coming, but stopping it is another thing entirely.
Bastos gets another kill onto Cali as well. Cali's sat at 2 and 8 at the moment. He's feeling all sorts of confident. And why wouldn't you? With this kind of lead in the game, 11 kill advantage as you've crossed the 30-point mark. Unfortunately, they have lost a player by the looks of things, so we will get confirmation from our wonderful station referees on what the score will be, but it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, 11 kill lead?
11 kill lead.
Kill advantage to BH3.
So whether we will need 17 kills for one team and whatever else for the other, or we'll do an 11 kill advantage, so BH3 needs 39, we'll get confirmation from the admins. They're the people who make the rules, the guys in the black and white
They're the people I can shirk the blame.
Yeah.
Onto. That's what I always say.
Yeah.
If it was up to me to do any kind of like admin work, these tournaments would take months.
We take no responsibility for anything that goes on. We have always got people to point the finger.
Yeah, it's one thing you actually don't see at HCS events when I cast with Andy. As soon as something like that happens, I just look at him with just a touch of panic. And he'll look at me with a touch of panic as well. Till one of us gets information of exactly what the score is, but yeah, is what it is.
Well, what we can do...
We'll get into it as soon as we can, everyone.
Well, what we can do is, while we have this brief moment, we can highlight just how Bastos has been playing.
Oh, phenomenal.
In game 1 and 2, it dropped to what, over 30 kills, high 20 kills in game 1, and then, like I said, continued off in the same vein in game 2. And when you have players like that hitting those shots, it builds your own confidence as well. You start to think, all right, I'll run through brick walls. I know this guy's going to hit shots.
Yeah, you start dropping him the weapons. You start giving him all the responsibility of, you know, doing everything that you want to do, and you allow him to do what he wants to do because you know he's going to win those individual battles. It was also, as a teammate, when you're watching someone like that on the map and you're seeing them do that ahead of you, you can kind of make plays based off of an assumption that he's going to win his 1v1, right? If he's playing that well, and that's a lot of confidence that can be gathered. And you look at some of the greatest teams in the world. Look at like FaZe. When Renegade goes into a 1v1, FaZe a lot of the time will make a play based off the back, them expecting Renegade to win that. They'll try and support him in it, but those kind of players are invaluable to a team, and I think if he continues to play like this, it's going to be very difficult for Katrina to get back into it.
We are getting confirmation from the admins that it's going to be an 11 kill advantage for BH3 as we head into a reset of game 2, which means 39 kills required for BH3 and 50 for Katarina. But this might actually play into the hands of Katrina because they can now look at this as, all right, we were down by 11, but they only needed 17 kills and we would have been out of the game. So this is a little refresher moment for them, and like maybe get themselves back in the series with the help of a good start.
Yeah, and off the break as well, you've got all the weapons back on the map, so you can go 4-0, and you find yourself with a sniper rifle, heatwave, overshield coming up as well, full map control, and 17 kills can not look as daunting as it did. So a full reset is obviously very good for them, knowing that all the weapons are going to be back on the map, but I think from a reset, when you've got a 17 kill lead, and you've looked as comfortable as BH3 did as well, I don't think they can be too concerned with that either.
Confirmation. It was an 11 kill advantage, but they only needed 17 to win the game.
Okay.
That we will be going directly into the game. I've just heard it straight from the producer's mouth.
Literally.
Right there.
It's right there.
Right there.
You can't see him.
His mouth is moving.
Everybody, like, do you know what?
Show him.
We can move the camera. We're going to give you... No. He goes,
no. He said no.
Okay,
Very
fair enough.
convinced
I don't want to
no.
throw people in positions that make them uncomfortable. Unless it's you. One of my favourite things to do. Here we are then. So, an 11 kill advantage was my understanding for BH3 esports as we restart this game.
Rocking and rolling then. BH3, you get the opener. Immediately answered back though. Trades 2 for 2. Sniper rifle has been whisked away, but who's the man that's got his hands on it? There it is, Knuckles. Can he be the difference maker for his team? Yumi fries his shields with the plasma pistol, and now his overshield's on the cusp of entering the fray. It's going to be Infinity who steps forward, doesn't get body shot by the sniper rifle, but does lose quite a lot of his overshield as we change POV, and the overshield looked as though it was almost completely negated. Bastos then will contest this and get the kill. Down to half shields with the help of some grenade damage, but Brainiac heading through the rat tunnel, look to re-engage. Asko over towards Big Door will get that kill, and 8 kills to 4. It was not the start we needed for Katrina.
Yeah, if you wanted to get back into this, it had to be a much better start for Katrina. They had to win that initial battle. They had to control the weapons, and they haven't done that at the moment. BH3 Esports are kind of continuing on the same pattern that we saw from the game before it did get restarted here. 11-5 the score. You could argue it's almost a better start for them than we saw in the start of this game before we had the restart.
This time they're doing it without weapons, without power-ups and overshields, and when those do start to come into play as well, when you're up 12-6, you expect that lead just to get bigger.
Sniper rifle, 6 bullets to play with. One lands to the body. Bandit then connects with the head. Cali plants his feet, gets crouched, makes his hitbox as low as he can. Plasma grenade will find a home as well as they continue to trade kills back and forth. Knuckles down to no shields, trying to escape with his life whilst also keeping a hold of that all-important sniper rifle. When a sniper rifle goes down on this map, all 8 players are running straight for it.
Yeah.
Like magpies to a shiny thing.
I mean, it's a game changer, as are those kind of shots coming in to win those 1v1s. Sunrise on the flank is going to pick up a beatdown and a lot of concentration, understandably, on the overshield side of the map as well, as we're going to see that be the next power-up that does come onto the map. And speaking of power-ups, it's already been picked up. So here's an opportunity for the lead to really start to extend here, but check your corners, check your corners. There's one back smack onto the overshield. Bastos is going to be challenging, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, and when you're up by so much, you would imagine that's absolutely fine. 22-14 the score in game, but just a reminder, there was an 11-kill advantage, as this is a restart on the side of BH3 Esport.
BH3 acquiring 39 kills total, double their series advantage. Katrina have it all to do. Down by a significant margin now. This game very quickly getting out of hand. Knuckles with a heat wave. Manages to get one teammate elsewhere. Will get a second. Yumi and Sunrise have to watch their teammates. Asko and Bastos try and fight off the back foot here. Asko's managed to survive for now. 2 members of Katrina challenge. Back tower. It's actually BH3 doing the most damage, getting away with their life. Katrina had to give it up. They hold tower for now. This map very congested over towards the tower side. All engagements seem to be on this side.
Enemy halfway to victory.
26 kills already being registered here by BH3. Just a reminder that Katrina need 50. Whereas the 37 that were required here by BH3 looks like a much closer target for them to close out this game and go up by 2-0 in the series. They're just picking them off one by one at the moment. Knuckles is taken down and no shields. Turns into a cake as he falls to the floor as well, as Bastos now looks to add to his tallies. 8 and 6 in this game. Does have more assists in this game than he did before the restart, but certainly still contributing to the positive KD as now Yumi moves in for the simplest double kill of his life and now moves towards that overshield.
Those there are my favourite double kills on the flank. Pick up 2 kills, no shields, thanks to Mark. He has died and probably crying about it. I've got my 1. 4 kills required then. Make it 3 as Yumi continues to lay down damage. BH3 have been absolutely flawless in this game too. Katrina just haven't had an answer.
Certainly haven't. It's been pretty much one-way traffic the same way it was before. But now it's just a little bit of a victory parade, you feel, for BH3. Just looking to really, put the pain down, put the dagger in. The game is done and dusted here, and it will be a 2-0 advantage for them in the series after that restart. And there's not really much to take away from that for Katrina's side. I think that there was a lot of individual battles being won, but when you aren't getting... It's Taylor's older time in Halo, right? If you're not controlling overshields, if you're not controlling snipes, power weapons in Slayer games, it's just such a disadvantage to fight against that it's difficult to trade 4 for 4, let alone try and claw back a lead. So, yeah, it's something certainly to work on for them. They need to make sure that they're focusing on those power-ups and power weapons a little bit more. It's, as I say, it's almost a cliche at this point, but you can see how effective it was in that game.
Absolutely clinical in Game 2, it must be said. And Game 1 was pretty comfortable as well, 4-2, and just the King of the Hill on recharge. But Game 3 now, we've got Capture the Flag on Argyle. This is typically a little bit more of a slower paced game. We know sometimes a 1-0 flag cap can be enough to win a game. So this is the sort of one that Katrina, I can see them getting themselves right back into things.
I mean, there's an opportunity for them for sure. You can control the map a lot easier with that sniper rifle. As we know, you can put yourself in some really good lines of sight where it's easily escapable. A lot of ground has to be made to put pressure on you up close when you are that player who's playing with a sniper. The only problem is you have to be aware of where the other team's angles are, right? You have to be aware of where the other team's sniper rifle is. And if you can take it out of BH3's hands, especially Bastos, who's been hitting some really, really good shots in this series so far, then you're going to give yourself an opportunity. But again, with the way that you're looking at that series, the series layout at the moment, you get the feeling that this might be a 3-0 just because of the confidence they would have taken out of those first 2 games.
Games 4 and 5 are strongholds on Solitude and Slayer on streets if we need them. But like you say, this has been one-way traffic from the get-go. Games 1 and 2 have been pretty dominantly won by BH3, and this rival match that we were bigging up at the start of the series, well, not really played their part in making this a little bit more competitive. Perhaps this is the opportunity then to change the tale and to push the narrative.
Sniper rifle control always essentially the key for both teams on this. But I also like it when teams try and get in and under the base. Now we're seeing a little bit more creativity with flag runs on this map as well. Previously it was like we run it elbow, we run it out to the catwalk, and you are seeing teams now throw it into the basement, run it out on the low bridge, and try and kind of put it in a position where respawners can't immediately put damage onto it, and then run it through the engine where there's a little bit more cover coming in for you. But even though teams are becoming much more efficient on not just getting that flag moving, but also picking up the kills on the respawners, it is still a battle to get into the base with how much time it takes you to essentially get from your base halfway up the map and then from halfway up the map into the base, get that flag moving. So it's kind of almost a 3-step program that takes time, and a lot of the time it's very difficult to get a clean 4 dead 2 in a row to get into a position to get that flag moving and back to the base. So it's about being it's very, very efficient on this map, but a lot of the time when you do see that flag get past halfway, it does get capped.
As we spoke about how on Empyrean a little while ago, how you almost have to get a fresh round of slays and then do it again on the way back to secure the cap. But with Argyle, you almost have to do it a 3rd time, right? If you're going to really get that flag in and claim it, not risk a counter cap.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost as if you have to kill the team to get to the base. You have to kill the team to get the flag out of the base, and then you have to kill the team
on the way back.
On the way back as well, just to make sure. But you do obviously have superior map positioning to do so. QT going to be picked up early here, and already we're seeing a flag moving.
Cali back base, trying to get an interesting line of sight. Unfortunately, it didn't come to fruition for him. Sniper rifle enough to pop the shields of one, but not to get the kill. Won't land the all-important headshot. Knuckles being a very difficult kill somehow. Not able to hit the headshot. Oh. Swing and a miss. Infinity trying to survive with the sniper rifle. Flag has got sent home. Brainiac was on hand to risk his life. Keep this one all square. But already danger signs there for Katrina to watch their P's and Q's.
Yeah, really good early pressure actually coming in from them. You can see that they were immediately on the front foot when it came to getting that flag out of the base. They had a couple of nice snipe shots as well, but part 2 just wasn't there, right? It was a little bit staggered. A few players were down, and it got a little bit disjointed in the way that they wanted to run that flag and pick up the kills alongside it. You do have a lot of time sometimes to leave that flag and kind of use it as bait. Try and force players to jump onto that return and kind of slay around it in those few seconds that the player has to sit on that flag. So something certainly the teams do keep in mind at the top level. But for now, you can see it's that mid-map battle control again. Everyone trying to get onto their opponent's side of the base, and Brainiac will be able to clean one up here, and now Brainiac left on his own as BH3 once again have some map control.
This one's going to be a brawl. Made to work so hard for a cap. You can have numbers advantage time and time again, and be outslaying sometimes by significant margins, 10s and 15 kills, but don't get the kills at the right time. If you're not efficient with them, you can usually amount to very little. We've seen some of the top teams learn over the course of the season. Seen FaZe have some teething issues of outslaying the likes of Sentinels, still going on to lose the game. As it goes on, as it starts to develop, particularly now with the Bandit rifle, it's going to open up the map. You can move a little bit more freely. You're not worried about getting cross-fired from base to base. Sniper rifle though, still very capable of ripping face. Sunrise gets one, Yumi gets another. Uses the quantum translocator to get himself immediately out of dodge. But again, it's BH3 now still laying siege to Katrina's base.
Yeah, this is really good positioning here from BH3 as well. They're trying to be aggressive, they're trying to put pressure on, but Katrina as well doing a good job to hold that middle line. The sniper rifle player is so important. It was Knuckles who was holding that down for a few moments. Sunrise will take him down. Kali should be finished as well. And Sunrise now decides, hey, it's time to push forward. I've got a sniper rifle in my hand. I'm looking for a triple kill here, but nobody going to be showing. Brainiac gives away his position momentarily, and this is a really smart position just to not give away where that sniper rifle player is going to be located. He's trying to keep his head down. Now snaps on for a quick body shot. Smartly waits for teammates. Can't go past that halfway line at the moment. It's all about map control, all about waiting for those teammates to get in position to capitalize on those sniper shot damage.
Yumi soars forward, gets one. Knuckles gets another. Numbers advantage. Favor Katrina now for the first time in a while. Opportunity to push forward as he It's face to face. Asko somehow, some way gets a kill onto Knuckles. The help of the grapple, soars up, hits him in the jaw, drops down, lands that all killer blow. Headshot the Bandit Evo. Sunrise getting some shots down as well, getting another kill. But this one, very evenly matched. Sniper rifle about to pop.
Evenly matched in the way that neither team has had full control at any point. I would say that BH3 have had some really good moments where they've started to move the flag, and here's another opportunity here for them to do so. They also have, I would say, control of this half of the map, right? The engine side. Bastos picking up a kill and Yumi also picking up a kill means that now, I was going to say if he could get this through, the back flag spawns might not have been as important, but that's the problem with the juggle, right? The second sniper shot misses though. He manages to get around the corner, but there's the difference, right? If that's 5 seconds quicker, if he hadn't have juggled that flag, then that flag would have been back and across the map and really in with an opportunity of being capped.
Will that come back to bite them? One fumble, one misplay. All that work taken 3-4 minutes to put themselves into that position. It's absolutely no reward for him, all because fumbled the flag in one moment. Wasted so much time and allowed Katrina to flag return. They're getting a flag pull once more. Sunrise back base, putting down damage. Played himself and the sniper rifle. That's how important, that's how much value they put on it.
Challenge. Bastos is going to win that one though, and it's 3 dead here for Katrina. BH3 on the front foot once again. Damage being taken here by Brainiac, trying to survive inside of the vent. Manages to just about do so. Knuckles trying to play defense at the moment, and does so. The really important fight's actually being won consecutively there by Katrina. If either of those players loses those fights, then you have a flag moving and you have vent control. So it's vital that they won those battles just to make sure that the flag didn't get moving. And not just moving, but also in a position where you had someone top middle in the power position on the map to really give you assistance in running that flag home.
Knuckles using the phase weapon charm, hoping that can grant them 1 or 2 extra % on accuracy, and so far he's been winning quite a lot of his pivotal 1v1s. Brainiac gets another cross-map kill. Bandit shots are hitting hard right now. The Quantum Translocator has just popped up, and we'll see if either team looking to extend and scoop it up. Asko fighting out of the vent. Kali shuts him down, but immediately it's traded out. For all the work BH3 have put in, they have yet to register a cap, and still no reward for all the good stuff they put together. Sniper in hands of Bastos, double kill. Infinity could be in trouble here, lands the body shot, lines up the guy on basement. Kali challenges this front base. Kali comes out on top.
I mean, a huge amount of damage coming in there from Bastos. Was it the smartest play to jump out and challenge? Not so sure, but also respect. You know what I mean? Respect. He went for the triple, then Kali on the respawn coming out of the basement. Put him under a little bit of pressure himself, but that's the kind of play you need to make sometimes to just kind of create openings on this map. It has to be someone taking over a double kill, a triple kill, whatever it is. As long as those kills fall consecutively and quickly, you can take the space in front of you then. And now you're seeing Brainiac under the base trying to be a nuisance, and Vinny with the sniper rifle himself on the side of Katrina, probably thinking about going forward for the first time in quite some time.
Infinity retreats. Now Kali steps forward, stares towards vent, getting information as a player up there. Yumi's gonna chow here. They go melee, a double melee at that. Somehow a double kill goes the way of Infinity. They have numbers advantage, but this is where they need to start moving forward, capitalizing on some of the damage they put down. Kali's trying to do just that right now, looking to play the objective, but somehow Sunrise's basement and comes out, takes care of Kali. The hard work they put together means nothing again for Katrina this time. Put themselves in such good positions, but not able to capitalize the numbers they get.
It's going to be 3 dead here, and Bastos almost got that flag round the corner. Kali clutching for his team at the moment. Managed to stop that flag run before it started to get a little bit dangerous looking, especially when now we're into the deeper waters of this game. 4 minutes or so left in the game, or just under, I should say. Kali goes for that return. The flag is still out here, and there's 2 dead for Katrina. So there's an opportunity. If Infinity can't hit these shots, the flag might still be moved, but you can see he jumped to that return. He did enough damage to make sure that flag went home, and we're back to that stalemate.
This is what we promised. It's going to be a brawl. Kali puts it in reverse all the way out bottom middle, trying to put damage down on the flag carrier, but Yumi's there. Keep this one alive. Brainiac opting to overextend, cut the flag off at the pass. over towards the pistol. Yumi's going to call him out. Asko needs to spin on a dime and does so. A lot of damage being done, but there's shots in the back as well to contend with for BH3. They've left the flag behind. They've not brought it with them.
It's a really smart play though. Even though they've left that flag behind, there's 2 of them still here. It's going to be up to Infinity here to hit some really important shots. Has the repulsor to stay alive, and now you're in a 1v1 scenario where you know you need to push, you know you need to hit some bullets. Yumi's trying to give him the wiggles here, trying to work into the front of the base, and you got to hit the shots. He can't quite hit the shots. The flag gets up to the front of the base. There's 2 dead either side here. Question is anyone in position to finish this flag cap and run it home?
Asko playing this one patiently. Flag on the cusp. Cali gets a very important kill. Is there anybody going to risk their life to get the touch to keep this one alive? It's going to be stepping out. Got the flag all the way back, and somehow, some way, they force that one home. And BH3 take the lead with 2 minutes and 25 left on the clock.
Yeah, a little bit of a heartbreaker, that one for Katrina. They might have thought they'd done enough to force a return in that situation, but there's the patience, right? There's the experience from BH3, just waiting a moment, knowing that that flag will cap itself when we get the kills that clear the way for it. They finally get some damage down. It creates the opening for the touch. They force it home, and you look back a few moments before that, right, and you're looking at Infinity with that sniper rifle chasing him down. It's tough shots to hit, but if you want to be clutch and you want to stop those kind of plays coming in, you need to hit those shots. You need to cut that flag down before it gets past that halfway line.
Brainiac, with a sense of urgency, tries to force the flag over the halfway point, but Yumi's there. Grenade, though, keeps this one alive. Cali, can he get the touch? The use of the grapple has been successful. They've got the flag all the way over back to the screens, but Sunrise pulling a flag of his own. It's going to be a bit of a standoff as we head towards the final minute of this game. Numbers advantage favouring Katrina for now. This could very easily be a counter cap because Katrina have all the pieces they need to punch this one in.
Return.
Oh, a snipe shot from nowhere. This flag has not been punched in just yet. Knuckles soaring forward, trying to get the touch. Another kill for Sunrise. Brainiac, he could be the next victim. We are finally all tied up, but this could be another counter cap opportunity.
I mean, it wasn't pretty, but it was effective. And you've got to say to BH3, they gave it everything to try and stop that flag being taken home and tying this game up. But now with 47 seconds left on the clock, you can see BH3 trying to force a flag themselves. Unfortunately for Bastos, he recognises he's last alive and he just says, hey, you can have that, Ree. I'm going to try and re-slay. I'm going to be a nuisance now, be behind enemy lines, and hope my teammates can pick up kills on their way forward for me to be the player who runs this flag.
Needs his teammates to get kills. Doing such a great job at surviving, being a thorn in the side. Brainiac desperately tried to survive, but unsuccessful. Infinity's in trouble now as well, down to no shields. Cali's getting shot in the back, numbers advantage now. 2v2, but they've got so much map control. Knuckles desperately tries to survive. They need to get a flag touch here. We're going to go into overtime. Happy that the flag time dwindled down, excuse me. Overtime it will be.
Next flag wins. Few moments there that were, you just thought that BH3 maybe had that clutch factor when the flag was back on the stand, but nobody could get across the space quick enough to get themselves in a position for the return. But as we say, into overtime between these two, and Katrina be so happy that they managed to get that flag. They managed to really force the game to go a little bit longer, because it wasn't like BH3 had dominated this map whatsoever. It really has been an attritional battle, and you almost feel like 1-1 was the right result in that first 12 minutes or so of gameplay.
Next cap wins then. Sniper rifle in the hands of Bastos, it would seem. He's thrown it off the map, knowing his life was very much at risk. The right decision was made. Quantum translocator is down, and you can see Cali's a little bit nervous of it, knowing it could be utilized at any moment here. Yumi puts down damage, as does Asko, and now they can close the gap on the flag. Brainiac is there. There has been enough damage to get one onto Asko. But Yumi's stayed alive front base, making himself a very difficult kill once more. Bastos is there. All of a sudden, 3 dead now. Cali the last man standing, and he's missed the jump.
He did miss that jump, but is he going to be able to flank behind now? But here's Sunrise. If Sunrise can hit a shot, then maybe there's an opportunity, but the flag is still moving. Knuckles gets the kill.
which now leaves BH3 once again in a position where they've got to worry about a counter cap, but those shots perfect, and they had to be in that situation. If he doesn't win that fight, then that flag might have been counter capped themselves. But elsewhere, now you see Bastos say, hey, I stayed behind here. I did not come back with a flag, and now I'm behind enemy lines. I can get this one moving myself, force it back towards my spawners. It's all about the kill feed now. Whoever picks up these kills might just win this game.
Brainiac got the opener. Yumi answered back. 3v3 on the map for now. Yumi trying to make the hero play onto Infinity. Shots go down. Teammates spawning over towards elbow. It's going to be Brainiac up again. Looking to have an influence on this one. That flag's in a decent position where if he wants to sneak over there, he can maybe get some return on it. Faced with 2 members though. Asko's got a kill. It's going to help the cause. Callie's the first pick here. Sunrise has also gone down though. Again, the herd's been thinned. Sniper rifle in the hands of Knuckles, and perhaps the game too.
Both flags away. Repulse is going to keep. It's got alive for just a few seconds here. There's that QT being used in the hands of Katrina. Now BH3 find themselves under pressure. 2 players left alive for them to deal with. There's one dealt with. Bastos. Great positioning from him. Will be able to get a flag touch. Now he's going to be re-challenging back on the flag. No one in position to really challenge this, and Katrina seemed to lose a few kills there in a situation where they got the initial damage. They got the initial kills to push up on the map.
Bastos has sniper rifle. He can help his team get this return if he can land some crucial body shots or indeed some headshots as well. Asko down to no shields, has to try and survive. Callie's gotten a kill elsewhere though. His flag's all the way in the back of the base. Brainiac, he's been tasked with keeping it safe. Asko in a 1v1. Asko comes out on top. It's traded though. It's going to be a nervy finish. Brainiac gets the shields popped. This one's on a knife's edge.
1 minute 40 left on this game clock before we have to go again. Both flags still away from the base. Katrina trying to formulate a push here. They get that first kill. It will be traded out though. Infinity's flying forward himself. Asking now left on his own. Gets a touch on that flag. A trade here would be massive. He manages to get that trade. Is there anyone else in position though to hop on that return? It looks like no. That trade was so important to make sure that that flag was left back in the base for a respawn to get a touch on, and essentially we are back where we were. A standoff between the two with around 65 seconds left in this game.
Trina get the 4 kills they needed to get a return, but fortunately lost the 3 members who were attacking the flag, and as a result, nobody there to get the returns, and a fresh spawner just picks it up again. It's as we were. Reversal here for Yumi, and a sniper rifle to boot. Brainiac's immediately there to shut it down though. Sunrise gets another. Flag in the back of the base. Callie gets his shields ripped, but does enough damage to get the kill. As we head into the final knock into this game. 30 seconds on the clock.
30 seconds remaining.
It's fascinating. No one can get the advantage here. I think one team has to decide now with 25 seconds left. Let's just all fly together. But leave the flag back in the base. If we win, we win. If we don't, we don't. But it's more than likely that you're going to be able to get in a position where you get enough kills and enough damage to all hop on that return. And I think that's what you're seeing right now. Bastos gets spotted out though. Brainiac has to try and survive. He'll be doing some cheeky jumps with that grapple to keep himself alive. Brainiac comes back in and gets a trade at least. Touch comes in now. There's the repulse. Can't quite connect with the no-scope. And Infinity as well gets that touch. And again, we find ourselves at a standoff, but it's sudden death. We're into pie chart territory.
Almost unprecedented. 2 teams on the pie chart. Both flags out. Sunrise gets 1. That could be a all-important opener. Asko keeping the flag safe for his team. Anticipating that this one could get sent home any second as he starts to extend towards his own base. The collapse is coming. Here comes Yumi. Bastos on the boys.
Send it.
Brainiac's in big trouble as he tries to send this one up the lift, knowing his card could very much be up now. He's about to get his ticket punched. The flag's getting sent home, but Knuckles fires shots from a back. We could be about to be all tied up once more. We're going to overtime regardless.
Oh, that return looked like it was coming in at just the last second, but it wasn't able to be hit home. And then, hello everyone. I'm really small, by the way.
Rex decided to stand on his knees for today.
It was an intense game. So intense that I lost 3 feet of my body height. Watch this though. Hey, back.
Welcome back, folks. You're just joining us. 2-0 in the series to BH3. Argyle CTF was a nail-biter, 1-1 overtime. Pie charts were out. They couldn't be separated, either team.
Statisticians were trying to draw in all sorts of circles.
Abacus used, they were dragging
graphs.
All sorts of stats were being used. But
tables.
We do know, when we go back into this game, it's going to be next flag wins. Which probably means another 20 minutes of Argyle.
It does, Argyle.
These two teams.
Never disappoints, in some ways. Yeah,
It's
I mean,
consistent.
those final moments, though, you can see, I think it was BH3 were trying to make the play, right? They were trying to push. They were trying to be the aggressors. And it's so difficult to do, especially when you're trying to keep in mind as well that you got the amount of time you got left in the game. It's like, okay, we got an opening pick. Our player who is responsible for kind of staying back and making sure that they're the flag protector, so to speak. In that situation, I think if you get the first pick, either team, you have to full send it across the map. Because by the time that you've got into position to maybe hop on a return, take those last 3 players down as a 4, one of you is probably going to die and spawn back at the base. You can get a touch on that flag when you respawn, and it just felt like neither team really wanted to take that risk. And you could understand it from the side of Katrina maybe, because that would have been the series done and dusted if they got it wrong. But from BH3, I think just take a little bit more of a risk in that situation. We'll like to see.
And it's interesting, right? Because if you're in a flag standoff, it's a 4v4 on the map. You get the opening kill only really makes it a 3v3 on the map for you going forward as your team that's the aggressor. But Yumi's looking to get this one running straight away. Brainiac in the vent, stops it in his tracks, 2 down. But again, it's BH3 being the aggressor, but Katrina managing to keep themselves in the game.
He's holding the line at the moment. Bastos, by the way, he's doing so many nasty things with this sniper rifle, and there is another example of it. Just whips that second shot into the head. And I said, what's it going to take on here on Argyle? It's going to have to be somebody making a big play, a double kill, a triple kill, whatever it might be. Well, Bastos might have just made that play, we remember.
It's a little bit of magic required. Bastos steps forward. Snipe shots won't connect, won't find a home. We've seen Stellar be the hero time and time again on this map, and is it Bastos to be this time? 3 dead. Brainiac's not in position to do any damage, and it's going to be BH3 who win the game and the series with a clean sweep.
Bit of magic from Bastos, right? He was the player who's been impressing most in this series so far, not just statistically, but I think with some of the playmaking ability we've seen out of him. And that's the double kill, right? He takes the challenge, he picks up the first one, and then the quick scope for the second is enough to create the opening for the flag to start moving, right? And it's the kills that happen bang bang in succession where the respawners aren't able to influence the game for the next 10 seconds or so. They're the ones that matter because they're the ones that create space on the map for you to play around. And that double kill was everything. Happened on the side of the map of Katrina. It meant that BH3 could get that flag moving, and we have our final series score 2-1 after a grueler of an Argyle game.
And it has to be said,
never been a grueler, by the way.
It has to be said, we talk about Bastos, that little bit of magic, but that was a consistent theme throughout that series. Games 1 and 2, he was the lead in his team in Slays. He's done it again. He was a difference maker, picking up that sniper rifle, and sometimes that's what it takes. You need a player just to hit those shots and create that opening.
Yeah, it's hit the shots, but also have the confidence to decide you're going to make that play, right? A lot of players would have seen that player challenging, got shot once and backed off to say, I'm going to keep the sniper rifle for my team. I don't want to re-challenge, re-engage. But what he does is he says, okay, I know I've got 5 shots I can take here against a bandit. I back myself to hit a body and clean it up. It does exactly that. And then he's like, okay, let me poke and see what else I can do here. Catches the second player off guard with a beautiful shot. And that's the difference. A lot of players would be more concerned about keeping the weapon for their team and repositioning. He makes a play. He's like, if I make this play, I know I win the game. So why not try and make it? You know, what's the worst that can happen? I can die and give the sniper rifle over, which is a terrible thing to do. But, you know, I think in those positions, when you're up in the series, you've been playing so well, certain players are always thinking I can make that play.
Plays were most certainly made. That's all for us for this series, but don't go anywhere. We have at least one more with Joe Sketch and Tudor. We might be back as well at the end of the night. Don't go anywhere.
Here at BNSC, we offer a range of cybersecurity programs suitable for everybody. For those wanting to gain entry into the sector, or for those already working in the sector who wish to upskill and progress their careers. At level 2, we offer an entry-level program which gives you the basic understandings around cybersecurity. If you wish to continue your journey, you can progress to one of our level 3 programs, including the Fast Track to Degree program, which will gain you entry to our brilliant programs at University Centre. Our brand new T-level in cybersecurity will offer you a 2-year program which not only teaches you the knowledge around cybersecurity, but also gives you the chance to undertake a work placement in a real cybersecurity business.
If you're an employer and you have staff members you're looking to upskill, we also have an amazing range of apprentices. If you're looking for something a bit more short-term, as a member of the Cisco Training Academy, we also offer CCNA short courses. in cyber ops and network security, which are available to anybody.
The tutors are very supportive, very knowledgeable. They know what they're doing and help out a lot. The equipment is very good, probably some of the best equipment for networking and cybersecurity that we can really get our hands on.
If you want to find out more about any of our cybersecurity products, you can click the link, check out our social media feeds, or give us a call and we'll be happy to help you. Here at BNSC, we offer a range of cybersecurity.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to 4v4 by the shore. It's two-door, it's sketch, and we finally got past, well, basically the bulk of group play. But now it's time to actually dive into our double elimination bracket where we'll start knocking off teams and sending them home.
Yeah. And it's been a grueling pool play. We've seen the pit in full action throughout the whole day. And finally, we've been whittled down to our top 2 from each of the pools. So 16 teams still left to fight it out. And on main stage next, we've got Bittersweet versus NLF Fenrir.
Yeah, indeed we do. These two teams performed pretty well in last week's seeding match overall, ending off in positions, I believe it was 10 and 15 respectively. But obviously, before we went live, we did a little bit of talking, and we did kind of get like a general vibe from everyone behind the staff, basically, as to who should realistically walk away with this one. Some bets were made, some handshakes were exchanged. Who do you think is actually going to walk away?
I clearly was not involved in any bets. I will say that, and I'll deny anything otherwise. I think for me, Bittersweet. I mean, talk about some of the caliber of these players. You've got Warlord and Looney up on that stage. Former Mocket players from back in our Halo 5 days. They've travelled. They've tried to break that echelon of the top semi-pro players in Europe into the pro players. They've been on that cusp a few times. I know Warlord's been on some Team Infused, a team which was in Pro League way back at the start of Halo 5 as well. So they definitely have some caliber. And then linked up with Zove and Wootum as well. It's a good squad. NLF Fenrir, they finished second in their group. And it's good to mention that the top seed in their group was Quadrant. So the best place they could really finish was second, but they're yet to be tested.
Indeed, and as you can see on your screen, we've got the map veto. We're going to be starting off with Live Fire Oddball. Then it's going to be Slayer Recharge. Our third guaranteed map will indeed be Strongholds.
Yes.
No, wait, that's King of the Hill. Whoopsies. On Solitude, and then CTF Aquarius. Finally, we actually have a CTF Aquarius popping up in the veto, but we might not actually get to see it.
Well, we'll take it game by game. Straight up, first on board, we're going to go Oddball on Live Fire. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our winners round 1. So all the pool play is done now. This is the knockout stage of our tournament. Lose once, you play again. Lose twice, you go home. These guys are battling for the winners round 2. Guaranteed top 8 as well. Bittersweet versus NLF Fenrir. And at this point, you've seen Bittersweet, they topped their group 3-0. Yeah. Pretty comfortably, what I've been talking to the boys at least. NLF Fenrir, they did lose to Quadrant, but they've yet to have that challenge of someone at a different or similar caliber to themselves as well. So I'm really interested to see how both these two teams start it off. But we are jumping on board straight away with Drax at the start of this one. Round 1 gameplay here. We're still going into EuropaHalo Blackpool, and looks like both teams trying to cement themselves at the start of this game. Trey's going back and forth, and just to see who's going to get the top of this map to start off with.
Yeah, already 3 people dead on the side of Fenrir, and the overshield is going to come online on the board in just a couple of seconds. Already 3 rounds exhausted from this S7, and you can definitely see Looney's doing his damnedest to try to contest. No one has yet to actually touch the skull for the time being, that OS being the top priority. As Warlord does get away with it, now he can really start to cause some chaos.
Yeah, nice prioritization for both teams. Bittersweet won the gunfight. They've got the power weapons, they've got the power-ups, they've got the ball, and they're rotating back to tower. This is looking like a fantastic start for Bittersweet. And also, 3 dead back again for NLF Fenrir. They've got to regroup back on the respawns and try something again.
Exactly. Bittersweet as a fallback. They have that oddball reset potential. You can throw it off the edge of the map and then force a reset, but I don't even think it's a tactic that we should be worrying about because they just seem to be out-fragging NLF Fenrir in every single twist and turn. Already 2 players dead. Now make it 3 for Fenrir, and Bittersweet still very much in the driver's seat. One time he can basically just, chill, be patient, not really do anything. He can basically take his hands off the controller, just set it right down on the desk in front of him.
Yeah, it's good to note as well, whilst these Slayers are coming through in favour of Bittersweet, it is a 3 versus 4, because Wootum has the ball. He's not shooting back at the moment. He's just waiting for the time being. And it doesn't even matter, he's got teammates around him protecting him. Eventually that ball does get thrown off the map, but 45 seconds to the good if you're Bittersweet.
Definitely so. Unfortunately, well, that's all 4 dead actually in a 6-foot grave for the side of NLF Fenrir. Looney is going to once again take the skull and just lock in at least 50% of the progression for the time being. Overshield going to be back online in a couple of moments, and yeah, you can already tell, like, despite the fact that he has the oddball, he really doesn't care. He wants that power up. That'll just be basically just free progress on the OBJ.
Yeah, what I want to see from Fenrir here is just try to get together, get some slays. Don't worry about the oddball just for time being. Just try and settle the nerves. You're on main stage. You want to try and get some gun skill going and get those first sets of slays if you're Gulska or Drax right now, because whatever they're doing, it's not working. They just keep getting collapsed on. And despite the fact that Looney's running around with this ball, all of the NLF players seem to be so far away from it.
I also do want to point out that Fenrir, they've got 2 players sat on goose eggs, and as they've only totaled up to 8 kills together as a 4-man squad. And Bittersweet, well, it's usually Cardinal Sin to do quick maths on broadcast, but that is an even 23 kills just coming in from Looney as well. And Bittersweet, they're out-fragging NLF Fenrir so heavily, they're not giving them even any room to breathe in this series.
Yeah, and the worry at this point as well, when Fenrir get closer towards the end of this first round, is every single player on Fenrir is going to play more individual. They don't want to be the player who's got the massive negative stats. They want to be able to get the slays they need to. A nice rotation there, nice prioritization towards the oddball. They do make Bittersweet throw that one off the map, but once again, Wootum, he gets a kill, he grabs the sniper rifle, him and Warlord up for the time being. He already knows where Tommy is, misses a no-scope, does get cleaned up, so nice kill there from Tommy. He also does get off that goose egg as well.
Good punish coming on through, but I think Zove still has control of the S7, going to pick it up, and still 7 in the chamber, or 3 in the chamber, 4 in the mag. Doesn't quite find the quick scope onto Tommy. The second shot also not on point, sadly enough, and the cleanup does come on through from Looney, so at the very least they do get a leash back on Fenrir, and they're about to close this one off. 24 kills left for them to go, as Fenrir, they are struggling very heavily to find their footing.
Yeah, and it just seems like whenever you're on board with a team in red, you just see them going into gunfights they shouldn't really be challenging. Faultius does do well there to get that slay, does get cleaned up though, but at least they touched the oddball, didn't get the second or the point they needed to, and Looney eventually gets the slays he needs to, runs away with that one, and Zove somewhere on the map has a sniper rifle.
Indeed. Overshield now bound to be picked up, but I don't... Oh, wow, okay, Drax actually manages to get away with it, and he has also popped this, so now he can really be a nuisance for Bittersweet to deal with, but the green run actually doesn't even connect. It hits the pillar instead, and this overshield is allowed to persist.
Yeah, ball off the map once again. Looney doing the correct work there, prioritizing. And just trying to rotate again round. So Tommy finally grabs this oddball. So Fenrir, they do have a chance here to get a setup of themselves. All their players are left alive. They are back towards a tower setup, which is the optimal setup if you want to hold a spot, an oddball on this map. But they're already getting slayed. They already have to throw that oddball off the map. 10 seconds is better than 0, though.
Indeed it is, but you've got to admit, NLF Fenrir, they're knocking at the door of the Lions Den, and they've just awoken the beast a bit. And basically, Bittersweet, they're going to be back with an absolute fury and an absolute hurry as well. They're wasting absolutely no time moving back towards this garage and lobby side to really start to contest. You can already see Drax's one shot. He will be cleaned up, and with that all said and done, Tommy's the last player left alive, the last player left standing, and he can't actually maintain control of that OBJ.
Yeah, ball is too far away here for Fenrir. Should be the ticking seconds down. Should be Bittersweet's round right now. Just waiting for the confirmation to come through. Round 1 going in favour of Bittersweet. And apart from maybe, let's say 30 seconds or so, it looked pretty comfortable.
It did look really, really comfortable. Small little hiccup towards the very, very tail end of that opening round, but it's something that Bittersweet can brush off. It's already in the rear view mirror for them at this certain stage. Like, there's not really much else that we can criticize about them because they've been playing exemplary Halo so far.
Yeah, and NLF Fenrir, they just got to chalk that one off, regroup, and start again in this next round. But it seems like Bittersweet, they're getting the slays they need to. You normally see a bit of back and forth for the start of the game on live fire, just waiting to try and get that perfect set of slays you need to. Tommy drops down, does get a no-scope there, a nice little kill there, gets away with a sniper rifle as well. So he needs to use that to good prioritization, does get cleaned up. That sniper's still in play.
Yeah, it was really, really difficult for him to isolate the threat and get out of harm's way. Warlord playing his life for this overshield, and he might have just actually gotten away with it. And Tommy, Drax, nowhere near enough to be seen, and they relayed that information. They have the plasma pistol ready to go should they lock horns with the overshielded player. And we will see a small little tab on the ball. It will eventually be picked up by Zove as Warlord is looking to duel things out. He's taking the brunt of all of the damage, but he can deal some of it back.
Yeah, and he's got that OS as well, so he can take the brunt of damage. Sniper in Looney's hands, no shots hit, but at least that ammo has gone. His teammates around him have this oddball. They're rotating across the map as well, but Slay's in favour of Fenrir, so they do the correct thing. They throw that off the ball, reset it, and try and re-challenge.
Exactly. Good call coming in from Zove, realizing that the kitchen got a little bit too hot, so you may as well just move back to square one, regroup together, wait for everyone to be back alive in the server, and then just continue powering through. They will grant Fenrir the oddball for just a hot second as they're attempting to rotate it towards safety, but already the collapse is imminent from the side of Bittersweet. Doesn't actually quite work out though. Zove kind of whiffs the ball a little bit there.
Yeah, I'm liking what E.G. Gulska's trying to do, right? He seems to be a person who's trying to do the dirty work, trying to get this oddball towards any sort of semblance of his team, but it doesn't matter because all his team have fallen right now. He's the first of a respawn, 4 dead, and basically brought the oddball to a good spot for Bittersweet to collapse on them, and now they've got a setup. Yeah,
it's looking rough, and unfortunately for Gulska, stranded on an island, the befriending volleyballs will die alone as they're going to be staring at the respawn screen, and Warlord once again picking up Winston this time around. They're probably going to rotate this back over towards tower, and they've basically got all the pieces to the jigsaw puzzle. They've got the OS, I believe they have the S7 in someone's back pocket. They're holding on to all the cards right now.
Yeah, if you're playing poker, you've got the nuts, you've got the best hand in there, and they've got every single thing they need to.
It's a royal
Ball
flush.
Back. Yeah, exactly. Ball back in tower. And what I'm liking here, Warlord, is like, he's saying, do you know what, I don't have to hold this oddball for the whole time. I can be an extra gun on map, I can put shots down, I'll back away, I'll play my life. If I'm going to get pressured like he has done there, I'll throw it off a map, and then we just reset again. It's perfect Halo. This is how you want to see it played on this map.
Exactly. It doesn't really even matter if Bittersweet at the end of the day prematurely reset that oddball, because they've got such a substantial lead, a gap of 40 points and counting. Although I should say it's starting to diminish a little bit by bit, but they're still in the lead, and effectively at a certain point we're going to have to start worrying about that clock working as a 5th player for Bittersweet.
Yeah, absolutely. Sniper almost in play. Drax gets the kill onto Warlord, doesn't grab the sniper rifle though. That one's still up in the map. Wootem decides to scoop that one up himself, gets away with his life. He's still red bar though. Can he get the recharge? Yes, he can. Gets the shots to the Drax, but doesn't get the kill. Eventually does actually get the trade though with that sniper rifle. So that's down somewhere on the map. Prioritization goes towards the oddball once again. Vultures takes down Zove. That ball's off once again, but every single time Bittersweet, they grab this oddball tutor, and then maybe get 15 to 20 seconds or so. Those are all going to add up. Do that 2 more times, they win this game.
Yeah, exactly. The ratio right now for points between these two squads, it is so heavily skewed. Every single time that Fenrir get their hands on the ball, we're talking about less than 10 seconds, a 1-digit number of points, and immediately they're going for a reset because it's just getting a little bit too ambiguous. And oh no, Gulska propelled off the edge of the map. But Bittersweet only down to 1 player. Zove is really struggling to tame that S7. He will have to count his losses and forfeit that ground.
Yeah, 1 more shot left in the S7 for Zove. OS coming up. Can he utilize this shot? Just tries to peek it. Doesn't hit the shot. Drax manages to grab that one. Should be an OS towards the side of NLF Fenrir, and they need every single power up, every single power weapon they need to get back into this game.
Correct me. Is that the first OS they got this entire series so far?
Potentially. The first one I've seen them utilize. They might have burnt one early doors, but that OS hasn't really got them oddball control just as of yet. Wootem comes in. He gets a flank on 2 of them, takes them both out, and I'm pretty sure OS has already been neutralized.
Exactly. Wootem, the exterminator of Bittersweet, deals with all of the pests that were still lingering around. And now Fenrir well and truly on the back foot. Their spawns have basically been reset, and Wootem's already reset or basically rotated off towards the sniper tower, and he can just chill for a little bit longer while the rest of the team just frags out.
Yeah, Wootem's doing it all as well. 28 kills. 54 seconds of oddball time, and he's rotating his ball once again. Decides that his teammates are up towards his B side of the map, so instead of throwing the ball off the map, he can just rotate around to them. This is a great play, a great reset, a great rotate coming in from Wootem.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to now turn our attention over towards that green side of the map, and at this certain stage, yeah, 20 points and counting. Bittersweet mounting an offensive. Warlord gets away with daylight robbery, and with 2 players dead on the side of Fenrir, I don't really see any kind of comeback manifesting itself in reality. Nope.
That was the last push, really. Not much time left. It's just ticking down. 5 seconds before Bittersweet confirm their first win of their winners round 1. That's locked in. 2-0 in the oddball, 1-0 in this series as well. Bittersweet, they did have a few hiccups in there, but it made it look comfortable overall.
Yeah, they did make it look really, really comfortable. 2 rounds to the count on oddball. It looked as comfortable and basically as clean as you could have imagined. They basically just played the basics. They did absolutely nothing wrong. I couldn't really spot out a single mistake, maybe in that 1 round if I'm going to be super hypercritical about it. Yeah, they let the side of, they let their opposition just get away with a couple of points for free basically in the mid-round, but that was a very quick little resolution anyway.
They can do that as well. They had the time to play with, they had the points to play with as well. And Wootem getting 28 slays in that map, and
ridiculous.
It's also to note, he had 40 seconds, the last 40 seconds of the oddball time, so he could have added to its tally, but instead he decides to hold the ball for his team, playing the OBJ. I want to shout out Looney as well, Mr. Assist, Mr. Support in that game, 17 assists for his team, and when you see the team shot like that, Fenrir, they're already up against it, but then they've got 3 players, potentially 2 players, just shooting at them at all times. They can't really get anywhere near.
No, definitely not, and now moving into map number 2, it's is going to be Recharge Slayer. I have a couple of reservations, and I'm not really too optimistic about Fenrir's chances, and I'm only really saying that because of the fact that like halfway into that first round of Oddball, we still had 2 of the members of Fenrir on goose eggs.
Yeah, yeah, I do agree, Tudor, but as I said, it's main stage, bit of jitters, bit of nerves. You know, maybe they weren't shooting like their normal selves, and they did pick it up towards the end. I'm pretty sure one of them made double digits by the end of it. So, you know, it's just one game, a completely different map. Hopefully, if you're Fenrir, at least if I'm the coach of Fenrir, I'm just trying to get my guys' mindsets back and focus. Just chalk off that game. Don't even talk about it anymore. Load into this one. Reset your mindset and just treat it as a new game.
Yeah, exactly. That's all you can really do at this stage within the first round of the winner's bracket. And immediately, it's a sea of blue that just paints the kill feed. Bittersweet is the only name that is popping up as Fenrir. They really get the worst end of that stick.
Yeah, if you're going to try and reset your mindset, going full dead with no trades at the start of the Slayer game, not ideal. And now you can see Long Call is where Fenrir is spawning. They're trapped that side of map, and Bittersweet know it. Slowly you see the sea of blue focusing towards this side of map. Shot right from the hand of Wooten. He's flying in. Does get some shots of filters. Does get taken down, but his teammates around him to get the trades needs be. And it's looking like the camo of Looney just trying to play his life right now, which is a nice little play, but doesn't get his shields back. Tries to finish that kill, maybe a bit too overconfident, but when you're 8-2 up, you can be overconfident.
It doesn't really matter. It was unfortunate that that active camo was exhausted right as he was going for the wide swing, and yeah, he did eventually get punished, but it is what it is. You're allowed to get overzealous when you already have nearly a 10-kill advantage over the side of Fenrir. Looney now mounting up his way towards heaven, and he does secure a trade at the very least, and that's basically the bare minimum that Bittersweet have to do at this stage, just break even on kills and trades. It doesn't matter how well Fenrir actually starts to perform over the course of this Slayer, because Bittersweet, they've just got such a good start off.
Yeah, Bittersweet aren't just going to set up a trade. They want to dominate. They want to stake in this game. And when you have such an aggressive start and you've already got 2 players, or still have 2 players, Warlord and Zove, who haven't died yet, you start calling and feeling so confident in your map.
Yeah. Hopping on with Looney, one-shot, shields freshly recharged, and he can get back into the fight and start duking things out. Will spot out Gulska, but does immediately get deterred off from contention. Tommy does find one of his own, and he is kind of playing by himself alone, which has been kind of a main focal point for us throughout this entire series. Fenrir, they just play alone a little bit too much, and it really has come back to bite them.
Is that Fenrir playing by themselves, or is that the fact that Bittersweet are just focusing so much and isolating the players of Fenrir into these positions where they have to fight 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3? They're getting spawn trapped. They're spawning out from their team. You know, it's just so tricky because when you're so far down and you're always on the death screen, it's just not much which you can do.
Yeah, exactly. It's also really, really hard to just come up with a solution on the fly because, you know, Halo, it's such a rapid game, you don't really have that luxury. And especially versus a team versus Bittersweet, they're going to make damn sure they don't give you that opportunity either. Zove will eventually be spotted out. Thought himself to be a sheep in or wolf in sheep's clothing, but unfortunately he has lost the element of surprise as Warlord now has to scurry on back, and look at what's going on back screen. That elevator side is about to collapse, but somehow Fenrir, they actually managed to stave off a lot of the attention. As I say that though, a full team wipe.
Zove still hasn't died. He's got 5 kills, he's got the killing spree, still yet to die. Had the camo in his hand as well, utilised that perfectly. And it's just so scary because Zove is allowed to just get his shields down to red and then recharge without being contested because his teammates are putting so much pressure on the map that NLF Fenrir can't get near him.
Now we're going to see a perfect game from Zove, potentially not a single death. Well, he's got 6 and counting, and he's definitely going to play his life. He's just an absolute nuisance to deal with at this certain stage. And even if you're allowed to deal with him, you still have to deal with the rest of Bittersweet. The shock rifle freshly picked up. Oh, nothing but a hit marker on that connection.
Yeah, if I'm Bittersweet, I'm playing Operation Protect Zove right now. Get the bragging rights. If he gets a perfection, you all get perfection.
True.
But it's going to be tricky. But around that, 31, now make it 32 kills to 16. Bittersweet are walking away with this game. And as you said, you were worried for Fenrir going into this one. The Slays were so heavily in favour of Bittersweet in the oddball. They've definitely continued that. If anything, they're doing even better.
Slight little hiccup on the side of Zove. Maybe a controller issue? Not exactly sure, but we will carry on with the action for the time being as Warlord has spotted out at least one player that will be Folters momentarily going down. There it is, locking in the kill as well. And Fenrir is still very much in the back foot. The gap is at 15 for the time being, and Tommy immediately scurrying out of harm's way, but there's just so many issues to deal with. It really has just been a struggle for Fenrir to find any kind of footing.
When I'm looking at Fenrir's screen, I'm seeing red bar, or they're already getting challenged by someone else as well. And it just seems to be the story of this game. Bittersweet just have such a massive lead in map control. Wherever you go, if you're a red player, you just see a player for Bittersweet.
Yeah, they've spent most of the time basically on the run trying to escape these gunfights than actually, you know, pulling right trigger on their controllers.
And even if they don't die and they're red bar and they're trying to hide, they're not an influence on the map.
No.
So it's basically like taking them out. And Bittersweet know that. They can play the shield advantage of these games. They don't play the numbers advantage. But it doesn't matter. Whatever Bittersweet do seems to be working. It seems to be connecting all the pieces of puzzle in one go.
Yeah. Honestly, this game is pretty much on rails for Bittersweet, like one of those, you know, one of those carnival sort of rides that you have a water gun with and you have to shoot on all of the targets. It just seems so damn easy for Bittersweet. They can't really make a single mistake, and even if they do make a mistake, Fenrir aren't really actively present to punish them for it.
Only 5 kills left for Bittersweet to lock in their second win in this series. Make that free as Looney soars in, gets a double kill and dies for his efforts. Tommy cleaned up as well. Skolska, the last person alive. Zove gets a double himself. He's 11 for 1. One more slay left and we're on board with Vultures. The only person momentarily alive for NLF Fenrir. He's already got players backing and shooting in towards him. They finally work as a free, but they only need one more kill. If you're Bittersweet, just get one of these slays and it should be game over. But a hold is something for Fenrir.
Yeah, at this certain stage with so much room for error, never mind. Which was just going to silence me instantly as Bittersweet. They take their second map versus the side of NLF Fenrir, and that means that we are going to potentially decide it all on King of the Hill Solitude, and I feel like that's exactly the outcome that's in the script.
Yeah. If any of you Halo 5 fans are watching the stream or in the audience, you can remember what a Strongholds Plaza game was like. King of the Hill Solitude, pretty similar. It can be very one-sided. You get players spawning towards the yard side of a map. Yeah. They are so far away from contesting any of those points. And what I'm seeing realistically from the side of Bittersweet is anybody can go off. Looney, 16 for 7 that game. He was Mr. Assist in the first one. He's Mr. Slayer in the second game. Exactly. And when you've got anybody can go off, and anybody can do any part or any role in a team, that's scary.
It really is frightening, and I'm pretty sure that Fenrir, they must be, well, trembling in their boots at this certain stage, but I kind of feel like they already know what their fate is going to be at this certain stage unless they have some kind of immortal awakening within them, and they just once again start tasting the blood in the water, and they really, truly bring the fight back, but even then, I think that's just wishful thinking.
You never know. As a caster, I never want to deal in ultimatums, but I'm definitely leaning towards Bittersweet. The slays is ridiculous. I mean, I know they win the oddball game pretty comfortably, but that was off the back of outslaying by a massive margin. Going into the King of the Hill on Solitude, trying to get players or getting players onto those spawn screens, onto the spawn rotations, that's how you win the game, and it can be a dominate one.
Exactly. For now, Bittersweet, they can't put a single foot wrong, basically. There's nothing that they can do that will actively shoot themselves in the foot, if you get what I'm saying. Like, it just feels as if Bittersweet, they're destined to win this all together. And unfortunately for Fenrir, it does mean that by the end of this next map, in just a couple of minutes, they will go down into the lower bracket, but that doesn't mean that their run right here at Blackpool is brought to an ultimate end.
Damn. Already calling it.
Yeah.
Wow, I mean, it's hard to argue against you, but as a caster, I will say there's never 100% certainty. Could be that NLF Fenrir, they've been rating for this King of the Hill game. It could be their best one. But anyway, we'll see what happens. Drax on our screens to start off with as we jump on board towards Tommy for Fenrir. So he just tries to get some sort of map control, just trying to ease himself into this game, get some shots towards Wooten, decides to back down, playing his life is more important. Gulska, he's taken down with a sniper rifle. Looney should grab this one, and let's see what he can do with this weapon. In fact, it's Warlord who's grabbed it. Camo in the hands as well. This is scary. Camo, sniper, all set up, ready for Bittersweet.
Yeah, they've got they basically got all the fun toys that every single kid wants, but a missed shot from Warlord. Not really the end of the world either way, but he certainly has to continuously deliver with that S7 and no scope. Also doesn't connect, and now he has to basically duck for cover as he's the last player alive on the side of Bittersweet. Fenrir, they will start to actively contest this hill at the top of the bridge, and that should be a kill coming on through, but it's so messy, it's so scrappy from Warlord. Eventually does get the job done, but he will be traded off. S7 falls to the enemy.
So despite getting the camo and the sniper rifle, the hill was not secured. On board now, Faultiers, 4 of his team's 5 kills, make that 5 of his team's 6. Nice killing spree from the man. He is taken down that hill. So tricky to get any sort of control towards this top middle side of a map and get any seconds ready towards a tick. Whoever gets his first hill, it's going to be fought for with blood, sweat and tears to get it.
Yeah. Warlord with a brilliant backstab as well should alleviate some of the tension off of Bittersweet's chest for the time being. As, yeah, the Fenrir players, they continuously drop like flies left, right, and center. More progress being built up for Bittersweet, and they've basically got everyone locked on that bottom side of the map behind the truck towards the grab lift as well. They know exactly where Fenrir will be pushing from. At this certain stage, Bittersweet, they still hold on to all of the cards. Warlord, tricky gunfight, but from the grave, he does see his name pop up in the feed.
Dove, last alive, Bittersweet just for the time being, trying to contest Tommy in the middle. Nice 1 versus 1 there, takes him down, stops any more progression coming in from the side of Fenrir. But the stick comes through in return, this time Vultures taking down Warlord. Trades back and forth, still yet to see a team really cement themselves and get this first kill, but Camo now hands to Looney. Spots Tommy in front of him, can't get the shots he needs to eventually. After hitting the windmill a few times, does clean stuff up, but Fenrir in position to try and get some more seconds sticking towards this hill. Slays come on board. Warlord now left alone with Looney. They're doing a long flank. Drax is aware of this. He's cleaned up. Tommy trying to watch. But seconds are still ticking away. This is getting close here, Tudor.
Indeed it is. This might actually be the closest that we've seen Fenrir to truly being competitive in the series so far. As you can see, a quick little update. Quadrant with yet another 3-0. I believe they have yet to drop a map in the entire tourney so far. And Gulska, well, a little bit of a nightmarish scenario, but does actually manage to punch in that killing spree, and that is quite the turnaround as well for Fenrir. They need these big plays to once again spark confidence in their side, as Gulska locks in a 7th, now actually tied for Fulters, not necessarily for top fragger within the server. That award goes to Looney momentarily.
Yeah, but it is Bittersweet in the hill. They're so close to capturing this first point. It'll be devastation for Fenrir if they lose this, despite all of their efforts to try and get back into it. Zove. Now Warlord on our screens with the sniper rifle trying to make the plays, but around him his team about to tick this one all in. Should be confirmed. Yep. First hill goes for the side of Bittersweet, and that is a dagger to the heart of Fenrir.
Ooh, rough coming out from Warlord. Did get a hit marker, couldn't quite land the shot on the second player, moving in towards that garden side, and Zove gonna get taken down on the mantle. Now the S7 falls to Looney. There's one more shot left in the chamber. Is he ready for it? No, actually, Gulska somehow arises victorious in that 1v1, but Wutum is quick to pick up the slack and clean up the pieces.
Yeah, now it looks like Bittersweet. They capture that first, so they've got full control of the second one. Drax momentarily left alive by himself in a tricky spotted yard. Tried to take down Warlord, can't hit that last shot. That's so unfortunate. And with all of his teammates so far away, we could see 1 hill turn to 2 in quick succession.
Yeah, definitely so. Fenrir seemingly nowhere to be found for the time being. They're basically just gate kept from this entire hill by the looks of things. Bittersweet, they're not letting off the gas at all whatsoever, and Tommy's going to give it a good old-fashioned try. He does find 1 frag onto Zove. Wutum with an instant trade as well. Tommy doesn't even get to fully recharge his shields and contest. No one on the side of Fenrir can, and that should be point number 2 locked in for Bittersweet right there as they're getting themselves set up for the 3rd one.
Yeah, 2-0 now, Bittersweet. No real contest of that second hill, but now we go towards bottom market side of the map. Ska doing so well for his team. He's the person making moves objectively and slayer-wise for his squad, but all players taken towards the blue side or cafe side of a map. Looney turns around, basically played swap there, gets a triple kill with basically 3 shots. That's nice. He's on 13 kills, and once again, Bittersweet back in the hill.
Yeah, Tommy was very much skeptical about sort of exposing himself and potentially granting Looney an overkill on a silver platter, but that's completely fine. Looney should be very much happy with that one as Warlord chimes in, joining in on the fun. Wutum as well shuts down Gulska, and that's almost all 3 or all 4 dead yet again for the side of Fenrir. It's once again Tommy left to his own devices. Lowe's fragger on the side of Fenrir, not really contributing as much as we saw him in the previous 2 games.
Yeah, and just such a tricky challenge to get as well. Gulska does pick up Wutum, but there's already 3 players of Bittersweet around this hill once again. They can afford to just play it slowly, get the slays they need to, and jump back into the hill. Looney drops down, he's back in that hill, he's got his team shot around him, and once again the time is ticking. It should be the 3rd hill in favour of Bittersweet.
Yeah, on top of that, we got a fresh set. Power-ups and power weapons. New S7 and a new pair of, well, a new little bit of active camo, and that should more than likely actually fall into the hands of Bittersweet. Yep, Looney's already got the AC, and he's immediately going to start cooking. Look at Wutum finding the head of Gulska, immediately just magnetize the shot into that cranium.
Yeah, he's trying to line up one on Drax, but Drax smartly backs away. Voltiers and Gulska trying to push up towards this hill, because even though Woozum's got the sniper rifle, he's also capturing the objective. This is the last hill, potentially the last hill of the series as well. Back on board with Woozum, just trying to pick out the heads, but if he's not getting challenged right now, if he can't see any players, then he's just capping this for free.
Yeah, exactly. It really doesn't matter. He's happy with it either way, and now he's going to get a little bit more proactive, taking position towards heaven, shot missed, and attempting to clean up with the DMR. It is scrappy, but still gets the job done, and now he might have a potential backstab. Nah, didn't exactly plan out. Gulska stopped that one flat on its face, and despite the fact that they lose out on the S7, there was only one more shot in there. It's not really capable of much. Now Fenrir starting to build up a little bit of progress on their own. It's okay, Bittersweet, they have time to regroup, but that one shot in the S7 does find some impact as Volters is now getting cyberbullied by Zove, shut down, all 4 dead for Fenrir.
And it took so long for Fenrir to break that set of Bittersweet. It might be a bit too late for them to get anything from this game. Bittersweet back in control, only momentarily away from winning this series. And what can we see from the side of Fenrir? Not much. They seem to be falling all around us right now. That's going to be locked in. Winners round 1, Bittersweet. 4-0 in their game 3, 3-0 in the series. They're making their way through to round 2. But Fenrir, they're not out yet. They still have a losers round to play later today.
Yeah, indeed they do. And that game will probably be going on in just a couple of moments later on off stream as well. But for Bittersweet, this is exactly the result that they wanted. They now move on to winners round number 2, and they are just one step closer to potentially featuring themselves as one of those grand final teams. But obviously there's still plenty more Halo left to be played. But so far, I'm super impressed by what Bittersweet have been able to, well, put up. But to be fair, it's expected for a roster of this caliber. They were, you know, they used to play under the name of Maka, they used to play under the name of Vex as well, if I'm not entirely mistaken.
Correct, yeah.
They know their stuff, and there's no way they're going to be dropping the ball on the main stage.
Yeah, Warlord and Looney especially, 2 of the 4 from the Mocket days. And one thing you say, and it's obvious, every single time you go through, every single round you progress in the winner's bracket, the harder the games are. So their first seed, they played against second seed Fenrir. They were expected to win, but win in the fashion they did, that's a statement.
It really is a statement, one that Fenrir are going to have to take to heart and hopefully improve a little bit more moving into that lower bracket side, because unfortunately for them, their backs are now truly against the wall. One more hiccup, one more slip up, one tiny little mistake, and that's their run by the shore brought to an abrupt end.
Yeah, but they still have that loser round game to play, and you never know who they might play against as well. So they played on main stage, they played a game which they probably expected to lose. They still have more chances later. But that's us locked in. That's us done here for the winners round 1. We do have one more set of games to be played here on the main stage, and we'll join you after this intermission.
Here at BNSC, we offer a range of cybersecurity programs suitable for everybody. For those wanting to gain entry into the sector, or for those already working in the sector who wish to upskill and progress their careers. At level 2, we offer an entry-level program which gives you the basic understandings around cybersecurity. If you wish to continue your journey, you can progress to one of our level 3 programs, including the Fast Track to Degree program, which will gain you entry to our brilliant programs at University Centre. Our brand new T-level in cybersecurity will offer you a 2-year program which not only teaches you the knowledge around cybersecurity, but also gives you the chance to undertake a work placement in a real cybersecurity business.
If you're an employer and you have staff members you're looking to upskill, we also have an amazing range of apprentices. If you're looking for something a bit more short-term, as a member of the Cisco Training Academy, we also offer CCNA short courses in cyber ops and network security, which are available to anybody.
The tutors are very supportive, very knowledgeable. They know what they're doing and help out a lot. The equipment is very good, probably some of the best equipment for networking and cybersecurity that we can really get our hands on.
If you want to find out more about any of our cybersecurity products, you can click the link, check out our social media feeds, or give us a call and we'll be happy to help you. Here at BNSC, we offer a range of cybersecurity programs suitable for everybody.
Hello ladies and gentlemen, we're back again. I'm here with one of the Bittersweet players. I'm sure you all know him. I don't even have to introduce you really, to be honest, but it's Mr. Looney himself. I think you got a few kills that last series. I'm not too sure. Maybe like one or two.
A few, yeah, not many. Everyone likes to give me grief at this event, but it's because I'm a fan favourite.
Well, I can't say that. Anyway, how are you finding the event so far?
Oh, it's brilliant. Like, I remember back when this was all Halo Ireland, UK, and all this kind of stuff. So it's really cool to see how far it's progressed. Obviously, a LAN event and all this kind of stuff. So I'm loving it.
Yeah, and I've seen and heard your team and other teams in the pit early doors as well, like just making so much noise. And we've done some walkarounds here on the stream, but when you're playing in that pit, when you got people all around you, sort of crowding around it, what's the atmosphere like?
Well, there was one series that, to be fair, we were just playing our friends, which is the MPX and all of them. And we were just kind of getting loud because they're our friends. And, you know, we're going back and forth. And then next thing you know, we looked up and there was just this huge crowd around us, which is surprising to us because I remember Stuart halfway through the game was like, why is there a crowd around us? I don't know, but no, it's brilliant. It's really cool when you got like loads of people watching you and all this kind of stuff, and you kind of want to show off a little bit. So you pick up the sniper, maybe go for a no scope when you should be scoping in and all this kind of stuff.
But
yeah.
you want to show off, Looney? Nah, surely
Always,
not you.
always,
Surely.
always.
Yeah, I know the series. I was actually on the pit tour when you were doing it. We
Yeah,
came
yeah.
to it, and one of the guys, I'm pretty sure it was a side Shire, he said this is the game to watch when you guys were playing.
I don't know about that, but yeah, let's go with that. It is the game. Any game we're playing is a game to watch.
Yeah.
That's the way to describe it.
So you've been in this scene for
too long. 10
Too
years.
long. 10 years?
I went to my first event when I was 14. I camped outside the venue.
Which event was that?
I-49. I told my mum I had a place to stay. I didn't. I just camped.
Did you camp with your team or just by yourself?
I was by myself. 14 years old, camping by yourself in Telford. I'm scared to tell my mum that. Like, I don't know if she's watching.
Is she watching this?
Yeah, probably. She likes to follow my career with this kind of stuff. But I don't want to tell her because it was extremely irresponsible, and I would not recommend anyone doing that. But I still did it just because I loved. And not only that, it was for Halo 4.
I mean, that's bold.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd go anywhere near a Halo 4 station, let alone camp outside the night before. How'd your team doing it?
We got top 12, but I wanted the top 8. But at that time, like I said, our team was like the youngest team there. I think the oldest person on the team was 16, I think, which was Josh. So yeah, it was a good event. I held it very close to my heart, actually.
Yeah, so you've gone from camping at I-49 to going to America, competing inside the American scene through the open brackets with Rockets. How's that compared to those sort of insomnia events back in the day?
Oh, me and Josh, I remember from Valencia, me and Josh spoke about it. We were like, Josh, remember when we went to our first event at I-49 and we was like, you had to get your mum's permission to, next thing you know, we were like outside in Valencia on the rooftop pool with like a rubber dinghy just floating around with a margarita, like, so here, it's still wild to think about, like all the lucky opportunities I've had, obviously through orgs, like Bittersweet, all this kind of stuff. Yeah, no, it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, the gameplay speaks for itself. That's why you get these opportunities. So now you're free to win as round 2.
Yep.
Where do you reckon? What's the aim for this tournament?
Everyone keeps giving me grief, so I'm gonna say first. You have to say first, right? We're going for gold. That's the whole reason why we're here. That's why we will practice for all the time first. But yeah, I think we just want to keep. Truth be told, I just want to play as much Halo as possible. And in order to play as much Halo as possible, I gotta stay in the tournament.
Yeah, but technically, to play as much Halo as possible, you need to go in for loser bracket.
Oh really?
Because that's more games.
Oh true.
Because winners bracket. So, replay on stage.
Yeah. Sorry, I was cheating. Let's DQ us into loser bracket.
No, but I know what you mean, and I think that's the right mindset, and that's where you've been put in these situations where you've gone to America with these orgs. If you don't want to win, if you're not out there to win, then you're either having fun or you're not going to be going to that next level.
And trust me, this game with the Bandit starts, it's so fun.
It's back to precision weapons.
It's way better than VR. I'm sorry, I'm going to say it. VR sucks.
I agree. Yeah, definitely. I started back in HiddenReach, so I was never. Maybe I was a bit better than you to start off with. Nah, joking.
Wait, how old were you in Reach?
I would have been, what's that, 2010? So I would have been 15.
Oh, you're way older than me. I expect you to do better. I was 11, 12.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I was still better.
I'm pretty sure. I remember the Xbox 360 controls. My hands couldn't even hold it because they were so big.
Yeah. That veteran experience. And then look at us now. You've gone to compete in America, and I think placed top 24.
I think you're just exclusively saying America. Remember, I went to Australia as well. You got to mention that.
Yeah, well, you can mention it now. You can talk about it if you want.
Granted, I didn't play. I coached.
Yeah.
But at the time, it was Ryu, Divinity, Scoob, and Mana Chicken. Then we replaced Mana Chicken with Majestics. And then it was absolutely brilliant. Like I wish people would talk about it more. But like they had this insane run to qualify for Dallas. And then as a result, they got into bracket play in Arlington. So yeah, that was a brilliant squad.
Yeah. What's the Australian event? How can you compare it to this event here?
Well, sadly, I didn't go to any Australian events because it was like
this was the online qualifier stuff. Yeah.
But I will say, Australian scene is probably one of the best scenes. Like I would put it above European because they're just so friendly. Like they know how to have a little.
We need
back
to shut off
and
the
forth.
stream, guys. We need to.
No, bring the Aussies over here. That's what I was trying to do.
Definitely.
I was trying to bring the Aussies over here, but no, they were.
Yeah,
sadly.
we're welcome them with open hands. I don't know if this mic's been picking up what's going on over there, on the pit, but something is heating off between those games. So just before we shoot off, is any final words? Anything you want to say?
No, I just want to give a big shout out to Bittersweet, and obviously I think my girlfriend's watching from Taiwan right now. She's staying up very late to watch, so
that's very
Alex,
sweet.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. Oh, I saw you win as well. As a bonus.
Of course.
So you top Slayer in the Slayer.
Of course, yeah.
As well.
Most damage one of the games, which is a big surprise because Wootum usually gets. Wootum right now has 5k more damage than the rest of the team, I think.
Oh, you track it?
I think so. Someone is.
Oh.
But his damage, his damage output is insane. So big shout out to Wootum, of course. Stove, suck, and Stuart. As well.
Do you know what? We actually have to stay because we currently don't have any producer, so we're gonna have to stay on the stream until something happens. I mean, you can go. I'll just talk for ages.
I'll chill. I like being in front of a camera.
At this point, we might as well cast the next game as well.
On that way. Who's playing next? Who's next?
It'll be winners round 2. So for you guys at home right now, Looney, because they won 3-0. It's quite a slow game though. It normally happens in Looney's camping back base. Some of the other winners round 1 games going.
I don't deserve this. I don't deserve this.
I don't. Why am I talking shit? Yeah. Why am I talking so bad? Yeah. But we've got round 1 games going on over on the side station still, so we can't do any more main stage until we know who's locked in for round 2. That'll be our next main stage game. Then we're going to have losers round 1 also over there.
Okay.
So your round 2 game probably going to be back in the passion pit over there.
Passion pit. I will say it stinks over there. It smells like it does.
I haven't been over that much. I did little passion pit tours.
I went out and I went to the co-op, bought some food, came back, and I thought, bloody hell, it does smell in here actually.
That's just a passion. That's why it's called the passion pit.
Sure.
It's pure
sweat
passion.
Pit, but not even like sweaty. I mean like sweaty as in physically sweaty.
Well, both I think. There are some sweaty games going on over there.
Yeah.
I walked around. I saw one team. I believe it was. I don't want to call them out, but I will. I believe it was one of the UHL teams played against Cannon Fodder.
Yeah.
And it was 49, 45 or 44 to Cannon Fodder.
Yeah.
And they lost. They got spawn trapped for the last 5-6 kills. And I mean, that's, not many people were looking at the game, but as soon as you flew in and see it, you're thinking, oh, surely not. Surely not. Yeah, but
what's been the best game so far on main stage?
Which I've casted or which been on main stage? I think Shambd played earlier into Game 5, which Sherzy and Onset casted early doors in the tournament, and that was a proper good one. Shout out to Shambd Penguin, Vatican esports versus his team, which escapes my mind off the top of my head right now.
His team was Goats Overnight.
Yeah, Goats. Overnight Goats.
Overnight Goats, that's
yeah. So shout out to them, because they had, I think it was 2 flag resets, or a full flag reset on CTF Argyle, and then it went to Game 4 as well. And that's a close one.
That was like... Have you seen my clip on when I talk about Argyle?
I have not.
On Twitter.
No.
Those of you who see my Twitter, you know what I'm talking about. Like my starting strat.
I'll have to check it out. I'll have to check it out. Can we get a preview to it?
There's swearing in it.
Oh, well, wow. We would never swear on this stream.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Did you swear earlier?
We would never swear on this stream.
You gotta keep up the professionalism. What is this?
Wow, this is just a little chill interview between 2 people who are really good at Halo. Well, one person who's good at Halo. Yeah. Me. You're right.
Yeah. See, you see this? I don't deserve this. I deserve more love. I better see some love in the chat, I swear to God.
I remember, actually, you were giving my teammate at the time, Evil Panda, Jack, some feedback on our team way back in the day.
Yeah.
And I think he told me the best player on the team, you said, was me.
Probably. I remember when you played, you were good. And I enjoyed watching you guys, actually.
Yeah,
I remember you were making good plays. Was that true, or you just made that up?
No, that's what he did say that to me.
Okay, that's fair.
But I'm getting producers.
Oh, are we being told off? Did you swear?
No. Okay. Yeah, just getting word from my producers, but that was true. But I also would say I wasn't the best in the team. The OBJ stuff, Adam and Jack were
Who was
better.
best?
I think that Curly Sniper was the best in the team.
He was good. What happened to him? Still speak to him?
Oh yeah, I still speak to him. Yeah. He's just living life, man. He finishes uni. He's elsewhere. A lot of it's nice to keep up to date with a lot of his old Halo players, and just because when they leave the game, sometimes you're like, well, that's it. You don't speak to anymore.
Yeah.
So, but for him, yeah, he's like he's moved away from where he lived when he was a kid. and he's finished his uni, and he's got a decent job. So I don't want to say too much about his life, but he's doing well.
I'm glad. I always like to hear about like players.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And it's always crazy because we've got so many players from different places in the world as well. Traveling from all different areas just to get here, just to play the game. And Halo's only a small aspect of their whole life as well. Yeah. Right. Well, I think we're going to chuck it towards a break. Next time we're going to be on stream, it's going to be the winners round 2. Yet to be confirmed who's going to be playing because we're still playing our winners round 1 games. But Darren, Looney, it's been an absolute pleasure talking to you.
Pleasure.
Good luck for the rest of the tournament. Hopefully we'll see you in later stages. Hopefully we'll see you.
Hopefully you'll see a lot more of me because, like I said, I want to play as much as I can.
Yeah, we can clip that. Right, see you guys later.
Welcome back, everybody. It is, when we left, it was an all-French affair. BH3 won. We're back once more. This time we've got Quadrant up against BH3, so I'm really looking forward to this one.
You could say it's an all-French
It's
affair.
an all-French
Richie.
affair.
You could say it's an all-French affair, and this is a match I'm looking forward to as well. I've got a little bit more energy in me. I've got coffee flowing through my veins. It's getting a little bit later in the day, and if I'm not mistaken, this is the last game on main stage there.
Yes.
Am I correct?
That's what I've been told.
That's obviously very exciting for everyone as well, because it means we'll be closing the day out. There might be some more games going on. There might be a few 1v1s talking about the venue. Did you participate in a 1v1?
I did.
How did
Foot
that
race,
go
though.
for you?
I lost to an admin in a foot race.
In a foot race?
Yes, to come
Okay.
get you, and I think I done my groin as well. It was.
Do you want to see?
I didn't realize when you get older, you need to stretch and stuff before you
warm up.
start.
Get the blood thrown through the muscles.
Much
But
like players do.
Yeah, exactly. Here's your series layout though between Quadrant and BH3, and we're starting off with a little bit of recharge struggles.
Yes, which is typically a really strong game type for the Quadrant boys. One of the best, if not the best, in the world. So it's going to be a tough test for BH3.
Yeah, certainly. I would say a question to be answered might be the best way to put it. Maybe you look at that series layout and you look at Aquarius layout in the game where maybe you can wrestle something away. But this is an opportunity, our first opportunity, of course, on the stream to have a look at Quadrant. And they've been smashing through the pools, as you would imagine. If I wasn't mistaken, I think they won their last pool game in 18 minutes or so.
So we're expecting this could also be a quick one unless BH3 can do a job on them, you might say.
Yeah,
also, can I say, when the transition hits, you hear the little drum beat. Doesn't it sound very close to We Will Rock You?
Yeah, but it's not for
copyright reasons.
No, just it's not.
It's just not.
Definitely not.
It's We Will Knock You.
Yeah, We Will Quad You.
Made famous
wow,
by.
I might have just made a thing.
Yeah, that could be. That could be a decent chance. Will I get that rolling at the next North American event or European if that does come our way?
Quadrant play, really.
Well, we're rocking and rolling then. Game 1, Quadrant against BH3. Strongholds on recharge. And 3 dead off the rip for BH3 and could very quickly be 4 and is an unofficial 4 dead.
That's going to be 4 in a row in quick succession. 2 coming off the respawn and working towards A, and you're going to see B get flipped. C, of course, being worked on as well. Chick trying to survive here and will be able to do so. A few moments, long enough at least to transition B into their favour, and you're going to see BH3 now try and step in themselves. But as you would expect, a very quick start here from Quadrant. However, BH3 did a really good job here to wrestle B away. Seeker's already inside of A. Chick's getting there to support him, and you would imagine that there should be a flip going down. Seeker go, they get the reset.
They've passed over the 4-point threshold. B in control.
I was going to say, if you're wondering what that is, by the way, we had a bet on how many points BH3 might get.
Which is not disrespectful to BH3, more a compliment to how good Quadrant are.
Good save, but you said 4.
You. I did say 4. Which, listen, they're already surpassed my estimations. But to be fair, it's shock rifle in hands of Chick now. 1 shot to the body, and a couple of shots to the pad. And double cap locked in was a triple cap for a short moment, and could very still yet be triple cap still locked in, still in tight.
Now we might see the blender begin. We might see some BH3 juice.
They couldn't have done it 4 points ago. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. You were close, but also quite far away. But this is the problem, right? I mean, Quadrant, if you heard them speaking about how they play this game type, they love to get this triple cap. They love to be spawning you up on glass, up on the long haul, and they're so good at capitalizing on those kills, finding positions to essentially make 4v2s, and then they just collapse very quickly. They keep you stuck on that respawn, and even though they give away B, they know all the spawns are still coming in a glass, still coming in a pipe, so they can just hold down this side of the map at the moment. A little bit of a challenge going in, and a few kills being picked up, but with the camo coming up, this might be an opportunity for BH3 to escape this trap, and they've done a little bit more than that actually here, Richie. They've got BN, they've got C, they might be able to get the camo as well.
A couple of engagements go their way as well, so 3 dead, Legend, SLG and Chick in the grave. Seeker has just managed to die, but camouflage in Yumi's chest. C is a point of contention, spawning long haul. Chick in a 1v1, did get a couple of shots in the back as well. It's going to be an easier fight for Sunrise to win as a result. So they control B and C here still. Legend fighting over towards pipes, and that's going to mean Asko's forced to back away, but camouflage still in play.
Yeah, I really like this play as well, because if you make a little play here on A, it's going to distract away from the strongholds that you already have yourself. Legend going to be pushing, and as I say, the distraction is enough for more teammates to get shots into the back. They're going to be able to flip A. Quadrant just also working on B and C, but BH3 more than aware of it. BC does get flipped though by Quadrant, so even though they're on the back foot there, even though they didn't have control and the scoring, they do get the 50 points on the board. Quadrant managed to finally wrestle away some control to keep it going themselves.
Is this the moment then for Quadrant to start turning the screw? A's transferring, they're losing C. They can do this all day. It's how they love to play. Now they'll immediately pressurize C. First kill goes in their favor. Legend gets the pick. Been answered back though, and shockwave for Sika. He puts a couple of shots into that pad. Sunrise down to what looks to be about half shields. They're going to continue to hold A. Losing B here though, so Sika and Chick have to combine to get Bastos out, which they've done so successfully. Asko has fallen. Sika will get that kill. All this time they're picking up kills here and there. They continue to score.
Legend comes in as well to take down Sunrise. A little bit of help came across map at just the right time to keep him alive. And it's one thing that Legend does so well. I feel like he's very good with his timings as well as shots like that. Make him one of the best. Legend knows he's in a position to challenge there, knows some help is coming. And even though he doesn't have full shields, he recognises the TTK he has with a little bit of help is going to be quicker than his opponents. And there's Chick. He gets the stick as well. That's going to be a Quadrant looking for that triple cap. They give up A momentarily, but now with the numbers on their side, you're going to see that flood coming in pretty soon.
Sunrise trying to hold the cross. It's camouflage for Legend. Perhaps would have liked to see one of his teammates stick this one instead. That communication has come. Going to swap around. Triple cap locked in again. You speak about being trapped at glass spawning over there. That's exactly where Quadrant want you to. You have to cover so much ground to get into a hill.
Yeah, you have to step out essentially into the open, into the line of sight of one of the bandits of Quadrant, and they're so good at just getting that initial damage down, slowing down your push. And then someone like Legend, someone like Sika, SLG, they're so good at like finding a route to where that damage is done and being able to clean it up, get the numbers on their side. But usually that's where that first pick does come in. However, BH3 doing a really, really good job here of actually evening out the slates for just a few moments. Pick up a couple of kills onto SLG and Chick. B and C still in the hands of Quadrant here, and it looks like they're going to give up C for A for now. But I want to talk about your prediction was. My prediction was? She said 4 points.
Yeah.
18, hearing Vic said 50.
You did say 50.
This would be weird. They get exactly 50.
That means I'm now bound and have to root for them to get at least one more point. They're going to get C here. And again, Quadrant continue to score as they close in, and Mark is moments away from being right. This is exactly what we need here on the stream, on the broadcast, here in the venue. 52 points. If nothing else happens for the rest of the day, it's been a success.
Yeah, you're very happy, fair enough. Zeke going to be challenging on the turbine. Legend going to be here to try and clean up that damage. There's 2 players flying at it though. They do get that trade, so Quadrant find themselves 2 dead once again. A little run coming in here from BH3. Maybe a little bit late, maybe a little bit too much work to do for them, but they've shown that they know how to play this game type. And I think this series is going to be a little bit of a test for Quadrant in a way that some of their games so far today may have been a little bit of a steamroll for them, as you would have expected. But now they've got to make sure that they're not making any rudimentary mistakes and not allowing a team like BH3 opportunities, because they can take them.
Already claimed 78 points, which is more than 50. That's the important thing.
Far more than 50.
Far more than 50. These French boys all seem to know how to play strongholds. As 3 dead go Quadrant. Perhaps there's still hope here then. Keeping this game alive. They flip C, gain A. They'll continue to score, but there are no more mistakes out there on the field of play.
Yeah, just need to put 1 foot wrong and it's over. You can see Legend is waiting to finish this kill. Sunrise will fly in. Seeker keeps his teammate alive as well, and those kills that they're waiting for finally start to come. Bastos is last player alive here for BH3. He does have the shock rifle, but the only problem is he knows he has to get near a stronghold. He knows he has to make a play here onto C, and Chick's going to be waiting for him on that head glitch. Can't get there in time, and with that, Quadrant will close things out. 250 to 107. Competitive first game, but Quadrant showing why they're so good on it.
I mean, I won't say there was nearby moments. That's not exactly what was happening, but I am happy to see BH3 put up more than a fight than I anticipated. And again, it's no issue with them. It's the fact that they have beaten some of the best. They've beaten world champions at this game type. So it's a testament that you were able to get over the 100-point threshold. Because like we say, some of the professional teams, some of the best teams in the world haven't been able to do that.
I mean, it's funny to say it, but you remember we were talking to FaZe, we were talking to Snakebite, and when they Quadrant were in the middle of their hot streak on Strongholds, you know, it was first game in a series against FaZe. FaZe lost life via Strongholds. I think it was 250 to 150. And saying like, what was the conversation like after that game number 1? And Snakebite was like, yeah, we're actually pretty happy that we got 100 points. We were like, that's improvement, because the last time they played them, they got 50 on. So it's an impressive performance from BH3 to show that kind of resilience in that game number 1. Even though it's 250 to 107, that's not, you know, we'll call a brick here. It's still a very impressive performance from Quadrant. But Aquarius, this is the game type which you might think about stealing away. If you're going to pick one out of the series, the Slayer is always the one where you think, hey, if we get out to a hot start here, get a couple of thrusts, then maybe we can extend a lead and maybe we can put a little bit of pressure onto Quadrant.
It is a little bit of a David versus Goliath story here. But that tail, David did win. This is this game type you speak about. We're always talking about the underdog wanting to get a game. This is usually the one they're favourite for on the Slayer, on Aquarius. And I think with how they played in that game number 1, they'll be quietly confident heading into this one.
Yeah, I mean, David was known for his Aquarius Slayer.
He was strong.
Yeah, he was very good at this. One of his better game types. Goliath really did struggle to get on the map when it came to Aquarius. But we talk about this map a lot because it's one that you can go on big runs on, right? And if you're BH3, you get out to a really good start. You get 3 dead, for example, and you manage to keep players alive. Got 3 to 1, even 4 to 0. It can happen right off the break. If you do that, then you can cycle to 8, 10 kills with only 1 or 2 deaths itself. And then the confidence you have from that start will flow through the game. However, the worst thing for you to do is have that happen to you, and they find themselves down 3 to 1, 4 to 1, I should say. And that's Quadrant with superior opening strategy. And I feel like Quadrant have some of the best opening strats. We know that Norman SLG is one of the most kind of players who likes to pay attention to detail in certain games, and opening strategies is something I know that they work on day in, day out to make sure that they're on top of their game.
I mean, they talked about having an end game strategy in one of the series that we watched them only recently, where they said we on a Street Slayer game we had a hit, an execution, we done it, and it worked. So they have end game strategies. You can bet your bottom dollar they're going to have some starting strats as well, and constantly working on it, constantly evolving, trying something a little bit different all the time, keeping teams guessing. And I mean, you look at the names on the stage that the BH3 boys are playing against. You look, you've got Legend and Sika, European champions. You've got Chicken SLG, European finalists only 1 year ago. So they're playing against the cream of the crop right now.
A pretty good job from them actually to hold in the back of the base, something that is very difficult to do sometimes when you're playing against a team like Quadrant and they get out to a good start, is managing the game and being able to slow the pace of your deaths down, which is exactly what they did. They played in the back of that base. Bastos comes in and gets that trade. And now Legend finds himself last alive, and he cannot get this kill. Finally, he chases it down. It's going to be challenging as well, but look at that score. Slowing the game down, Quadrant tried to push the pace, and it didn't work. They kind of fell into the trap that was set by BH3.
Quadrant have to be very careful here. They're all tied up. Not looking past this team, because they can punish you when you make mistakes. This game's all tied up. Slows down now. Sika having a slow game by his high standards, 0, 1, and 4. Needs to pick things up here. 3 members of BH3 over towards this blue closet area, 1 over towards Fridge. Chick gets the first pick, but Sunrise answers back. Chick gets another double kill for him. Just put Quadrant's noses in front here. 3 dead for BH3.
2 dead inside of Quadrant, which, as you say, is going to translate into a 1 kill advantage. But BH3 doing a really good job of picking up trades in that situation. Chick, you know, he was the flanker in that position. He managed to pick up 2 pretty comfortable, easy kills, but he survived. BH3 survived through it by being able to trade elsewhere on the map and keep this game close. But now they're trapped in the back of the base. Sunrise is going to fall, and now you're seeing Sika do what he does best. If he can find an opportunity to get that first shot, it's so often that he will clean up that damage. Bastos now last alive. Sika with a double kill all of a sudden changes his stat line to look completely different to it did 2 minutes ago.
And it's so strange, right? You see that player, Sika looks in the base, there's 3 members of the opposing team in front of him. He gets a kill, and the other 2 members run away. That's the sort of moment where BH3 need to stand up, look up, and help their teammate, because they really hung him out to dry there. As a result now, building on this lead all the time. 8 kills now. Make it 9, the difference.
Now you're starting to see the thrusts fall into the hands of Quadrant. They've also got that heat wave, so they can be very aggressive on these bases. They know that they've got the power weapons and the ability to get out of the fight once they've done that initial damage. There it is in the kill feed, right? You see Sika with that heat wave, maybe a little bit of over-aggression this time, as a couple of kills do get traded out. SLG in a 1v1, but there's that thrust again to keep him alive. 27 to 18, and it felt like the last time we were talking about the score, it was a 1-kill game. Well, Quadrant have just completely put their foot on the accelerator here.
What do BH3 have here then? The answer is 2 members down and in the respawn screen. Sunrise pops back up again, spawning over towards blue, has some real estate to run into. Legend gets a couple of shots in his back, make it 3 actually. SLG will take one for his troubles as well. We switch POVs over to Sika. This game continues to, for every kill BH3 get, Quadrant are quite happy to trade this one out.
Sika trying to capitalise on damage that's being done at the moment. You can see took an aggressive route down bottom middle to try and clean up damage on car 1. Couldn't quite do so. This time he gets the 1 kill that he was looking for. Chick is down at the moment. Chick having a really good game at the moment. He's only positive 1, but he's contributed to 6 assists in this game as well. The other side of things is Sunrise, who's kind of the standout. On the side of BH3, he's found himself going down once again, but there's Yumi. Picks up a double kill himself, but a double kill isn't going to get them back in here, especially if it's traded. It has to be kills back to back, successive team fights being won without those deaths starting to stack up.
Last from base wins his 1v1. Again though, there is the trade. Almost even more for Chick. Gets 2 more players down to no shields. 3 dead. Yumi will now be the last man. He has to just wait for his teammates and try and survive. 9 kills. That's the difference. BH3 need to start putting things together. Need to start getting the likes of the heat wave and Quantum Translocator, using some of this sandbox to get themselves back into the game because it's very quickly getting away from them.
Yeah, unfortunately for BH3, they've just gone 4 dead, and they're now trapped in the base. And it's only 7 to go here for Quadrant, so BH3 obviously going to try and slow the game down, but you can see that SLG knows that trades are all they need at this point. He flies in, he gets damage down, the 2 kills are picked up by his 2 teammates, and now it's just a case of the late game belonging to Quadrant. They have really taken over since that sort of 25 kill mark, and there it's looked like BH3 have just been outclassed in the second map.
Confirmation of the results elsewhere. Frostbite, who were actually 2-0 up in their series, have gone on to be reverse swept. Heartbreak for them. And heartbreak for BH3 at the moment. 2-0 now for Quadrant. And they're looking to close out the night completely unbeaten.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't you, right? I think it's what you would expect if you're Quadrant. I think if they dropped a map today, they'd be very disappointed. With the quality of Halo that we've seen from them so far this year, they've been breaking records all year. There's nothing more we can say to really back up how good they have been as a squad. They've broken European standing records, they've beaten world champions, they've taken the best in the world right to the distance, and I think that now they are respected not just in Europe but also on a world stage where they go to pre-lands, they go to boot camps, and their scrim schedule fills up extremely quickly. They were teaching people how to play strongholds. It was maybe directly, but people were finding the film and they were working out how Quadrant was so dominant at it. So BH3 is certainly a tall order, and Streets Oddball being game number 3 will be a very tall order.
Say respected. I almost want to use the word feared at times with how good they were. Nobody really wanted to play against them, and they turned their fortunes completely around from last year where half the members on the roster didn't even qualify for Worlds, and now they find themselves being one of the best in the world, finishing top 6 consistently. That, of course, that top 3 placement not so long ago as well. And they'll be looking at BH3 thinking, as good as these guys are, we should be winning this 3-0 and closing out the night.
Yeah, I mean, they would expect to win every series they play 3-0, even against some of the best in the world. That's the standards I think they set themselves, Quadrant, but a match like this would be a surprise to anyone to see them slip up at any point. But Oddball is always a test, and for BH3, it's going to be a real examination of how good they are as a team and where they could expect maybe to finish in this tournament as well when it's all said and done at the end of tomorrow. For Quadrant, this is a game type where I would say was one of their strongest in their suit. However, when you're looking at teams who have a lot of synergy, teams who know instinctively where they want to move an oddball, where they want to pick their kills up, and where their damage can be done, Quadrant are that team, right? They've been playing together for so long. They've got a lot of experience under their belt now. Almost a full season as a 4, and I would expect them to be able to close it out here in game.
Really feel like the only thing that will get in the way of Quadrant's win here is complacency. We've seen all season that very rarely plays a factor when they're concerned. Zeke in Cafe faced with Sunrise. Sunrise will get the kill. Nobody yet to get their hands on the ball yet. At least not put a point on the board.
Quadrant find themselves 3 dead in this situation, so first team to get their hands on the ball is going to be BH3. However, sneaky little play coming in from SLG is met by Teeth of the Bulldog as it sinks into the skin to get that kill. Quadrant kind of struggling a little bit at the start of this game. Constantly flying, constantly looking for those trades, which allows that oddball to stay in a neutral position. And if you can do that for quite some time, then imagine the constant waves that are coming in, and finally Quadrant should get the better of this fight.
Beautiful shots from SLG. Teammate on hand to keep him alive as well towards tires and laundry area. Zika gonna take a bit of damage, maybe a little bit too much for his liking. Puts it in reverse. Sunrise backs him down. SLG comes up the B steps. It's a punch in the skull, and that'll wobble him. Send him back to the respawn screen. Chicken Legend now over towards the pink side. Legend down to no shield, stays alive, as he so often does.
Always find it funny when this is Chicken Legend, and there's me thinking of chicken sandwiches. Alright.
That is a state. We are at dinner time now, I think.
It's true, actually. I could crush one of those right now. From any local chicken store.
If you want your chicken store advertised, there is still room behind us on the board.
There's still a whole day of action. There's still room behind us. Speaking of chickens, feathers are being rustled right now.
That's good from you.
Thank you. 34 to 3 is a score.
Rocket comes down, hits the wall. Won't get a kill though. Asko's got ball in hand. Rotates towards back tram. He's got Chick to contend with, and one melee was enough. Let's see. Yumi had interests and intentions of jumping up towards top commando. Just missed the jump. Instead it's forced to use his rocket for a trade on the Seeker. Bulldog will drop over towards the Ivy side. Legend in a 1v1. He wins them, doesn't he always?
Yeah, I mean, Legend loves a 1v1. He just backs himself, and I think if you're looking at players who probably had their stock raised the most throughout this season, and I'm talking about across the world, probably Legend is up there, right? Legend, SLG, I mean, any players on here, but a lot of talk about Legend, how good he's been this year. The numbers have been put up, have been phenomenal. You know, he's been the reason that Quadrant have won some big games. You could look at other players on the team as well and maybe make that same argument, but for Legend, those 1v1s are his bread and butter. He very, very rarely loses.
Of course, as you have your head buried in the sand, there have been rumors of team changes, and his name has been floated about on some of the biggest rosters, and we won't, of course, comment or speculate on any of that. What we will say is he's one of the best players in the game and would belong on any top roster.
I mean, when you hear speculation about any player, right, it's respect that he's gathered.
Yeah.
So I think anyone who's on this Quadrant lineup, it's not surprised that anyone would be sniffing about if they thought they might become available. So that's how good they've been, how impressive they've been. But now they've got a job to do here in Blackpool, and 55 to 10 is looking pretty good for them at the moment. They've got that ball back towards the tower. 4v4 on the map at the moment, but SLG with that first pick is just going to be able to slide in and get a little bit more pressure in.
Kills get traded out. It's a 1v1 on the map. Chick up against Asko. Chick throws the ball out, interested in just staying alive. Tries to land 2 sticky grenades, both miss, but the shots were there. Trades for 1. Sika has to back away towards L. Teammates there for the bait and switch if need be. SLG bottom middle. Actually gets 1 elsewhere. They continue to put down damage, they continue to score points, and the oddball firmly in the hands of Legend.
It's going to be interesting to see how a team like Quadrant as well adjusts to Banter Evo, right? Because it's a team who are based on fast, aggressive play, who like to take those individual fights, and it's always a question to me, it's like, well, how good are you now that you have the single shot weapon, right? Because some of these players didn't have a huge amount of Halo 5 experience. You look at Chick, you know, he's not the biggest Halo 5 player in comparison to maybe some of the others. You know, that Seeker and Legend were grinding that game, and SLG, of course, was grinding it as well, but it can maybe just disrupt the strategy a little bit, and you have to have a bit of a rethink. But I would also say SLG is one of those players who's probably thinking about this as soon as there was rumours going about. He's that kind of guy with a little black book who's thinking about strategy and how they think that this game can change and how they'll have to adapt their strategy with a new starting weapon.
One thing we know is it doesn't seem to be affecting them right now. That single shot weapon, very fit for purpose. Chick in that 1v1 again comes out on top, and that is a story, a tale as old as time with these Quadrant boys. They continue to win those 1v1 engagements, and as a result, cruising to victory in round 1. Quadrant 1 round away from a clean sweep.
One way away from a perfect day at Halo for Quadrant. And for BH3, we said it was going to be a test and an examination, and you really do learn how much you have to learn as a squad when you play against a team like Quadrant. But it's also very good, like I mentioned, to play a team like Quadrant early on in the winners bracket. You learn so much so quickly that when you go into your next game, everything feels a little bit easier, and you kind of have your mistakes highlighted to a level where you know you have to address them if you want to progress in the tournament. So Quadrant, maybe just teaching them a little bit of a lesson here, even though it's a hard one.
It's that old cliche, you don't lose, you learn, and their tournament will not be judged on whether they win or lose against Quadrant here. Like you say, better they do it now in the winner's side because you don't want to be facing them later in the tournament. Shots in the back then. Fight over towards Cafe, which Legend has won. Sunrise will even the odds elsewhere. Asco challenging on B rails. 3 dead now. SLG and Chick will survive and hold ball now as they continue to score more points and put some distance between them and BH3.
I mean, Chick has 73 seconds of full time and he's double positive. It's almost double positive. It's very impressive gameplay coming in from Seb. There's a killing spree for him as well. And he says, I've killed everyone, now give me the odd ball back. I've done one job, let me stack up some more stats on the objective as well. SLG in a 1v1, although it becomes a 2v1 very quickly. And that right there is such a great indication of the teamwork of Quadrant. SLG confidently steps out of the back of Tram to take a fight because he knows that Seeker's got that angle covered as well. And he just feels like, oh, this is a 1v1. Oh, no, it's not a 1v1, it's a 2v1. And that's why SLG is so confident in that situation.
I just need to figure out whether or not we're handing out MVP Slayer of the tournament. Or player of the tournament award. Triple kill! Bastos, he hates Halo because if he would challenge, if he had any respect. But he backs away and plays his life. Wasn't for long though. Legend was on the hunt for that overkill. Still positioned over towards Cafe, firmly with his feet planted as he now moves towards Rockets.
I mean, look how stifling this is, by the way, for Quadrant. I mean, BH3 can't even get halfway up the map. And Chicky's just sat there in Tram at the moment going, it's quite fun, like just holding an R-ball, I'm just chilling. Seeker gets the 180 rocket as well, and finally, with a few kills, and Yumi pushing towards where Chick's position is, they might be able to get a bit of pressure on this off-ball, but it's the first time they've been halfway across the map. And look, Chick is trying to throw that ball out now to cause more problems. Bastos cuts him down. I imagine the rotate will come in, but there's the PD spawns. They put it into a position where, like I mentioned earlier on Streets Off, where you can throw that off ball out onto a respawner's POV and keep scrapping and keep trading for it.
You've mentioned how important it is that if you're that last player with the ball, just survive a little bit longer for your teammates to spawn back up. And we've seen it. You spoke about people getting PD spawns, getting Cafe spawns, immediately applying pressure to any ball carrier. And that's exactly what we've seen as Quadrant have hands on the ball once more. 2 dead for BH3. And this is going to be all she wrote as Quadrant clean sweep BH3 and remain unbeaten on the day.
Very impressive from Quadrant. Nothing that we wouldn't expect, right? They are one of the best teams in the world. They have redefined what it means and what you expect to see from a European team on the world stage. A 3-0 sweep. BH3 gave it the role. They try the best, but it's just levels to it, you know? And Quadrant just showing once again that they are one of the best in the world. And I'm really excited to see Quadrant progress. I still feel it's crazy to think like what Quadrant achieved this season, considering this was their first season together as a squad. And they didn't play a whole season. Remember, first event of the year, Charlotte, they played with a sub. Foxy played with them, and they still managed to get a good placing off the back of that. So there's a lot of growth here for this squad. I'm looking forward to seeing what they can do, not just here in Blackpool, but moving forward as well.
Confirmation of what we've seen then. 250 to 107, 50 to 32 in the Slayer. And Quadrant will round it out 2-0 on the odd ball. A clean sweep. And like you say, I think we're all sort of licking our lips waiting for this eventual Navi test because we've seen the seeding cup. Navi managed to reset the bracket and get the win, so we know it's only a matter of time before we get that matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be a very exciting one to see as well, and no better way to put a little bit of a line in the sand, right, for either of those teams with a new season coming, with Bandits being the new starting weapon. It's all of a sudden, you know, are the tables going to tip a little bit? Are Navi going to be coming together and showing that maybe they're going to be a team to watch this year, not just in Europe, but on the world stage? Maybe it's going to be a European takeover.Maybe we'll win everything, Richie.
I think we should.
Europe are going to win everything. Actually. If you're watching from North America, fear us.
I was going to say,
called out an entire continent.
Well, what I will say is we'll have to wait for the Navi versus Quadrant series. That's coming up tomorrow, along with some other stuff as well, some tasty things, some more Halo action, no doubt.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun. We've got a lot of things to do tomorrow. Richie, tell us about it. Oh, Revolution.
Yes, Revolution.
Revolution.
Very important. They are a sponsor, and they're helping us out. Revolution.
There must be a more central one here.
There has to be. There's one low. Is this on camera? That's not on camera. One slightly higher, maybe.
This one.
Wait,
this one.
Hey,
this is
and,
the one.
And
this
one, maybe.
Revolution.
There's a couple here. Revolution.
You should go there today.
They are very good.
After party is going to be rocking.
Yes, there's going to be an after party where people will be drinking.
It's going to be a midway party.
We're going to keep it very respectful, him and I, because we still have a job to do tomorrow and don't want to be showing up very hungover.
It's true.
We say that now. Keep me away from the Guinness.
All I will say is it gives you a great opportunity to tune in tomorrow for more Halo action and to see what kind of state Rich is in.
Yes,
So,
it's going to be a problem, no doubt. Anyway, that's all from us for now. Tune in tomorrow. And again, if you're around the area, Revolution is the after party. Come buy me a drink. Actually, don't, because no, we're going. Get us off the stream. We're gone. Take care.